The primordial world. Countless eons had passed since chaos first gave birth to all things. Where was this? Could it be a dream? Lin Xiao looked around, seeing only the vast, formless chaos stretching in every direction. Ding. The divine-level choice system has been activated. Please make your selection. Option 1. Devour Dijun and Taiyi. Remain as the sole golden crow. Reward. 12th grade pure world white lotus. Option 2. Become the third golden crow. Reward. Fragment of the creation jade disc. Option 3. Await transformation. Our reward. Primordial purple chi. The primordial world. Lin Xiao awoke with a start. He was an ordinary man who had spent every day in the company of the 996 work grind, yet now he had transmigrated here. Though the system had bonded with him, he could hardly call it joy. The world he had transmigrated into was far too perilous. Even with the system, it felt like stepping into hell. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, set aside his thoughts, and focused on the choice before him. Since he had come here, he could only face it calmly. What else could he do? The first option seemed optimal, becoming the sole golden crow with a generous reward to boot. But once he became the only golden crow, he would likely have to face the encirclement of the 12 ancestral witches alone. He was no Ip Man. There was no way he could casually take on 10 opponents at once. Even in the primordial world, banding together for warmth and forming alliances for mutual support was the true path to survival. Take the 3 pure ones. For all their innate foundations before achieving sainthood, they too advanced and retreated together, united as one. Having companions to watch one's back was always better than fighting alone. With this thought, Lin Xiao's mind was made up. He could simply pull Dijun and Taiyi along and form a 3 Golden Crows team. First there were the 3 pure ones, and now the 3 Golden Crows. How splendid would that be? As for the last option, Lin Xiao dismissed it without much hesitation. Although the reward was primordial purple chi, one first had to be alive to enjoy it. The primordial world placed enormous importance on one's innate foundation. Who knew what he would transform into? What if he ended up as a pig? What would be the point of that? System, I'll choose option 2, become the 3rd Golden Crow. After weighing everything, Lin Xiao finally made his decision. Ding. The host has selected option 2, becoming the 3rd Golden Crow. Reshaping of the innate foundation has begun. The process will be lengthy. Please wait patiently. Anguish beyond words surged from the depths of his mind. Lin Xiao's consciousness blurred, his vision went dark, and he lost all awareness. In the end, a single thread of his true spirit transformed into a streak of flowing light, silently piercing through the primordial world and descending upon the Sun Star. Beside 2 other golden crow eggs, he became the 3rd egg, quietly absorbing the essence of the Sun Star and growing slowly. Meanwhile, the primordial world was undergoing tremendous upheaval. After the fall of the divine beast Shen and the dragon phoenix and Xilan clans rose to power, dominating the seas, lands, and skies respectively, each vying for supremacy, none yielding to the others, each aspiring to rule the primordial world alone. Under the manipulation of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the 3 clans plunged into an unprecedented war. This battle stretched across endless ages, ultimately ending with all 3 clans withdrawing from the stage of history and the Dao demon struggle subsequently erupting. Hongju narrowly prevailed, forcing Luo Ho to retreat. The spiritual veins of the western lands were utterly destroyed, and he himself suffered grave injuries. With the Dao demon struggle concluded, the most terrifying calamity in the history of the primordial world was quietly taking shape. Eastern region of the primordial world. The sun star hung high in the heavens, illuminating the earth below. This star, born from Panga's left eye, contained vast and terrifying power. At this moment upon the sun star, 3 golden eggs bathed within the true solar fire, their power continuously and faintly increasing. On this day, the tranquil sun star was suddenly struck by descending thunder. One of the golden eggs shattered, and a golden crow broke free from its shell. He stood tall and imposing, clad in golden battle armor, radiating noble, bearing his features handsome and resolute, exuding an air of masculine vigor. Holding the river diagram and Luo Shu, the young man, who had comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth from the moment of his birth, solemnly proclaimed, "I am a 3-legged golden crow, and having attained the Tao, I take the name Dijun." His magnificent voice echoed through the universe, heaven and earth resonating in harmony. Tribulation clouds trembled, and a casual bolt of lightning descended. For one whose innate foundations ran so deep, this transformation, heavenly tribulation, was as nothing. As the lightning scattered and the clouds dispersed, Dijun's gaze softened as he looked toward the 2 golden eggs beside him. "These are my brothers." He waved his sleeve gently, and 2 streams of pure light sank into the eggs. Surge upon surge of vigorous life force suddenly stirred within. Time flowed on. The 2nd golden egg split open, and from within dazzling radiance stepped a youth in golden robes. His brows were sharp as swords, his spirit soared, and his majestic bearing was as though he were a sovereign born to rule. "I am a 3-legged golden crow, and having attained the Tao, I take the name Taiyi." His declaration shook the 9 heavens. The tribulation lightning had not yet fallen when it was shattered by the sound of the chaos bell. The ancient bell hung high, cascading countless streams of chaotic qi. A supreme treasure heaven-born. Dijun gazed at the chaos bell, whose might far surpassed the river diagram and Luo Shu, and his eyes held nothing but profound satisfaction. Taiyi bowed in ritual respect. Greetings, elder brother. The blood-bonded connection between them made the order of seniority naturally known to him. Dijun raised his arm with hearty laughter. No need for such ceremony between us, dear brother. Suddenly the sun star trembled violently, and boundless spiritual energy transformed into a swirling vortex. The two brothers exchanged startled glances. Such heaven-shaking phenomena was emanating from that one unbroken golden egg. Third brother's talent surpasses even ours, Dijun said with a smile, clapping his hands, his delight deepening. Taiyi gazed toward the center of the spiritual tide. Let us see what realm he shall reach. At this moment, golden lotuses bloomed furiously in the heavens, auspicious clouds gathered overhead, and a vast sea of tribulation lightning pressed down upon the starry sky. All beings of the primordial world were startled, turning their gazes upward. Finally, the last golden egg shattered with a thunderous sound. A figure stepped through the shattered chaos, manifesting in the world. Ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to the waist. Upon his head rested the Hongmeng universe crown, and draped across his form was the Hongmeng star moon robe. The youth's brow bore the heavenly Tao royal mark. His gaze shone like brilliant constellations. His sword brows slanted toward his temples. His appearance extraordinarily handsome, carrying a hint of unruliness. I am a three-legged golden crow, and today I achieved transformation. My name is Lin Xiao. Heaven and earth hummed. Tao rhythms flowed, as if in response to his proclamation. The tribulation lightning poured down from the sky, only to be entirely absorbed by the ancient cauldron suspended above the youth's head. He had originally been Lin Xiao, awakening his spiritual intelligence while still within the egg. On a whim, he had changed his original name to its homophone Lin Xiao. To use his old name alongside the grand names of Dijun and Taiyi, he would have felt jarring. From this day forth, he took Lin Xiao as his name. The tribulation clouds dispersed, the sky cleared, and the air was fresh. Lin Xiao looked toward Dijun and Taiyi, who watched him with smiles and laughed as he bowed with cupped hands. Greetings, two elder brothers. No need for such ceremony between family. Dijun and Taiyi nodded gladly. Gazing at his two elder brothers, warmth from their blood bond surged within Lin Xiao's heart. In this perilous primordial world, they were his closest and most reliable support. He raised his hand to recall the floating ancient cauldron. This was his companion's supreme treasure, the Hongmeng cauldron. According to the inherited memories, this was actually a supreme-grade treasure of the same caliber as the Chaos Bell. Though its name contained Hongmeng, it had not reached Chaos level. This left him with a touch of regret. Eldest brother, third brother, now that we have just achieved transformation, what shall be our plan? Taiyi asked with a smile. Although he had comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, and bore the merit of creation, he felt somewhat uncertain about the path ahead. Dijun's spirit burned with heroic ardor as he declared boldly, the primordial world is vast, with heroes as countless as trees in a forest. With the combined might of us three brothers, we shall establish a heaven-shaking enterprise and create an unparalleled legacy. Perhaps we should first travel the primordial world and seek out some opportunities before making plans. This made sense. Apart from the Sun Star and their companion spiritual treasures, they truly possessed nothing else. Taiyi considered briefly, then nodded in agreement. The two of them then looked toward Lin Xiao, awaiting his insight. Two elder brothers, please wait a moment. I possess an innate ability of foresight. Allow me to divine the situation first. Lin Xiao spoke with solemnity. Just as Dijun had proposed leaving the Sun Star, the system within him reacted once more. Hearing his words, Dijun and Taiyi flashed a strange gleam in their eyes. Their third brother had displayed extraordinary talent from the very day of his transformation, his strength far surpassing their peers, and bearing an innate divine ability. The two exchanged a glance, silently maintaining their silence as they awaited what would follow. Lin Xiao pretended to calculate deeply with his fingers, while in truth his mind had already sunk into the system interface. Congratulations, host, on successfully achieving transformation. The first choice quest has been triggered. Please make your selection immediately. Option 1, step out from the Sun Star and display your heroic bearing to all beings of the primordial world. Reward 1 strand of primordial purple chi. Option 2, remain upon the Sun Star and cultivate diligently. Reward postnatal merit supreme treasure, the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler. Lin Xiao did not rush to choose, but first confirmed the current era. He had just sent out his divine sense to scan heaven and earth, but the primordial world was simply too vast. He could not obtain useful information. The Tao demon struggle has already concluded. The system replied coldly. Lin Xiao was startled upon hearing this. According to his memories from his past life, Dijun and Taiyi should have achieved transformation around the end of the Dragon Phoenix calamity, or at the latest during the Tao demon struggle. But now that even the demon ancestor Luo Ho had already fallen, they had only just achieved transformation. One must understand that after the Tao demon struggle, Hong Jun was about to attain the Tao and become a saint, after which the Purple Cloud Palace lecture would be held. When the time came for Dijun and Taiyi to attend the lecture, they should have been at least Great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation. But right now his two elder brothers who had just achieved transformation were only at early Taiyi Golden Immortal, and he himself was only at mid Taiyi Golden Immortal. Such a gap was simply too vast. Why did we transform so late? Lin Xiao could not hide his frustration. The system explained, the host diverted part of the Sun Star's primordial essence, causing the transformation time to be delayed. Lin Xiao felt a wave of helpless amusement. He had intended to rely on his two elder brothers to overcome the calamity together, yet he had instead dragged down everyone's cultivation progress. They were now behind many great powers of the primordial world. Especially the nemesis, the Wu clan, where the 12 ancestral witches had likely all stepped into the Great Luo realm. Any one of them could crush their three brothers effortlessly. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Wu Yao calamity was essentially nothing more than two clans fighting each other to mutual destruction. If one could avoid direct confrontation, as long as Dijun and Taiyi stayed peacefully on the Sun Star, cultivating quietly and not causing trouble, who could forcibly drag them into the calamity? Even if Hong Jun schemed in secret against those with no intention of contending, even the most intricate calculations would be in vain. Matters concerning the Yao clan, let others fuss over them. Establishing the Yao court, let others handle it. Why should the Golden Crow clan concern itself with such conflicts? The most urgent matter now was to increase strength. Matters of the calamity would be ignored entirely. As long as they did not interfere with the unification of the Yao clan or participate in establishing the Yao court, they could naturally avoid disaster. In the primordial world, only strength was fundamental. As long as one was powerful enough, any conspiracy could be broken through with raw force. Having thought this through, Lin Xiao's heart brightened. Although this method seemed somewhat conservative, it was the best choice for now. With the system at his side, as long as he cultivated diligently, one day he would be able to dominate everything. Having made up his mind, Lin Xiao now understood what choice to make. System, I'll choose option 2. After weighing everything, Lin Xiao made his selection. The primordial purple chi held no great value to him. The host's choice is complete. The reward has been distributed. Third brother, have you discovered anything? Seeing Lin Xiao silent for so long, Dijun could not help but ask. Lin Xiao came back to himself, considered for a moment, then slowly began to speak. Eldest brother, second brother, based on my divination, the primordial world now has many experts, and our transformation came somewhat late. Many opportunities have already been claimed by others. It would be better for us to cultivate diligently first, and venture out only after our strength has matured. His tone was sincere, and his analysis was well-grounded. Dijun and Taiyi considered for a moment, felt that what Lin Xiao said was not without reason, and nodded in agreement. Although they longed to travel the world, prudence dictated that increasing their strength was more important. Eldest brother and second brother need not be disappointed. The Sun Star might still hold hidden treasures. Perhaps we should search carefully first. The Sun Star was transformed from Panga's left eye, vast and boundless. While it held dangers, it might also nurture rare treasures. As the saying went, secure the interior before extending outward. Exploring one's own domain was the immediate priority. The Fusang Divine Tree was born right here. It was not only one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, but held extraordinary significance for the Golden Crow clan. In the future, it could be used to refine the star flags of the Zhoutian Star Do formation. Third brother speaks rightly. Shall we go now? Dijun said with great interest, already unable to restrain himself. Taiyi also nodded in agreement, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Lin Xiao led Dijun and Taiyi as they stepped out from their place of gestation, heading toward the depths of the Sun Star. Blazing flames swept across the star rivers like roaring billions of fire dragons. Even golden immortal experts would struggle to linger here long. Yet, three figures strolled leisurely through the sea of fire, completely unaffected. True to Lin Xiao's expectations, before long they discovered a great innate formation shrouding the Sun Star. The killing intent within was bone-chilling. Even a great Luo golden immortal would perish here with the slightest carelessness. No wonder no one disturbs our gestation. In the primordial wilderness, those who have achieved the great Luo golden immortal realm are already at the pinnacle. Beings like Hong Jun are exceedingly rare. Lin Xiao mused silently to himself. Dijun held the Hichu Luo Shu in his hands, deducing the mysteries of the grand formation. A look of delight surfaced in his eyes. This formation is profoundly arcane. If I can refine it, it shall become the supreme protective formation of our clan. Taiyi also nodded in agreement, extremely perilous. A single misstep would lead to utter destruction. Lin Xiao nearly laughed aloud. Two of the four supreme killing formations of the primordial wilderness were inherently connected to these two brothers' companion treasures, yet they remained entirely oblivious to this fact, and instead fixated on the formation before them. After a brief pause, he spoke. My two elder brothers, I have just achieved much insight from contemplating my companion treasure. Perhaps you too should devote more thought to yours. You may yet gain something from it. At these words, Taiyi immediately divided his attention to contemplate the Chaos Bell, while Dijun remained focused on refining the grand formation. Lin Xiao said no more. Above his head the Hongmeng Cauldron hovered as he entered quiet contemplation. The fragments of the good fortune jade disc he had previously obtained were of no use to him for now, as he had not yet reached the great Luo golden immortal realm. Suddenly, as he examined his inner self, he discovered a mysterious pearl resting silently within his body. Had he not undertaken this introspection, he could never have perceived it. Lin Xiao extended his divine sense into it. In an instant the scene before his eyes transformed. All was chaos and nothing existed. This scene felt eerily familiar, as though it were exactly what he had witnessed upon first awakening. So, at that time he had been hidden within this very pearl. Could this be the Chaos Pearl? Lin Xiao's heart trembled as he recalled the descriptions from primordial wilderness novels. This was very likely the signature supreme treasure of transmigrators, the Chaos Pearl. He attempted to channel his spiritual power to refine the pearl, but the pearl remained utterly motionless, showing no response whatsoever. How absurd! The stubbornness deep within Lin Xiao's bones was roused. He exerted his full power in an attempt to refine this mysterious treasure pearl. The years of the primordial wilderness were beyond counting. No one knew how much time had gone by. On this day the sun star suddenly erupted with vast and overwhelming divine pressure. Lin Xiao and Taiyi awoke simultaneously. In the moment their eyes met, they had already flashed to Dijun's side. Eldest brother, has the formation succeeded? The two asked in unison. They had clearly sensed that the killing formation enveloping the sun star had undergone a change. The instant Dijun opened his eyes, brilliant light flowed within his pupils. His smile gradually deepened, and finally, he burst into long laughter. Thanks entirely to the assistance of my two worthy brothers, this formation is now mine to command. Shall we call it the Grand Solar Formation? Eldest brother is brilliant, Taiyi applauded with a smile. Now that the formation is broken, we should swiftly seek the treasures, Lin Xiao suggested with a smile. Without the formation's constraints, the entire sun star was theirs to roam. As my third brother says, let's depart. Dijun rose with sudden vigor. The three immediately split up, transforming into streaks of light that swept toward different parts of the sun star. This search lasted a full century. The sun star was vast beyond measure, and many perilous regions were being explored for the first time. Naturally, progress was slow. When they reunited, the three displayed all the treasures they had obtained: solar essence stones, origin true flames, and fire attribute spiritual roots, a dazzling collection. After dividing the treasures equally, Dijun suddenly said, while refining the grand formation, I had a premonition. There seems to be a similar formation on the Lunar Star. I wish to journey there to investigate. What do my two worthy brothers think? Upon hearing Dijun's desire to journey to the Lunar Star, Taiyi readily agreed. Only Lin Xiao fell into hesitation. Having previously chosen to remain hidden, would venturing out now be exploiting a loophole in the system? He secretly sought confirmation from the system and received a response. New choices must be triggered before action. Exploiting rule loopholes is forbidden. My two elder brothers, you may go. I shall remain to guard the sun star. Dijun and Taiyi nodded. Dear brother shall guard the home. We shall return with treasures to share with you. Lin Xiao nodded lightly, a warm ripple rising in his heart. After a moment the three departed separately. Lin Xiao returned to the side of the Fusong tree. Beneath the tree, he flipped his palm, and the pearl containing mysterious power manifested. After many days of dedicated study, he had finally gained a measure of control over this object. I shall call you the Chaos Pearl for now, he murmured to himself, continuing to focus on its refinement. However powerful a treasure may be, without refinement, one can never truly unleash its full potential. With a slight shift of his will, his soul power flowed like a gentle stream, slowly seeping into the Chaos Pearl. After a long while he opened his eyes, a flash of surprise crossing his pupils. The pearl actually contains 3,000 layers of prohibitions. Lin Xiao's heart was shaken. He had just broken through the first prohibition, only to abruptly realize that nearly 2,999 prohibitions still awaited his breakthrough. This was simply too astonishing. In the primordial wilderness legends he knew from his previous life, ordinary treasures possessed at most several dozen prohibitions. Even if the Chaos Pearl was extraordinary, how could it reach a count of 3,000? Is this Chaos Pearl truly so extraordinary? Doubt arose in his heart, and he even felt a trace of difficulty. 3,000 prohibitions, until what year and what month could he refine them all? Though he felt the path was arduous, the road of cultivation still required forward progress. He gathered his focus and immersed himself once more in refinement. Time flowed on. No one knew how long had passed. On this day Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of delight at the bottom of his gaze. He noticed that after breaking through the first prohibition, the refinement of subsequent prohibitions had become considerably smoother. In a remarkably short span of time, he had already broken through 100 prohibitions consecutively, his control over the Chaos Pearl deepening further. At this moment, his divine sense penetrated deep within the Chaos Pearl's interior, where he saw primordial chaos, chi surging far more clearly than before. What delighted him further was that he could even draw upon the innate chi within for his cultivation, its efficiency, far surpassing ordinary practice. At this thought, the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth curved upward slightly. I need only remain hidden on the Sun Star, cultivating in seclusion until I achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and then use the Chaos Pearl to comprehend the laws. When I emerge from seclusion after billions of years, who in all the primordial wilderness shall be my match? However, at this very moment, ding, detected Dijun and Taiyi engaged in fierce battle on the Lunar Star. Host, please make a choice. Choice 1, hold firm and do not act. Reward Supreme Grade Innate Spirit Treasure, Kirin Seal. Choice 2, rush to provide support. Reward Supreme Grade Innate Spirit Treasure, 12 Grade Purification, White Lotus. Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. He had only just been contemplating billions of years of closed-door cultivation, yet in the blink of an eye such an unexpected event had occurred. System, I choose 2. Without hesitation, Dijun and Taiyi were in peril. How could he stand by idly? The battle on the Lunar Star. Could it involve those two? He murmured in thought, stowed the Chaos Pearl, his form flashing as he transformed into a streak of light that swept toward the Lunar Star. On the Lunar Star, 4 vast divine pressures swept across heaven and earth, the shockwaves of intense battle causing the stars to tremble slightly. You despicable thieves, how dare you steal the sacred objects of our Lunar Star? A cold, clear female voice rang through the cosmos. A blue-veiled woman stood atop the void, her incomparably beautiful face covered in frost-killing intent condensing the void around her. Dijun, clad in golden armor, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. My lady, you misunderstand. I merely came to comprehend the mysteries of the formation. As such excuses grow wearisome upon repetition. A petite star deity tossed her long hair, lightly playful, cunning light swirling in her apricot eyes. Just look at that shifty appearance. Taiyi, with the chaos bell hovering above his head, said in a low voice, we brothers are deities of the Sun Star. Might we discuss this matter calmly? Deities of the Sun Star. The tall woman covered her lips with a light laugh. How weak. How very peculiar. Dijun and Taiyi's expressions darkened upon hearing this. Their first battle since emerging from cultivation, yet they had already suffered such contempt. Another heaven-shaking roar erupted as spiritual energy ran rampant across the Lunar Star. Even with the protection of the Chaos Bell, the two brothers gradually showed signs of defeat. Out of regard for our shared identity as star deities, I shall spare your lives. Hand over the Fusang wood, and this matter shall be concluded, the woman said casually with a flick of her jade-like hand. Delusions. Dijun's fury erupted. This is the sacred clan-protecting tree of the Golden Crow race. The two brothers refused to yield even a single step, fearing that their younger brother back on the Sun Star might be drawn into danger. These two women's cultivation far surpassed that of Dijun and Taiyi. Even adding their 3 brother into the balance, they could not match them. How utterly foolish. The tall woman's expression turned cold. She struck with full force. Vast spiritual power surged forth instantly, causing Dijun and Taiyi to spray blood, their physical forms nearly shattering. Boom. Suddenly a grand cauldron descended from distant space-time in an instant, falling into the battlefield and rushing toward the two women. The sudden appearance of the grand cauldron caused the two women's expressions to change. They struck simultaneously, drawing upon the power of the star rivers surrounding the Lunar Star. Boom. Within the thunderous impact, the grand cauldron was blasted back, ultimately falling into the grasp of a figure. Who goes there? The woman demanded, coldly, wariness gleaming in her eyes. The newcomer's black hair hung to the waist. Upon his head rested the Hongmeng heaven and earth crown. He wore the Hongmeng sun, moon, and stars robe. His eyes were like the stars themselves, extraordinarily handsome. Third brother, leave quickly. Their strength is tremendous. We are no match for them. Seeing Lin Xiao arrive, Dijun and Taiyi showed no joy, instead urgently urging him to depart. Brothers united in heart, sharing life and death together. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over their wounds, his expression gradually cooling as he looked toward the distant women. If I am not mistaken, you are Xihe and Changxi. At these words, the two women's gazes sharpened. The tall woman said coldly, you are their brother? A third star deity on the Sun Star. Her expression showed surprise as she carefully observed Lin Xiao, her intuition telling her this person was unfathomably deep. Hey, how did you come to learn of our names? The petite woman asked curiously. She and her elder sister had never left the Lunar Star since their transformation, nor had they appeared in the primordial wilderness. How could this person know? The workings of heaven may be divined. Lin Xiao replied calmly. The workings of heaven may be divined. Then let me see what abilities you possess to dare such arrogance. Xihe's gaze turned cold, and she raised her hand in a strike. Vast spiritual power causing the stars of the entire sky to pale. Third brother, be careful. Dijun cried out in alarm, moving with Taiyi to rush forward and assist. Yet Lin Xiao had already stepped forward first, the Hongmeng cauldron hovering above his head, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler as he advanced to meet the strike, showing no hint of underestimating his opponent. Xihe and Changxi had reached the late stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Because of his presence, Dijun and Taiyi had transformed slightly later, their cultivation now surpassed by the Lunar Star deities. And he himself was presently only at the mid-stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, approaching the late stage. Boom! The shockwaves of battle rippled outward, causing tens of thousands of stars above to crack and shatter, a terrifying sight. The divine light of the Hongmeng measuring ruler poured forth like a celestial river, its might overwhelming heaven. Though Lin Xiao had not yet fully refined this treasure, the power it displayed was already sufficient to shake heaven and earth. As the foremost killing treasure below the innate grade, the Hongmeng measuring ruler blazed with sharp edge in his hands. Facing the combined assault of Xihe and Changxi, Lin Xiao both attacked and defended with mastery. Even with slightly inferior cultivation, he remained firmly in the upper hand. This scene left Dijun and Taiyi utterly dumbfounded, the shock in their hearts beyond words. Third brother's treasure is no ordinary item. Could it also be a companion treasure? Taiyi could not conceal his astonishment. Dijun's gaze burned with intensity as he said in a low voice, "This treasure contains the aura of Hongmeng, of the same source as the Hongmeng cauldron. It must surely be a companion treasure." Having spoken, he glanced at his own Hichu Luoshu and could not help but sigh internally. The battle situation changed abruptly. Lin Xiao swung the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and a sharp ray of light suddenly struck Changxi across her body. Changxi was caught completely off guard, her body crashing violently into the Lunar Star, her fate unknown. "Sister!" Xihe cried out in anguish and fury, instantly flashing to Changxi's side. Changxi coughed blood from the corner of her lips, the searing pain in her back, like burning flames, her foundations already damaged. Xihe's fury blazed. Just as she was about to fight desperately, Changxi grabbed her tightly and held her back. "Sister, don't. I'm fine." She endured the pain and looked toward Lin Xiao with hidden fear in her gaze. Lin Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his hair flying in the wind, and said calmly, "Were it not for my mercy, she would already have perished." Xihe gnashed her teeth. "If anything happens to my sister, I will activate the lunar killing formation and perish together with you all." Lin Xiao smiled lightly. "Do not engage in empty bluster. The two of you lack the power to command this formation at all." Changxi's expression changed dramatically. "How do you know this?" "The workings of heaven are unfathomable, yet they cannot be concealed from me." Lin Xiao's eyes swept across with a trace of playfulness. At his words, the two women's hearts trembled violently. They had long resided on the Lunar Star, unversed in worldly affairs, and only now realized that the person before them was unfathomably deep. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged a glance, both reading the profound shock in each other's eyes. Their third brother was truly mysterious beyond measure. "Do not celebrate too soon. The Lunar Star is our domain. Even without the killing formation, you may not necessarily gain the advantage." She calmed herself. On the Lunar Star, she still had many methods at her disposal. She was not limited to relying solely on the killing formation. "Have you perhaps overlooked one thing? I am not alone." The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth curved upward. No sooner had his words fallen than Dijun and Taiyi exchanged a smile and swiftly took their places at Lin Xiao's sides, the three standing shoulder to shoulder. Xia's expression froze. She had overlooked these two. Though individually unremarkable, their combined strength was not to be underestimated. "What exactly do you intend?" After a moment of silence, Xia's tones softened, a hint of concession evident. Dijun and Taiyi did not respond, but simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lin Xiao. "Simple. Let my elder brother study the Taiyin Great Array," Lin Xiao said directly. "Absolutely impossible. If you comprehend the Taiyin Great Array, what's to stop you from turning it against us?" Xia's stance was resolute, unyielding. "Turn against you? Do not overestimate yourselves. On this entire Taiyin Star, only this killing array is worth a second glance." Lin Xiao spoke coldly. "You?" Xia's anger flared, her face as frost. How arrogant were these words? Were they truly so insignificant? "If you feel it's unfair, we can offer the Taiyin Great Array in exchange for your study," Lin Xiao added. At these words, Xihe was both vexed and furious. They could not even fully comprehend the Taiyin Great Array, let alone the Taiyin Great Array. "This exchange is unfavorable to us. I demand you agree to a condition." Xihe paused, then spoke again. Xihe proposed a condition as a trade. "What condition? Speak freely." Lin Xiao hesitated briefly before responding. The two sisters exchanged glances as if deliberating, yet could not think of a suitable condition at once. "Let it be so for now, or we have not decided. We will inform you when we have thought of it. Rest assured the condition will not exceed your capabilities." Xia's tone was cool. As her words fell, Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances. Dijun repeatedly signaled him to accept quickly. "Very well, I accept your condition." After a moment of consideration, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Such a nearly costless condition. Refusing it would be foolish. Who could predict the future? The two parties reached an accord. Then Dijun holding the Hichu and Luoshu openly began to study the Taiyin Great Array. Time flowed on unknowable ages passing. One day a vast aura surged into the heavens. Dijun had finally succeeded. Thus under the complex gazes of Xihe and Changxi, the three of them departed with calm composure. The two sisters gazed at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, unable to look away for a long time. On the journey back, Dijun could not conceal his joy, sharing his delight with his two brothers. Though this trip to the Taiyin Star yielded no rare spiritual treasures, to gain the Taiyin Great Array is an unexpected blessing. Speaking thus, he was again filled with emotion. Thanks to third brother's timely help, the outcome would have been dire otherwise. Elder brother, no need for formality, but we are bound by blood. Lin Xiao waved his sleeve, then looked at Dijun thoughtfully. Elder brother, have you considered merging the Taiyin Array with the Taiyang Array? Yin and Yang complementing each other might trigger a remarkable transformation. Dijun's eyes flashed with brilliance. Exactly my thought. But merging the two arrays is no easy task. I have no leads yet. I have some humble insights. Lin Xiao began to expound on various arrays he knew from his past life. The Liangyi Microdust Array, the Zhuxian Array, the Wuxing Array, and many other profound arrays were presented one after another. These were casual remarks, yet they stirred Dijun's excitement, the joy deepening in his brows. Excellent. Third brother's insights are truly profound. I have had an epiphany. Now I am 90% confident in merging the two arrays and creating a new earth-shattering formation. Dijun was hard-pressed to contain his excitement. The once chaotic thoughts thus illuminated cleared like clouds parting to reveal the sun. Once the formation is complete, we three brothers need no longer fear powerful enemies. As he spoke, his eyes shone with divine light. The previous fierce battle had deeply impressed him. As the elder brother, unable to protect his brothers, becoming a burden instead, he felt deeply ashamed. Elder brother, wait. There is one more thing to give you. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, and in his palm appeared the 12-pin Pure World White Lotus. Though the Hichu and Luoshu are marvelous, they are ultimately biased toward deduction. This treasure can compensate for your deficiencies in offense and defense. Dijun stared at the pristine White Lotus platform, unable to hide his astonishment. This is the 12-pin Pure World White Lotus, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Lin Xiao explained with a smile. While you were on the Taiyin Star, I obtained it by chance on the Taiyang Star. Dijun, recovering his senses, waved his hands repeatedly. No. Such a supreme treasure should be yours to use. I am content with the protection of my arrays. Elder brother, be clear, I have the Hongmeng Cauldron for both offense and defense, and the Hongmeng Ruler of Heaven. This treasure is superfluous for me. But you, elder brother, need it more for your path. Lin Xiao earnestly persuaded. The recent battle had shown Taiyi relying on the Chaos Bell could at least protect himself even in defeat, whereas Dijun, without aid, would have faced disaster. Their cultivation levels were equal, but the disparity in their treasures was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Third brother is right, elder brother. Accept it. This artifact will help you improve your strength, and you will no longer be a burden. Taiyi said with a smile, his tone tinged with teasing. Dijun had intended to refuse, but upon hearing this, he could no longer hold back. He glared at Taiyi, but ultimately accepted the 12-pin Pure World White Lotus. In his heart, he resolved to train diligently upon returning, determined not to be looked down upon by them. Back on the Taiyang Star, the three began a long period of secluded cultivation. Lin Xiao focused entirely on refining the Chaos Pearl, almost losing himself in the process. Long ages passed silently. One day Lin Xiao awakened from his cultivation. His eyes swirled with chaotic energy, evolving the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, stars twinkling, then finally coalescing into the profound depths of his pupils. During this long period, while cultivating and refining the Chaos Pearl, his cultivation advanced from the mid-stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal to the peak. Cultivation realms, each stage has initial, mid, late, and peak. Below the Immortal realm, we need not mention. From the Immortal realm onward, the sequence is Earth, Immortal Heaven, Immortal True, Immortal Mystic, Immortal Golden, Immortal Taiyi, Golden, Immortal Daluo, Golden Immortal. After that, one can either cultivate the laws to attain power and achieve Hunyuan Golden Immortal or Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, or choose the method of severing the three corpses. After Daluo peak, severing one corpse yields early quasi-saint, two corpses mid-stage, three corpses late-stage, and finally unify the three corpses to attain the Hunyuan Dao fruit. Additionally, there is the path of attaining the Dao through merit. These three paths can all lead to sainthood, but each differs. Those who follow the latter two paths entrust their primordial spirit to the heavenly Dao. As long as the heavenly Dao is not extinguished, the saint remains immortal. Attaining the Dao through power, however, relies on one's own vast Dharma power and cultivation to forcibly break through the shackles of the heavenly Dao and achieve the saintly status. For Lin Xiao, with the Chaos Pearl in hand, the path of cultivating the laws to attain the Dao was naturally the only choice. The other two paths he deemed unworthy of consideration. One day Dijun and Taiyi also awakened from their cultivation. The three brothers gathered again to assess each other's progress. I am now at the late stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Second brother, third brother, what about you? Dijun said with a hearty laugh, feeling quite pleased with himself. This time he had been blessed with insight, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. He must have surpassed his two younger brothers, finally able to fulfill his duty as an elder brother and protect them. Elder brother, I also managed to break through to the late stage. Taiyi smiled modestly. Dijun's smile froze instantly, and what stunned him even more was Lin Xiao's subsequent words. Elder brother, I was fortunate enough to reach the peak. You are truly monstrous. Dijun stared at his two younger brothers, silent for a long moment before finally forcing out these words. Suddenly an ethereal voice resounded across the heavens. I am Hongjun. Today I have attained the Tao and become a saint. 3,000 years hence I will expound the Tao at the Xihe Palace. All who are fated may come. A grand voice suddenly rang out, piercing the vast earth and soaring beyond the 9 heavens, boundless, reaching everywhere. Golden petals rained down from the sky, myriad golden lotuses sprang from the earth, fragrance filled the air, and auspicious vapors rose. Deep in the clouds a figure appeared, indistinctly surrounded by the energy of Xianhuang and brilliant golden merit light. The mysterious Tao sound echoed, and all beings in heaven and earth felt it. Hongjun has attained sainthood. Lin Xiao was shaken by the sound, staring at the celestial phenomena and the hazy figure, his expression shifting unpredictably. It was truly abrupt. He had not expected Hongjun to have already stepped into the saintly realm. This also heralded the beginning of the sorcerer and demon calamity of the primordial era. This calamity was extremely perilous, ultimately leading to the near annihilation of the sorcerer and demon clans and the shattering of the primordial world. From prosperity to decline in the blink of an eye. Who is Hongjun? What does it mean to become a saint? Though I do not fully understand, judging by this might, it is truly extraordinary. Second brother, third brother, why not go and listen to his discourse? Dijun's eyes shone with longing, looking at the celestial phenomena and proposing loudly. There is such a great being in the world. Taiyi's heart also yearned. If he could listen to such a figure expound the Tao, it would surely greatly benefit his cultivation. The two turned to Lin Xiao, awaiting his response. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Elder brother, second brother, do you know where the Xihe Palace is located? To reach the Xihe Palace, one must cross the chaos and arrive beyond the 33rd heaven. Moreover, time within the palace is stagnant. Only those who transcend the river of time can enter and listen to the Tao. In other words, without reaching the Daluo realm, even if one manages to cross the chaos, one cannot step through the palace gates. Having explained this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt enlightened. Though the sorcerer and demon calamity was terrifying, if one did not involve oneself in it, one could avoid disaster. It would be better to take Dijun and Taiyi and go into seclusion to cultivate. As for the matter of the demon court, let others contend for it. For this he could only apologize. Go to the Xihe Palace to hear the Tao. Ridiculous, insufficient cultivation, nothing but size. Such a restriction. Dijun was stunned. He had not expected the Xihe Palace's threshold to be so high. It seemed this trip was hopeless. Third brother, if you train diligently, you might still have a chance. Taiyi sighed, then placed his hopes on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shook his head calmly. The journey to Xihe Palace is long. Merely crossing the chaos requires 1,000 years. I have missed this opportunity to hear the Tao. Having resolved to distance himself from the calamity, he must not have any connection with Hongjun, let alone attend his lecture. Not to mention other matters, simply the fact that he, this third golden crow of dubious origin, might trigger unpredictable variables if he appeared before Hongjun. What if Hongjun sensed Lin Xiao's identity was unusual and acted to eliminate him? After hearing Lin Xiao, Dijun and Taiyi felt even more regret. At this rate, we three brothers will likely fall far behind others. Not necessarily, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. Hongjun's first lecture would teach the Tao of the Daluo Golden Immortal. It was not about how to break through to Daluo Golden Immortal, but a complete exposition of the mysteries of this realm. Since the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, those beings born as Daluo Golden Immortals had stagnated in cultivation at a loss. However, this was not a problem for the three brothers. When the time was right, Lin Xiao would naturally teach Dijun and Taiyi the methods of cultivation for Daluo Golden Immortal and beyond. Ding! Detected that Hongjun has become a saint. All beings of the primordial world are heading to the Xihe Palace. Please make a choice. Choice 1, depart immediately and go to the Xihe Palace to hear the Tao. Reward the yellow plum of Zhongli, the foremost of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Choice 2, stay put and be content as a leisurely cultivator. Reward a fragment of the creation jade disc. Just as Lin Xiao made his decision, the long silent system voice suddenly sounded. He felt helpless. Was this system bent on making him leave? To lure him away, it had even offered the yellow plum of Zhongli, the foremost of the 10 innate spiritual roots. This item was extraordinary. A single fruit could create a Daluo Golden Immortal. The system had spared no expense to persuade him to travel. Perhaps it had even saved on the cost of a carriage. However, he would never go to the Xihe Palace lecture. System, I choose 2. Lin Xiao made his decision without hesitation. Hongjuan's attainment of sainthood shook the primordial world, astonishing countless great beings. The Xihe Palace lecture 3,000 years later rekindled the fervor of the dormant primordial world. In an instant, countless beings set out rushing toward the Xihe Palace. For them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the eastern part of the primordial world, at the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain, 3 Taoists sat facing each other. One was white-haired, an ancient; one was dignified and steady, and one was exceptionally handsome. Unexpectedly, a being has attained sagehood before us. Hongjun possesses profound fortune and vast divine powers. I am inferior to him. Shall we also go to hear the Tao? The black-clad youth proposed. Before his words faded, the dignified middle-aged man sternly rebuked. We are the orthodox descendants of Pangu. How could we stoop to listen to the Tao? Third brother, do not mention such a disgraceful matter again. The black-clad youth was unconvinced, and the two argued incessantly. At that moment, the old man, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke. Stop. Tongtian's words are reasonable. The Tao knows no precedence. The one who attains it is the master. Since Hongjun has already attained the Tao, our cultivation has stagnated. We should go to listen to his teachings. Yuanshi and Tongtian said no more, silently acquiescing to the old man's proposal. On the summit of Taiyin Star, Xihe and Changxi, after long and arduous cultivation, finally reached the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal. Hearing that Hongjun was about to open his Tao lectures, the two immediately decided to go. The opportunity at Xihe Palace is rare. We must not miss it this time. Xia's eyes were resolute as she spoke to Changxi. Changxi nodded, then suddenly looked toward the silent sun star, frowning and murmuring, "Those 3 golden crows show no movement." She had chuckled. Perhaps they know their foundation is shallow and are afraid to show themselves. Just as well we can widen the gap while they lag behind. The two exchanged a smile and transformed into streaks of light darting toward the heavens. Across the primordial world, hidden great powers emerged from seclusion one after another. Although the lectures were still 3,000 years away, the chaotic path was perilous, and setting out early would allow them to seize the advantage. In an instant, immortal clouds billowed, spirit beasts roared, precious chariots streaked across the sky, and myriad rays of colorful light rushed towards Xihe Palace. Xihe Palace hung beyond the 33rd heaven, at the boundary between chaos and the primordial world. To enter the palace gate, one must brave the 9 heavens' thunder prison, cleave through the 33 celestial gales, and split the chaotic currents. Illusions abound along the way. Those with a slightly weak Tao heart will either have their foundation shattered or their souls scattered. Even if one survives the tribulations, they must still cross the river of time. Those without affinity or blessing and with weak will ultimately find it difficult to behold the saint's countenance. The years of the primordial world passed swiftly. 3,000 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. Inside Xihe Palace, all immortals gathered. Jane and Zhuanti arrived late, and after putting on a show of insincerity, they shamelessly squeezed into the front row. The various great powers, though despising their behavior, did not see through the hidden schemes and merely watched coldly. At the moment when the 6 seats' fortunes were interlinked, Hongjun silently appeared. The hall instantly fell silent. The immortals bowed in reverence, yet their peripheral vision could not help but steal glances at this saintly white-haired old Taoist. His aura was ethereal and elusive. Though he was right before them, he seemed to merge with the heavenly Tao, inspiring awe and fear. Is this the might of a saint? Unfathomably deep, like an abyss, like a prison. All immortals' minds trembled. Hongjuan's gaze swept over the front row, the 3 pure ones Nuwa, and the 2 from the west, and the corners of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. No one was absent. Hongjun felt deeply gratified. Then he said in a deep voice, "Very well. From now on you shall sit in this order, and may not change it without permission." As he spoke, he looked around, his gaze like a torch, as if taking in everything. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. It seemed endless. The immortals were puzzled and speculated, secretly feeling that Hongjuan's behavior was unusual today. What was the saint searching for? Why was he repeatedly scanning? At this moment, Hongjun was also perplexed, filled with confusion. He had not noticed before, but upon inspection he was shocked. He had not realized earlier that 2 key figures had not appeared. The 2 golden crows on the sun star were not present. This lecture was originally intended to use the immortal's fortune to accelerate his union with the Tao, but the absence of the protagonists of the calamity was a great loss. Could they still be on the way? Thinking of this, Hongjuan's eyes flickered as he secretly deduced the celestial mechanism. Not here. He looked again at the sun star, piercing through illusions, and finally caught 2 faint auras. Upon seeing this, Hongjun almost laughed. So that was it. These 2 golden crows had not yet reached the Daluo realm. Knowing they could not enter Xihe Palace, they simply did not come. So weak. For a moment, Hongjun was even worried. With such strength, how could they provoke the war between Wu and Yao? They would likely be crushed by the ancestral witches at the first clash. If he had known their cultivation was so low, he should have postponed the lecture. Well, I'll make arrangements next time. he secretly decided that for the next lecture he would find a way to lure the two golden crows to come. Seeing that the immortals were gradually becoming impatient, Hongjun finally gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. This time I will lecture on the Tao of Daluo lasting 3,000 years. I hope you will all concentrate on comprehension. Before chaos was divided, there was a thing formed in chaos, born before heaven and earth, silent and void. For Daluo, one must gather the 3 flowers at the crown, align the 5 qi to the origin, and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth to transcend. Meanwhile, on the Sun Star, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. After 3,000 years of arduous cultivation, he finally entered the Daluo realm just as Hongjun began his lecture. If Hongjun discovers that Dijun and Taiyi did not attend the gathering, I wonder what he will think. He curled his lips, slightly finding it amusing. Since I have entered Daluo, I can now comprehend the laws. With the Chaos Pearl and the Creation Jade Disc to assist, my cultivation speed may surpass before. With this thought, Lin Xiao took out the Chaos Pearl and the Creation Jade Disc. Both treasures contained the laws of the Great Tao and could be activated simultaneously. Although the Creation Jade Disc was only a fragment when complete, it was a Chaos Supreme Treasure. It was largely due to this item that Hongjun was able to attain the Tao and merge with the heavens. Lin Xiao held the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and the fragment of the Creation Jade Disc in his right. For him, the easiest to comprehend was the law of Yang, the path of origin. Born on the Sun Star, no one in the world understood the true essence of the sun better than he. Comprehending this path naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Next was the law of fire. These 2 laws were a perfect match for him. Lin Xiao decided to cultivate these 2 first, and after his strength advanced, he would gradually comprehend other profound laws. Meanwhile, Dijun and Taiyi had cultivated arduously for 3,000 years, finally reaching the perfection of Taiyi Golden Immortal, and were about to break through to the Daluo realm. Inside Xiao Palace, 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hongjun's Tao voice gradually faded, and the great powers successively regained their senses, all showing a look of loss. Joyful times always seem brief. During these 3,000 years, each cultivator had made progress, their Tao hearts becoming more transparent, and the path ahead had become clear. Among them those with deep foundations, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, the 2 saints of the West, Fushi, Kunping, Xinyuanzi, and others, had all reached the middle stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, and some even reached the late stage. Only the ancestral witch Hutu had made no progress. The Wu clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit. Hongjun's great Tao was like a blind man gazing at stars for her. This lecture ended here. Hongjun spoke indifferently. After the cultivators came to, he said again, the next lecture will be held in 10,000 years. It will elucidate the Tao of Quasi-Saint. With these words, his figure suddenly dispersed, leaving no chance for questions. The hall immediately stirred with waves. The Tao of Quasi-Saint. The cultivators heard of this realm for the first time, only then realizing that between Daluo and Saint there was still the stage of Quasi-Saint. For a moment, all the great powers were captivated. On the Sun Star, 3,000 years had passed. Dijun and Taiyi finally broke through to the Daluo realm. Dijun, as the eldest brother, had originally thought his cultivation was ahead of his 2 younger brothers, but to his surprise, Taiyi's cultivation was on par with his, and Lin Xiao was even better. Over these 3,000 years, Lin Xiao had comprehended the law of Yang and the law of fire, and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. As he had expected, after advancing to the Daluo realm, his innate advantages fully manifested. With the Chaos Pearl and the fragment of the Creation Jade Disc in hand, comprehending laws was like sailing with the wind, naturally accomplished. One day, Dijun and Taiyi found Lin Xiao and discussed, "Third brother, now that we have reached the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, we are considered strong in the primordial world. Why not go out and travel?" The path of cultivation also requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Since their transformation, Lin Xiao had warned them of the dangers of the primordial world, and that only Daluo Golden Immortals could protect themselves. Now that they have succeeded, it is indeed time to see the vast world. To be honest, since their transformation, the farthest they had been was the Taiyin Star. They were truly bored. Lin Xiao sighed upon hearing this. Big brother, second brother, times have changed. Now, having just entered Daluo, can hardly be called strong. He secretly calculated that Hongjun's first lecture was over, and the 3 pure ones and other innate deities had probably all reached the late Daluo stage. If they had transformed at the early Daluo stage back, then they could still have stood, but now the gap had widened. The number of listeners in Xiao Palace was no less than 3,000. Hongjun's lecture directly elevated the cultivation level of the entire primordial world. Has it come to this? Taiyi was astonished, but did not question Lin Xiao's judgment. In his eyes, the third brother had always been able to foresee events and would never deceive his brothers. Dijun laughed heartily. Why worry? We are not troublemakers. Even if we encounter danger, united as brothers, we can escape. The path of cultivation requires refining through experience to advance. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and felt that his brother's words made sense. Moreover, now that Hongjuan's lecture had just ended and the saints who attended had not yet returned, it was a perfect opportunity to go out and train. Just as he was about to agree, the long silent system prompt suddenly sounded. Detected. Hongjuan's first lecture ended. The Wu Yao calamity officially begins. Please make a choice. Option 1. Step into the primordial world, make a name for yourself. Reward 1. Primal Chaos Purple Chi. Option 2. Stay in the cave mansion, continue cultivation. Reward Lin Xiao Palace. Lin Xiao, who had just stood up, sat back down upon seeing this. Lin Xiao Palace. He felt a resonance and immediately felt a sense of closeness to the palace that shared his name. To be safe, he first checked the details of the treasure. Lin Xiao Palace postnatal extraordinary treasure can grow with its master. Possesses defensive capabilities, creates its own domain. Those who enter are either suppressed in realm or in severe cases have their cultivation reduced. Flight is forbidden. Only the master can soar through the air, displaying supreme authority. What a supreme treasure! Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. This Lin Xiao Palace before him was clearly very different from the one of the Jade Emperor. This item could actually grow with the master's cultivation, eventually transforming into a chaos supreme treasure. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. The original intention to travel dissipated instantly. System, choose the second option. Lin Xiao made his choice without hesitation. How could he miss a supreme treasure named after his own title? As for that primal chaos purple chi, he had no interest in even glancing at it. Third brother, why have you suddenly stopped? Dijun saw him standing there in a daze and couldn't help urging him. Taiyi clapped his hands and laughed. He must be reluctant to leave the Sun Star. Why not refine it and carry it with you so wherever you go it's home? This teasing remark was quite characteristic of his usual sharp tongue. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality and smiled wryly. Big brother, second brother, I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. I just had a sudden enlightenment and need to stay home in seclusion to contemplate. He casually made up an excuse. Such comprehension is truly enviable. Dijun showed a surprised expression, then said seriously, then you focus on your seclusion, we too will go travel first. He knew that opportunities for cultivation were rare, so he did not persuade further. Before they left, Lin Xiao repeatedly urged, remember not to venture into dangerous places and be sure to return within 1,000 years. Although he did not want to hinder his brother's travel interest, he was still worried. He thought that the great powers who had attended the lecture at Xihe Palace had not yet returned, so, with their cultivation, his two brothers should be safe. Dijun laughed heartily. Third brother, rest assured, if we find any treasures we will set aside a share for you. With these words, the two transformed into streaks of light and disappeared beyond the Sun Star. After they left, Lin Xiao immediately summoned the Lin Xiao Palace and began to refine it. He divided his attention refining the treasure while comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. In this survival of the fittest primordial world, strength was the foundation of existence. The lesson of the northern sea dark turtle whose limbs were severed to support the sky was still fresh in his mind. Time passed quickly. 1,000 years flew by. The great powers of the primordial world who had attended the lecture at Xihe Palace returned one after another. Some went into seclusion to digest the Tao ancestors' teachings, while others roamed, seeking opportunities. When the 12 ancestral witches gathered at the Pangu Temple, Hotu was secretly troubled about how to recount the content of the lecture. Being always straightforward, she was truly not good at fabrication. Facing the expectant gazes of her elder brothers, she couldn't help showing a troubled expression. Helpless Hotu could only tell the truth. Simply 4 words, no gain at all. Hearing this, the ancestral witches couldn't help laughing, but no one blamed Hotu. Ha, little sister, I told you long ago that we ancestral witches are the orthodox descendants of Pangu. The inheritance of Father God is the most suitable for us. Why bother listening to an outsider's lecture? Dijun laughed heartily. He had said these words long ago, but Hotu was determined to go to Xihe Palace to listen to the lecture, wasting thousands of years in vain. The elder brother speaks truly. Zhurong spoke, proudly, his tone flippant. The Honghuang, heaven and earth were created by our father, and as his bloodline we are blessed with fortune. It is only a matter of time before we attain physical sainthood. Hotu gently shook her head. Though you say that during my visit to the Xihe Palace I witnessed many great cultivators. Take the 3 pure ones for instance. They also claim to be the true lineage of Pangu with deep fortune and strength not inferior to my own. Given time, they might pose a threat to our Wu clan's fortune. Gong Gong scoffed. Little sister, you worry too much. Those 3 merely inherited father's primordial spirit. How could they be compared to us? Father's greatest strength was his physical body. What is the primordial spirit? Hotu wanted to speak, but ultimately did not refute. After all, it was merely her intuition. The 3 pure ones were strong, but the 12 ancestral witches outnumbered them. Perhaps she was indeed overthinking. At this moment, Xianming mused, little sister's words are not without reason. Though we are blessed by our father, we must not be careless. The most important thing now is to enhance our strength to guard against unforeseen events. The ancestral witches' expressions shifted slightly, and they nodded in agreement. Chong Liang's voice thundered through the hall, shaking it. the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans have fallen. This Honghuang heaven and earth should rightfully be ruled by our Wu clan, lest we betray Father's merit in creating the world. Zhu Jiuyin said calmly indeed. Over the years the Wu clan has accumulated enough strength. It is time to govern the Honghuang. The other ancestral witches nodded silently, their eyes full of agreement. Even the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin could dominate the world. How could they, as the true lineage of Pangu, fall behind? Dijong's gaze was sharp as he swept his eyes around. Is this the will of all? The ancestral witches exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Dijong was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. You are all right. The time is ripe. Now our Wu clan stands unmatched in the world. It must be our father's blessing that has made us so powerful. Having received our father's grace, we should naturally govern the Honghuang to repay his kindness. As the words fell, the ancestral witches' hearts surged, as if in response to this declaration. Perhaps this was indeed the guidance of their father in the unseen. From this day forth we shall expand, immediately seize territories until all of the Honghuang belongs to our clan. Dijong rose and announced loudly. The ancestral witches echoed him, except for Ho Tu, who hesitated slightly, but finally could not hold back and spoke to dissuade. Brother, won't this provoke discontent among other beings and unite them against us? She asked worriedly, only to draw laughter from the other ancestral witches. Little sister, you overthink. Those creatures with fur and horns are scattered and disorganized. Who could unite them? Even if they could, they are but a rabble. How could they contend with our clan? Zhu Rong sneered repeatedly, as if hearing a fantasy. The Wu clan shared the same roots and were united in purpose. But those creatures with fur and horns were diverse, with countless species that could never unite. Zhu Rong speaks the truth. Little sister, your worries are unnecessary. This time, even Xianming did not defend Ho Tu. In her eyes, Ho Tu was overly anxious, even appearing cowardly. After this journey, she had shown no improvement, but instead became timid. Where was the spirit of the Wu clan? Perhaps I am overthinking. Ho Tu replied softly, feeling in the wrong, her momentum fading. Since there is no objection, let each return to your tribe and prepare for war. Dijong waved his hand decisively. The 12 ancestral witches immediately returned to their respective tribes. In an instant, the entire Wu clan was stirred into action. The Wu clan warriors were naturally battle-hungry and could no longer restrain themselves. The great witches of each tribe led their forces to attack, seizing lands and plundering resources. The Wu clan bore turbid qi and could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, except for the ancestral witches, all needed to eat. Thus the Yao clan became the best prey for the Wu clan, at least until the human race was born. The Wu clan's expansion naturally provoked fierce resistance. The two sides fought endlessly, with severed limbs flying and blood flowing like rivers. The Honghuang heaven and earth gradually became shrouded in a faint aura of slaughter. Meanwhile, at Buzhou Mountain, a gathering of many great cultivators awaited the emergence of a spiritual treasure. Buzz! Suddenly a dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky, carrying a vast aura straight through the 9 heavens. Radiant light in 10,000 hues illuminated the mountain peak, turning it into a golden world. A gourd vine brimming with 7-colored spiritual rain stretched freely in the air, evolving into myriad phenomena, shifting in an instant with powerful ripples spreading across the land. Finally, we have waited for this. Laozi stroked his long beard, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Shortly after the 3 brothers returned, they sensed an opportunity descending. Now the spiritual treasure had appeared, and judging by its aura, it was no ordinary object. Marvelous, this item is destined for the West. In the distance, Jie and Zhuan Ti exchanged smiles. The two had returned from the Xiao Palace and had not yet journeyed westward when they encountered a treasure emerging. Was this not fate? Surely this treasure wished to accompany them back to the West. Nu Wafu, Shihong Yun, and other great cultivators all showed joy on their faces. Their gazes fell upon the gourd vine, where 7 radiant, colorful gourds hung shimmering brilliantly. 7 gourds. Surely there would be one for each of them. In a corner of Buzhou Mountain, 2 golden figures lurked in the shadows, eager to act. Brother, is what you sense there? Yes, this treasure is crucial to me, Dijun said firmly. In the Honghuang, opportunities are mysterious. What is destined for one can be sensed even across 10,000 miles, or what is not destined is unattainable even at arm's length. Dijun and Taiyi had wandered for 1,000 years, unknowingly arriving at Buzhou Mountain guided by an unseen force. I will hold them off later. You seize the treasure and flee, Taiyi said in a low voice. No, what about you? Dijun refused outright. Taiyi smiled calmly. I have the Chaos Bell, which can both attack and defend. Even if I cannot defeat them, I can escape. No need to worry. The situation forced them to act. All the great cultivators present were stronger than the 2 brothers, so they had no choice but to resort to this. Act according to the situation, and once we succeed, we will retreat together, Dijun said solemnly, unwilling to let Taiyi fall into danger. Taiyi nodded in agreement. The two concealed their auras and quietly advanced. At this moment, the seven-colored radiance gradually faded, and the innate gourd vine had fully matured. On the vine, seven colorful gourds swayed gently, as if inviting plucking. How could the great cultivators hold back? In an instant, they unleashed their divine abilities, and the battle for the gourds erupted. The golden gourd is mine. Do not touch it. The green one suits me perfectly. The red gourd keeps beckoning to me. Oh, let me take it back and teach it. Over a dozen divine rays tore through the sky, their oppressive might sweeping across the land, and in an instant they clashed into a chaotic melee. The three pure ones had profound cultivation and worked in perfect synergy. Together, they were invincible, repelling everyone in succession and gaining the upper hand. Innate spiritual treasures have their destined owners. You do not recognize the will of heaven. A scrambling here is futile. Withdraw at once. Yuan Shi's expression was cold and proud, his words carrying an unassailable authority, his voice piercing through the void, intimidating all directions. Indeed, all irrelevant people leave immediately. Zhu and Ti immediately echoed, intending to drive away the other great cultivators contending for the treasure. He had already calculated in his mind among the seven gourds the three pure ones would each take one, he and his senior brother would each take one, Nu Hua, as the chief disciple of the Xiao Palace, would naturally claim one, and the last gourd would be decided by fate. As for the remaining cultivators, they were not worthy of even a touch. Nonsense. I think all seven gourds are destined for me. Why don't you all retreat? A great cultivator enraged shouted harshly. Trying to dismiss them with a mere claim of destiny was pure delusion. Enough talk. Let's settle it with our strength. The battle resumed, with over a dozen great cultivators fighting in the void, the very heavens and earth losing their color. At this moment, Dijun and Taiyi, hiding their forms, quietly approached. Now, the two exchanged glances and shot toward the seven gourds like streaks of light. Though they tried their best to conceal their auras, they were still detected by many great cultivators. How dare you? Angry shouts exploded like thunder, and in an instant 7 or 8 divine abilities crashed toward Dijun and Taiyi. How could the great cultivators allow petty scoundrels to snatch the treasure in the chaos? Who are you cowards? Come out and fight. We are the star gods of the sun, Dijun replied calmly. Since they were exposed, they made no attempt to hide. Star gods of the sun. With such meager cultivation, you dare covet this supreme treasure. Leave at once. A great cultivator sneered disdainfully, his mana surging with overwhelming might. With Dijun and Taiyi's early Deluo cultivation, they were utterly insignificant. Arrogant. How dare you belittle us? Dijun was enraged, golden flames blazing on his golden armor, the scorching aura sweeping through the void. Hey, your origins are passable, but your cultivation is shallow. Cultivate for another million years. Zhu and Ti chuckled, dismissing the sudden appearance of the Golden Crow brothers. Boom. Taiyi suddenly struck the chaos bell, shaking heaven and earth as it unleashed a devastating blow. The battle shifted again, and Dijun and Taiyi were drawn into the melee. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashing in his gaze. Space law, he murmured to himself, barely containing his excitement. Unexpectedly, he had grasped a glimmer of one of the most profound laws. Time is supreme, space is king. Where causality does not emerge, fate is sovereign. From this saying alone, one can see how powerful space law is. Powerful and naturally extremely difficult to comprehend. Lin Xiao had only made a tentative attempt, but unexpectedly touched upon its mysteries. Currently, he primarily cultivated the law of Yang and the law of fire, which were most compatible with him and advanced most rapidly. Lin Xiao planned to use these two laws to elevate his cultivation level, then supplement with other laws to broaden his foundation. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected Dijun and Taiyi in battle at Buzhou Mountain. Please make a choice. Choice 1, go to support and compete for the opportunity. Reward innate spiritual root yellow plum. Choice 2, stay put and ignore. Reward a strand of primordial violet flame. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he pondered. Buzhou Mountain. Opportunity. Could it be the emergence of the innate gourd vine, he speculated as the timing coincided. As for Dijun and Taiyi, going there, they had most likely sensed the mystery of the gourds. The gourd that held the Zhanxian flying sword was given by Dijun to Luya. System, I choose one. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. Though the system seemed to deliberately lure him out, even offering the yellow plum, he would not back down. He would not only take the spiritual root, but also seize the gourds. Since he was acting, he would not return empty-handed. With this thought, Ling Xiao rose abruptly, his sun-moon star robe billowing, and his figure vanished from the sun star in an instant. At the summit of Buzhou Mountain, the continuous battles had already driven away several great cultivators, leaving only the three pure ones, the two Westerners, Nu Hua Fu, Shi Hongyan, Dijun, and Taiyi. Dijun and Taiyi were not targeted only because of their low cultivation. The three pure ones and others had their sights on more threatening opponents. Fellow Taoists, why not first expel the outsiders? The 7 gourds, each of us shall take one, how about it? Zhu and Ti proposed at the opportune moment. I only want the golden gourd, Nu Hua said calmly, non-committal. Zhu and Ti's smile froze for a moment, Then he said loudly, "Heaven's will is clear. The west is barren and should receive 3 gourds. The remaining 3 shall be divided among the 3 pure ones." Tong Tian sneered, "What a bold claim. On what basis do you claim 3 gourds?" "This can be discussed," Jie sighed with a worried brow. "The true lineage of Pangu should take 4 gourds. Giving you 2 is already generous," Yuan Shi said coldly, looking down. Zhuan Ti was about to argue, but was stopped by Jie, so he turned to threaten others. "Irrelevant people, leave at once lest you bring shame upon yourselves." Zhuan Ti was arrogant and rude, cowering before the 3 pure ones, but sparing no condescension toward Dijun and the others. Hongyun, clad in a 9-layered cloud robe, sighed, inwardly realizing that he had no chance. If Jin Yuanzi had come with him, perhaps he could have contended. The 2 Westerners did not give him a gourd despite his earlier act of yielding his seat. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged glances, having already formed a plan, though their faces remained impassive. Retreating without a fight is not our way. They stood tall, their long hair flowing with golden light, their golden pupils sharp as swords radiating fierce determination. "You know not the height of heaven and earth. Mere feathered beasts dare to covet our destiny. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Zhuan Ti sneered coldly, a glint of ice flashing in his eyes. Dijun and Taiyi immediately became alert. One prepared to seize the treasure, while the other would hold off the opponents. Suddenly their expressions tightened as they sensed a familiar aura, their gazes fixed on the distant horizon. The abrupt change drew the attention of all the mighty figures present. Who was coming? A figure walked slowly from the edge of the sky, appearing unhurried, yet arriving in an instant, as if traversing time and space. "Third brother, why have you come?" Dijun and Taiyi exclaimed in surprise and delight. Zhuan Ti immediately relaxed, thinking it was no one of importance, merely a younger brother. Even if one more golden crow appeared, what trouble could it cause? Nothing more than this. Zhuan Ti gazed at the figure, distant yet near. At this moment Lin Xiao seemed to belong to another realm, as his true body was still far away. The figure walked as if through the river of time, its afterimage gradually solidifying and becoming clearer. In an instant Lin Xiao stood before Zhuan Ti, golden flames flickering in his eyes as he coldly looked down. "Say those words again." All the mighty beings were shocked. None had noticed his approach. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, wariness flickering in their eyes. They realized the newcomer had just employed spatial laws. A moment ago he was far away, yet now he was close at hand. This was no ordinary teleportation technique. Zhuan Ti's expression shifted, still recovering from his astonishment. In that instant he had instinctively sensed a hint of danger. What do you want?" Zhuan Ti hastily retreated, trying to create distance. Lin Xiao took a step forward, his golden hand enveloped in vast divine might, channeling spatial power as it descended violently. Slap! A crisp sound echoed, blood splattered, and Zhuan Ti was sent flying, several teeth knocked loose. Zhuan Ti clutched his burning cheek, rage surging within him. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" He roared, fire blazing from his eyes. Suffering such public disgrace nearly drove him mad. Lin Xiao's expression remained indifferent as he said calmly, "Whoever insults the golden crow shall be buried 3 feet deep." He had not wished to provoke trouble, but Zhuan Ti deserved the beating. Perhaps it was the legends of the primordial era from his past life that stirred an inexplicable fury upon seeing these 2. "Daoist friend, this is going too far. You are new here and should know there are always those stronger than you." Jane stepped in front of his junior brother, his tone icy. He had never expected Zhuan Ti to lose so decisively. This junior brother still lacked cultivation. However, Jane himself had reached the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, fearing none present except Laozi. Lin Xiao said nothing, summoning the Hongmeng Cauldron, and the Hongmeng ruler attacking instantly. Jane's expression changed drastically. Born in the barren west, he still lacked a decent magical treasure. Boom! The Hongmeng Cauldron erupted with chaotic primordial light, crushing down like a small world. Lin Xiao swung the ruler's silver light, slicing through the sky. Jane let out a long cry, a 12-colored precious light bursting from his brow, revealing a 16-foot golden body. The golden body was majestic and solemn, surrounded by lotus garlands and a myriad of golden light for protection. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa and other great beings showed astonishment. Setting aside biases, Jane's magical power was indeed profound. Even Lin Xiao was mildly surprised. Jane's strength exceeded expectations. Without the aid of treasures, the outcome would have been uncertain. Truly the leader of the West. Jane's Dharma form towered, resisting barehanded. Yet after only a few exchanges, he was shaken, blood spilling from his mouth, his golden body nearly shattered. All the great beings were secretly alarmed. It was not that Jane was weak, but rather those 2 treasures were too heaven-defying. That cauldron emanated chaotic primordial energy, likely a supreme innate treasure. Feng Tian's eyes glimmered with envy. Laozi and Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Though they coveted it, the pride of Pangu's true lineage prevented them from resorting to theft. Meanwhile, "I never expected the 3-legged golden crow to be so formidable," Fuxi murmured in astonishment. Had he not witnessed it today, he would have almost forgotten that the Golden Crow clan still existed on the Sun Star. Nuwa gazed at the figure in the void, puzzled. With such cultivation, why did he miss the Tao ancestor's sermon? With his strength, he would rank among the top, even in the Purple Cloud Palace. Fushi shrugged half-jokingly. Perhaps he couldn't even find the Purple Cloud Palace. Lin Xiao and Jane's battle was massive, alarming all the great beings. They were familiar with Jane, but Lin Xiao's appearance amazed everyone. With such power, why had he never been heard of? On the moon star, Xihe and Changxi stared blankly at the figure bathed in golden flames, their hearts shaken beyond words. They had thought that after attending the Purple Cloud Palace sermon, they had broken through to the mid-late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal enough to surpass Lin Xiao. Yet his strength was now far beyond their reach. He didn't attend the sermon, so how can he still be so powerful? Changxi murmured, her eyes full of disappointment. How would I know? Xihe sighed, helplessly turned and entered the Guanghan Palace, determined to go into seclusion and not emerge until she broke through. The fierce battle between Lin Xiao and Jane reached its climax. The scorching sun's true fire swept across the world, golden flames surging like an ocean, obscuring the sun and moon. Senior brother, I'll help you. Seeing Jane losing ground, Junie shouted and moved to assist, but was intercepted by Dijun and Taiyi. Though they were no match for Junie, they could delay him for a while. How dare you? Junie bellowed in fury, and the two sides clashed instantly. Meanwhile, Jane could no longer hold on. His 16-foot golden body Dharma form shattered, his face covered with Tao wounds in a sorry state. He seized the gap and quickly spoke. Taoist friend, hold on. Fighting is pointless, let us seek peace. Lin Xiao flicked his fingers, suspending the Hongmeng cauldron over his head, and said lightly, oh, what do you propose? Jane glanced warily at the Hongmeng cauldron, forcing a smile. It's merely for these 7 gourds. How about I yield one as an apology? We in the West need only one. He then called to Junie. Junior brother, no more arguing, stop now. This caught Junie off guard. In his daze, Dijun and Taiyi struck left and right, each delivering a slap. Junie was furious, nearly losing control, but Jane grabbed him. Junior brother, be calm. Lin Xiao shook his head with a light laugh. Taoist Jane, these 7 treasure gourds are treasures of the East, having nothing to do with your West. Not even half a leaf shall leave. Brother Tao, that's not right. The creatures of the primordial world are not divided by East and West. Jane's face stiffened, forcing a smile to argue. He had hoped to settle for one, but Lin Xiao was unyielding. When had the 2 sages of the West ever been so disdained? Rage simmered in Jane's heart. Suddenly Hongyun clapped and laughed. Golden Crow, fellow Taoist, speaks well. Brother Jane, you should return to the West and cultivate in peace. The words were sincere, not deliberately provocative. You? Jane stared at Hongyun in shock. Was this the same gentleman from the Purple Cloud Palace? Such a fickle Tao heart. Isn't that a great taboo in cultivation? To his greater fury, Nuwa also parted her lips. Please return, both of you. Her expression was serene, surrounded by a holy radiance. Lin Xiao glanced at Hongyun and Nuwa with some surprise. He had spoken without much thought, not expecting support. Hongyun's action was understandable. Just as Jane was about to seek help from the 3 pure ones, Tantian spoke first. Forcing fate is ultimately futile. These spirit treasures are indeed not destined for the West. The 2 sages of the West looked at each other. Friends who had discussed Tao shoulder to shoulder in the Purple Cloud Palace had turned so heartless. Seeing the situation hopeless, Jane suppressed his anger, flicked his sleeve, and said, since that's the case, until we meet again. Before leaving, he sneered at the gourd vine. This indeed has no affinity with the West. After the 2 departed, the atmosphere became tense again. 7 gourds, 9 great beings. How to divide them? Laozi broke the silence first. Our 3 brothers will take 1 each. What do you all think? Yuanshi declared proudly. The true lineage of Pangu taking 3 is only fitting. Lin Xiao smiled wryly. Coincidentally, we 3-legged golden crows were born from the essence of Panga's left eye, and we too are orthodox. The 3 pure ones were momentarily stunned. We are pure, you are filthy. You're deliberately opposing us, aren't you? A crude trick. How about this? We 3 crows take only 2 gourds, and give 1 each to Taoist Nuwa and Taoist Hongyan. Lin Xiao paused briefly before continuing. Since Hongyun was the first to step forward, Lin Xiao believed the red gourd that originally belonged to him should be returned. This gourd is crucial for Hongyun's future cultivation. One cannot bully the honest just because they are kind. The combined strength of the 3 pure ones far surpassed the 2 sages of the West, especially Laozi, whose cultivation surpassed Jane. The 3 crows could hardly face the 3 pure ones head-on. Nuwa, as the representative of the demon race and a future sage, Lin Xiao was unwilling to antagonize over a gourd. At these words, everyone present showed surprise. Though Hongyun was powerful, he was alone and could have been excluded. Hongyun himself was stunned, staring at Lin Xiao with burning eyes and indescribable emotion surging in his heart. Since no one objects, it's settled. Yuanshi immediately spoke up, fearing Lin Xiao would change his mind. After all, they still got 3 gourds, their interests unharmed. The others remained silent, tacitly accepting. Yuanshi's face lit up with joy, and he was about to cast a spell to collect the gourds. The 7 gourds varied in color, and the black one swirling with chaotic energy was clearly superior to the other 6. Hold on. Lin Xiao flashed forward, blocking Yuan Shi. We 3 crows have already conceded. Don't we even have the right to choose first? Don't push your luck. Getting 2 gourds is already your fortune. Yuan Shi, proud and arrogant, refused to budge. How could mere 3 crows compare to the 3 pure ones? Daoist Yuan Shi, since you have obtained 3 treasures, you should let the 3 crows choose first. Hongyun spoke again, positioning himself beside Lin Xiao. His stance was clear. If a conflict arose, he would surely support Lin Xiao. Yuan Shi's face darkened, glaring at Hongyun. This tactless goody two-shoes. You're everywhere. Are you siding with the golden crows, implying that the 3 pure ones are inferior to the 3 crows? As the standoff continued, Niuhua suddenly intervened, completely turning the tide. Daoist friends of the 3 pure ones, since the 3 crows have already conceded, let them choose first. The 3 pure ones all changed expression. This scene was eerily familiar. Yes, not long ago they had forced the Westerners away in the same manner. This cunning golden crow knew how to buy loyalty. His earlier distribution plan had pleased both Niuhua and Hongyun. With a single light remark, he made them stand by his side. The 3 pure ones turned, facing the oppressive momentum. Could it be that the cunning golden crow had already set his sights on the black gourd, feigning concession? A strategy of retreating in order to advance. The 3 pure ones sized up Lin Xiao with different expressions. After a moment, Laozi spoke gravely. Both Daoists have a point. Let the golden crow fellow Daoists choose first. Though they were overwhelmingly powerful, they were not confident in facing so many strong opponents. They swallowed their anger for now. A trace of amusement flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. At this moment, he was like a wily golden crow. Brothers, let's go choose our gourds. He called to Dijun and Taiyi, who were still stunned by his tactics. Hearing his call, they snapped out of it and hurriedly followed. Lin Xiao flashed to the gourd vine, locking his gaze on the 7th black gourd. Those familiar with gourd lore knew that the 7th was the most extraordinary. In his view, if the first 6 were supreme grade innate spirit treasures, this black gourd was likely an innate supreme treasure. Yet in the legends of his past life, it was rarely mentioned. Perhaps it had been damaged by heavenly jealousy before fully forming, or perhaps Hongjun had secretly taken it. Regardless, Lin Xiao decided to first place the black gourd within the Chaos Pearl to nurture it, preventing heavenly damage. After picking the black gourd, Dijun also obtained the purple-white gourd he desired, which would later become the immortal slaying flying knife. Once the Golden Crow brothers had chosen, the other great beings reached out to pick their favored gourds. Hongyun successfully took the red gourd, which would later become the 99 soul-scattering gourd. Niuhua received the golden gourd, which would later nurture the demon summoning banner. After distributing the gourds, the 3 pure ones, unwilling to linger near Lin Xiao, promptly departed. Lin Xiao, as if alone, began collecting the gourd vine and the 9 heavens Shirong. Sister, let us go. Fushi beckoned Niuhua to leave. But Niuhua gazed at the busy Lin Xiao, lost in thought. In the depths of her heart, she sensed that these 2 items were of utmost importance to her. Yet they had already caught Lin Xiao's eye first. After hesitating a moment, Niuhua stepped forward slowly. Daoist Lin Xiao, I humbly beseech you, could you yield the gourd vine and the soil to me? I am willing to exchange them for the gourd. Her expression was sincere. Her intuition told her these 2 items were more important than the gourd. Lin Xiao stared at the golden gourd before him, pondering inwardly. This was the demon summoning banner. If he accepted it, would he form a karmic bond with the demon race? He had no intention of establishing the demon race. Daoist Niuhua, you had better keep this gourd. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. In his heart, he silently recited, in the future the demon race shall be entrusted to you. Niuhua was slightly stunned, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Such a precious treasure laid before him, yet he remained unmoved. Then the gourd vine. Her gaze wandered over Lin Xiao, momentarily unable to fathom his thoughts. Was he giving it or not? The treasure can be given to you, but this karmic debt must be repaid in the future. With that, Lin Xiao casually tossed the gourd vine to Niuhua, then divided the Shirong, handing half to her, while keeping the other half for himself. Perhaps in the future he could try to create a golden crow with it. Niuhua was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Of course I shall repay you in due time, Daoist. Lin Xiao gave a faint acknowledgement, casually waving his hand to indicate she could leave. Niuhua and Fushi took their leave, but Hongyun remained behind. He approached Lin Xiao and said sincerely, thank you for your assistance, Daoist. Without your help, I would not have obtained this gourd. You are welcome, but it is what you deserved. Lin Xiao's tone was flat. Had it not been for his intervention altering the original course, this would have been Hongyun's destined fortune. Hongyun was still grateful, and after a moment's thought found he had nothing precious to offer in return. Suddenly an idea struck him. Daoist Lin Xiao, might I be so bold as to visit you? I wish to engage in a discourse on the Tao with you and your brothers. Hongyun proposed forthrightly with a thick face. The 3 crows had not attended the lectures at Xiao Palace, but he had, and he could relay what the Tao ancestor had taught. This was perhaps the only repayment he could offer. Lin Xiao glanced at Hongyun with slight surprise, not expecting this old, good-natured man to have such a thick skin. In that case, let us go together. It was hard to refuse such goodwill. Thus the three crows and Hongyun returned together to the Sun Star. Hongyun looked around. This was his first time setting foot on the Sun Star. This place is truly extraordinary. No wonder it nurtured such remarkable figures as you three. Transformed from the eye of Pangu, it is naturally extraordinary. Taiyi replied with a smile. Our third brother is the true prodigy. We are but ordinary. Dijun and Taiyi sighed with emotion. Lin Xiao's performance this time had once again deeply impressed them. You two are too modest. Your foundations are deep, but you lack insight into the Tao. I was fortunate to hear the Tao ancestors' teachings. I can share them with you. Hongyun seized the opportunity. Is that true? Dijun and Taiyi's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Not only did Hongyun hear the Tao, but he also sat in the chief seat at Xiao Palace. Lin Xiao teased casually. I am ashamed. It was merely luck. Hongyun laughed and waved his hand, then suddenly realized. How does Taoist Lin Xiao know of this? He distinctly remembered not seeing Lin Xiao at Xiao Palace. Lin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, saying, I heard it mentioned by other Taoists on the way. Hongyun nodded slightly, inwardly surprised. When had he become so conspicuous? It was merely a simple act of yielding his seat. Why would it attract such attention? Subsequently, the three began exchanging Taoist teachings with Hongyun doing most of the exposition. Dijun and Taiyi listened intently. This discourse was immensely beneficial to them. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao multitasked, first storing the pitch-black gourd into the Chaos Pearl, then transplanting the yellow plum bestowed by the system into it. Such a primordial spiritual root could not be cultivated in ordinary soil. It required the nurturing of the Shirong within the chaos. Once matured, a single fruit could help one attain the great Luo golden immortal realm. This millennium-long discourse came to an end on the Sun Star. Hongyun held nothing back, imparting all the insights he had gained from the Xiao Palace. After the discourse, Dijun and Taiyi successively broke through to the mid-stage of great Luo golden immortal, reaping great benefits. And over this millennium, Lin Xiao, using the nine heavens Shirong and the Chaos Pearl, comprehended a trace of the true essence of the Earth Law. Coupled with his advancements in the laws of space yang and fire, his cultivation had reached the late stage of great Luo golden immortal. In the entire primordial world, aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, his cultivation was among the top echelons, comparable to the three pure ones and the two great Western cultivators. Currently, comprehending the laws in the primordial world was becoming increasingly difficult. Many great cultivators had achieved leaps in cultivation through Hongjuan's lectures. But Lin Xiao chose a steady, gradual approach, gradually catching up. This is still far from enough. I must be faster. He warned himself inwardly. When reaching the quasi-sage realm, great cultivators could advance rapidly through the method of severing the three corpses, but the path of the mixed yuan great Luo golden immortal had no shortcuts. The further one went, the more difficult comprehending the laws became. To attain the mixed yuan golden immortal, one needed to initially master one law, while the mixed yuan great Luo golden immortal required complete understanding of a full law. The path of the Tao was long. Lin Xiao mused, resolving to accelerate his cultivation and never leave the Sun Star lightly unless necessary. Thank you, Taoist Hongyun, for your generous teachings. Having digested their insights, Dijun and Taiyi expressed their sincere gratitude. Hongyun smiled and said, You are two kind fellow Taoists. Compared to what you have done for me, this is nothing. He kindly reminded them, in a few thousand years the Tao ancestor will open his lecture hall again. You three can go to Xiao Palace to listen. Dijun and Taiyi's faces showed longing. At that moment, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, gazing meaningfully at Hongyun. Thank you for your kind offer, Taoist Hongyun. Mentioning the Xiao Palace lectures reminded him of the matter of the Hongmeng purple qi. Although he wanted to warn Hongyun, he felt the time was not yet ripe. Hongjun would apportion saintly positions during the third lecture and bestow the Hongmeng purple qi. Hongyun humbly cupped his hands. Taoist Lin Xiao, it is I who should thank you. With that he rose. Fellow Taoists of the three crows, the discourse is concluded. I take my leave. Please. The three of them rose to see him off, watching Hongyun depart from the Sun Star. Taoist Hongyun is truly rare. Being with him is like a spring breeze. Dijun sighed as he gazed at the receding figure. Taiyi laughed. Indeed, much better than those two Westerners. Returning to the Fusang tree, Dijun and Taiyi were about to meditate. Lin Xiao spoke up. Elder brother, second brother, wait. I have something for you. What is it? The two showed curiosity. Their third brother always brought surprises. You must be prepared and don't get too excited. Lin Xiao's expression was serious. Dijun chuckled. Do you think we are so uncultured? They were born with innate knowledge of the principles of heaven and earth, and there was little they didn't know. Lin Xiao nodded, and in his palm appeared two fragments of the creation jade disc suffused with Taoist resonance. These are. Dijun and Taiyi were stunned, momentarily speechless. The objects seemed familiar, yet unfamiliar. Fragments of the creation jade disc. Lin Xiao said calmly. The hall fell into sudden silence. Boom. The two stood up abruptly, pointing at the fragments in shock, unable to speak. Lin Xiao actually had two fragments of the creation jade disc. Third brother, where did you get these? Dijun asked, suppressing his excitement. Even fragments were comparable to primordial supreme treasures. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. If I said they came with me at birth, would you believe me? The casual tone left them stunned. After a moment of silence, Dijun said seriously, of course I believe you, you are our brother. Third brother, keep them for yourself. Taiyi declined outright. Lin Xiao smiled. I still have one more, that's enough. These are of great benefit to a great Luo golden immortal in comprehending the laws. In truth, he only had 2 fragments, but with the Chaos Pearl the fragments were no longer essential to him. The calamity of the witch and demon was approaching and the need to enhance strength was urgent. Although Lin Xiao had no intention of entangling with the demon race, the course of events was unpredictable. Dijun and Taiyi as his primal brothers were crucial allies in the coming tribulation, and their cultivation must not lag behind. To break free from Hongjuan's shackles, all 3 needed to attain the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Hongjuan's method of severing the 3 corpses was insufficient, and achieving sainthood through merit would still be subject to the heavenly Tao. Only the mixed Yuan path could grant true freedom. When Lin Xiao produced another fragment of the creation jade disc, Dijun and Taiyi looked at each other in astonishment. Elder brother, take it. Dijun's expression was solemn. He could not forever lag behind his third brother. This remark stung Taiyi's pride, and he immediately accepted the fragment. Remember, never reveal this object. Lin Xiao warned earnestly. The 2 nodded solemnly, then each went into seclusion for meditation. Lin Xiao continued to refine the Chaos Pearl. Having entered the Great Luo realm, progress accelerated noticeably. Over 500 restrictions had been completely refined. He immersed himself in comprehending the laws, and the entire Sun Star entered a frenzy of cultivation. Meanwhile, on the primordial Earth, war raged. The yet unified demon race was retreating in defeat, and the myriad races were routed under the iron hooves of the witch race. In despair, all races began to yearn for a powerful leader to arise. Great demons like Bei Xingzhao and Jimeng were forced to end their seclusion and join forces to resist the enemy. On this day, as the demons gathered in council, Guiche asked indignantly, Beis, you are versed in the secrets of heaven. When will the witch race be destroyed? Beis shook his head with a sigh. The tribulation is upon us. The celestial mechanism is chaotic, and its mysteries are hard to fathom. Jiming's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Instead of watching the witch race perish, let's talk about something practical. If we drag this out any longer, we will perish before the witch race does. Another great demon chimed in. The 12 ancestral witches are immensely powerful. If we cannot withstand them, we are doomed. To the witch race, the 12 ancestral witches were paramount. Not only were they unmatched in combat, but they could also create witch warriors from their own essence blood. Unless someone could completely suppress the 12 ancestral witches, the myriad races of the primordial world could not withstand the witch onslaught. Mere attrition could annihilate all races. Beis, holding a feather fan, appeared calm and spoke with composure. The witch race's actions defy the heavenly Tao. Even if their ferocious might is overwhelming, excessive slaughter will damage their fortune. The resentment of the myriad races will eventually recoil upon the witch race. The great demons seemed to understand, yet felt his words were hollow. The theories of fortune and karma were elusive. Who could be certain? Jiming nodded in agreement. Now that the Tao ancestor has imparted his teachings, those who listened have greatly increased their cultivation, while the witch race, inherently deficient, cannot comprehend the great Tao. They must be anxious, thus they expand aggressively to compensate for their shortcomings. Xiao urged, what we need to worry about now is ourselves. You've been discussing for a long time. Do you have any good strategies? The hall fell silent, the demons exchanged glances, and eventually all eyes fell on Beis. When it came to thinking, it ultimately depended on him. Beis had anticipated this, his expression calm. To be honest, I already have a plan. Pray enlighten us. The demons looked expectant. Beis said calmly, the myriad races of the primordial world are not weak. They are enough to contend with the witch race. Unfortunately, they fight separately like a heap of scattered sand. To turn the tide, we need a virtuous and capable great cultivator to unify the myriad races. Only then can we resist the witch race. His words were clear and logical, and the demons suddenly saw the light. Why had such a simple truth eluded them for so long? Jiming immediately agreed. Beis, you are absolutely right. This plan is feasible. In that case, why not let Beis take on this responsibility and unify the myriad races? The other great demons remained silent, as if in agreement. However, Beis shook his head slightly. I lack the seniority, and none of you present are sufficient for this task. He spoke bluntly, denying both himself and dashing the hopes of the other demons. This had to be stated clearly to avoid future conflicts. Xiao inquired then, in your esteemed opinion, Taoist, Bai Zhe, who is worthy of such a great responsibility? There are 2 suitable candidates at present, Bai Zhe said, slowly laying out his thoughts. First, Kuan-Peng. Among all the myriad races of the primordial wilderness, none holds greater prestige than he. The assembled great beings nodded in agreement. Kuan-Peng's renown was well known to them. In the current era, he was a top-tier powerhouse excelling in both strength and reputation. And the second, a great demon pressed. Baize paused briefly, then said in a deep voice, "Surely you have all heard of the one who appeared like a fleeting blossom 1,000 years ago. The 3 golden crows of the Sun Star." 3 golden crows. The expressions of the crowd turned subtle. They pondered over this somewhat peculiar title. Since the battle over the gourd at Buzhou Mountain, the name Lin Xiao had first emerged in the primordial wilderness. It also made many great beings remember this name. They learned that such existences dwelled on the Sun Star. I heard these 3 golden crows can rival the 3 pure ones. Some even say upper 3 crows lower 3 pure ones. It is said that because they live on the Sun Star they are ranked first. I wonder if it's true or false. Guo Che asked nonchalantly, clearly unimpressed by this title. He even felt it was somewhat undeserved. What kind of figures were the 3 pure ones? Since the era of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, they had shaken the primordial wilderness under the name of Pangu's true lineage. These 3 golden crows had appeared from nowhere. The mere title sounded unreliable. Baize mused, "I'd say it's likely true. As far as I know, the golden crow Ling Xiao once repelled Xihe and Changxi. His strength is indeed considerable, and his status is sufficient, though his prestige is slightly lacking. What do you all think?" With that he looked around the gathering seeking opinions. He had merely offered 2 options. The final decision rested with everyone. "I think Kuan Peng is the safer choice. He is well-rounded in every aspect. We have only heard of the 3 golden crows, but never seen them. Their strength is even harder to judge. Although it is said they repelled Xihe and Changxi, who witnessed it. Kuan Peng leads the myriad races, and I am fully convinced." Apart from Baize, several great beings spoke up in succession, almost all supporting Kuan Peng. In their view, the 3 golden crows were far too mysterious. After a moment of deliberation, Baize said, "How about this, we split up? You go to Kuan Peng, and I will visit the 3 golden crows to sound them out first. We can reconvene later to discuss how about it." Agreed. The great beings unanimously approved, and they immediately split into 2 groups. Baize and Ji Ming headed for the Sun Star while the rest went to seek out Kuan Peng. Several days later, Baize and Ji Ming finally approached the Sun Star. Daoist Ji Ming, "Act according to the situation later. I will handle the conversation," Baize urged with concern. Although Ji Ming was exceptionally strong, his wisdom was no match for Baize's. He explained in advance to avoid any mishap. "Daoist Baize, do not worry, I know my limits." Ji Ming vowed confidently. Outside the Sun Star, Baize and Ji Ming stood in the void, sensing the killing aura emanating from ahead. This formation is extraordinary. The 2 demons exchanged a glance, suppressing their apprehension, and cupped their hands from a distance. Daoist 3 crows. Baize and Ji Ming have come to pay a visit. Beneath the Fusang tree, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The transmission that had just penetrated the great formation made him furrow his brows slightly. Demon gods, Baize and Ji Ming. For the demon tribe to seek us out now, could it be? He made a quick calculation. The conflict between the Wu and the demon tribes was raging. Their visit must have a purpose. Even in seclusion, I cannot escape karma. Is it truly unavoidable? Ling Xiao sighed softly. Seeing Dijun rise to go out, he immediately raised a hand to stop him. "Hold on." Dijun paused and turned back, his eyes filled with confusion. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, "Baize's visit must be related to the turmoil in the primordial wilderness. No matter what he says, the 2 of you must refuse." "Then what about you?" Taiyi was puzzled. "I will come shortly." When 2 golden rainbows flashed out of the Sun Star, Baize saw only Dijun and Taiyi appear, and surprise flickered in his eyes. "Why is Ling Xiao missing? What business brings you here, Daoist friends?" Dijun asked directly. Baize smiled and bowed. "May I ask how you 2 are addressed?" "Dijun." "Taiyi." Hearing this, Baize's eyes flickered, and he probed gently. "I have long heard of Daoist Ling Xiao's divine abilities. Why is he not here today?" Dijun, being straightforward, detested circumlocution. He found it unsatisfying. "Third brother. That one called Ling Xiao. Could he be the youngest of the 3 golden crows?" Baize mused inwardly. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao was the strongest, but he was not the leader of the 3. Could it be that Dijun and Taiyi were even more formidable? No, that can't be right. These 2 golden crows didn't seem that powerful. Daoist friends, you must be aware of the current situation in the primordial wilderness. The Wu tribe is expanding everywhere, slaughtering living beings. The myriad races are suffering, and the situation has spiraled out of control. Baize spoke at length, analyzing pros and cons with earnest words. It must be said Dijun and Taiyi were stirred with excitement, itching to charge out and fight the Wu tribe to the death. But recalling Ling Xiao's words, they calmed down. "Daoist, Baize, do you mean for us to lead the myriad races of the primordial wilderness against the Wu tribe?" Dijun asked with a serious expression. "Precisely. You 3 golden crow Daoists possess such a destiny and sufficient strength. No one else can unite the myriad races to oppose the Wu tribe." Baize gently waved his feather fan, replying with a smile. He had already seen Dijun and Taiyi's reactions and was 70% confident. Golden crows were born with a kingly demeanor, so naturally they found it hard to resist the call to rule and dominate. However, this time was different. Taoist Bai Zhe, you speak well, but our cultivation is still shallow. We fear we are not up to the task. Dijun's tone was sincere, declining, with a mixture of truth and pretense. The battle at Buzhou Mountain had made them realize their shortcomings, and besides Lin Xiao had instructed them not to agree to anything Bai Zhe said. You two are too modest. May I ask what realm you are currently in? Jiming couldn't help interjecting. Such a personal question was only fit for him to ask. Bai Zhe would have been too embarrassed. Dijun and Taiyi, seeing an opportunity to decline, answered truthfully. To be honest, we are merely at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Bai Zhe and Jiming exchanged a glance, their confusion deepening. That realm was not top tier, it was slightly higher than theirs, but the gap was limited. Wasn't it said that the 3 crows equaled the 3 pure ones? This cultivation level was far behind. Could Lin Xiao be much stronger? But as a younger brother, he had no reason to surpass his elder brothers. At best they would be equals. Could it be that Lin Xiao was an anomaly among the 3-legged golden crows? Others had 3 legs, but he had 4. Bai Zhe and Jiming looked perplexed. Taoist brothers, your cultivation is already sufficient to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Bai Zhe hesitated slightly, then said with a forced smile, his words tinged with reluctance. If considered from another angle, although the golden crows were not the strongest, there were 3 of them. 3 combined could surely match one of others. At any rate, they were still stronger than them. Say no more. We will not leave the Sun Star in the near future. Taiyi cut him off with a wave of his sleeve, already showing signs of dismissal. At that moment he was only thinking about secluding himself to comprehend the great Tao, with no time for such trivial matters. This. Bai Zhe smiled bitterly to himself. How could these 2 golden crows be so lazy? They were clearly born with a kingly destiny. Could we request a meeting with Taoist Lin Xiao? He refused to give up, pinning his last hope on the 3rd golden crow. Rumor had it that this golden crow might truly be extraordinary. Just as Dijun and Taiyi were about to refuse, a clear voice came from the depths of the Sun Star. Even if I come out, the result would be the same. Lin Xiao strode forward on a path of starlight, clad in a robe embroidered with sun, moon, and stars. His features were exquisite, yet carried an air of unruliness. Please return, both of you. Lin Xiao's faint smile had already extinguished their hopes. Bai Zhe's expression turned solemn. The world is in turmoil now. This is the perfect opportunity to rise. As he gazed at Lin Xiao, his innate spiritual intuition grew more convinced that this golden crow was extraordinary. Though he could not fathom his fate, his intuition had never been wrong. Lin Xiao remained silent as a system interface unfolded in his mind. The Wu Demon catastrophe has reached a critical juncture. Please choose. Option A, comply with destiny and lead the myriad races. Reward Panga's secret art. 9 transformations mystic art. Option B, guard the Tao heart and observe in stillness. Reward supreme wonder art. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Choose B. He did not hesitate. Although the 9 transformations mystic art was a precious Pangu inheritance, it was created specifically for the Wu tribe. Since he possessed an original soul, why abandon the essence for the dross? Did they think they could lure him into the calamity with such a bait? They underestimated the Tao heart of a golden crow. His mind was made up. He would never set foot out of this place. Taoist Lin Xiao, after much thought, have you reached a decision? If you are willing to agree, I, Bai Zhe, will do my utmost to assist you. Seeing Lin Xiao silent, Bai Zhe spoke again to persuade him. In the entire primordial wilderness, who did not know that Bai Zhe understood all things was the embodiment of auspiciousness and a spirit favored by fortune. Lin Xiao withdrew his thoughts and replied with a smile, Taoist Bai Zhe, my Golden Crow clan has no intention of ruling the myriad races. Please seek another worthy candidate. Bai Zhe's expression turned slightly somber, a hint of difficulty in his eyes. After a moment of deliberation, he said, Taoist Lin Xiao, in my eyes you are the most suitable. If you decline, I truly do not know whom to seek. Hearing this, a hint of a meaningful smile flickered across Lin Xiao's lips. As far as I know, there are indeed other suitable candidates. For instance, Taoist Kuan Peng of the North Sea. Did he also refuse you? Before he finished speaking, Jiming blurted out, not at all. We split up. Jiming. Bai Zhe snapped, shooting a sharp glare at his companion. Lin Xiao's smile deepened. As expected, Bai Zhe and the others had other plans. Taoist friends, I have said all I need to. Please return. He had no intention of saying more and directly saw them off. Taoist Lin Xiao, hear me out. In my heart, only you are worthy to lead the myriad races. Bai Zhe's tone was earnest. Though it sounded like a defense, it was also sincere, otherwise he would not have personally come to the Sunstar to invite him. Jiming shrank his neck, knowing he had misspoken. When Lin Xiao had asked him earlier, his gaze was so intense that he had spoken without thinking. Perhaps this was Lin Xiao's clever guidance. Taoist Bai Zhe, say no more. Whatever your thoughts, my Golden Crow clan will never involve ourselves in this matter. Lin Xiao's tone was resolute. Since he would not emerge from seclusion, Bai Zhe's schemes had nothing to do with him. Bai Zhe let out a long sigh filled with regret. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiming. If not for his loose tongue, there might still have been a chance. Lin Xiao, seeing this, pondered briefly and spoke again. Baize, although I cannot help you, I can offer you a few words of advice. Taoist Lin Xiao, please enlighten me. Baize perked up reluctantly. More than advice, he wished Lin Xiao would personally step forward. In my view, the one who can lead the myriad races is not necessarily limited to the Golden Crows or Kuanpong. There is another who is more suitable. Lin Xiao spoke slowly, aiming to guide Baize. Baize looked puzzled and pressed, may I ask who Taoist Lin Xiao refers to? Nowadays, many great beings are in seclusion, cultivating in obscurity. Who would be willing to take on this heavy responsibility? There is always a way. The key lies in how you interpret it. Lin Xiao answered calmly. Why not try Buzhou Mountain? Buzhou Mountain. Baize was slightly surprised. Buzhou Mountain was home to no small number of powerful beings. He was about to ask further when he saw Lin Xiao wave his hand gently. I have said enough. Please make your way. Baize opened his mouth, but ultimately said no more. He could only bow and take his leave. Taoist Three Crows, we shall take our leave. Go slowly. The three of them watched them depart. Third brother, I don't understand. Why did you refuse, Baize? Dijun frowned. He could never figure it out. Uniting the myriad races and sharing fortune was a good thing. Why decline? This was clearly a rare opportunity. Elder brother, don't forget that third brother can foresee the future. He has his reasons. Taiyi unhesitatingly sided with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them. Taiyi's attitude was acceptable, but Dijun's thoughts worried him. Dijun's obsession with establishing the demon tribe was deep, which was consistent with his innate kingly destiny. But this thought could not be indulged, it needed timely correction. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and said, Elder brothers, I know you are puzzled why I refused Baize. Ruling the myriad races and dominating the primordial wilderness may seem glorious, but the situation has changed. Hongjun attained sainthood and preached the Tao. In the future, the primordial wilderness will see countless great beings emerge, even those who transcend the mundane world. By then, even if we dominate the primordial wilderness, we will still be like ants in their eyes. Is it truly that terrifying? Dijun and Taiyi exclaimed, their faces pale with shock. The Wu clan may be formidable, and the 12 ancestral witches have a fearsome reputation, but before an existence like Hongjuan, they are but mere ants. Lin Xiao continued, the struggle for supremacy in the primordial world is but an illusion. Only one's own cultivation is the foundation. To devote oneself to quiet cultivation to attain enlightenment and become a sage, that is the true path. Dijun and Taiyi were dazed, recalling the scene of Hongjuan's ascension to sagehood, his might overwhelming the universe, all beings bowing in submission, invincible. In comparison, ruling over all races and opposing the Wu clan seemed far less worthwhile than peaceful cultivation. As Lin Xiao had said, even if one dominated the primordial world without matching the sages, one would still be but a slightly stronger ant. Third brother, we understand. Baize and Jiming set out from the Sun Star and arrived at the foot of the majestic Buzhou Mountain. Lin Xiao had once mentioned that there was an opportunity here to unite all races, so they came to seek it. Baize pondered along the way. The renowned powerhouses of Buzhou Mountain were none other than the three pure ones, and the siblings Niuhua and Fuxi. The other cultivators were hardly fit for this task. Could Lin Xiao be referring to the three pure ones? He gazed at the cloud-shrouded peak, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. But the next moment he dismissed the thought. The three pure ones considered themselves the orthodox descendants of Pangu, and had always looked down upon the world. Aside from the great god Pangu, nothing in the universe was worthy of their regard. To ask them to lead all races of the primordial world was like forcing a phoenix to rule over sparrows. Proud as they were, it was utterly impossible. Brother Baize, where exactly are we going? Jiming finally broke the silence. Baize snapped out of his thoughts and said decisively, to find Niuhua and Fuxi. Would innate deities bother with worldly conflicts? Jiming frowned in doubt. Brother Lin Xiao guided us here for a reason. Baize brushed his sleeve and stepped onto the stone path. We shall see. Passing through layers of restrictions, as soon as they reached the cave dwelling, a clear voice came from within. Honored guests have arrived. Please enter and speak. Niuhua's wide sleeves rested on the stone table, while Fuxi's fingers hovered over an unfinished game of chess. Baize smiled and bowed. I apologize for the abrupt visit. I hope you will forgive my impertinence. It was already a pleasant surprise that they were not turned away. When he explained the purpose, Fuxi paused with a chess piece in hand. What does the conflict between the Wu clan and the myriad races have to do with us? Baize had anticipated this question and replied calmly. The primordial world is on the verge of collapse. Can the innate sacred beings truly remain untouched? The jade slip hidden in his sleeve grew warm. It bore the unfinished heavenly secrets of the Sun Star. Brother Fuxi's sister Niuhua, the Wu clan runs rampant, slaughtering the living, and all races of the primordial world are filled with grievances. Such defiance of heaven would eventually invite divine retribution. If someone could step forward and lead the myriad races against the Wu clan, they would not only gather the primordial world's fortune, but also gain boundless merit. The two of you are innate sacred beings, and also part of the primordial world. There is no one more suitable than you. Bei's words were earnest and well-reasoned. Nuwa and Fushi were indeed moved. Since Hongjuan's preaching, many powerhouses had advanced in cultivation, and even as innate deities they felt immense pressure. Brother Bei's the Wu clan is fierce, and the 12 ancestral witches are immensely powerful. Even if all races join forces, I fear it will be difficult to contend with them. Nuwa smiled faintly, as if sensing that this was her destined opportunity. Having reached her level of cultivation, she could foresee fortune and misfortune steering clear of harm. Bei's rejoiced inwardly. Nuwa's words clearly indicated she was inclined. Brother Lin Xiao's words were indeed true. Nuwa and Fushi were renowned in the primordial world, second only to top-tier powerhouses like the Three Pure Ones. If they stepped forward, nothing could be better. Sister Nuwa need not worry. Among the myriad races of the primordial world, there are many strong ones. United, they may well be able to stand against the Wu clan. Moreover, the 12 ancestral witches cannot comprehend the true teachings of the Tao ancestor. In time, our cultivation will surely surpass theirs. Bei's explained with confidence. Nuwa nodded slightly, her expression unreadable. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, Brother Bei's, who exactly sent you to find us? No one sent me. I understand the heavenly secrets and can glimpse a thread of the future, so I came on my own. Bei said with a hint of boastfulness. He did not mention Lin Xiao, for that would imply he had first sought others without success before turning to them. I see. Nuwa replied softly, though suspicion lingered in her eyes. Sister Nuwa, Brother Bei's can indeed foretell events and knows all things. Jimming could not help but speak in support, finally earning a approving glance from his companion. Not entirely useless, Bei thought to himself. You are truly remarkable, brother. Nuwa responded casually, not truly believing that Bei possessed such abilities. In the current primordial world, perhaps only the Tao ancestor could truly comprehend the situation. Her attitude instead stirred Jiming's competitive spirit, determined to vindicate Bei. Sister Nuwa, do not doubt. The Golden Crow of the Sun Star once said that Buzhou Mountain holds a savior of all races. Brother Bei calculated with his fingers and knew it was you. Is that not remarkable enough? Cough. Cough. Bei's face turned pale, a mouthful of blood seemed to clog his throat as he coughed violently, his fingers trembling as he signaled. He wished he could kick this fool away. Just moments ago, everything was fine. Then he blundered. All those praises were wasted on a dog. Nuwa's eyes narrowed, then a mocking smile appeared. Brother Bei, care to explain? Bei gave a dry laugh, steeling himself. I am on good terms with Brother Golden Crow. In casual talk, he deduced the heavenly secrets and said that Buzhou Mountain holds a great power who can rule over all races. I immediately thought of you. That's how it is. He spread his hands, speaking with a serious air. Do you find that credible, eh? Nuwa asked coldly, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce Bei's soul. Then she suddenly looked up at the sky, staring at the blazing sun. Brother Lin Xiao. What does he mean? Nuwa did not hesitate to conclude that the Golden Crow Bei spoke of was Lin Xiao. The confrontation 1,000 years ago was still vivid in her memory. Moreover, she still owed him a karmic debt. The question now was whether this was Lin Xiao's casual remark or if he had a deeper motive. In Buzhou Mountain, aside from the siblings, only the Three Pure Ones had the strength to rule all races. Why? Perhaps it was just a passing comment. Nuwa's thoughts were chaotic, but one thing was clear: ruling over the demon race would be a great opportunity for her. She and the myriad races were connected by destiny. Perhaps I have misunderstood. Why not go ask the Three Pure Ones? Seeing Nuwa's shifting expression, Bei sensed trouble and dragged Jimeng to flee. The wise avoid danger. Only by staying alive can one pursue great plans. Wait. The cool voice rang out, and the hairs on the back of Bei's neck stood on end. He turned around with a forced smile. Sister Nuwa, do you have further instructions? I accept. Nuwa's tone was flat. The two demon generals were stunned for a moment, then ecstasy burst from their eyes. In the Wu clan's territory, the Qiangli tribe. That waste, Bei went to the Sun Star. Upon receiving the scout's report, the ancestral witch of thunder sneered. Since the war began, this hot-tempered ancestral, which had been at the forefront, eager to tear apart those slippery demon generals. Now he had appeared at the Sun Star. Today I will annihilate you. Qiangli roared like thunder, about to set off for the Sun Star to kill Bei. At this moment, Qiangli had reached the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, just a hair's breadth away from the late stage. The 12 ancestral witches were born with mastery over 12 elemental laws. They only needed to merge the law power in their bloodline with their physical bodies to advance their cultivation. By constantly tempering their bodies, their strength continued to grow without worrying about the bottlenecks that might occur when cultivating the primordial spirit. Thus, the 12 ancestral witches had already reached the pinnacle of the primordial world. Among them, top-ranking ancestral witches like Dijun Gomong and Zhu Jiuyin had even reached the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Not only were they powerful, but they also had the advantage in numbers. The Three Pure Ones were strong, but only 3, while the ancestral witches numbered 12. This was why the Wu clan could run rampant in the primordial world. Unless all powerhouses united, no one could stand against them. Xiangli was about to leave the tribe when he received a summons from Dijiang to go to the Panga Temple. I'll let you live a few more days, Xiangli thought to himself, turning and heading for the Panga Temple. Inside the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. 1,000 years of war have expanded our territory several times, and our clan's population has grown significantly. Dijun looked around at the ancestral witches and spoke loudly. But this has also provoked fierce resistance from all races. Today I summon you to discuss the next step. Should we continue expanding or pause for a rest? As the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, Dijun thought deeply. Although the Wu clan's momentum was overwhelming, he knew that extremes lead to reversal, and he did not want to act rashly. Hotu was the first to speak. I think we should pause and not be too aggressive. She had opposed the war from the beginning, so naturally, she advocated slowing down. Little sister, you are wrong there, Zhurong said with a smile, his fiery temper laced with cunning. The situation is favorable now, but we should seize the opportunity to unify the primordial world in one push. If we give the myriad races a chance to breathe, it will be disadvantageous. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Since the war had started, stopping now would only give the enemy time to prepare. Battle is the best nourishment for our warriors, Zhu Jiuyin said calmly. Only through continuous warfare can the Wu clan grow stronger. Apart from the ancestral witches, ordinary Wu cultivators needed to devour flesh and blood essence to progress. Secluded cultivation yielded little. At this moment, Xiangli suddenly laughed. I heard an interesting tidbit. He paused deliberately until all the ancestral witches' eyes were on him, then continued. The movements of Baize and Jimming toward the Sun Star aroused the ancestral witches' curiosity. What is Baize doing at the Sun Star? Xuanming's eyes flickered with suspicion. That's the Golden Crow's territory. Could he be looking for the Three Crows? The Three Crows. The name was not unfamiliar to the ancestral witches. Baize claims to know everything. If he seeks the Three Crows, there must be a plan. One ancestral, which said gravely. Hoda thought for a moment, and said, perhaps he wants to ask the Three Crows to stand up for the myriad races and oppose our Wu clan. As soon as the words were spoken, Gong burst out laughing. Ridiculous. I can crush those Three Crows with one hand. What use would they be? The other ancestral witches also showed contempt. Hoda smiled faintly, unconcerned. After all, no matter how strong the Three Crows were, they could not shake the Wu clan's foundation. Dijun looked around and had made up his mind this war must be fought to complete victory. Just as he was about to give the order, a great witch hurried in. Report, ancestral witches. Baize and Jimming have left the Sun Star and are heading for Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain. The ancestral witches were again surprised. Did the Three Crows refuse him, and now he's going to the Three Pure Ones? Xiangli sneered. 3 crows and 3 pure ones. What a perfect pair, one ancestral witch joked. Hongmeng mused, perhaps. He wants to unite the 3 crows and the 3 pure ones against us. This immediately drew opposition from many ancestral witches. Absurd. With those great powerhouses, easily he'd Baize's persuasion. Zhurong scoffed. Exactly. Who in the primordial world dares to oppose our Wu clan? Gong echoed arrogantly. The ancestral witches argued vehemently, each holding their own opinion. After a moment, when the discussion had reached its end, Dijun spoke gravely. Regardless, this trend cannot be encouraged. We must make all beings in the primordial world understand that opposing the ancestral witches leads only to death. Silence fell in the hall as the ancestral witches looked at Dijun. Big brother means. We should strike at the 3 pure ones or the 3 crows to intimidate the myriad races. Zhurong's eyes glittered as he understood instantly. Exactly. Let those petty people know that supporting the likes of Baize means an irreconcilable war with the Wu clan. Xiangli shouted, fiercely domineering to the extreme. The ancestral witches were used to this. The Wu clan always acted by brute force, never reasoning. So who do we strike first? The 3 crows or the 3 pure ones? Some ancestral witches cracked their knuckles, their battle lust boiling. Naturally, it is the 3 pure ones. Xianming chuckled softly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Since Baize has sought out the 3 pure ones, it means the 3 sons have refused and are no longer a concern. Indeed, the 3 sons are but empty reputations. The 3 pure ones are the true calamity. Zhu Jiuyin said calmly. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement regarding the 3 sons as hollow titles, while the 3 pure ones were genuine adversaries. In the end, all ancestral witches except Dijun agreed to strike against the 3 pure ones. Dijun's gaze was icy as he spoke again. The 3 pure ones indeed deserve destruction, but what is more important is that they claim to be the orthodox descendants of Pangu, yet never worship the Father God. A crime unforgivable. This time we must not only suppress the 3 pure ones, but also eradicate them root and branch. This concerns not only the vindication of Pangu's name, but also the fortune of our Wu clan. The ancestral witches were startled by his words. Hotu immediately advised, elder brother, the 3 pure ones were ultimately transformed from Father God's primordial spirit. To exterminate them utterly would be. Precisely so. Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian are merely incarnations of Father God's soul, while we ancestral witches were born from his bloodline. If we can take their lives, perhaps we can compensate for our innate deficiencies. Dijun's eyes flickered with cold light, his tone sinister. The other ancestral witches exchanged glances, finding his reasoning plausible. Elder brother is absolutely right. Even if we cannot take their lives, we must at least strip them of the title Orthodox Pangu descendants. Zhu Jiuyin's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The primordial world was created by Father God. The title of Orthodox Pangu descendants not only represents identity, but also concerns fortune and opportunity. If we could seize the fortune of the three pure ones, the Wu clan would undergo earth-shattering changes. Let's act in one stroke. While expanding our territory, we might as well take over the three pure ones' domain. Xianming smiled, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The ancestral witches nodded in unison, no further objections. No time to lose, let's move immediately. At the mid-slope of Mount Buzhou atop the eastern Kunlun Peak within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian stood silently, their bodies emanating the rhythm of the Tao, faintly revealing traces of Pangu's divine essence. Laozi, with a silver beard reaching his chest, held a carrying pole wreathed in crimson flames and hidden rosy light. Yuanshi, with a solemn countenance, grasped the three jewels of Rui, surrounded by swirling apricot yellow aura. Tongtian, with sharp eyebrows and fierce demeanor, wielded the green lotus sword, its clear ring echoing. These three treasures were transformed from the chaos green lotus obtained during their travels on Mount Buzhou. Apart from the primordial gourd, these were the only spiritual treasures they possessed. After a moment, the three pure ones opened their eyes simultaneously, a hint of joy flashing in their gaze. This session of secluded cultivation had advanced their Tao attainments. As the foremost of the three pure ones, Laozi's cultivation had reached the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, only a step away from perfection. When the Tao ancestor next preaches, the great Luo realm will surely be perfected. Looking across the primordial world, I fear no other cultivator can match us. Tongtian could not conceal his pride. How ridiculous that people equate the three golden crows on the Sun Star with us. Utterly absurd. How can the orthodox Pangu descendants be defiled by feathered beasts? Yuanshi sneered, his expression haughty. Second brother, third brother, do not be complacent. Our ambition is far greater than this. Laozi spoke calmly, his gaze deep. In his heart, only the Tao ancestor who resided in the Purple Palace was worthy of reverence. As for the so-called three sons, they were mere ants destined one day to lose even the right to look up to them. Elder brother's teaching is correct. Yuanshi and Tongtian replied solemnly. The Wu clan dominates, and heaven and earth are in turmoil. We must intensify our cultivation to prepare for the changes to come. Laozi said with a calm expression. The Wu clan has thrown the primordial land into chaos. These ignorant fools who know not the will of heaven fail to realize that the world has changed. To go against the Tao is to court destruction. Yuanshi spoke with a smile, sweeping his divine sense across the land. Suddenly his expression changed. He saw the 12 ancestral witches radiating murderous intent, charging straight toward Mount Buzhou. At the same moment, on the Sun Star, what do the 12 ancestral witches intend by gathering and moving out? Lin Xiao had just concluded his secluded cultivation and happened to witness the 12 ancestral witches enveloped in overwhelming aura approaching Mount Buzhou. The auras of the 12 ancestral witches rose like pillars of smoke, sweeping across the primordial land, soaring straight into the sky, and even spreading to the Sun Star. In the eastern part of the primordial world, countless living beings trembled in terror. The 12 ancestral witches' bodies loomed like mountains, as if chaos demon gods had descended upon the world, capable of crushing everything with a single gesture. Fortunately, their target was not the ants beneath their feet. Lin Xiao stood on the Sun Star, looking down at the 12 colossal figures. He had to admit that the ancestral witches' dharma forms were each more ferocious than the last, their mere appearance enough to intimidate all beings. One figure caught his attention, a human body with a serpent's tail, 7 arms sprouting from its back, and hands clutching a flying serpent before its chest, exuding overwhelming malevolent energy. This must be Ho Tu. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, unable to suppress a snicker. In his past life, legends spoke of Ho Tu's peerless beauty, but now seeing her, she was horrifying. Could she have another form? Thinking this, he shook his head with a wry smile. The 12 ancestral witches had suddenly mobilized their entire force, heading straight for Mount Buzhou. What was their purpose? What existed on Mount Buzhou? The three pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi. Could the ancestral witches be targeting them? Or perhaps, having found no worthy opponent, they decided to create one. Lin Xiao speculated silently. Originally, Dijun and Taiyi should have been clashing with the Wu clan, but the situation had changed. Since his last advice, Dijun and Taiyi had ceased their quest for dominance and devoted themselves to cultivation, even more focused than he was. Uncertain of the ancestral witches' intentions, Lin Xiao decided not to dwell on it. As long as they did not stir trouble on the Sun Star, the rest was none of his concern. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian rose solemnly, gazing into the distance. 12 figures radiating murderous energy were already approaching. Why have the 12 ancestral witches come? Laozi exchanged a glance with Yuanshi. They had just spoken of the ancestral witches, and now they arrived. Could it be telepathy sensing that someone was talking about them behind their backs? Utterly absurd. They come with ill intent. Laozi said gravely. The 12 ancestral witches were surrounded by surging malevolent energy, clearly not here for sightseeing. What on Mount Buzhou could warrant their collective mobilization? Perhaps only the 3 pure ones. As he pondered, a thunderous roar erupted. 3 pure ones, get the hell out here. The ancestral witch of thunder bellowed, causing the wind and clouds to convulse and lightning to fill the sky. A terrifying sight. The 3 pure ones' faces darkened as they stepped out of the hall. Dear friends, why such a grand display? Laozi looked directly at Dijun, who stood at the forefront, and asked in a deep voice. Naturally, there is business. Have you privately contacted Baize? Dijun's tone was calm, but his voice boomed like a heavenly drum, shaking billions of miles and intimidating all realms. Baize. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, looking bewildered. Brother Dijun, what do you mean? We have been in secluded cultivation and have never seen Baize. Laozi replied, his heart filled with confusion. Lies. Many eyes saw Baize ascend Mount Buzhou. Do you still think you can deceive us? Zhu Jiuyin sneered and rebuked. Laozi patiently explained, you misunderstand, my friends. We truly have never seen Baize. Moreover, Mount Buzhou is vast. How can you be sure Baize came here? I won't hear it. Dijun waved his hand, dismissively sneering. 3 hypocrites, stop your sophistry. Baize must be involved with you. To befriend Baize is to be an enemy of the Wu clan. There will be no easy end today. The 3 pure ones finally realized that the 12 ancestral witches were merely seeking a pretext to cause trouble. Utterly unreasonable. What madness had possessed them? 12 ancestral witches. Do you truly think we fear you? Yuanshi shouted coldly, fury blazing in his eyes. If you're not afraid, then come and die. Gong Gong stepped forward, causing the earth to tremble. His towering body pressed down like a mountain, forcing the 3 pure ones standing on the mountainside to look up. Second brother, do not act rashly. Laozi stopped Yuanshi, unwilling to resort to violence. One-on-one, they were not afraid of any ancestral witch, but all 12 arriving together was a force even the 3 pure ones could not withstand. Dijun, speak plainly. What do you truly want? Laozi's tone was calm, trying to turn conflict into harmony. This was not fear, but prudence. Dijun curled his lips into a mocking smirk, his voice icy. You 3 pure ones style yourselves as orthodox Pangu descendants, flaunting Father God's name to swagger around. Have you ever truly honored Father God? That is precisely why we are here today. There can be only one orthodox Pangu descendant. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones' expressions froze. After a moment of silence, Laozi spoke calmly. Brother Dijun, your words are mistaken. We 3 pure ones were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. When the 3 pure ones unite, they become Pangu. This is an eternal truth. Even if heaven and earth were overturned, the orthodox position of the 3 pure ones remains unshakable. From the day we took form, this identity has been inseparable from us. No one can take it away. Lao Dan, according to your reasoning, does Pangu's physical body not count as Pangu? This is clearly an insult to us. Zhu Rong's hair bristled with rage, his murderous aura surging, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Too much. Tong Tian, with his fiery temperament, could no longer hold back, and the green lotus sword at his waist let out a clear, ringing cry. A bunch of crippled wretches, ignorant of the will of heaven, yet daring to covet the title of orthodox Pangu descendants. Are you worthy? Yuanshi's cold rebuke was filled with arrogance. Even if they were no match for the 12 ancestral witches, his contempt was unmistakable. The Wu clan had 2 tiers. The ancestral witches, though possessing spirits, were inherently flawed and unable to cultivate. The ordinary Wu, even the great witches, had no spirits at all. In Yuanshi's eyes, such flawed beings were barely fit to exist, let alone be compared to the orthodox Pangu descendants. Even mentioning them was a desecration. Arrogant fool. Today we will take your lives. Yuanshi's words cut to the bone, enraging the 12 ancestral witches. In an instant, 12 figures shot toward the 3 pure ones like lightning, encircling them. At the summit of Mount Buzhou, within the eastern Kunlun territory, the overwhelming aura of the 12 ancestral witches swept across the 8 wilds, causing the entire Mount Buzhou to tremble. The wind and clouds shifted violently, spiritual energy ran amok, and the void rippled with the ripples of laws. This realm seemed like doomsday, with 12 pillars of energy piercing the 9 heavens and successive stars exploding. For a time, hidden great powers across the primordial world were roused from their cultivation, staring toward Mount Buzhou. Were the 12 ancestral witches about to tear down Mount Buzhou? Who could have provoked them to such a degree? By the North Seashore, great beings such as Ing Zhao Guiche and Jiao Ying were drinking with Kuanpeng. After years of persuasion, the Lord of the North Sea was gradually showing signs of leaving his seclusion. At this moment, both sides were still negotiating. If negotiations went well, a decision could be reached instantly. If something went wrong, it might require more persuasion, or perhaps some unresolved issues remained. Kuan Peng, a cunning old soul, knew that while uniting all races was tempting, it also harbored unpredictable dangers. Thus he was still weighing the pros and cons, delaying his decision. Brother Kuan Peng, do not worry. With all races united, what is the Wu clan? Do you think the 12 ancestral witches would truly mobilize their entire force? Guiche shook his 9 heads, letting out a piercing laugh. Ling Xiao and Jiuying nodded in agreement. They had clashed with the Wu clan for years, and had never seen all 12 ancestral witches appear together. They assumed the ancestral witches had to guard their own territory against unforeseen events. The demons debated among themselves, and finally persuaded Kuan Peng, as long as he took the final step, his inner conflict would resolve, and everything would follow smoothly. Kuan Peng reasoned that with his unparalleled speed, even if he faced defeat, he could escape. His safety was assured. He threw down his cup and stood up, a surge of boldness rising in his chest. Ling Xiao, Guiche, and the others rose as well, waiting for Kuan Peng's declaration. Suddenly Kuan Peng's expression changed drastically, his gaze piercing through the void. He sensed a faint yet terrifying aura, the simultaneous eruption of the 12 ancestral witches' power, unmistakable even across infinite distances. What are these madmen up to? Kuan Peng thought in alarm, but his face betrayed nothing. Now is not the time to unite all races. If the 12 ancestral witches attack together, even with 12 pairs of wings, I could not escape. Under the expectant gaze of the demons, Kuan Peng suddenly waved his sleeve. See them out. Ling Xiao and the others looked at each other in astonishment. Just moments ago, Kuan Peng had been full of spirit. Why had he changed his mind so abruptly? Only when they too sensed the ancestral witch's aura did they realize the old fox had backed down after all. On the other side of Mount Buzhou, Nuwa and Fushi were equally perplexed. The conversation between the ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones came through clearly. The 12 ancestral witches had mobilized their entire force just to chase after Bai Zhe. Fushi, his heart laden with anxiety, wondered, could they be coming to trouble us as well? Even without confronting the primordial witches directly, the terrifying aura they exuded made his heart tremble. He could barely handle a single primordial, which let alone all 12 appearing together. Nuwa smiled faintly with composure. Elder brother, you worry too much. The primordial witches must be targeting the 3 pure ones this time. Baize is merely an excuse. There might be a warning in this. Then what about the promise we made to Baize? Fushi mused. Since we have made a promise, we should keep our word, but I never said we would fulfill it immediately. A glint of cunning flashed in Nuwa's eyes. Fushi was slightly stunned, then understood. Meanwhile, the battle had reached an irreparable point. The 12 primordial witches, their auras swallowing the universe, locked their oppressive pressure onto the 3 pure ones. Piercing, killing intent soared to the 9 heavens. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian knew this battle was inevitable. With a glance at each other, they summoned their magic treasures, and the 3 pure ones' immortal light guarded their bodies. The primordial witches' murderous intent was clear. If they shrank from battle, where would their dignity be? Under the gaze of countless eyes, even if they were outmatched, they must draw their swords. Only then would they be worthy of the title of Panga's true lineage. In an instant, all magic treasures were unleashed, the void shattered, the starry river shook and fell, and outside Mount Buzhou a sudden rain of stars arose. At this level of cultivation, exerting full power could cause the great Kiliacosm to collapse and the universe to overturn. Every gesture contained the momentum of world creation. If not for Mount Buzhou being formed from Panga's spine, it would have long turned to dust. Mere tricks. Xiangliang's voice thundered across the sky, spewing thunderbolts like an inverted river of stars. With a single thought, he could summon a world-destroying thunder tribulation. Massive thunder light burst from the witch's body. Thunder dragons rampaged, instantly swallowing the 3 pure ones' treasures. Break! Tongtian's black hair wildly danced, and the Qingping sword slashed out a world-opening blade light. 10,000 sword chi converged into a stream, laws surged with peerless sharpness. A sword light spanning heaven and earth struck straight at the 12 primordial witches, intending to cut them in half. All show no substance. Zolongjian's eyes swirled with the flow of time, and the river of time reversed. The star rain inverted, heaven and earth overturned, and that peerless sword light actually turned back, rebounding upon its master. My sword path has never been wounded by itself. Tongtian pointed his sword to the sky. His sword intent connected all the stars, and actually formed the immortal slaying formation, pressing down on Zolongjian. Seal. Dijiang's sleeve robe rolled, and his words became law. With space twisting, he had already banished the 3 pure ones to the endless void. Fierce winds like knives, time like a shuttle. More terrifyingly, this severed realm of heaven and earth was self-destructing, and the 3 pure ones were about to be annihilated along with the realm. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian manifested the 3 flowers gathered atop their heads, their pure light surging to the heavens. This time, they must sacrifice their innate divine abilities. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian stood in midair with the 3 pure ones' immortal light swirling above their heads. The chi of Taiching, Yuqing, and Shanxing surged boundless. In an instant the sound of the great Tao seemed to reverberate between heaven and earth like bells and chimes, shaking the entire cosmos. 3 dazzling thunderbolts burst from the 3 heads. They were the Taiqing Divine Thunder, Yuqing Divine Thunder, and Shangqing Divine Thunder, originating from the might of Panga's creation. This thunder was the first divine thunder when heaven and earth first opened, giving birth to all things containing Pangas, while possessing the power to create and destroy worlds. The 3 pure ones inherited Panga's great Tao, and thus naturally wielded this might. The divine thunder exploded, chaos shattered, 3,000 worlds emerged, and the space created by Dijun collapsed layer by layer. The 3 pure ones broke out of the realm, surrounded by thunder light, their aura overwhelming. Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian struck simultaneously. A divine thunder that spanned heaven and earth directly struck Dijun. Elder brother, beware. The other primordial witches' expressions changed drastically. They roared and struck their fists and palms, shaking the void, forcibly catching the pillar like divine thunder. Although not severely injured, they were shaken into disarray. Dijun's face darkened. In that instant a life and death crisis had swept through his entire body. If not for the other primordial witches' assistance, even if not dead, he would have been heavily wounded. Join forces to slay the 3 pure ones, he coldly shouted, murderous intent boiling, and suddenly a bloody rain and foul wind descended between heaven and earth. The battle situation changed abruptly. The 12 primordial witches struck with full force, and in just one exchange the 3 pure ones were nearly shattered. On the sun star, Lin Xiao's eyes burned as he stared intently at the battlefield, every move of the 12 primordial witches captured in his sight. He was not admiring the primordial witches' appearance, but rather awestruck by the power of laws they displayed. Although the Chaos Pearl contained 3,000 laws, he had to comprehend them on his own. Now the 12 primordial witches personally demonstrated the mysteries of the laws, which helped him verify his insights. Divine light swirled in his pupils. Lin Xiao etched the scenes of the primordial witches' battle into his heart. Such an opportunity was once in 1,000 years. The 3 pure ones were rare opponents in the world. If it were ordinary cultivators, they would have long turned to ashes. Why would the 12 primordial witches need to join forces? Hold on, fight a little longer. He murmured in his heart, fully concentrating on observing the evolution of the laws. The 12 primordial witches specialized in the way of laws, their attainments far surpassing ordinary cultivators. For Lin Xiao, it was immensely beneficial. Suddenly a flash of light crossed his eyes as he noticed the 3 pure ones' attacks weakening, as if they intended to withdraw. This endurance was simply too poor. Outside Mount Buzhou in the void, destructive power raged incessantly. The 3 pure ones' hair was disheveled and blood stained the long sky. The 12 primordial witches, when they got serious, were truly terrifying. In just a short while they had teetered on the brink of life and death countless times. If not for the protection of the 3 pure ones' immortal light, they would have long turned to ashes. Though fleeing was inglorious, it was the only way to survive. The 12 primordial witches sensed the 3 pure ones' intention and intercepted with full force. 3 pure ones, you are so shameless. How dare you call yourselves the true lineage of Pangu? So weak and incompetent, yet you still flaunt the name of Father God. How ridiculous! Zhurong sneered in mockery. Fine, if you swear a heavenly Tao oath never again falsely claim to be Pangu's true lineage and sever your connection with Father God, then we will spare your lives. Dijung's tone was calm, a hint of elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. It was hard to tell if it was sincere or deceitful. The 3 pure ones' chi was declining, but upon hearing this their fury blazed to the heavens. Daydreaming. Mere ignorant fools, how dare you covet the rightful name of Pangu? What are you? Laozi harshly refuted, conveniently borrowing the words Yuanshi had once said. Previously he thought them excessive, but now they were perfectly apt. Indeed, what are primordial witches, but different from those hairy beasts? Yuanshi's expression was arrogant. Even if he died, he would not change his mind. Their voices shook the universe, and the great powers watching secretly were all left speechless in astonishment. The dispute over orthodoxy between the 3 pure ones and the 12 primordial witches had evolved to this point. By the way, could a heavenly Tao oath really constrain the great god Pangu? A great power muttered to himself, feeling that the primordial witches' action was absurd, and that the 3 pure ones had also lost their minds. Pangu was the god who created heaven and earth. All of the primordial wilderness was transformed from his body. Using a heavenly Tao oath to constrain the creator god. Wasn't that utterly ridiculous? The 3 pure ones were also stubborn. They could have just made a casual oath to muddle through. Why insist on fighting to the death? Seeking their own destruction, then we cannot be blamed. Dijung's murderous intent soared to the sky, his gaze splitting the void. He pressed down with one palm, blotting out the sky like a small world, crushing down, intending to grind the 3 pure ones into dust. Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances. The 3 pure ones' immortal light swirled around them, transforming into protective laws, and they bravely met the attack. The other primordial witches also showed no mercy, striking with full force. Vast divine power shook Mount Buzhou. The might of over a dozen top-tier great Luo golden immortals was immeasurable. The 3 pure ones were repeatedly blasted away, tossed back and forth among the 12 primordial witches like playthings. 12 primordial witches. We the 3 pure ones will not rest until you are dead. If we survive today, we will annihilate your entire clan in the future. Yuanshi's eyes blazed with fury, his face twisted. He had always been proud and arrogant, and now he was suffering such humiliation in front of everyone. Still putting up a brave front. Dijun sneered, his fist like a blood-red sun falling heavily, striking Yuanshi's Dharma body. Second brother. Laozi and Tontian wanted to go to his aid, but were repelled by the other primordial witches. Yuanshi's roar shattered stars, his body flying backwards billions of miles, blood spurting wildly. The time primordial witch Zolongjian reversed the flow of time. With a single grab, he pulled Yuanshi back into the battlefield. Such methods made the watching great powers sigh and lament. With the 12 primordial witches united, even the mighty 3 pure ones had no power to resist. After this battle, there will likely be no more name of the 3 pure ones in the world. The witch clan advances like a hot knife through butter. Who can stop them? The great powers murmured in lament, knowing that at the next lecture at Xihe Palace there might be 3 empty seats. From now on, the true lineage of Pangu belongs only to the witch clan. The name of the 3 pure ones is erased today. Dijun's voice shook the universe, proclaiming to heaven and earth heard in all directions. Boom! Suddenly a terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth, and in an instant chaos surged. The 12 primordial witches' expressions froze, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. In an instant they cleared the surrounding space. When they looked again, the 3 pure ones had vanished without a trace. The 12 primordial witches were beside themselves with rage. The battle was in full swing, yet the 3 pure ones had suddenly disappeared. What was that aura just now? It had actually distracted them, allowing the 3 pure ones to escape. Chase them. We must not let them get away. Xiangliang was the first to recover, roaring in anger, and was about to pursue the 3 pure ones. Enough, the 3 pure ones are cunning. Chasing them now will likely find no trace. Let them go. Dijun raised his hand to stop Xiangliang. After this battle, they no longer have the right to falsely claim to be Pangu's true lineage. Although the 3 pure ones were not executed, the witch clan's goal had been achieved, to suppress the 3 pure ones and seize their fortune. After this battle, in the hearts of all beings, only the witch clan is the orthodox lineage of Pangu. The defeated and fleeing 3 pure ones are no longer worthy to be enemies. Brotherwise, we'll let the 3 pure ones go for now. I don't believe they can hide in the primordial wilderness forever. When they reappear, we can kill them then. Zhurong laughed heartily, completely disregarding the 3 pure ones. From now on, East Kunlun belongs to the witch clan. Zolongjian coldly declared. This place was the birthplace of the 3 pure ones, with mountains stretching endlessly connected to Mount Buzhou, vast and boundless. Clean up the battlefield and quickly return to the ancestral land in case the 3 pure ones launch a sneak attack. Dijun ordered. The primordial witches immediately acted. In a certain valley in the primordial wilderness, 3 Taoists, their robes stained with blood, were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Despicable wretches! If we do not avenge this grievance, we are unworthy to be called Pangu's descendants. Tongtian's hair bristled with rage, the Qingping sword at his waist gleaming coldly. The 12 primordial witches are still at Mount Buzhou. Why not take this opportunity to strike directly at the witch clan's ancestral land and seize the Pangu temple? Yuanshi's eyes blazed with sharp light, his anger unappeased. If not for the timely detonation of the gourd treasure, he would have perished on the spot. What a pity for that treasure. That's not good. Acting rashly is too risky. If intercepted by the primordial witches, the outcome would be grim. Laozi's expression was calm, forcibly suppressing his anger. Breaking into the witch clan's ancestral land now would be walking into a trap. Even if we escape, we cannot avoid the thunderous wrath of the 12 primordial witches. The urgent task is to find a place to heal and cultivate diligently. Wait until the second sermon at Xihe Palace begins. After our cultivation advances, we can plan revenge. The 3 pure ones actually escaped. In the Sun Palace, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Although he had anticipated it, he still couldn't help but sigh. The 3 pure ones were indeed blessed with deep fortune, their lives not meant to end. Despite being besieged by the 12 primordial witches, they still managed to escape. Such tenacity was truly rare. This battle over Pangu's orthodoxy, on the surface the witch clan won, but in reality they had forged a death feud with the 3 pure ones. When the 3 pure ones attain enlightenment and become saints, this karmic debt will surely be settled. At that time, the witch avian calamity might become a conflict between the witch clan and the 3 pure ones. At this thought, a smile curled at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Excellent. Now he could peacefully reside on the Sun Star and cultivate wholeheartedly. Third brother, why are you laughing? Dijun and Taiyi arrived together. They had been alarmed by the fierce battle of the primordial witches and decided to emerge from seclusion to investigate. Nothing much, just thought of something amusing. Lin Xiao answered calmly. The might of the primordial witches was so terrifying. Fortunately, he had not heeded Baize's request to unify the myriad races, otherwise if the 12 primordial witches came to their door, how could they resist? Taiyi gazed into the distance at the 12 towering figures between heaven and earth, both shocked and relieved. With his current cultivation, he could at most handle one primordial witch and not the strongest one. This is precisely why Third Brother often advises us to cultivate diligently. Without leaving the Sun Star, how would we know the vastness of heaven and earth, and how many capable beings exist? Dijun seized the opportunity, using Lin Xiao's words to admonish Taiyi and re-establish his elder brother's authority. Taiyi glanced sideways at Dijun and said with a smile, "Elder brother, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but you are no longer my match." Upon hearing this, Dijun felt as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his Dao heart. As the eldest brother, his strength was inferior to his two younger brothers. This situation made him feel quite helpless. Big brother, don't overthink it. Even if you are slightly weaker, you will always be our elder brother, Taiyi, and I will never look down on you, Lin Xiao said with a teasing smile. Don't stop me, I'm going back to the furnace. Dijun feigned anger, though he was not truly upset. The brothers' jests were long accustomed. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the Sun Star. Lin Xiao withdrew his smile, his gaze sharp as he stared into the distance. On the eastern wasteland, a colossal figure that connected heaven and earth fixed its gaze upon the Sun Star. Its massive eyes like abysses captivated the soul, and its pressure spread across the sky. Dijun and Taiyi's expressions changed instantly, their bodies tensing as they stood on guard. Do you wish to make a move? Lin Xiao's eyes were profound, the power of laws swirling within them unfathomable. Dijun coldly stared at the Sun Star, drawing the attention of the other ancestral witches. Elder brother, should we conveniently eliminate these 3 golden crows? Xiangliang's battle intent surged, eager to act. Why not? Since we have already clashed with the 3 pure ones, adding the 3 crows won't harm. Zhuron's body blazed with flames, scorching the void, his tone contemptuous. In his eyes, the 3 crows were far inferior to the 3 pure ones, even unworthy of concern. All show no substance. Zhuyin sneered, time fragments swirling around him, past and future interweaving. Elder brother, let them live, they pose no threat. Xianming smiled lightly, a chill spreading, freezing thousands of miles. Though ranked lower among the ancestral witches, she mastered the laws of rain and ice, her strength not to be underestimated. Sister Xianming is right. Our attack on the 3 pure ones was for the title of Pangu's true lineage, which has a justification. If we rashly attack the 3 crows, we may provoke other mighty beings, inviting disaster instead. Hutu analyzed calmly, her gaze sweeping over the 3 figures on the Sun Star. Dijun fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Should he strike? Dijun's eyes flickered, the void twisting around him. After a moment he sneered. Enough, let them be for now. His gaze never left the Sun Star. 2 of the auras were faint, but the figure in the middle was unfathomable to him. Dijun paid it no mind. The 3 golden crows came from the same source, just like the 12 ancestral witches, their strength roughly equal. Even if one were stronger, it would not be by much. As Hutu said, their conflict with the 3 pure ones stemmed from inheritance disputes, a legitimate reason. If they attacked the 3 crows as well, the mighty beings of the primordial world might grow wary and unite against the Wu tribe, bringing more loss than gain. Let's go back. Dijun withdrew his gaze, smiled calmly, and the other ancestral witches nodded in silent agreement. It was merely a convenient matter, whether to act or not was inconsequential. They finally left. On the Sun Star, Dijun and Taiyi watched the 12 ancestral witches vanish into the distance, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The atmosphere had been tense, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. Only by experiencing the pressure of the 12 ancestral witches firsthand could one comprehend its terror. I will enter seclusion to cultivate, and I will not emerge until I reach the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Dijun was deeply stirred. Not only was his elder brother stronger, but even the ancestral witches surpassed him. This was unacceptable to him. I'll join you, Taiyi said, little his earlier exuberance fading, clearly feeling the same pressure. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. The oppression of the 12 ancestral witches had actually ignited Dijun and Taiyi's fighting spirit. It seemed they had truly realized the danger. This was for the best. Staying safely on the Sun Star to cultivate was more important than anything else. I should continue my cultivation as well. Lin Xiao returned to the Fusang tree, where he could better attune to the Yang Law. Cultivating the fire law deep within the Sun Star was also twice as effective. Now his comprehension of the 2 laws had brought him to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. If he could elevate the laws of space and earth to the same level, his combat power would greatly increase, even if his cultivation level did not rise much. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered as the scenes of the battle between the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones flashed through his mind. He repeatedly perceived the profound law power within them, while simultaneously delving into the 3,000 laws within the Chaos Pearl. Comprehending laws was long and arduous. Without enlightenment, even millions of years might yield nothing. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. During this time, the conflict between the Wu tribe and the myriad races intensified. The once disunited myriad races gradually changed their strategy: retreat when the enemy is strong, harass when the enemy is weary. Yet the primordial world was vast and boundless. Even though the Wu tribe was furious, they could do nothing. The myriad races, though not a match for the Wu tribe, were unsurpassed in escape and concealment. On the Sunstar, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in his gaze, a mere trace of its might tore the void. Creation and destruction, an endless cycle. The law of lightning. Lin Xiao murmured softly, a smile deepening in his eyes. After 3,000 years, he had finally comprehended the most violent power in the world. The law of lightning, whose might would amplify his destructive force. Go! He tapped his finger, and a wisp of pure energy shot out, landing on the ground. In an instant, thunder surged and raged, eventually condensing into a form identical to his own. One Qi transforms into 3 crows. Next, Lin Xiao struck again, using the source of fire and earth to shape the forms of Dijun and Taiyi. This was the avatar technique bestowed by the system, originally called One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Now that it belonged to him, he naturally renamed it One Qi transforms into 3 crows. This technique differed slightly from the one used by Laozi. Laozi's avatar technique focused on illusion, lacking the combat power of the original. Otherwise, during the investiture era, he alone could have broken the immortal slaying formation. The One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones bestowed by the system allowed the avatars to inherit up to 90 of the original strength. Although time-limited, it was a heaven-defying skill. Lin Xiao casually waved his hand, retracting the avatars to avoid Dijun and Taiyi seeing them and causing misunderstandings. For instance, Laozi's avatar technique might have been derived from stealing the origins of Yuanshi and Tongtian. After all, among the 3 pure ones, Laozi had transformed the earliest, making it easy for him to make some moves. But he was the last among the 3 crows to transform. Moi. Suddenly, Lin Xiao sensed something, raising his head sharply to look west. The sky changed drastically, endless fortune roiled as if pulled by some force, trembling subtly. Simultaneously, in the western part of the primordial world, on the western primary vein, Mount Sumeru, Jane and Zhuanti were mutually verifying their insights, having fully comprehended the teachings of the Tao ancestor, and each gaining new understanding. The two jointly studied the mysteries of heaven and earth, deduced the wonders of all things, and finally glimpsed a thread of celestial opportunity. If they could link themselves to the fortune of the West, they would receive boundless merits and immense fortune. Junior brother, as long as you make a great vow taking on the fortune of the West, you will naturally gain endless benefits. Jane's face was bitter, forcing a stiff smile as he revealed his plan to Zhuanti. Such a great cause and effect would be difficult to bear, wouldn't it? Zhuanti hesitated slightly. Jane sighed and shook his head. At this point, there is no one else suitable besides us. Remember the humiliation we suffered in the East. Junior brother's strength is the foundation. As the words fell, Zhuanti was stunned for a moment, unconsciously touching his cheek. The bloody scene of being knocked out of his teeth by Lin Xiao was still vivid. Senior brother. Then it settled. He gritted his teeth, nodding firmly. He longed to improve his strength and wash away the shame, otherwise it would affect his Tao heart and hinder his cultivation. Excellent. Jane nodded slightly, and the two brothers discussed for a moment. Suddenly, auspicious light burst forth above Mount Sumeru, illuminating the entire sacred mountain, growing brighter and brighter. In an instant, solemn and peaceful Sanskrit sounds echoed across heaven and earth. From this day forth, all beings of the West may enter our gate and receive protection. All who are destined shall be taught recite my true name and receive the blessing of faith. The compassionate voice reverberated through the Western world. In the void, the figure of Jane appeared, his head touching the sky, his face filled with compassion. Jane and Zhuanti lightly tapped their crowns. 3 flowers bloomed, a strange fragrance spread, and a mysterious wave radiated from Mount Sumeru to the beings of the West. As the words fell, a brilliant vortex appeared in the sky, a golden light of merit descended, and vast fortune converged on Mount Sumeru. Jane and Zhuanti immediately felt boundless fortune upon them. Their cultivation advanced accordingly. The two were originally at the late great Luo golden immortal stage, now touching perfection. As Jane and Zhuanti made their vows, the beings of the West felt the compassionate aura and knelt devoutly toward the sacred mountain. Heaven and earth resonated, sending down auspicious signs. Celestial flowers rained, golden lotuses surged from the ground, a canopy covered the sky, and rare treasures appeared. The aura of merit formed a halo above their heads. Their cultivation finally reached great Luo perfection. Marvelous. Zhuanti was overjoyed, never expecting that a single vow could bring such fortune. He wished to make 1,000 more vows to directly attain Honghuang. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. He rose and bowed solemnly. Oh, without Jane's advice, this opportunity would not have come. Between fellow disciples, there is no need for such formality. Jane smiled in return, equally delighted. Feeling the boundless power of the great Luo perfection, he was suddenly filled with pride. He now considered himself superior to Laozi, second only to the Tao ancestor. Senior brother, I wish to visit the Sun Star. Xuanti suddenly looked toward the great sun in the sky, a cold light flashing in his eyes. To seek an explanation for what happened that day, Jane asked. Naturally. If I don't avenge the humiliation of the past, how can I attain the Tao? Xuanti's tone was icy. Making the vow was precisely to wash away the shame. Now that his strength had greatly increased, how could he let the enemy go? Jane nodded. That golden crow indeed deserves to be slain. But the Tao ancestor's lecture is imminent. Endure for now. It can wait until after we attend the sermon. He also harbored revenge, but the upcoming lecture at Xiao Palace was more important. Long years were but a blink to them. Why rush now? Senior brother, it's just a mere golden crow. With our combined strength, we can settle this grudge in an instant. Xuanti was still unwilling. The thorn of Lin Xiao in his heart was hard to bear. Jane smiled and shook his head, seeing his junior brother's persistence. He patiently explained, I sense a hidden primordial grand formation on the Sun Star. Rashly going there would be unwise. After the Tao ancestors lecture, our cultivation will improve, and we will have full confidence to break the formation. The Tao ancestor once said the next lecture would cover the path to quasi-saint. You and I are at the peak of great Luo. After listening, we may break through instantly. Then destroying that golden crow will be as easy as lifting a hand. Why argue over a day or two? Jane spoke eloquently. When gathering merit and fortune earlier, his divine sense swept over the Sun Star and detected an obscure formation. This must be the golden crow's reliance, thinking he can rest easy hidden in the formation. But little does he know that once my cultivation breaks through, no matter where he flees, he cannot escape death. Xuanti was stunned, never expecting his senior brother to be so thorough. He immediately replied, I'll follow your advice, senior brother. Let's attend the lecture first. Your mind has been unsettled lately. You must adjust in time. Attaining sainthood is our true path. You do not be trapped by trivial matters. Jane admonished him like an elder brother. Senior brother's lesson is well taken. Xuanti nodded, dismissing further thoughts. When the lecture ended, that would be the moment of Lin Xiao's death. This brief wait was nothing but a fleeting moment to him. In the western primordial world, within the 5 villages temple, Jin Yuanzi's expression was solemn. Sensing the disturbance in the West's fortune, he exclaimed, Jane and Xuanti have managed to take all the West's fortune for themselves. Residing in the same western region, he received not a trace of fortune's nourishment. Hateful. Had I known sooner. Jin Yuanzi beat his chest in regret. He had once been equal in cultivation to those two, but now he was left inferior. Taoist brother, what troubles you? A clear laugh came, and Hongyun in a red robe stepped through the gate, his bright smile like the rising sun. Jin Yuanzi glanced at his old friend, thinking to himself, if only I could be as carefree as you. Have you not noticed? Jane and Xuanti have monopolized the West's fortune. From now on, I will have no share. Jin Yuanzi finally could not hold back and confided in his close friend. What's so difficult about that? Hongyun replied heroically, without hesitation. Simply. Jin Yuanzi raised an eyebrow, surprised by his friend's decisiveness. Tell me your plan quickly. Hongyun spread his hands. Just move away from the West. Jin Yuanzi's breath hitched, and darkness swam before his eyes. Very well. He had been reckless. Knowing Hongyun's temperament, he should not have asked that superfluous question. Only he could blurt out such an absurd notion. What does that look? I am not joking. Hongyun's expression was grave. He had sincerely offered advice, only to find Jin Yuanzi treating it as a jest. Stop fooling around. I can leave any time. How can the ginseng fruit tree be transplanted? Without the primordial earth, it cannot be moved at all. You have not partaken less of this spiritual fruit. Do you intend to forego it in the future? Jin Yuanzi rebuked in a deep voice. Wait. Would the spiritual soil from the primordial gourd vine be suitable? Hongyun's eyes glinted with sudden inspiration, and he clapped his hands in inquiry. Both are primordial spiritual roots, so naturally it is feasible. Jin Yuanzi replied impatiently. Excellent. I know a Taoist friend who possesses the gourd vine's spiritual soil. Hongyun beamed with delight, his face glowing with pride. Jin Yuanzi was astonished. Is it that Lin Xiao Taoist friend who helped you seize the gourd? Exactly. If we borrow his spiritual soil temporarily, won't the ginseng fruit tree be movable? Hongyun clapped his hands and laughed. Before he finished speaking, Jin Yuanzi's expression shifted dramatically. Not good. Lin Xiao Taoist friend may be in grave danger. What do you mean? Hongyun's smile froze, his brow furrowed. You once said that when you seized the gourd, Lin Xiao severely wounded Jane and Xuanti. Now they have gathered the fortune of the West, their cultivation has advanced, and they will surely seek revenge. Jin Yuanzi warned solemnly. Then why are we delaying? Let us go to the Sun Star to assist. Hongyun rose abruptly and dashed out of the hall. On a certain immortal mountain in the eastern primordial land, the 3 pure ones perceived the anomaly in the west with their dharma eyes like lightning. They saw 2 colossal auras surge from the west into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. Jane and Junti have reached perfection. Yuanshi's countenance was ashen. Had it not been for the severe injuries inflicted by the 12 ancestral witches and the seizure of his Dao field, he too would have ascended to the Luo perfection by now. Unexpectedly, the 3 pure ones had been overtaken by the 2 Westerners. By aligning themselves with the fortune of the West, they have achieved boundless merit. Jane and Junti are truly formidable. Laozi sighed gravely, his expression solemn. Such methods of the West would be difficult to employ in the East. At this moment, he felt a trace of envy. Being born in a barren land was not entirely a misfortune. Back when Hongjun fought against Lihu, the spiritual veins of the West were utterly destroyed. Now it seemed that for Jane and Junti, calamity and fortune were intertwined. We too must hasten and strive to break through to the Luo golden immortal perfection before the lecture. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, each sensing the urgency of the other. As the orthodox descendants of Pangu, how could they fall behind Jane and Junti? The breakthrough of Jane and Junti alarmed many mighty beings in the primordial land. From the Blood Sea west, Kunlun Zifu Island, in the North Sea, vast auras soared into the sky. With Hongjuan's second lecture approaching, all the great cultivators devoted themselves to cultivation, striving to attain the Luo golden immortal perfection so that they might gain an advantage in comprehending the path to the quasi-saint realm later. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised, never expecting that Jane and Junti would understand so early how to make vows to borrow momentum. By using heavenly oaths to draw upon the fortune of the West, they had propelled themselves to the Luo golden immortal perfection. This move was indeed unexpected. No wonder they would later use the 48 great vows to attain sainthood through the Tao. The signs had been there all along. While others still needed to accomplish something to become saints, these 2 relied solely on their glib tongues. If placed in the world of his past life, they would be top-notch swindlers. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered, and the 3 flowers above his head swirled. A golden phantom sat cross-legged within, surrounded by Tao rhythms, perfect and complete. Now he too was a Luo golden immortal at perfection. He only needed to comprehend 1 law to enter the realm of Honghuang golden immortal. The path of laws was arduous, and this speed was already not slow. But it was not enough, he must be faster. Jane and Junti had a grudge against him. If they became saints first, disaster would surely follow. Therefore he needed to accelerate his cultivation, ideally attaining chaotic Luo golden immortal before they achieved sainthood. Hongjuan's second lecture is approaching. By then all cultivators in the primordial land will make great progress. I must break through before them. Just as he was about to continue contemplating the laws, 2 formidable auras approached the Sun Star. Hongyun. He was quite familiar with one of them. The other must be Xinyuanzi. What are these 2 doing here? Ling Xiao was puzzled. At that moment, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi had arrived outside the Sun Star. Before they could speak, an ethereal voice came from within the star. 2 Taoist friends, please enter and have a chat. Coming. Hongyun laughed heartily. Xinyuanzi's eyes flashed with surprise. This golden crow named Ling Xiao seemed even more unfathomable than he had anticipated. Although he could not ascertain the other's cultivation level, he had a premonition. Taoist brother Ling Xiao, this is Taoist friend Xinyuanzi of the Wuzhuang Temple. Upon meeting, Hongyun enthusiastically introduced them. After exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. What brings you 2 here today? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Hongyun's expression turned solemn as if facing a great enemy. Xinyuanzi and I have come to assist you. We heard that Jane and Junti have gathered the fortune of the West, and their cultivation is now unfathomable. They may harm you. Ling Xiao felt both warmth and helplessness. It is fine. If those 2 dare to come, I will ensure they never return. His tone was casual, yet carried an undeniable authority. Xinyuanzi looked astonished, seemingly taken aback by such bold words. Hongyun wanted to dissuade him further, but Ling Xiao raised his hand to stop him. Thank you for your kindness, but I know my limits. Hongyun said no more. Xinyuanzi, however, noticed with a flicker of insight that obscure arrays and faint killing intent were hidden on the Sun Star. So this was Ling Xiao's true reliance. By the way, there is another matter I would like to ask, Hongyun suddenly said with a smile. I wish to borrow your gourd vine's spiritual soil to move the ginseng fruit tree to a new spot. Xinyuanzi quickly waved his hand. Taoist Ling Xiao, do not listen to his nonsense. I have no such intention. The idea of moving was entirely Hongyun's wishful thinking. Ling Xiao smiled. Whenever you need it, just say the word. As they were speaking, Dijun and Taiyi arrived together. After exchanging greetings, Dijun enthusiastically proposed, since we are gathered, why not discuss the Tao? Though his cultivation was the shallowest, he was the most passionate about such matters. Ling Xiao teased, brother, did you not swear not to leave seclusion until you reach perfection? Taiyi struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Dijun flushed red and stammered, with honored guests present, how could I be negligent? Ha ha ha. In the end, they all sat down to discuss the Tao. For cultivators of such a realm, a discussion often lasted 1,000 years. As the great Tao was cross-verified, there were naturally profound insights. One day the 9 heavens chaos suddenly trembled. With a thunderous roar, a chaotic beam of light pierced through heaven and earth, cleansing the 8 wildernesses. The purple cloud palace appeared in the void, a majestic hall suspended in the clouds, as real as an illusion. No bell or chime sounded, only 81 low vibrations cascading from the dome, spreading across the 8 wildernesses. Instantly, the great cultivators hidden in various parts of the primordial land opened their eyes simultaneously. The purple cloud palace had manifested. The second lecture was approaching. The primordial land suddenly erupted in fervor, with countless spiritual veins spewing radiant light. One after another, mighty beings broke out of seclusion and rushed toward the purple cloud palace. Atop Mount Sumeru, Xihe and Changxi were jolted awake from their meditative state. Since reaching the peak of Deluo, their cultivation had made little progress. Now, hearing that the Tao ancestor was about to lecture, the opportunity for the quasi-saint realm was near at hand. Elder brother, let us go quickly. Last time we nearly missed it. This time we must seize the advantage. Changxi could barely conceal his joy, his body radiating Buddhist light. Jane nodded, and the 12-grade golden lotus appeared in response. Indeed. Atop Mount Buzhou Nua's creation, Xi was perfect and flawless, but Fuxi was still a step short of perfection. In the abyss of the North Sea, Kunpeng spread his wings and struck the water for 3,000 li, finally breaking through his shackles on the eve of the lecture. The blood sea churned as Mingi stepped on the karmic fire-red lotus. Within, Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West, slashed through the sky with her jade hairpin. The 10 demon commanders each displayed their prowess, their cultivation all reaching the middle stage of Deluo. On the moon star, Changxi lightly draped the moon-white silk. Sister, it is time to depart. She had gazed toward the sun star, her eyes flickering. That one. Still no sign. With a sweep of her moon-white sleeves, 2 beams of pure light cut through the chaos. She secretly vowed this time she would surely comprehend the mysteries of the quasi-saint realm and would never again fall behind the 3-legged golden crows. In the eastern primordial land, a towering immortal mountain pierced the clouds. A vast aura surged into the sky. The oppressive might of 3 Deluo golden immortals at perfection swept across heaven and earth, startling all creatures into hiding. The 3 pure ones, after a long and arduous cultivation, had finally broken through their shackles. This breakthrough was much slower than expected because the 12 ancestral witches had severely damaged their primordial essence, and healing had consumed vast ages. Upon success, the 3 pure ones did not pause, but immediately transformed into beams of light and sped toward the purple cloud palace. Meanwhile, inside the Penga temple, the 12 ancestral witches were discussing important matters when they suddenly sensed the eastern chi surging. Those 3 shameless ones have actually stepped into Deluo perfection. Xiangliang slammed the stone table in fury, his body crackling with lightning. After all our suppression, they still managed to break through. He himself was still a step away from perfection and now burned with jealousy. Since suppressing the 3 pure ones, the ancestral witches' fortune had gradually grown, and their cultivation speed had indeed increased slightly. Since they have appeared, let us intercept and kill them halfway, ensuring they never reach the purple cloud palace. Zhuin's eyes swirled with the flow of time, murderous intent chilling. But Dijiang raised his hand to stop him. Too late. Unless we set up a trap as thorough as last time, it will be difficult to achieve complete success. But if the 3 pure ones become quasi-saints after hearing the lecture? Xuanin's silver armor trembled, her tone laced with worry. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. If the gap in cultivation became too great, their numerical advantage would vanish. No matter. Dijiang suddenly broke into a smile, and an obscure aura beyond Deluo emanated from him. I have already touched the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. Elder brother is about to break through. The ancestral witches were both surprised and delighted. Only the final catalyst is needed. Dijiang stood with his hands behind his back. The fortune gained from suppressing the 3 pure ones had indeed proven effective. This lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace is the perfect opportunity for our clan to expand. His gaze swept over his siblings. While the great cultivators are heading to the 33 heavens, quickly occupy the spiritual mountains and veins. Once you all break through to quasi-saint in succession, even if the 3 pure ones advance in cultivation, what is there to fear? These words struck like thunder, and the eyes of the ancestral witches blazed with light. Thinking of the day when the Wu clan would rule the primordial land, the hall erupted with soaring battle intent. Ceaselessly expanding territory, competing for resources, and enhancing strength. Only by doing so could they remain invincible. Amid the heated debate among the ancestral witches, Hutu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Elder brother, I wish to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the lecture. The moment she spoke, the hall fell into a dead silence, followed by a burst of opposition. Little sister, you said last time that Hongjuan's Tao is useless to us. Why go again? Now we are mortal enemies with the 3 pure ones. What if they harm you? Dijiang questioned in a deep voice. Roaming around all day. If you have such leisure, better to occupy more territories. Hutu insisted, perhaps the path to the quasi-saint realm can benefit us. Moreover, this trip will allow us to probe the true strength of the various great powers. Do not worry about my safety. No one dares to act rashly within the Purple Cloud Palace. After the lecture, In's elder brother can come to meet me. She had not given up, determined to listen to Hongjuan's lecture one more time. As you wish. Dijiang knew Huta's temperament well and did not press further. On the Sun Star, the discussion of the Tao which had lasted 1,000 years finally came to an end. Everyone had gained insights. Had it not been for the imminent lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, they would have continued. But ultimately nothing could compare to the Tao ancestors' teaching. They knew what was urgent and what could wait. Thank you, two Taoist friends. This discussion has benefited me greatly. Dijun cupped his hands in gratitude. You are welcome. The lecture is about to begin. Taoist friends of the Three Golden Crows, would you like to accompany us? Hongyun proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dijun and Taiyi turned their gaze to Lin Xiao simultaneously. They awaited his decision. Lin Xiao did not reply immediately because the system had once again presented him with choices. Detected that Hongjuan's second lecture is approaching. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Go to the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the lecture. Reward the complete and flawless method of severing the 3 corpses with no hidden dangers. Choice 2. Decline Hongyun's invitation and stay in seclusion. Reward a fragment of the Creation Jade Disc. Choice 3. Do not go yourself, but send Dijun and Taiyi. Reward a top-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Qilan Seal, and a fragment of the Time Demon God's Law. 3 choices. System, just how many fragments of the Creation Jade Disc do you have? Lin Xiao scanned the options and smiled wryly to himself. The Creation Jade Disc consists of 36 fragments. The host need not worry about insufficiency, the system responded mechanically. Am I concerned about sufficiency? Lin Xiao felt helpless. The system's intention was obvious. It wanted to lure him outside. Admittedly, the complete method of severing the 3 corpses was extremely alluring. Theoretically, it was easier to achieve Hunyuan Daoyuo than to prove the Dao through power, and there was no need to worry about Hongjuan's schemes. Pity you came too late. If you had come earlier, I might have chosen it, Lin Xiao thought to himself. Now that he had set foot on this path and comprehended many laws, how could he easily give up? The first option was naturally discarded. Just as he was about to choose the second, Lin Xiao's heart stirred. He turned to look at Dijun and Taiyi and asked, Elder brother, second brother, are you interested in going to listen to the Tao? He wanted to hear their opinions, for the third choice given by the system was rather subtle. On second thought, they had not attended the first sermon. If they missed this one again, it might arouse Hongjuan's suspicion. If Dijun and Taiyi could go and pretend to listen, it might buy some time. Even a salted fish should occasionally turn over. At least let Hongjuan know that they are not idle, but are diligently cultivating. Of course we want to go. The Tao ancestors' sermon on the quasi-saint Tao might benefit us greatly, Dijun said with a smile. Although Lin Xiao had told them about subsequent cultivation methods, they were still vague. Perhaps the Tao ancestor could explain in more detail. Listening to the Tao is secondary. I want to see the spectacle more, Taiyi laughed. Lin Xiao nodded, then said to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, fellow Taoists, please excuse us for a moment. We brothers have private matters to discuss. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun did not think much of it, and withdrew to wait outside the Sun Star. Third brother, what do you have to say? So mysterious. Dijun and Taiyi asked curiously. Lin Xiao did not beat around the bush. He said directly, Elder brother, second brother, I will not attend this sermon, but I have some words to caution you. What? You're not going with us? Dijun exclaimed in surprise. Third brother, this sermon on the quasi-saint Tao by Hongjun is a rare opportunity. Are you really not going to listen? Taiyi also tried to persuade him. Listening to a saint's sermon was better than groping alone. I have recently gained some insights and really cannot spare the time, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. He had become quite adept at using this excuse. Indeed, upon hearing that it concerned cultivation, Dijun and Taiyi stopped urging. Instead, they asked in surprise, Third brother, could it be that you are about to break through to Hunyuan Jingxian? Now that Lin Xiao had reached the perfection of Daoyuo Jinxian, any further insight would surely be an assault on the realm of Hunyuan Jinxian, wouldn't it? More or less, Lin Xiao answered casually. The two gasped as if even the Sun Star had cooled by a few degrees. This was too outrageous. After discussing the Tao with Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, they had made great progress and reached the late stage of Daoyuo Jinxian, even approaching perfection. They thought they were not far behind Lin Xiao, but unexpectedly, he was about to step into a higher realm. When you go to Xixiao Palace this time, remember to keep a low profile. You must adhere to the principle of 3 no's, no contention, no taking, no accepting. Lin Xiao instructed solemnly. Inside Xixiao Palace, no opportunity should be forcibly seized. If there is any bestowal, be sure to decline politely. Focus solely on listening to the great Tao, and do not concern yourself with anything else. This was the time of Hongjuan's second sermon. According to the original trajectory, the demon court would soon be established. If Hongjuan suddenly changed his mind and directly ordered Dijun and Taiyi to establish the heavenly court, given their temperaments, they would most likely agree. That would spell great trouble. Therefore, they must be warned in advance. This trip is only for listening to the Tao, do not create any complications. Third brother, it's just a sermon. Why so cautious? Dijun asked with a smile. This matter is of great importance, you must keep it in mind, Lin Xiao said with a grave expression. Seeing Lin Xiao's seriousness, Dijun and Taiyi put away their smiles and nodded earnestly. Although they did not understand the deeper meaning, they had always trusted their third brother's words. If there is nothing else, shall we set off now? Go ahead. Lin Xiao watched the two leave, then spoke softly, System, I choose 3. The third reward was the top-grade innate spiritual treasure Qilan Seal and the law fragment of the time deity. The Qilan Seal was a companion item of the primordial Qilan possessing extraordinary power, but Lin Xiao cared more about the time law fragment. The time law was profound and mysterious, extremely difficult to comprehend. With this fragment supplemented by the Chaos Pearl, he would surely be able to understand it to a profound depth. The time law. I am determined to obtain it. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to refine the law fragment, immersing himself in cultivation. On the other side, Dijun and Taiyi and Hongmeng traveled together, departing from the Sun Star and heading straight into the depths of chaos. Dijun and Taiyi were going to Xihe Palace for the first time, while Jin and Hongmeng were already familiar with the way. The four of them traveled together, their momentum magnificent, and ordinary cultivators dared not approach. Upon entering chaos, Dijun and Taiyi simultaneously summoned their treasures to protect themselves, remaining unmoved as thunder and fire raged. Jin and Hongmeng also employed their own methods to easily withstand the onslaught of 10,000 thunderbolts. After passing through the thunder layer, they encountered the 9 heavens, astral wind. Countless wind blades turned into swords, axes, halberds, and spears sweeping down from all directions. Among the travelers were other great powers, all advancing with all their might. The four worked together, breaking through obstacles all the way and taking the lead by a wide margin. Time flew like an arrow, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Xihe Palace stood majestically before them. The four breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet a faint sense of unease lingered in their hearts. Several fellow Taoists had already arrived outside Xihe Palace earlier than Dijun and his party. When Dijun, Taiyi, and Hongmeng arrived, more than a dozen innate sacred beings were already standing before Xihe Palace. The Golden Crow brothers gazed at the palace, seeing endless Tao rhythms flowing and an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the 8 directions. The palace walls were engraved with the everlasting true meaning of the great Tao, each line containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, making one's heart and mind tremble. Only by coming here in person could one realize that a saint's methods were truly omnipotent. The eyes of the 3 pure ones, the 2 Western saints Nuwa Fushi, and other great powers, all fell upon Dijun and the other. Yuanshi chuckled and transmitted a message. Lin Xiao is the only one missing, how unusual. Tong Tian waved his sleeve and said, there are billions of cultivators in the primordial world, not all of them need to come here to listen to the Tao. Jane's eyes flickered with golden light, and he exchanged a smile with Xuandi. If it were not for being in a saint's dojo, they would have sought to settle the karmic debt with the Golden Crow right then. But it was a pity that they would have to visit the Sun Star again. Nuwa stepped forward and asked with a bow, where is fellow Taoist Lin Xiao? Taiyi clasped his hands and replied, third brother is comprehending a profound technique. Fushi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, thinking to himself, what urgent matter could be more important than the Tao ancestor's sermon? The glow outside Xihe Palace grew brighter, and more great powers gathered. Suddenly the clear sound of a jade chime rang out, and the vermilion palace gates slowly opened. A boy holding a sword and a girl holding a whisk, Haoyin and Yaoqi, came out to lead the crowd inside. Inside Xihe Palace, all the great powers took their seats in order. The positions had already been arranged, so there was no need to contend. Dijun and Taiyi sat behind Jin and Hongmeng, their eyes wandering as they observed the scene inside Xihe Palace, occasionally whispering to each other. It's a pity that fellow Taoist Lin Xiao could not come. He missed the saint's great Tao. Jin sighed softly. Hongmeng smiled slightly and said, no matter. When we return, we can discuss the Tao with fellow Taoist Lin Xiao and relay the Tao ancestors' words to him. Dijun and Taiyi nodded in agreement. Soon all the great powers had gathered and Hongjuan's figure appeared on the cloud bed. The hall instantly fell silent, so quiet that a falling pin could be heard. Even Dijun and Taiyi held their breath, staring at that figure, their hearts shaken. Unfathomable. Though there was no overwhelming pressure, the intangible power was beyond words. At that moment their desire for the saint realm burned even more fiercely. Hongjuan's gaze swept across the hall and immediately fell upon Dijun and Taiyi. Seeing them sitting calmly with peaceful expressions and even a hint of anticipation, he nodded imperceptibly. Acceptable. This time the Golden Crows had not disappointed him. They had come to listen to the Tao. However, he suddenly frowned, and his eyes swirled with laws as he deduced the celestial mechanism. There is still one Golden Crow that has not come. Hongjuan was slightly surprised. The great Tao has 50 and heaven evolves 49. Of variables are within reason, and as long as the general trend remains unchanged, the operation of the heavenly Tao is unaffected. But he had not expected that 3 Golden Crows had been born on the Sun Star. he had not noticed before due to his ascension to sainthood and the matter of merging with the Tao. On second thought, having an extra golden crow might not be a bad thing. It could even help Dijun and Taiyi make up for their shortcomings. In their current cultivation, they could barely contend with the 12 ancestral witches. As for the golden crow that had not come, Hongjun did not pay it any mind as long as the destined Dijun and Taiyi were present. Inside the hall, the great powers saw that Hongjun had not yet begun to speak, and they felt puzzled. This scene seemed to repeat the situation from the first sermon. However, this time it was different. The crowd vaguely sensed that the Tao ancestor's gaze seemed to linger on Dijun and Taiyi. Could it be that he was examining the newcomers more closely? Jane and Juanti in the front row exchanged a smile, and thought to themselves, could Dijun and Taiyi have offended the Tao ancestor on their first visit? If so, it would save us some trouble. In an instant, the eyes of all the great powers in Xiao Palace focused on Dijun and Taiyi, silently speculating whether they had angered the Tao ancestor. The two golden crow princes exchanged glances, their spines chilled, as if pierced by countless sharp points. Fortunately, Hongjun spoke at the right moment. This sermon will be on the quasi-saint Tao, lasting 3,000 years. You must all devote yourselves to comprehending it. The heavy atmosphere in the hall suddenly dissipated. The cultivators sighed in relief and once again concentrated on listening to the saint's words. The heavenly Tao operates, all mysteries are revealed. When the 5 thieves appear, heaven and earth prosper. Harboring the 5 thieves in the heart can control the universe. The cosmos is in hand, creation follows the body. Settle the heavenly Tao to illuminate the mind. Both cleverness and clumsiness can be concealed. The mysteries of the 9 orifices lie in the 3 essentials. Motion and stillness are both appropriate. What hidden within fire will surely bring disaster. A state infested with traitors will eventually fall. Amid the lingering Tao tones, celestial flowers rained down and golden lotuses surged. Some cultivators rejoiced, some grieved, some scratched their heads, and some sat motionless like stones. Time passed like a shuttle. Within Xiao Palace, the Tao rhythm stretched on endlessly. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years were almost over. On this day, the Tao tones that had filled Xiao Palace gradually faded. At that moment, the sun star suddenly erupted with billions of zhang of fire waves. The violent flames took the form of true dragons, and law flowers fell like stars. In an instant, the rampaging fire dragons became docile and submitted, bowing in unison. Deep within the flames, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged with chaotic chi swirling above his head. Among the 3 flowers gathered at the crown, figures flickered and vanished. In his palm, he held the golden crow sun, and the profound Tao rhythm swept through the stars of the sky. His divine sense spread like a tide, covering the 365 main stars and tens of thousands of subsidiary stars. The task was accomplished. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, which blazed with golden flames, revealing the might to burn the heavens and boil the seas. After long and arduous cultivation, he had finally broken through the shackles with the law of fire and attained the quasi-saint fruit position. Although only one law had reached perfection, it had already transformed him completely. It was like a cat turning into a tiger. The difference in life level was absolute. The fragment of the time deity he had refined during this period had also made his understanding of the time law second only to the law of fire. If he could obtain 100 or so more fragments, he might be able to condense a complete time great Tao. Hongjuan's sermon was about to end. After deducing the celestial mechanism, Lin Xiao was certain that except for Hongjuan, there was hardly any opponent in the primordial world at this moment. However, he could not become complacent. After the quasi-saint realm, the 6 destined saints would soon encounter their opportunities. All karma began with the emergence of the human race. Lin Xiao did not intend to stop Nuwa from creating humans. No matter how he considered it, he could not go that far. Even if he did not give Nuwa the gourd vine and the 9 heavens, Shirong the heavenly Tao would guide her to create the human race in another way. Forcibly preventing Nuwa from creating humans would be equivalent to seeking death. Offending the heavenly Tao might cause him to be obliterated on the spot. Minor matters could be changed, but the general trend could not be violated. At most, he could only slightly delay the process. Focus on cultivation. Lin Xiao was about to gather his mind and immerse himself in practice when he suddenly sensed a faint secret aura. His gaze shifted, penetrating endless time and space, and he noticed a gleam of purple light. The aura originated from that very place. Xihe Star. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiao rose and stepped into the void. Traversing the boundless sea of stars and crossing countless celestial bodies, he finally arrived near Xihe Star. This star, suspended in the void, was shrouded in purple aura, exuding an aura of supreme nobility. It was colossal in size, with tiny worlds even resting on its surface. Purple torrents swirled like the primal chaos, making it resemble a miniature chaotic universe. Truly worthy of being the Emperor Star, Lin Xiao murmured softly. In the legends of his past life, Xihe Star was the lord of all stars, the origin of all phenomena, and revered as the emperor among stars. There was a saying, when Xihe does not shine, the sun and moon reign supreme. But in the primordial world, the sun and moon were transformed from Panga's eyes. Perhaps, when the sun and moon do not appear, Xihe reigns supreme is more fitting. Moreover, with him here, any star could only take a secondary position. A mere concealment formation. How could it stop me? Lin Xiao saw through the formation on Xihe star at a glance. Strictly speaking, this formation was not crude if he had not greatly enhanced his divine sense after advancing to the Honghuang golden immortal realm. He might not have detected it. With a thought, he took a step forward, surging with the power of laws, dispersing the layers of purple aura, and descended onto the surface of Xihe star. What met his eyes was a towering tree that pierced the clouds. This divine tree was rooted at the core of Xihe star, its body flowing with starlight jet black, as if it harbored countless stars. The most exquisite thing was that it had 365 branches, each tip bearing a single flower bud, neither more nor less, exactly matching the number of the heavenly cycle. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately understood the tree's origin. The heavenly cycle star tree. This tree nurtured itself with the power of stars, devouring the energy of the heavenly cycle for millions of years before bearing fruit. Each time it bore 365 star fruits, corresponding to the most ancient 365 main stars. By consuming the fruit, one could condense the original body of the corresponding star and wield the star's immense power. The branches of the heavenly cycle star tree totaled 365, exactly enough to refine the heavenly cycle star banners, which could be used to set up the grand starry formation. Who dares to trespass here? A cold and wary voice suddenly sounded, and a youthful figure appeared beneath the star tree. He wore a purple Taoist robe, had a delicate face, and looked about 13 or 14 years old. An innate noble aura surrounded him, as if he were a born emperor. Passing by, just taking a look. Are you the master of Xihe star? Lin Xiao asked with a smile, seeing through the boy's cultivation at a glance. Early great Luo golden immortal. Indeed, Xihe star is mine, and this tree is mine too. I am the Xihe emperor. The boy relaxed his guard slightly, a hint of pride showing in his expression. The Xihe emperor. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. This boy seemed to have just transformed not long ago, inexperienced in the world, with a touch of innocence in his words. I am Lin Xiao. Pleasure to meet you. Since you are a guest, how about we discuss the Tao together? The boy smiled faintly, sensing no hostility from Lin Xiao, but unable to see through his cultivation. Having been alone on Xihe star for too long, he was eager to exchange and verify his Tao methods with a visitor. All right. Lin Xiao nodded, and with a flash of his form, he was already beneath the star tree. The boy's eyes narrowed, and he was secretly shocked. This person's cultivation is probably not inferior to mine. The two sat facing each other. The boy spoke first, a three-petal lotus blooming above his head. Tao sounds echoed, and Xihe star shone brilliantly with the power of the heavenly cycle stars cascading down, vast and boundless. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, finding it quite interesting. He discovered that the Tao practiced by this boy was to govern all stars with Xihe star, even including the sun and moon stars. Xihe Emperor star commanding all stars. The heavenly cycle stars contain endless changes of the great Tao. The Xihe Emperor star ruling over all stars is my Tao. Xihe suppresses the sun and moon, and the great Tao can be achieved. What do you think, fellow Taoist? The boy's eyes burned with confidence in his own Tao. Lin Xiao gently shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Lin Xiao's expression of regret made the boy freeze. What is regrettable? When I rule all stars and command all gods, the great Tao will naturally be perfected. What's wrong with that? The boy pressed on. Lin Xiao smiled meaningfully. Of course it's wrong, because I am the sun star god. You? The boy was about to speak, but saw Lin Xiao's form suddenly rise, his aura vast and unfathomable, as if boundless, inspiring awe, and making him feel powerless to resist. He stood frozen, his face stiff, his lips trembling, but unable to utter a word. An illusion? Definitely not an illusion. A storm surged in the boy's heart, and a chill ran down his spine. Both were star gods, yet why was the other so overwhelmingly powerful? Such a gap made even the thought of resistance impossible. Struggling was merely a waste of effort. Totally not on the same level. I'll give you a choice. Stop dreaming of being the Emperor of Stars, it become my attendant instead. Lin Xiao said with a smile, his eyes showing appreciation. A choice? An attendant? The boy's face alternated between pale and green. What kind of choice was this? He, the dignified Xihe Emperor, was to become someone's attendant. Can I choose something else? The boy asked through gritted teeth. Yes, Lin Xiao pointed to the heavenly cycle star tree, become its fertilizer. He wasn't so kind as to let others pick and choose. Fertilizer. The boy shuddered, his psychological defenses completely shattered. I choose to be an attendant. Even if burdened with an imperial destiny, death would render everything void. For now he had to endure humiliation and plan for the future. Very well. I permit you to use Xihe as your name. From now on you shall be called Xihe Attendant. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Xihe looked crestfallen, not daring to utter a word. Lin Xiao set up a formation on Xihe Star and left with his newly acquired attendant. The heavenly cycle star tree grew best here, forcibly transplanting it would be detrimental. On the return journey, Lin Xiao was in high spirits. This trip had not only gained him an attendant of excellent aptitude, but also a primordial spiritual root. He couldn't help but glance in the direction of Xiao Palace, wondering how Dijun and Taiyi were faring now. Inside Xiao Palace, the 3,000-year sermon was coming to an end. Hongjun uttered the final Dao sound, and the great cultivators awoke as if from a dream, still immersed in the profound Dao rhythm, unable to extricate themselves. Some savored the saint's words intoxicated, others were full of confusion, half understanding. The saint's teachings were too profound, and many great cultivators failed to fully grasp them. It was clearly the path of the quasi-saint, yet in the end they still did not know how to break through. Hongjun's gaze swept over the crowd, taking in everyone's expressions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As soon as the words fell, a great cultivator immediately stood up and asked, I beg the saint, this disciple is dull. I still do not know how to attain the quasi-saint, or even the saint fruit. This spoke the minds of most present. Although some knew the method of cultivating the quasi-saint, it was still vague. This one was even more direct, asking about the method of becoming a saint as well. Even Dijun and Taiyi showed focused expressions. Although they had already understood the method of becoming a saint, they wanted to hear the saint's opinion. Hongjun nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on the questioning great cultivator, and replied slowly, although the great Tao has 3,000 paths, the methods to attain the Tao are no more than 3. The first is to attain the Tao through strength, comprehending the principles of the laws to break through the shackles of the great Luo. This realm is called Honghuang Golden Immortal, and further advancement leads to Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, the great Tao is now obscure, and this path is already severed. The second is to attain the Tao through merit, performing deeds approved by the heavenly Tao, gaining boundless merit to infuse the primordial spirit. The specifics will be discussed later. The cultivators in the hall all showed disappointment. Of these two paths, one was already cut off, and the other was too elusive. Hongjun paused briefly, seeing the gloom on everyone's faces, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Then he raised his voice, the final path is the one I use to attain the Tao. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately drew countless burning gazes. With a living saint right here, this method must be feasible. I implore the saint to show mercy and bestow this path. A cultivator eagerly shouted the request. Hongjun nodded slightly, his gaze lingering a moment longer on the speaker, and continued, this method is called the slaying of the 3 corpses to attain the Tao. All beings have the 3 corpses of good, evil, and self. Slaying 1 corpse enters the early quasi-saint stage, slaying 2 enters the middle stage, slaying 3 enters the late stage, and then reaches perfection. When the 3 corpses return to the origin, one can attain the supreme Tao fruit. However, one must use innate spiritual treasures to host the 3 corpses. Speaking up to this point, Hongjun suddenly noticed that Dijun and Taiyi looked distracted, as if confused. Dijun and Taiyi, have you understood? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Such attention was already an exception. Seeing that their cultivation was still shallow, Hongjun took extra care. The gazes of all cultivators turned to the two. Dijun and Taiyi snapped back to reality. It wasn't that they didn't understand, they simply lacked interest. These principles had already been explained by their third brother. What puzzled them even more was that Hongjun claimed the path of laws was severed, yet their third brother was about to achieve the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm. Wasn't this nonsense? Although they thought this in their hearts, they dared not show it on their faces. Since the saint had asked, it would be improper not to respond. Dijun pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, may I ask the saint, among the 3 methods of attaining the Tao, which is the strongest? These words stunned all the great cultivators, who then cast admiring glances at Dijun. Some wondered if he was truly clueless or just pretending to be foolish. The saint had clearly said the path of laws was severed, yet he still asked which of the 3 methods was stronger. Such behavior, was it not asking for trouble? How dare he disregard the saint's words? Where did his audacity come from? Xiao Palace fell into dead silence, with all gazes fixed on the brothers Dijun and Taiyi. Most expressions were gloating. Jane and Juanti almost laughed out loud. This golden crow was truly bold. Was he always this reckless? Perhaps living too long on the Sun Star had scorched his wits. Hongjuan's brow furrowed slightly, a barely perceptible anger flickering in his eyes. Wretched. He had already made it so clear that only 2 methods remained, yet this man asked which was better. Was it poor hearing or deliberate provocation? Could he still harbor delusions about attaining the Tao through laws? If it weren't for the fact that Dijun and Taiyi bore heavy responsibilities, Hongjun would have almost expelled these 2 incompetent beings on the spot to avoid the eyesore. He had emphasized the path of the 3 corpses to pass on his lineage and prepare for future plans. Under the watchful eyes of all, Dijun had to ask this question. Hongjun knew well which of the 3 methods was strongest, but it was not appropriate to say so now. Hence he smiled calmly and still answered, The Tao has no high or low and methods have no strength or weakness. So-called strongest all depends on oneself. Thus the three methods of attaining the Tao have no inherent superiority, it all ultimately lies in the cultivator himself. Hongjun could not conveniently say that the three corpses method was the strongest, so he gave this ambiguous answer. Thank you for the saint's enlightenment. Dijuan's eyes flickered slightly, he said no more, and sat back down calmly. But in his heart it was a different story. What Hongjun said had quite a few similarities with his third brother's words. Strength in oneself is the strongest, and the path of laws precisely cultivates oneself. The most crucial point was that his third brother had said that the path of laws was the strongest method unrestricted by anything because it cultivated one's own power. Other methods of attaining sainthood required placing the primordial spirit in the heavenly Tao, thus being subject to others. How could such a subjugated saint be considered strong? Hongjun had clearly not told the full truth. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged a covert glance, their thoughts were now nearly identical. The words of a saint were not necessarily all true, saying the path of laws was severed. Little did he know that their third brother Lin Xiao was already approaching the Honghuang golden immortal realm. The lofty status of Hongjun in their hearts gradually faded. His words could no longer convince them. Dijun and Taiyi pondered inwardly, no longer paying attention to the sermon, only hoping to leave quickly. After the brief disturbance, Hongjun continued to explain the method of slaying the three corpses in depth. The three pure ones, Jane Juni Nuwa Fushi Kuanpeng Dongwangdong, and other great cultivators, all gained some understanding and began attempting to slay their own three corpses. Among them, many great cultivators had already reached the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal realm. After hearing the method of the quasi-saint, they immediately began to cultivate. Those who had not yet reached perfection silently memorized it, waiting to comprehend it later. The responses of the assembled cultivators varied, for not every great power possessed an innate spiritual treasure. Hongjun closed his eyes, remaining motionless all the while. Those among the great powers who had not entered meditative trance sensed that the sage still had words unspoken. Indeed, after a long pause, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the immortal assembly as he spoke with calm detachment. After the Dragon Han cataclysm, the path of cultivation in the primordial world grew arduous and the order of heaven and earth remained unsettled. I wish to select fated individuals to establish the heavenly court, governing all celestial bodies, overseeing the primordial world, and stabilizing the cosmos. The moment these words were uttered, the hall erupted into clamor. To establish the heavenly court and wield the authority of heaven and earth, such a prospect stirred the hearts of all ambitious beings. To attain this position would be to hold supremacy, second only to the sage, making it no difficult task to dominate the primordial world thereafter. Yet there were also those who remained calm and adopted a wait-and-see attitude. The mere thought of the Wu clan with their warlike nature was enough to give one a headache. Nua's eyes flickered with a subtle light. Establishing the heavenly court aligned perfectly with her vision of unifying all tribes. Now that she had the support of great powers like Bei's Jiming Gish and Zhuing beneath her command, if she could also gain the recognition of the Tao ancestor, she would surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Not only did Nuwa think so, but Bei's and the others also burned with passionate ambition, eager to immediately see Nuwa entrusted with this great responsibility. Meanwhile, Kuanpeng secretly contacted powerhouses from various tribes vying for this position. In the past he had lacked a legitimate cause and dared not act rashly, but now that the Tao ancestor had issued a decree, who would dare disobey? Even the Sanqing Jian and Zhuanti felt a subtle stirring of desire. This position was second only to the Tao ancestor, exalted above all living beings. Hongjuan's gaze shifted subtly, quietly pausing on Dijun and Taiyi. This move was born of necessity. These two golden crows were far too slack, and he needed to provide a slight push. He dearly wished that the two brothers would volunteer themselves and take up the heavy responsibility. Yet Dijun and Taiyi only wanted to leave the scene as soon as possible. How could they care about such matters? Moreover, before departing, Lin Xiao had repeatedly urged them not to covet any opportunities. They dared not forget even a single word. Amid the countless gazes, Hongjuan's sight drifted casually across the great powers, finally coming to rest precisely on Dijun and Taiyi. Dijun and Taiyi, you are the star spirits of the sun, born with the destiny of emperors. Are you willing to take charge of the heavenly court and govern the primordial world? Before the words had even faded, the hall burst into uproar. The immortals glared with indignation, their hearts seething with resentment. These two Golden Crow brothers, in terms of cultivation and lineage, were not the most outstanding. Oh, why should fortune fall upon them? Jane Zhuanti and the Sanqing turned pale with anger as old grudges surged in their hearts. Kuanpeng was so enraged that his beard and hair bristled, even more so than when he had been robbed in the past. Nuwa was slightly crestfallen, while Bei's and the others had already begun secretly plotting to offer their allegiance. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged a bewildered glance. Could it be that Hongjun was not speaking in jest? If they had followed their original nature, they would have knelt to thank the sage at once. But after Lin Xiao's guidance, the two brothers cupped their hands in unison. We beg the sage's pardon. Our cultivation is shallow, and our nature is indolent. We fear we would be unworthy of such a heavy burden. The entire hall erupted in astonishment. The immortals stared wide-eyed, as if beholding a spectacle. The supreme seat of the heavenly court actually declined. Kunpeng's wings quivered with excitement, feeling that his opportunity was at hand. The Sanqing exchanged knowing smiles, finding this turn of events agreeable. Jane and Junti were overjoyed, having nearly been frightened out of their wits moments earlier, fearing that if the Golden Crows took over the heavenly court, they would never have a chance at revenge, and might even face unwarranted persecution. Fortunately, those two foolish Golden Crows had rejected the sage's will. Courting destruction, the two secretly rejoiced. Since the Golden Crows had relinquished the position of heavenly court lord, perhaps they themselves might have a sliver of opportunity. Of course, this was but a delusion. Jane and Junti knew in their hearts. How could Hongjun possibly entrust authority to beings from the western lands? Nuwa and Bays, however, were utterly baffled, their confusion deepening. Why did the Golden Crows refuse such a fortune? The thought that Lin Xiao had also previously declined to command the myriad tribes only added to the mystery. Behind the purple firmament palace, Xihe and Changxi were shaken to the core. When had the Sunstar spirits become so formidable as to catch the sage's eye? In the past, they had been easily suppressed by them, yet now, of course, apart from the other star spirit, they had thought the Golden Crows had not come to listen to the lectures, only to find them hidden among the assembly, though the strongest among them was absent. What puzzled them most was why the Golden Crows would abandon such a heaven-sent opportunity. What scheme were they devising? Hongjuan's expression tightened slightly, a flicker of displeasure passing through his eyes before vanishing. He had not anticipated that these two Golden Crows would be so lacking in ambition. He had personally bestowed a fortune upon them, yet they declined on the grounds of weak cultivation. While it was not untrue, they were indeed somewhat lacking. Perhaps the heavenly opportunity has not yet arrived. Hongjun mused to himself, perhaps he had been too hasty and the two brothers had not yet reached their full maturity. Enough, let us set this aside for now. The matter of the heavenly court will be discussed at the next lecture. He raised his hand slightly, signaling Dijun and Taiyi to take their seats. At this moment, Kunpeng could no longer restrain himself, feeling that his chance had come. He stepped forward and loudly recommended himself, "Sage. This disciple is willing to take on this heavy responsibility to protect the peace of heaven and earth and maintain order in the world." As soon as these words were spoken, the great powers were momentarily stunned, then a wave of indignation surged, and they cursed inwardly. "A base creature like you dares to covet the heavenly court. Shameless wretch. A beast among fowls. Huh." Kunpeng cupped his hands and bowed his head, remaining motionless as he awaited the sage's response, his heart both anxious and hopeful. He knew he had acted impulsively, but he feared missing the opportunity, thinking that if he took the initiative there might still be hope. Hongjun gazed deeply at Kunpeng and said calmly, "The matter of establishing the heavenly court will be discussed later. Now there is another important matter to announce." The great powers' expressions shifted subtly. Some felt a secret disappointment. It will be postponed. Others sneered inwardly at Kunpeng. This bird that stuck its neck out had brought humiliation upon itself. How awkward must it be now? Kunpeng returned to his seat in embarrassment, feeling the mocking gazes from all directions prickling his back like needles, wishing he could burrow into the ground and flee. He had lost all face. Not only had he failed to ascend to the throne of the heavenly court, but he had also inadvertently revealed his true nature. He stole a glance at Dijun and Taiyi, resentment swelling in his heart. He attributed all his frustration and defeat to the two brothers, convinced that if not for their interference, he would never have lost face. What galled him even more was that when the sage had proposed establishing the heavenly court, he himself had been rejected on the spot, while Dijun and Taiyi were granted that honor. Did this not prove that Kunpeng was inferior to the Golden Crow brothers? Where exactly did he fall short? Hongjuan's eyes shifted slightly, and only after the purple firmament palace had fallen silent again did he speak unhurriedly. "The establishment of the heavenly court shall be set aside for now. However, the order of the primordial world still needs to be maintained. Therefore, I will select two worthy individuals to act on behalf of heaven and earth, ensuring peace and tranquility." At these words, the great powers looked puzzled. Again, could it be that the only two positions were also reserved for the Golden Crows? Countless gazes turned instinctively toward Dijun and Taiyi. These two shall respectively govern the male and female immortals of the primordial world, acting on behalf of the heavenly Tao. As Hongjun finished speaking, the cultivators felt a sudden light dawn upon them. Though not as illustrious as the Lord of the Heavenly Court, to command half of the immortals in the primordial world was still an extraordinary authority. Realizing this, the eyes in the hall instantly blazed with fervor. Zhuangmu was deep in thought when she suddenly heard the sage call her name. "You, born of the primordial Yin-Chi, shall be the leader of female immortals." As he spoke, he produced a plain-colored cloud-patterned banner and bestowed it upon her. I grant you this treasure, may you wield it well. Taking the billowing cloud banner in her delicate hands, Zhuangmu suppressed her elation. This top-grade innate spiritual treasure could not have come at a better time, precisely solving her predicament of lacking a treasure to sever the corpse. The watching great powers stared at the flowing Tao resonance, their throats unconsciously bobbing. Such a heavy artifact could stir even a quasi-saint's heart. Now the cultivators turned their gaze toward the remaining seat of the leader of male immortals, their eyes burning so fiercely they nearly scorched the void. Several female immortals even regretted not having been born as men, so they too could contend. The Sanqing Jane Zhuanti Kuanping Mingi Fushi and a host of other great powers all looked on with eager anticipation. The dual allure of authority and a top-grade innate spiritual treasure was irresistible. Dong Wanggong was especially excited, almost rising to his feet. He and Zhuangmu represented yin and yang. Since Zhuangmu was born of the yin Qi, then he is the embodiment of extreme yang, should logically be the leader of male immortals. It was only reasonable. Hongjuan's gaze swept across the assembly, finally lingering once more on Dijun and Taiyi. Perceiving this, the great powers felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be? Is the leader of male immortals also going to fall into the hands of the Golden Crows? Dijun and Taiyi were equally stunned. Again, the next moment Hongjun averted his gaze. He had already anticipated that the Golden Crows would likely refuse, so he settled for the next best option and turned his eyes to Hongyun. He discerned that Hongyun had a close friendship with Dijun and Taiyi and hoped to use Hongyun as a means to draw the two brothers into the game. With Hongyun's foundation, if he became the leader of male immortals, he would surely struggle to command respect and would naturally need to seek the aid of the Golden Crows. Thus the plan would be accomplished. Once embroiled in conflict, strife would naturally follow. Hongyun, you are the embodiment of the first rosy cloud between heaven and earth, bearing great fortune. You shall be the leader of male immortals. Hongjun spoke solemnly, his tone commanding. As soon as the words were uttered, the great powers erupted in outrage, their dissatisfaction plain to see. Is Hongyun worthy of being the leader of male immortals? What qualifications does he have? He was merely the first red cloud to take form. In terms of lineage, any great power present could easily surpass him. Not to mention others, even Hongyun himself found it hard to believe, as if in a dream. He was about to thank the sage when he suddenly came to his senses. Feeling the hostile gazes around him, and recalling Dijun's earlier actions, Hongyun suddenly realized that this position was no easy task. If he were not careful, it might bring mortal danger. He scratched his head and said with a simple smile, "Great sage, this disciple is of mediocre talent and shallow cultivation. Afraid I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. I beg the sage to withdraw the decree." His words were sincere with not a trace of greed. Good. Behind him, Dijun and Taiyi nearly clapped their hands in approval. Hongjuan's gaze sharpened slightly, clearly not expecting Hongyun to refuse. Preposterous. This Hongyun, having mingled with the Golden Crows, has learned their ways. Hongyun, do you truly refuse to serve as the leader of male immortals? Hongjun asked in a deep voice, his tone already showing displeasure. Yes, Hongyun is of meager talent and shallow virtue. I earnestly beg the sage to withdraw the decree. Hongyun replied without hesitation, his tone solemn. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure was indeed precious, but one had to live to enjoy it. Hongyun would never be the leader of male immortals. His resolve grew firmer, and after refusing, he clearly felt the hostile gazes around him gradually dissipate. The great powers present were naturally pleased. Since Hongyun had the good sense to decline, they now had their chance. Hongjun waved his sleeve lightly, signaling Hongyun to sit, unwilling to say more, and turned his gaze to Xinyuanzi, who was seated beside Hongyun. Since one person had failed, he would try another. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were as close as brothers. Whoever became the leader of male immortals would be the same. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Xinyuanzi's eyes darting away, looking around evasively, his face full of reluctance. Well, never mind, perhaps it was time to return and merge with the Tao. Hongjuan's gaze grew cold, but he could not vent his anger in front of the assembled immortals. The immortals all sensed the delicate atmosphere and immediately fell silent, not daring to show any sign of awareness. Only Dong Wanggong bowled as he saw this as an opportunity. He rose and said respectfully, "This disciple is willing to share the sage's burden and take on the role of leader of male immortals." His expression was solemn, appearing extremely earnest, but inwardly his heart was pounding with anxiety. Dong Wanggong's sudden move drew cold sneers from the other immortals. He was simply courting death. Even the sage was showing displeasure, yet he still dared to thrust himself forward, disregarding his own life for the sake of gain. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Hongjun merely glanced at Dong Wanggong blandly and gave a slight nod. Very well. Since that is the case, the position of leader of male immortals shall be held by Dong Wanggong. I bestow upon you the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Head Staff. May you use it well, lead the male immortals of the primordial world, maintain order, and not disappoint my expectations. Hongjuan's sleeve brushed lightly, and a golden, gleaming dragon-headed staff flew before Dong Wanggong. Dong Wenggong took it with both hands, knelt, and prostrated himself, saying with excitement, Dong Wenggong will not fail the sage's great trust. The immortals were stunned. Could it be that simple? They had thought Dong Wenggong would surely meet with disaster, but the sage had so casually granted him the leadership of male immortals. Many great powers were filled with regret. If they had known, they too would have stepped forward. If I had gone, I could have done it. The immortals seethed with envy and resentment, secretly lamenting that Dong Wenggong had only obtained the position by seizing the first opportunity. Only Dijun and Taiyi, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun breathed a sigh of relief. Xinyuanzi in particular had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, preferring tranquility over activity, and was unwilling to shoulder such a heavy responsibility by any means. When Hongyuan's gaze fell upon him just now, he immediately guessed that the sage intended to appoint him as the successor. After all, even his close friend Hongyun had received the sage's favor, so how could he possibly be inferior to Hongyun? This sermon ends here. Hongyuan's voice was calm as his figure gradually faded. In 10,000 years the final sermon will be held. At that time I will impart the complete method of attaining sagehood and select those with destiny as my disciples. The Xihe palace suddenly erupted in uproar as the assembly of great cultivators felt their hearts surge with excitement. The sage intends to take disciples. Although many often referred to themselves as disciples, in truth, they were not even nominal ones. This time Hongjun personally made the promise, but did not specify the number, instantly stirring a burning desire in everyone's hearts. If one could become a disciple of the sage, not only would the path of cultivation be smooth, but all beings in the primordial world would have to look up to them. The complete path to sagehood was even more enchanting, and the only regret was that 10,000 years of waiting felt too long. Before the sermon even began, the suspense had already made everyone restless. The great cultivators dispersed one after another, with Dong Wenggong brimming with pride as he tried to recruit like-minded companions. But few responded. Most were eager to return to their mountains and undergo the beheading of the corpse to break through, unwilling to pay heed to this suddenly empowered figure. The three pure ones cast cold glances and followed Hutu's departure, clearly seeking to avenge their previous humiliation. Dong Wenggong approached to strike up a conversation, but the three ignored him as if he were invisible. Dijun and Taiyi, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun walked together, leaving Dong Wenggong to face yet another cold shoulder. Fellow Taoists, please stay. No time. Staring at the retreating figures, Dong Wenggong's face darkened. Do you dare to slight the dignity of the leader of male immortals? He stared into the distance, his knuckles turning white. Outside the Xihe palace, Jane tugged at Junti's sleeve. Brother Hongyun is traveling with the Golden Crows. If we act now, it may be difficult to achieve our goal. A cold glint flickered in Junti's eyes. They had originally planned to intercept and kill them halfway, but the enemy was too numerous. Let's return to the west to break through to the quasi-sage realm first. Jane whispered, the blood debt of the Sun Star will be repaid in due time. It's fine. They won't stick together forever. For now, let's tail them and observe. If no opportunity arises, we will first return to the mountain to behead the corpse. Once I attain the quasi-sage fruit, I will surely bathe the Sun Star in blood and slay every three-legged golden crow. Jane's expression was composed, his words carrying the calm of one who had already secured victory. The method of the benevolent corpse had already yielded a measure of essence, and the quasi-sage realm was within reach. If he could not exact revenge this time, then when he achieved the quasi-sage realm, he would personally visit the Sun Star. At that time he would deal with the three golden crows all at once. Would that not be a delight? Thus he remained at ease, not competing for the moment. But his junior brother was too impatient and needed guidance. I will follow your arrangements, brother. Junti nodded, slightly deeply agreeing. They had long since reached the perfection of the Daluo golden immortal realm, and beheading the corpse was merely a matter of ease. Dijun and Taiyi, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun returned from the chaos. Fellow Taoists, we shall part here. We must return to the mountain to go into seclusion. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun stood side by side. This sermon had brought them great benefit, and with the innate spiritual treasures in hand, they were ready to return and attempt the beheading of the corpse. Take care. Dijun and Taiyi cupped their hands in farewell. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun then departed together. Just as Dijun and Taiyi were about to set off, they suddenly sensed an earth-shattering fluctuation of combat from beyond the heavens. Although separated by billions of miles, the soul-stirring aura was still clearly perceptible. The ancestral witches are fighting the three pure ones. The two activated their divine abilities to observe and saw Xuanming Hutu, Xiangliang, and 6 other ancestral witches besieging the three pure ones. These ancestral witches have advanced so much. Dijun's face showed surprise. Compared to their last encounter, the ancestral witch's strength had surged, reaching at least the late Daluo Golden Immortal stage, or even the Perfection stage. It seems that the title Orthodox Disciple of Pangu is crucial to both the three pure ones and the ancestral witches, and even affects the depth of cultivation. Third Brother once said that our Golden Crow clan can also claim to be Orthodox disciples of Pangu. I wonder if this fortune will benefit us. Taiyi said with a smile. He still remembered Lin Xiao's words to the three pure ones on Buzhou Mountain. If so, then all beings in the primordial world could be considered descendants of Pangu. Let's rush back to seclusion. This time I will not come out until I reach the Honghuang golden immortal realm. Dijun's gaze was resolute, feeling the heavy pressure once again. His two younger brothers had extraordinary cultivation, and the great cultivators outside were emerging one after another, leaving him no room for slack. Taiyi nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to move, they suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings. Golden Crow's long time no see. Xihe and Changxi arrived on auspicious clouds with golden wheels of merit above their heads and Buddha light radiating all around. They had originally planned to return to the west, but then they saw Xinyuanzi and Hongyun parting ways with the Golden Crows. A heaven-sent opportunity. How could they let it pass? Long time no see. Didn't we just meet at the Xiao Palace not long ago? Taiyi said with a smile as the chaos bell slowly rose above his head. Dijun also summoned the Hichu Luoshu, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Xihe and Changxi. Why waste words? What was sown in the past will be reaped today. Prepare to die. Zhuanti shouted coldly without hesitation, afraid that delay would bring trouble, and struck with full force. In an instant both sides erupted simultaneously, unleashing their killing moves. The entire void was swept by overwhelming divine power, shaking the universe. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao opened his eyes from deep meditation, with time flowing around him and years passing like a shuttle. He seemed to sit at the end of the river of time, overlooking all things, and with a single glance, he saw billions of years. Not bad, the law of time has reached the level of the Honghuang Golden Immortal. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After absorbing the time fragments last time, his comprehension of the law of time was only one step away from entering the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm. Now with a brief epiphany, he finally broke through. Although his cultivation remained at the early stage of the Honghuang Golden Immortal, his strength had doubled. Ding! Detected that Xihe and Changxi are fighting Dijun and Taiyi. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Go immediately slay Xihe and Changxi to demonstrate the majesty of the Golden Crow clan and receive the supreme killing treasure of the heavenly Tao, the Godslayer Spear. Choice 2. Stay put and ignore the situation and receive a drop of Pangu's essence blood. Oh, these two choices are quite intriguing. Lin Xiao's gaze narrowed as he pondered for a moment. The first choice required him not only to intervene, but also to slay Xihe and Changxi, with the reward being the Godslayer's Spear, the supreme killing treasure of the heavenly Tao once owned by the demon ancestor Luo. But the problem was, could Xihe and Changxi really be killed at this moment? Even if he forcibly killed them, he would probably be unable to escape unscathed. After all, they were the future sages personally appointed by Hongjuan, hardly beings that could be easily destroyed. If he failed to kill them, the reward would naturally be out of reach. As things stood, he had to go and save Dijun and Taiyi anyway, so the choice seemed to make no difference. Just as he was about to make a decision, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait. Saving people doesn't necessarily require me to act personally. Lin Xiao had already made up his mind, and immediately made his choice. System, I choose the second option. Then he summoned Xihe Tongzi. Master, what are your orders? Xihe Tongzi, dressed in a purple robe, was exceptionally noble, but now served as Lin Xiao's attendant. Child, take my treasure, and bring my two elder brothers back. Lin Xiao flipped his palm, and the Hongmeng cauldron revealed its true form, with chaotic energies surging and a pressure that shook the surroundings. As you command. Xihe Tongzi held the cauldron with a face full of shock. Within this small vessel, the Hongmeng purple chi flowed endlessly, giving rise to myriad phenomena, as if it were nurturing the entire Hongmeng world. He had followed Lin Xiao for many years, but had never seen this supreme treasure. Based on his judgment, this cauldron was definitely among the top 5 in the primordial world. When he heard Lin Xiao wanted him to use this treasure to repel Xihe and Changxi, Xihe Tongzi immediately panicked. Those were the two most powerful masters of the West. With his meager cultivation, he would be lucky to survive, let alone drive them away. Master, is this task? Xihe Tongzi hesitated, feeling that he was being sent to his death. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Just go ahead. When the time comes, offer the cauldron, and I will control it from afar. This Hongmeng cauldron was his lifebound treasure for attaining the Honghuang realm. With the law power infused, he could wield it as easily as if it were in his hand, even from billions of miles away. As long as Xihe and Changxi had not yet beheaded the corpse, repelling them would not be difficult. I understand, Master. Xihe Tongzi hugged the cauldron and turned to leave his back, carrying a hint of tragic resolve. Watching the child's receding figure, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, getting a drop of Pangu's essence blood for free. Truly wonderful. On the other side, the battle between Dijun and Taiyi and Xihe and Changxi had entered its most intense phase. The entire void was collapsing, with chaotic currents raging in all directions. Although their cultivation was slightly inferior with the power of their innate spiritual treasures, the two Golden Crows managed to fight the Western masters to a standstill. Xihe and Changxi grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. They had cultivated by gathering the fortune of the West, and were only one step away from the quasi-sage realm, yet they still could not subdue these two golden crows. Recalling how weak their opponents were at Buzhou Mountain, they were shocked by the growth. They must behead the corpse as soon as possible. Alarm bells rang in both their minds. Only by stepping into the quasi-sage realm could they completely suppress their opponents. This earth-shattering battle attracted many great cultivators returning from the Xiao Palace. Dong Wanggong had just emerged from the chaos with his newly recruited followers when he saw the scene and sneered, "Weren't you quite arrogant in the Xiao Palace?" He had extended a kind invitation only to be rejected. "Now you're eating humble pie. Leader, they are fighting without cause, disturbing the primordial world. Should we intervene?" a follower behind Dong Wanggong asked. "Not for now. This is a personal grudge, let them settle it themselves." Dong Wanggong waved dismissively. If it were ordinary beings, he would have already acted to establish his authority. But these were no ordinary individuals. The Golden Crows were not to be feared, but Jane and Junti made him wary. Without absolute certainty, he was unwilling to offend them. On the other side, the ancestral witches had just repelled the three pure ones when they were drawn to the battle between Jane Junti and Dijun and Taiyi. Are Jane and Junti as powerful as the three pure ones? Xiangliang, surrounded by lightning, was still burning with battle intent. They have gathered the fortune of the West, and are blessed with merit. Xuanming's eyes were like lightning penetrating the battle situation. It's a pity the Golden Crows did not establish a heavenly court under the sage's decree, otherwise how would Jane and Junti dare to act recklessly? Hutu briefly recounted the events at the Xiao Palace. "Is that so?" Xianming showed surprise. "To oversee heaven and earth and maintain the primordial world. Clearly this is meant to constrain our Wu clan. The Golden Crows are wise to realize that doing so would make them our enemies." Xianming spoke with admiration. "Anyone who dares to lord over us will be crushed to pieces." Xiaoliang's voice shook the heavens. "The primordial world was transformed by our Father God. Who are they to interfere?" Zhurong sneered coldly. As they were discussing, they suddenly saw a purple beam of light tearing through the sky. Xihe Tongzi, carrying the Hongmeng cauldron, braced himself and rushed into the battle. The great cultivators were all surprised, and when they saw that the newcomer was only at the early Daluo stage, they found it even more unbelievable. "Is he seeking death?" Stop. Xihe Tongzi forced himself to stay calm, but his heart was pounding. "Who are you? How dare you interfere?" Zhuanti's gaze was cold. If not for sensing the extraordinary origin of the visitor, he would have already taught him a lesson. "My master ordered me to come. Leave at once." I don't wish to fight you." Xihe Tongzi swallowed hard, trying to sound calm, and put on a facade of profound mystery. Dijun and Taiyi's eyes suddenly fell on the small cauldron in Xihe Tongzi's arms. Could this be Third Brother's artifact? The two exchanged a glance, understanding most of it. "Little one, who is your master to dare meddle in our affairs?" Zhuanti's voice was icy, his gaze locked on the Hongmeng cauldron. "This artifact seems familiar. Could it be?" Xihe Tongzi bit his lip and declared loudly, "My master is Lin Xiao, the star god of the sun star." As soon as Xihe Tongzi finished speaking, Jane and Zhuanti suddenly understood. Lin Xiao, the star god of the sun star. No wonder the cauldron felt strangely familiar. Back when they fought for the gourd at Buzhou Mountain, they were struck by this very object. How could they forget? "So it's you, the cowardly feathered beast. Too scared to show yourself, sending a mere boy to die. How laughable." Jane and Zhuanti secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had assumed this old master was some formidable expert, only to discover it was merely that golden crow. What pretentious nonsense. "I have not come to die, but to defeat you." Though fear stirred in his heart, the purple star boy refused to yield, his expression unusually solemn. The moment those words were spoken, even the great powers observing from the shadows could barely contain their amusement. If the third golden crow had come in person and the three united their strength, they might truly stand a chance against Jane and Zhuanti. Now they send only a boy at the early stage of Daluo and expect to drive back Jane and Zhuanti. That is sheer folly. Still, this Lin Xiao does have some merit. His attendant boy has already reached the Daluo realm. Lord Dongwang and his retinue also wore mocking expressions, eagerly awaiting the spectacle to unfold. Rumors claimed Lin Xiao was the crown jewel of the three golden crows, but judging by this, his reputation is undeserved. He doesn't even dare to show himself. What capability does he truly possess? Must he sit at home and expect to vanquish his enemies? Dijun and Taiyi shared the same bewilderment, unable to fathom why their third brother had sent only a single boy. "Boy, come quickly to our side. These two old thieves cannot harm you." Dijun perceived the purple star boy's strained determination and wished to summon him close for protection. His third brother's actions were truly absurd. Why deliberately make things difficult for a mere child? The purple star boy shook his head. "No need. My mission remains unfinished." With those words, he raised the Hongmeng cauldron high, poised to strike. Witnessing this, Dijun and Taiyi exchanged glances and gave a subtle nod before quietly stepping back several paces. "Ha ha ha. You think a single magical artifact can defeat me? What delusional thinking. Today I shall claim this object. Stung by Lin Xiao's blatant disregard, the two saints of the West laughed with barely contained fury. To think that as the supreme beings of the Western realm, they could be bested by a mere artifact. What utter humiliation. With all his strength, the purple star boy hurled the Hongmeng cauldron toward Xihe and Changxi, the treasured vessel radiating primordial chaos energy. As the cauldron spun, boundless Taoist rhymes erupted from its surface with flames of law churning and blooming within. A colossal form as majestic as sacred mountains materializing in an instant. Xihe's expression darkened, and Changxi sensed the fatal danger closing in. Withdraw immediately. Do not engage them head-on. Xihe's thunderous cry echoed as he launched himself into the air, only to discover the very fabric of space and time had become distorted. No matter how far he traveled across rivers and mountains, he would always find himself back at the starting point, as if trapped in an endless cycle of reincarnation. A spatial temporal seal. Xihe suddenly realized the truth. Seeing Changxi also trapped, he immediately joined forces with his junior brother to break through. Two brilliant pillars of Buddhist light surged upward, forcefully tearing through the prison of time. Yet the Hongmeng cauldron had already evolved into myriad heavenly realms, crashing down with devastating force. Burning flames, searing black cracks into the void. A mournful roar echoed from the sea of chaotic fire as Xihe and Changxi transformed into streams of light and crashed into the earth below. Despite the protective aura of the Western realm's fortune, their golden Buddhist light was shattered into fragments. When the two saints rose unsteadily, their Tao robes scorched black and their aura in disarray, how much dignity remained? The watching powers were dumbstruck, while Lord Dongwang's face drained of color as he muttered, "Just with a magical artifact. This is clearly the technique of a quasi-saint." The purple star boy stood motionless among the clouds, the Hongmeng cauldron in his hands having already returned to its delicate form. From afar came Xihe's resentful voice echoing, "This humiliation today shall be avenged in the days to come." Before the words had fully dissipated, the two golden figures had already fled toward the western horizon. Dijun and Taiyi watched their figures recede into the distance, unable to fully grasp what had transpired. "My third brother's strength is truly terrifying," Dijun murmured. "The realm of Honghuang Golden Immortal is so powerful." Their desire to attain the Tao of Honghuang grew ever stronger within their hearts. "Let us return at once to seclusion. Until we reach Huanyuan, we shall not emerge." Dijun spoke with unwavering resolve. "I share the same intention." Taiyi nodded in agreement. With that, the two carried the purple star boy along and transformed into streaks of light, heading straight for the sun star. Deep within the primordial world, Hutu and Hongmeng and the other ancestor Wu witnessed the entire exchange, their faces etched with astonishment. So Lin Xiao possesses such power. Has he already stepped into the realm of quasi-saint? Qianwu furrowed his brows. Such techniques are far beyond what even a Daluo Golden Immortal could achieve. Hongmeng replied calmly. Hutu's gaze darkened slightly. He has never listened to the Tao teachings, yet he surpasses us all. That is truly strange. She lifted her eyes to the sky, lost in thought. Surpassing us? Hongmeng chuckled, suddenly her eyes gleaming with sharp light. Little sister Hutu, did you know that while you've been listening to the Tao, our tribe has already produced quasi-saints, and not just one? Who? Hutu's expression brightened instantly. Eldest brother Dijong and ninth brother Zhu Jiuyin, Hongmeng explained slowly. Really? Hutu was both astonished and overjoyed. She had never imagined two of the ancestor Wu had already reached the quasi-saint realm. Perhaps it relates to the plundered fortune of the three pure ones. We all benefit from it, and even I am on the verge of breakthrough. Hongmeng smiled confidently. Even if Lin Xiao has become a quasi-saint, he poses no threat to us. Within the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestor Wu gathered. Hutu recounted everything that had unfolded at the Zishao Palace. Hongjun actually wants the Golden Crows to establish the Heavenly Court and oversee the primordial world. Dijong's eyes turned cold. When those two Golden Crows declined, Hongjun instead appointed a leader of male immortals and a leader of female immortals to command the celestial beings of the primordial world, Hutu continued. Upon hearing this, the ancestor Wu all fell into deep contemplation. At least the Golden Crows showed some sense. These leadership positions over male and female immortals are clearly aimed at us. If they dare to interfere, we shall ensure none return alive. Hongjun is actually going to preach the Tao of the saints. If any powerful cultivator breaks through to the saint realm, it will certainly threaten our tribe's safety. The 12 ancestor Wu debated endlessly, their thoughts churning from the news Hutu had brought back. Rumor has it that that Golden Crow named Lin Xiao has already entered the quasi-saint realm. Coupled with Hongjuan's appointment of them to manage the heavenly court, there must be something suspicious about this. Hongmeng spoke in a grave tone. Could the saints believe the Golden Crow clan can suppress us? Zhu Jiuyin's eyes reflected the flow of time as he considered this possibility from Hutu's words. Perhaps the saints have foreseen the mechanisms of future destiny. A dark, indistinct light flickered in his eyes. In my view, the matter is quite simple. Hongjun knows the Golden Crows have broken through to Quasi-Saint, and he wishes to use them as a check against us. Gonggong waved his hand nonchalantly. After all, in the current primordial world, Quasi-Saint experts are few and far between. Hongjuan's move is simply settling for the next best option. Why not find an opportunity to visit the Sun Star and probe the Golden Crow's true strength? If they truly pose a threat, we should eliminate them as soon as possible. A cold gleam flashed in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes. There is no need to worry. Even if all 3 Golden Crows reach the Quasi-Saint realm, it won't matter. Since they refuse to establish the Heavenly Court, it proves they don't wish to be our enemies. Their rejection of Baize earlier is clear evidence of this. Di Jiang spoke calmly. The urgent priority now is to accelerate our expansion. Once Hongjuan's sermon concludes, the saints may appear in the world. We must strengthen ourselves quickly to face whatever changes come. All the Ancestor Wu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. I have a feeling the 3 pure ones are about to break through to Quasi-Saint. They are the real threat to our tribe. Though these shameless ones have been suppressed, their fortune has never wavered. Zhu Rong spoke with rare seriousness. Next time we must completely destroy them and seize the legacy of Pangu that they possess. Chang Liang was furious, with hair standing on end, and his words won the approval of most Ancestor Wu. Only by doing so can they strengthen themselves more rapidly. What you all say is very correct, but expanding our territory is the foundation. It is the cornerstone of the Wu tribe's strength. Di Jiang emphasized finally. After the council ended, the 12 Ancestor Wu stepped out of the Panga temple and led warriors from each tribe to launch a new round of conquests. On the Sun Star. Upon their return, Dijun and Taiyi immediately pulled Lin Xiao forward and recounted their experiences at the Zhixiao Palace. When he heard that Hongjun wanted them to establish the Heavenly Court, Lin Xiao silently praised. He had anticipated this possibility long ago, but never expected Hongjun would actually push forward with it himself. Though he was not present at the scene, he could still imagine what had transpired. In the end, he couldn't hold back his impulses. Refusing was the right choice. Managing the Heavenly Court may appear glorious, but it is actually a burdensome task. Lin Xiao spoke with a light smile. Fortunately, he had warned them in advance, otherwise Dijun and Taiyi might have agreed. If that had really happened, they would go out to listen to the Tao teachings and return bearing the burden of the Heavenly Court, then show off in front of me. Who could tolerate such a thing? Third brother, you were right. What's the point of establishing the Heavenly Court? Being busy and unappreciated. It's not as comfortable as cultivating in peace. But thanks to your advance warning, otherwise I might have impulsively accepted. Dijun laughed heartily, for sometimes people act on impulse and make rash decisions. What's most interesting is that when Hongjun saw we didn't want to establish the Heavenly Court, he didn't insist. Instead, he created the positions of male immortal leader and female immortal leader to maintain order in the primordial world. Taiyi also shook his head with a smile, not quite understanding why the saints would be so persistent with such arrangements. Did they really want to force them to take over the Heavenly Court? Lin Xiao nodded slightly. This was no surprise to him. Then he asked with a smile, did they also appoint you as the male immortal leader? Dijun waved his hand and said, not that. The saint originally wanted Hongyun to serve as male immortal leader, but unexpectedly senior brother Hongyun also declined. Hongyun. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this. Hongjun was so persistent, not even sparing Hongyun. Couldn't he have chosen someone else? After all, he still needs to give him the Hongmeng purple chi in the future. Most likely Hongjun felt that Dijun and Taiyi wouldn't agree, so he decided to start with Hongyun to drag them into this. But he never expected Hongyun to suddenly realize and learn how to refuse. Senior brother Hongyun probably also felt this wasn't a good assignment, so he declined. In the end, Lord Dongwang volunteered, and the saint gave him the position. As expected. Lin Xiao nodded. When it came to the most self-destructive characters in the primordial world, Lord Dongwang would definitely be on the list. After the sermon concluded, the saint mentioned there would be a third preaching where the complete method of becoming a saint would be taught and a group of disciples would be accepted. Taiyi added, do you want to become disciples of the saint? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Before he finished speaking, Dijun and Taiyi both waved their hands and said indifferently, saints' disciples are nothing special. We will become saints through our own efforts. Their attitude was resolute, especially after witnessing Hongjuan's Taoist methods. What nonsense about being unable to prove the Tao through law cultivation. But their third brother had already achieved the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. It's wonderful that you can think this way. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Dijun and Taiyi's journey was not entirely without gains. At least they had strengthened their conviction in their own path to the Tao. When I break through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, I will definitely twist off Jane and Juni's heads. Dijun's expression was cold, his killing intent fierce. Thinking of what had happened earlier, his heart still burned with anger. By the way, third brother, how did the Purple Star deity become your attendant? The Purple Star is the supreme stellar deity, second only to the sun and moon. I wonder why third brother was able to subdue him. Both Dijun and Taiyi showed curiosity. Lin Xiao briefly recounted the events in a casual manner. Upon hearing this, shock appeared on Dijun and Taiyi's faces. The star tree of the entire heaven. They never imagined that during their time away Lin Xiao had actually found such a congenital spiritual root. In contrast, Lin Xiao remained very calm, for within his Chaos Pearl, he had already cultivated the Huanzhong plum, the foremost of the 10 great congenital spiritual roots. Eldest brother, second brother, recently, while contemplating the Hongmeng Cauldron, I accidentally comprehended a certain formation. I suspect that the magical artifacts born with us all conceal formations within. You should also contemplate them more. Bringing up the star tree of the entire heaven, Lin Xiao subtly hinted that Dijun and Taiyi should diligently cultivate their magical artifacts, hoping to comprehend the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation and the Hunyuan Heluo formation. If that's really the case, then we must contemplate them carefully. Dijun and Taiyi were overjoyed and immediately decided to enter seclusion for cultivation. Until we reach Hunyuan Golden Immortal, we swear not to emerge from seclusion. After leaving these words, the two departed hastily. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and also began to sit in meditation, slowly absorbing the Pangu essence blood rewarded by the system. This drop of essence blood contains the physical might of great god Pangu, making it most suitable for tempering the body. As the essence blood entered his body, Lin Xiao immediately felt his blood surging, as if thousands of volcanoes erupted simultaneously within him, with violent power raging through his limbs and bones. Through internal observation, every inch of his flesh and blood was undergoing transformation under the stimulation of Pangu's essence blood, evolving like a new world being created from chaos. Every pore of his body turned into a miniature world, as his physical form sublimated. These tiny worlds evolved toward the vast universe. At this moment, even without using any laws, Lin Xiao's mere physical body could shatter the cosmos. When the physical body reached its pinnacle, one could hope to comprehend the legendary law of strength. The law of strength. Lin Xiao's eyes shimmered with countless flowing laws. He simultaneously activated the Chaos Pearl, leveraging both methods to comprehend this supreme law. Since his ascension to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm, the 1,000 restrictions of the Chaos Pearl had been refined, and the chaotic world within it was vast and boundless, far more expansive than before. Within the Pearl's world, the yellow plum tree, tempered by the chaotic gale, and the ninefold thunder sea, had already borne 9 green fruits. When they ripened, each fruit could create a great Luo Golden Immortal. Lin Xiao concentrated fully on comprehending the mysteries of the laws, while the Pangu essence blood within him slowly dissolved. In the ancestral land of the Wu clan, Dijiang suddenly raised his head, staring at the sun star in the sky. Just now it seemed that the breath of Father God flowed. Or perhaps a brother connected by blood. Dijiang murmured, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Could it be that my mind is wandering? He lowered his head and thought, a frown of confusion spreading across his brow. Whether it was the reappearance of Father God, or the awakening of a bloodline of the same origin, it was no ordinary matter. After a moment, a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. The sun star was originally transformed from Pangu's left eye, so it was reasonable that remnants of Father God's aura lingered. After the second lecture at Xixiao Palace, the celestial deities all retreated to comprehend the mysteries of severing the 3 corpses. Only the Wu clan and the myriad races of the primordial world engaged in endless warfare, with hidden murderous intent surging beneath the seemingly calm heavens and earth. This state of affairs continued for 3,000 years. On the peak of a misty, immortal mountain by the East Sea, 3 figures sat together on a cloud bed, their chaotic celebratory clouds covering the sky, displaying the scene of the primordial chaos, first opening a giant wielding an axe, splitting the sky and the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind surging endlessly. These were the 3 pure ones who had returned from Xixiao Palace. Suddenly Laozi's celebratory clouds churned, sometimes revealing the grand scene of creation, sometimes transforming into swirling yin-yang fish, and in an instant the imagery of the birth and death of all things changed. A clear light appeared, and an old man with white hair emerged from the clouds, his purple silk robe fluttering. He smiled and bowed. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Laozi clapped his hands and laughed. "Together we attained the great Tao." When the incarnation returned to the body, an overwhelming pressure swept across the East Sea, causing all living beings to tremble. Cries of surprise erupted from all corners of the primordial world. Who has attained the fruit of the quasi-saint? Shortly after, from Yuanshi's celebratory clouds stepped a gloomy Taoist surrounded by the most evil aura. After a cold salute, he merged back into the main body. From Tongtian, a young man with sword-like intent leaped out, his brows and eyes as sharp as blades, instantly merging with the true form. The 3 pure ones succeeded in severing the corpse, and 3 beams of divine light tore through the clouds, proclaiming the return of the orthodox lineage of Pangu. The vast pressure of the quasi-saint enveloped the surroundings. The powerful beings who sensed this aura changed their expressions, their hearts filled with a sense of oppression. The 3 pure ones are indeed extraordinary. Only 3,000 years after returning from Xiao Palace, they have already severed the evil corpse. Witnessing the power of the quasi-saint, the great beings became even more eager to attain the Tao through corpse severing. It's done. Tongtian's aura retracted, his expression brimming with joy. The first in the primordial world to sever the corpse should be us. The quasi-saint realm is far more profound than expected. Yuanshi, feeling the surging mana within him, grew even more arrogant. Why not flatten the ancestral land of the Wu clan? To avenge our past humiliation and seize the Hall of Pangu. The humiliation of being defeated by the ancestral witches in the past was still vivid in his mind, and Yuanshi's eyes burned with murderous intent. Don't act recklessly. If our cultivation has advanced, could the 12 ancestral witches have remained stagnant? They monopolized the fortune of Pangu. They are not necessarily weaker than us. Laozi stroked his beard thoughtfully. Though he harbored a grudge, he was unwilling to charge straight into the enemy's lair. So we just let it go. Yuanshi clenched his fists. First reclaim our dojo, then plan the next move. Laozi's eyes were deep. Recapturing our dojo is the best strategy. Laozi's words revealed his shrewdness. If the 12 ancestral witches remain unmoved, it means they are afraid. Then we can attack their ancestral land. Agreed. Yuanshi and Tongtian answered in unison, and thinking of the imminent revenge, they burst into laughter. 3 streaks of light pierced the sky, heading straight for the eastern foot of Mount Buzhou. Since the Kunlun dojo had been occupied, the 12 ancestral witches had stationed 2 great witches to guard it. This move harbored a hidden murderous intent. If the 3 pure ones came to reclaim the mountain, the 12 ancestral witches could surround and kill them, saving them the trouble of hunting them down. The 3 pure ones naturally knew this trap, but had endured it in the past. Now, on that day, the Kunlun mountains were suddenly enveloped by 3 terrifying auras. How dare you 3 pure ones trespass on our territory? The guarding great witch roared angrily, showing no fear. A mere gatekeeper ant, how dare you be so arrogant? Yuanshi's eyes flashed with cold light, and 2 beams of annihilation divine light instantly incinerated the great witch into nothingness. Wiping out the remaining Wu clan members with a flick of his sleeve, the 3 stepped into the old place. Long time no see. Laozi gently stroked the hall pillars. Yuanshi stood with his hands behind his back, and Tongtian looked around, all exhibiting an air of transcendence. This place's fortune soared. As the source of their birth, it was naturally extraordinary. Let's see if those pitiful ants dare to show themselves. Yuanshi's eyes were cold, a sneer on his lips. Laozi sat cross-legged on a lotus platform, his expression calm. The 12 ancestral witches might not yet know of our breakthrough. If they dare come, we'll give them a big gift. Don't be careless. Tongtian shook his head with a light laugh. What if they have also stepped into the quasi-saint realm? Wouldn't that be trouble for us? Yuanshi snorted coldly, wishful thinking. Those incomplete barbarians. How could they break through so easily? Even if 1 or 2 manage it by chance, they are nothing to fear. If they hadn't outnumbered us back, then how could they have matched us? His words were full of contempt, clearly never having taken the 12 ancestral witches seriously. Tongtian wanted to speak, but remained silent in the end. This elder brother had always been stubborn, and he didn't want to cause displeasure. They're here. Laozi suddenly opened his eyes, his aura rippling with the Tao. The ancestral land of the Wu clan was near, and the 12 ancestral witches arrived in an instant. Perfect timing. Yuanshi's battle intent boiled, his eyes flashing with cold light. In an instant, boom. The mountains trembled, and 12 demon-like figures had surrounded Mount Buzhou. A terrifying murderous aura swept across the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The gale howled, laws twisted, and the entire void warped. 3 pure ones, we let you live before, and today you dare come back to die. Dijong's voice was as cold as iron. 3 figures stepped into the air, calm and unhurried. Ridiculous. You incomplete beings dare to speak nonsense. Yuanshi sneered. Pitiful creatures living in a dream. The 12 ancestral witches' eyes turned icy cold, their murderous intent soaring. After 10,000 years, that mouth of yours is still as annoying. Yuanshi, I will tear you to pieces myself. Before Xuanming's words faded, countless ice crystals had frozen the mountains and rivers. Dijong no longer concealed his power. The quasi-saint pressure shattered the void. Let me see what kind of backing Xiao Palace has given you. Oh, you've also entered the quasi-saint realm. Laozi nodded slightly, showing no surprise. As the leader of the ancestral witches, if even Dijong couldn't break through, it would be strange. A single quasi-saint powerhouse is fearless. Among peers, he was confident in not losing to anyone. Ha, even you 3 shameless ones can break through, how could I fall behind? Dijong said mockingly. You know we have become quasi-saints. The 3 pure ones' expressions changed, gradually turning serious. The 12 ancestral witches dared to come knowing they had broken through. What did that mean? Given your cautious nature, if you hadn't become quasi-saints, you wouldn't have dared to return for revenge. Dijong said calmly, no longer intending to hide. Stop pretending. Show your true abilities. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 pure ones' faces changed drastically, and then they felt several majestic auras sweeping over, shaking the heavens and earth. The auras of Zhu Jiuyin Xuanming and Go Meng suddenly transformed, clearly having stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Note the 12 ancestral witches specialized in physical laws and could also be called mixed Yuan golden immortals. 4 quasi-saints. The 3 pure ones' faces darkened, finally understanding why the 12 ancestral witches dared to provoke them. Now you're afraid. Too late. Di Jiang let out a long roar that shook the stars, and the 12 ancestral witches attacked together, aiming directly at Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian. The 3 pure ones immediately summoned their artifact celestial light protecting their bodies, but instead of fighting head-on, they joined forces to attack the ancestral witches who had not yet reached the quasi-saint realm. You 3 shameless scoundrels. Pay with your lives. Zhu Jiuyin manipulated time, casting the law of time to attack the 3 pure ones. Although Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian were at a disadvantage, they were not as passive as in their first encounter. Their goal was clear: first target the weakest ancestral witches, killing as many as possible. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other 4 ancestral witches, needing to protect their weaker companions, found themselves unable to do much against the 3 pure ones. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao on the Sun Star was awakened by the commotion of the battle. He looked toward Mount Buzhou and couldn't help but smile. The 3 pure ones are here to spar again. Last time, by watching the battle, he had comprehended the law of thunder. Now he had another chance. Excellent. Lin Xiao laughed, his eyes flickering as he released his divine sense, perceiving the law emanations of the 12 ancestral witches, while simultaneously activating the Chaos Pearl to assist in comprehension. Combining theory and practice. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind: what would it be like to master all the laws of the 12 ancestral witches? While the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones fought desperately, they were completely unaware that a pair of eyes on the Sun Star was watching and learning with great interest. The aftermath of the battle swept across the eastern part of the primordial world, awakening many great beings. The 3 pure ones have broken through to quasi-saint, and among the ancestral witches there are quasi-saint level powerhouses. Everyone was shocked not only by the progress of the 3 pure ones, but also by the achievements of the 12 ancestral witches. Those barbarians who only knew how to fight and had simple minds had surpassed them. This was truly hard to accept. Baizhe, Jimeng, Ying Zhao, and other powerful beings of the myriad races sensed the overwhelming pressure of the 12 ancestral witches, their expressions grave. They had thought that after attending the lectures at Xiao Palace, they could narrow the gap with the ancestral witches, but instead, they had fallen even further behind. Now the strongest among them was merely at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while most were still at the late stage. Such strength was completely powerless against the ancestral witches. The only option was to hide. Baizhe, you have to think of something. If this continues, the myriad races won't even have a place to stand. Jimeng said with a dark expression. At present, they could only hide everywhere, unable to face the ancestral witches head-on. For 10,000 years the Wu clan had expanded aggressively, plundering resources and occupying territories, squeezing their living space, until eventually there would be no place for them in the primordial world. Why is Nuwa taking so long to unite the myriad races? Is she playing with us? Guiche asked in dissatisfaction. She had promised before the lectures, but there had been no movement so far. Don't worry. Nuwa said she would lead the myriad races after she severs the corpse. Baizhe replied calmly. This had been made clear back at Xiao Palace. What a pity. If we could get the Golden Crows to help, it would be wonderful. Jimeng sighed. I heard that fellow Taoist Lin Xiao has broken through to quasi-saint. Baizhe, why not make another trip to the Sun Star? Baizhe pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No need. Even the sage Hongjun asked them to establish the heavenly court, and they refused. How could they agree to unite the myriad races? Forget it. In my opinion, those Golden Crows don't even dare to face the 12 ancestral witches. Seeking them is futile. Even if Lin Xiao is truly a quasi-saint, it won't change the situation. Can he fight 12 alone? Jiuing sneered, full of disdain. From what you're saying, can Nuwa turn the tide? Jimeng spread his hands, retorting without mercy. Jimeng, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm wrong? Jiuing glared, demanding loudly. Yes. Jimeng nodded repeatedly, too lazy to argue. You. Jiuing flew into a rage, wanting to drag him out for a fight. Enough. Baizhe closed his feathered fan and sternly stopped them. Stop it. I have secretly contacted Kunpeng. He will join Nuwa and Fushi to unite the myriad races. His tone was calm, yet it exuded composure and confidence. The assembled powerhouses were visibly startled upon hearing this, realizing that Baizhe had silently swayed Kunpeng to his side. If Taoist Kunpeng is about to sever his corpse and ascend to quasi-saint together with Nuwa, Fushi, and all of you here, we may yet contend with the Wu clan. Baizhe waved his feather fan with unruffled poise, his words filled with certainty. If the Empress Nuwa and Kunpeng joined forces, uniting the myriad races into an alliance, they could rival the Wu clan. Currently, the myriad races could not withstand the Wu clan, firstly, due to a lack of supreme experts, and secondly, because they fought independently, scattered and powerless. If these two problems could be resolved, they might yet contend with the Wu clan. So in that case our camp will have 3 quasi-saints. The assembled powerhouses rejoiced, the situation suddenly becoming clear. With 3 quasi-saints holding the fort combined with the strength of all races, they could indeed stand against the Wu clan. No wonder Baize was unwilling to seek aid from the 3 sons. He had a plan all along. Such a lineup was far more advantageous than the 3 sons. Even if Lin Xiao had reached the quasi-saint realm, they still had 3 quasi-saints to hold the line. The superiority is clear at a glance. Now that the 3 pure ones are engaging the 12 ancestral witches, it is the perfect opportunity. Let us secretly gather the myriad races, and I shall personally go to Mount Buzhou to discuss matters with Taoist Nuwa. Baize rose and addressed the crowd. Jiming, you need not accompany me this time. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he added another remark. Then the powerhouses dispersed, heading to various corners of the primordial world. Meanwhile, in the west at Mount Sumeru, Jie and Zhuan-Ti sensed that the 3 pure ones had ascended to quasi-saint, and their hearts were uneasy. They had fallen behind the 3 pure ones once again. They should have been the first to sever their corpses, but they had been delayed by the injuries from the Hongmeng Cauldron. Curse the Golden Crows. Curse Lin Xiao. If not for them, we would have stepped into quasi-saint before the 3 pure ones. Zhuan-Ti's face was gloomy, and whenever he thought of this matter his anger could not be suppressed. They had wanted to avenge their previous disgrace, but instead suffered heavy losses, deepening their humiliation. Not only that, but they also felt increasingly powerless. Who could have imagined that Lin Xiao could defeat them with just a magical treasure? When we achieve quasi-saint, we will surely take revenge. Zhuan-Ti looked at Jie seeking resonance. Jie pondered for a moment and said, even if we enter quasi-saint, revenge will not be easy. His eyes flickered as if filled with countless calculations. When we break through Lin Xiao's strength, we'll likely advance further. Coupled with the 3 suns and the solar star grand formation, we can at most suppress him, but it will be difficult to annihilate him. So we just give up. Zhuan-Ti was unwilling. He had thought that reaching the quasi-saint realm would be enough to wash away his shame, but now it seemed still a distant hope. Why is Lin Xiao, who never listens to the Tao, even more powerful? Zhuan-Ti asked, utterly baffled. Jie smiled faintly. Perhaps he has obtained a great opportunity. But not listening to the Tao is still a tremendous loss. The sage will accept disciples during the next lecture. If we can become the sage's disciples, that little golden crow will be easily dealt with. At these words a glint flashed in Zhuan-Ti's eyes and joy appeared on his face. If we gain the sage's favor, attaining sainthood should be within reach. The most urgent matter now is to sever the 3 corpses. Only by stepping into the quasi-saint realm can we be the first to become the sage's disciples. Jie said solemnly. In the eastern part of the primordial world, the battlefield situation changed abruptly. The 3 pure ones, seeing that victory was difficult, had already begun to retreat. They fought as they withdrew, while the 12 ancestral witches with murderous aura soaring trampled the void and chased relentlessly. 3 pure ones. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape this calamity, roared Dijun. In this battle, the strength of the 3 pure ones had greatly increased, and the ancestral witches could no longer easily suppress them. Dijun sensed that if the 3 pure ones were not completely eradicated, they would become a great future threat. Shameless scoundrels, dare you face us in a direct battle? The thunder ancestral witch Chang Liang shook the 9 heavens with his voice, the sound of thunder reverberating across the primordial world. You congenitally deficient barbarians, in single combat, I will make you vanish both body and soul. Yuan Shi sneered with contempt. Boom. The fierce battle spread all the way already far from the territory of Mount Buzhou. The 12 ancestral witches were firm in their intent to kill, determined to annihilate the 3 pure ones, showing no compromise. Shortly after they left, Baize quietly led Zhou Ying into the Mount Buzhou range. Taoist Nuwa, Taoist Fushi, it has been a while. Upon seeing the siblings, Baize immediately cupped his hands in greeting, his smile warm and eager. Taoist, Baize, you must have come regarding the affairs of the myriad races. Nuwa's expression was indifferent, knowing that he was not here for small talk. Indeed, there is good news. Kuan Peng has been convinced by me and is willing to join our camp. Baize stated his purpose directly, having not discussed this matter with Nuwa beforehand. Kuan Peng. Nuwa frowned slightly, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her lips. Taoist Baize, you are indeed resourceful, even able to win over Kuan Peng. But if he joins, who will be the leader between him and me? Kuan Peng was ruthless and deeply calculating. How could he be willing to be under someone else? Even if he appeared obedient on the surface, he would surely scheme behind the scenes. Baize's action was a fait accompli, enlisting Kuan Peng without her consent. Nuwa's eyes turned cold as she looked at Baize, waiting for his explanation. Naturally, you will be the supreme leader, Taoist Nuwa. I have made this clear to Kuan Peng. Baize answered without hesitation. Baize smiled faintly and explained that his thoughts were not as far-reaching as Nuwa's. He only knew that the myriad races currently needed the protection of a powerful figure. Although Kuan Peng had a strange temperament, his strength was unquestionably exceptional. That is good then. Nuwa paused briefly and said no more. Listening to the Tao at Xixiao Palace had allowed her to glimpse a sliver of heavenly secrets, such as Hongjuan's intention to establish the heavenly court to maintain order in the primordial world. In a way, this was similar to uniting the myriad races. Even the leaders of the male and female immortals were established for the order of the primordial world, showing its importance. This might be a great opportunity, Nuwa thought to herself. Therefore, she was not angered by Baize's presumptuous action. Instead, she became even more determined to unite the myriad races. Presumably, Kuan Peng had also sensed this heavenly secret, which was why he accepted Baize's invitation. Otherwise, given his nature, why would he willingly take on such a troublesome task? Now that the 12 ancestral witches are fighting with the 3 pure ones, it is the perfect opportunity to unite the myriad races. Baize continued, his eyes shining brightly, as if radiating wisdom. He was born an auspicious beast capable of predicting good and ill fortune, but recently the heavenly secrets had been chaotic, making it difficult to see everything clearly. However, based on his current intuition, this was the best time. Taoist Baize, is this not too hasty? We have not yet become quasi-saints. If the ancestral witches attack, would we not be in danger? Fushi's expression was solemn, and he did not think this was the right time. In his opinion, they needed at least to reach the quasi-saint realm before they could have room to maneuver. Nuwa had previously held the same view. Hey, what's there to fear? We are not quasi-saints, yet we have lived freely, haven't we? Those ancestral witches are just reckless brutes. If we truly want to hide, they can do nothing to us. Jiao Ying interrupted carelessly. They had been dealing with the ancestral witches until now, and hadn't they come through unscathed? Hide. Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances, their expressions turning strange. If they united the myriad races only to hide, how was that different from the current situation? It would be better to all hide together and let everything be. You don't trouble me, and I won't provoke you. Cough. Baize gently tugged at Jiao Ying, signaling him to be careful with his words. At least he was better than Ji Meng. Taoist Nuwa, Taoist Fushi, may I ask when you will be able to sever your corpses, eh? Baize asked seriously. At least 1,000 years, Nuwa replied solemnly. Baize pondered for a moment, and said, that is enough time. During this 1,000 years, I will prepare everything for the myriad races. Once Taoist Nuwa breaks through, everything will naturally fall into place. He was quite capable, and such trivial matters were effortless for him. By the way, have you been to the Solar Star? Nuwa suddenly asked, a flicker of light in her eyes. Baize shook his head without hesitation. No. Since I have sought Taoist Nuwa's assistance, I will not turn to the 3 sons Taoists. Nuwa remained silent, her gaze falling on the Solar Star, her thoughts drifting afar. She still could not understand why Lin Xiao had sent Baize to her. Taoist Lin Xiao may have already reached the quasi-saint realm. If we could invite him to join, we might be able to contend with the Wu clan. Nuwa withdrew her gaze, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Baize gave a bitter smile upon hearing this. Taoist Nuwa, let's forget about that. They are not even willing to establish the heavenly court, so how could they help us rule over the myriad races, eh? Indeed a pity. Nuwa nodded slightly, knowing that this was difficult to achieve. Jiao Ying suddenly interjected. Why regret? Taoist Kuan Peng will soon break through to quasi-saint. Then we will also have a quasi-saint to hold the fort, even if. Before he could finish, he felt a cold glare. Baize, why are you staring at me? Nuwa's expression turned icy. Baize, why did you hide the fact that Kuan Peng is about to break through? Baize forced a smile. Taoist Nuwa, do not misunderstand. I merely did not want to add pressure to you. I have no other intentions. He glanced at Jiao Ying, inwardly annoyed. Fool. Can't even speak properly. Fushi also said in a deep voice. Baize, could it be that you want to see who breaks through first, and then pledge allegiance to them? Baize said solemnly. You two have truly misunderstood. I, Baize, am willing to swear by the heavenly Tao that I have no such intention. He was an auspicious spirit. How could he stoop to such despicable acts? He was Baize, not Heize. Nuwa said indifferently, let this be the last time. The atmosphere eased slightly, and they turned to discuss the unification of the myriad races. Time passed, and the primordial world remained tumultuous. One day, huge waves suddenly surged in the North Sea, and a vast aura shot straight into the 9 heavens. A colossal bird shadow spanned the sky, its wings stirring fierce gales that shook mountains and seas. Powerhouses from all directions were startled. Kuan Peng has achieved quasi-saint. After the 3 pure ones, he became the fastest among the listeners of the Tao to break through. A low voice came from the depths of the North Sea. From now on, where in heaven and earth is beyond my reach. His words were filled with arrogance. In the west, 2 golden beams of light shot up from Mount Sumeru. Xihe and Changxi, surrounded by auspicious energy, successfully severed their 3 corpses and entered the ranks of quasi-saints. Changxi withdrew his celebratory clouds, his expression darkening. Kuan Peng has beaten us to it. They had thought they could break through right after the 3 pure ones, but their previous severe injuries had delayed them. At the same time, the Earth's energy surged within the 5 villages' temple. Zhen Yuanzi, surrounded by a profound Tao aura, also stepped into the quasi-saint realm. In the following 1,000 years, the Blood Sea churned. The western Kunlun was filled with radiant clouds. The pressure on Mount Buzhou increased sharply, and the various powerhouses who had listened to the Tao at Xixiao Palace broke through one after another, officially ushering in the era of quasi-saints in the primordial world. The Wu clan felt unprecedented pressure and intensified their attacks. Baizhe Ji-Ming and other great demons gathered at Mount Buzhou. Nuwa and Fuxi, relying on their quasi-saint authority, began to consolidate the forces of the demon clan. Dongwang Gong traveled everywhere, desperately recruiting male immortals, hoping to gain the favor of the sage. During Hongjuan's third lecture, deep within the solar star, Lin Xiao awakened from his enlightenment, the sun and moon alternating and fading in his eyes. He had already comprehended the laws of rain and metal, thus obtaining 3 of the 5 elements. If he could also comprehend the laws of water, and would he would master the 5 elements laws, which rank among the foremost. At this moment, the law of Yang had reached the mixed Yuan golden immortal level, and he only needed to complete the law of Yin to touch the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Sensing the subtle fluctuations at the core of the solar star, Lin Xiao knew that Dijun and Taiyi were striving to break through to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. This path of attaining the Tao through raw power was far more difficult than severing corpses. Without the fragments of the creation jade dye and the chaos pearl, ordinary people could never hope to achieve it. By the way, I wonder how my Ling Xiao Hall is doing now. Ling Xiao's mind stirred, and in an instant he dove into the chaos pearl. Suddenly he felt as if he was in a vast, boundless, chaotic world. This hall had always been nurtured within the chaos pearl. The system had said that it would evolve along with his cultivation level. He wondered how much it had grown by now. Inside the chaos pearl, Ling Xiao felt as if he were a creator god like Pangu, who had separated heaven and earth with the entire world under his control. The black gourd. He suddenly caught sight of this almost forgotten treasure. It was now floating silently in the chaos, bathed in fierce winds, terrifying thunder, and tribulation flames quietly transforming. The gourd was devouring endless chaotic energy. Even though it was not fully formed, the terrifying power contained within could already be felt. He wondered what kind of treasure would be born. Ling Xiao suppressed the impulse to split open the gourd, and see, instead, raising his hand to summon the hall floating in the chaos into his palm. A congenital spiritual treasure. Sensing the aura emanating from the hall, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Xiao's eyes. It had indeed evolved. Come, let us go out. As his mind turned, he had already brought the treasure hall back to the outside world. With a casual point of his finger, the hall took root on the ground, growing with the wind, and in an instant transformed into a magnificent and solemn palace. Very well. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the Ziwei boy sensed the commotion and rushed over, immediately spotting the magnificent palace standing beside the Fusang tree. Master, is this also your treasure? The boy asked with eyes full of awe. Indeed. From now on I will cultivate here in seclusion. If you have matters, you may come to find me here. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. Now the Ziwei boy had already reached the middle stage of the great Luo golden immortal with a deep foundation, and was only a hair's breadth away from the later stage. Such talent was indeed extraordinary, almost rivaling theirs. The boy respectfully acknowledged, and from the corner of his eye caught sight of 4 bold and vigorous characters on the palace plaque: Ling Xiao Hall of Treasures. A subtle expression involuntarily appeared on his face. Who would have thought that the unfathomable master could have such a sense of humor? After the boy withdrew, Ling Xiao entered the hall to prepare for seclusion. The situation in the primordial world was growing increasingly tense. Only strength was the foundation. He could sense that as many mighty figures successively broke through to the quasi-saint realm, the 12 ancestral witches would surely make a move, and the Wu clan's attacks would likely become even more ferocious. Ding. Detected that Nuwa, with the assistance of Baizhe, has unified all races. The Yao clan has officially been born. Please make a choice. Choice 1, go to congratulate, gain Nuwa's favor, reward 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus. Choice 2, wait and see, reward a random law fragment. Choice 3, go to disrupt, establish yourself as the demon ancestor, reward a random chaos spirit treasure. Nuwa has actually established the Yao clan. Ling Xiao's face showed surprise. The sudden prompt from the system caught him off guard. He had only given a slight hint to Baizhe initially, never expecting that he could truly persuade Nuwa to come forward and rule over all races. It seemed that Nuwa and the Yao clan were destined to have a profound connection. Even without anyone's instigation, the two would eventually intersect. According to the original trajectory, the reason Nuwa became a member of the Yao clan was entirely due to the invitation from Dijun and Taiyi. That Nuwa and Fuxi as innate deities would accept the invitation from the Yao clan was truly thought-provoking. Perhaps this is the will of heaven. Ling Xiao mused to himself, his gaze sweeping over the 3 choices before him. He dismissed the first option almost without consideration. Travel all the way to congratulate and curry favor with Nuwa. How was such behavior different from that of a sycophant? Moreover, he had never wished to be entangled with the Yao clan. If he went to offer congratulations, wouldn't that add another layer of connection? As for the third option, it was even more absurd. When Baizhe personally came to invite him, he had already declined the matter of establishing the Yao clan. Now, why would he go to contend for it? He wished someone would take over this hot potato, avoiding it as much as possible. How could he court trouble? Although the reward of a Chaos Spirit treasure was quite tempting, it was still insufficient to shake Lin Xiao's resolve. If it were a Chaos treasure, perhaps it would be worth considering. With that thought, Lin Xiao decisively chose the second option. Let's see what kind of law fragment it is. Lin Xiao received the system reward and began to absorb the law fragment. In an instant, a look of shock flashed in his eyes, and his mind trembled. It was actually the world law. He had never expected that the random law fragment rewarded by the system would turn out to be the world law. Among the 3,000 great Tao laws, the world law was considered a top-tier existence with few that could rival it. Perhaps only such profound and mysterious laws as fate and karma could surpass it slightly. Because the world law was not a single law but a fusion of many fundamental laws such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin-yang, and even time and space. All the fundamental laws required to construct a complete world were included within it. It was like an all-encompassing furnace, undeniably powerful, yet extremely difficult to comprehend and cultivate. Ordinary cultivators, without special opportunities, would find it difficult to even touch the threshold of the world law, even if they spent endless ages. But now with this law fragment, it was equivalent to obtaining a shortcut. First enter the door, then proceed step by step. Lin Xiao made up his mind and immersed his mind in the law fragment. In an instant, he felt as if he were placed in a vast and boundless world. Before his eyes, countless rays of law light interwove into a net, mysterious and unfathomable, dazzling and captivating. The foundation of building a world cannot be separated from the support of the space law. Only by forming a spatial barrier can the embryonic form of a realm be established. Just like building a house, one needs 4 walls, a foundation, and a roof to construct a complete structure. At this moment, Lin Xiao was immersed in mysterious insights. As the world law fragment gradually dissipated, his understanding of the law deepened. While comprehending the world law, his space law also advanced. Lin Xiao within the treasure hall was surrounded by vast spatial power, as if placed in endless void. Just as Lin Xiao was diligently cultivating, a storm arose in the primordial world. A ethereal and grand voice resounded through heaven and earth. Heaven above, Anyuan now established the Yao clan. All plant spirits, those born from dampness, and eggs, those with fur and horns, belong to this clan. I established the demon teaching, and I shall be its founder. All beings of the Yao clan may enter my sect and receive my protection. Boom. The void's wind and clouds suddenly changed. Auspicious clouds surged. A golden river spanned the sky, and an immense pressure swept across the primordial world. Countless beings felt the resonance and looked up to the sky. Heavenly Tao merit descends upon the world. On Buzhou Mountain, Yuhua, Kunpeng, Fuxi, Baizhe, and a host of other mighty figures stood solemnly, their eyes blazing as they gazed at the golden river cascading from the horizon. After 1,000 years of planning, all races were finally unified collectively, called the Yao clan. Some strong ones had suggested that Yuhua take the opportunity to establish the demon court. But she, mindful of Hongjuan's intention to establish the heavenly court at Xixiao Palace, did not dare to overstep, and instead founded the demon teaching. Yuhua was the founder, Kunpeng and Fuxi were deputy founders, and Baizhe, Jiming, Juing, Guiche, and other 10 demon lords were ranked. The golden river poured down, turning into several beams of Xianhuang light, enveloping Yuhua, Kunpeng, Fuxi, and others. With merit added, Yuhua's cultivation level rose again. Great demons from all directions heard the news, and moved crossing the void to rush to Buzhou Mountain. After being suppressed by the Wu clan for tens of thousands of years, they now finally had a support. The beings of the Yao clan were all invigorated. The primordial world shook. The mighty beings of the heavens had not expected that Yuhua would unify all races in one fell swoop, establish the Yao clan, and create the demon teaching, and even attract the favor of the heavenly Tao. In the past, sages had said that the path to sainthood involved either cutting off the 3 corpses or accumulating great merit. Obtaining merit by establishing the Yao clan was truly unexpected. Yuhua's move is intended to counter the Wu clan. Yuhua, already at the quasi-saint realm, now had the blessing of a vast amount of heavenly Tao merit. Across the entire primordial world, aside from sages who could contend with her, the Wu clan's future situation would likely be difficult. Tao friend Yuhua has established the demon teaching, who we should go to congratulate. At the same moment, in Yujing Mountain, this place was once Hongjuan's dojo. Now Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were cultivating here in seclusion. After being pressed by the 12 ancestral witches earlier, the 3 had hidden here. Suddenly Yuhua's Tao sound echoed through heaven and earth, and the 3 pure ones all shifted their expressions. Tao friend Yuhua has established the demon teaching. The heavenly Tao has actually bestowed such vast merit. Laozi gazed into the endless void, his tone tinged with envy. Now her cultivation might be above ours. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was solemn, with a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. As the orthodox descendants of Pangu, he found it hard to accept being surpassed by others. Xihe establishing the Yao clan and the demon teaching this merit is not easy to bear. In doing so, she will inevitably face the wrath of the Wu clan. Laozi smiled faintly, having clashed with the 12 ancestral witches many times. He knew well their ferocity. Let's go. Dao friend Nua's establishment of a teaching is a major event in the primordial world. We should naturally go to congratulate. Laozi stood up and smiled, a hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. Nua's move was undoubtedly setting herself against the Wu clan, inadvertently relieving their pressure. Now the 12 ancestral witches would likely see Nua as a thorn in their side. In such a situation, Laozi was naturally willing to go. Yuanshi and Tongtian understood his intention and also rose to accompany him to Buzhou Mountain. Haha, I'm afraid the 12 ancestral witches are more anxious than we are. When we meet, a fierce battle will be inevitable. Yuanshi laughed, but despite saying so, he showed no hesitation and was instead quite interested. The three immediately left Yujing Mountain and headed for Buzhou Mountain. At the same time, mighty figures from Western Sumer Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, Western Kunlun, and other places all appeared and set off respectively. Outside the 33 heavens within Xiao Palace, Hongjun awakened from his meditation, sensed that Nua had established the Yao clan and the demon teaching, and was momentarily stunned. The emergence of the Yao clan was determined by the heavenly fate, but it was actually Nua who established it. Originally, the Golden Crow on the Sun Star was supposed to rule the Yao clan, yet now there was no movement. Could the heavenly Tao have changed? Hongjuan's gaze sharpened. He who had not yet merged with the Tao could not fully comprehend the will of the heavenly Tao. Forget it, since the Yao clan has emerged, the conflict between Wu and Yao is inevitable. The general trend cannot be reversed. He no longer pondered. This matter was insignificant to him. After the third lecture, merging with the Tao would be the top priority. Within the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestral witches sensed Nua's actions and were instantly enraged. Those with hot tempers immediately wanted to rush forward. Nua dares to be so presumptuous, unifying all races and establishing the Yao clan, clearly opposing our Wu clan. Zhurong's eyes blazed with fury, flames raging around his body as if to burn the sky. Let me go and annihilate them completely. What can mere ants do even if they unite? To dare provoke the Wu clan, only death awaits. Xiangliang shouted harshly, stepping forward to rush out of the Panga Temple and head straight for the demon teaching to massacre. Listen to me first. Dijiang raised his hand and waved, and Xiangliang suddenly felt as if he were carrying a chaotic world, unable to move an inch. Now our Wu clan has countless members, even the great witches number 100,000. After tens of thousands of years of slaughter, the Wu clan is no longer what it used to be. Nua's establishment of the Yao clan is actually our opportunity. Those great demons have always hidden their tracks. It was difficult to find them, to eradicate them root and branch. Now that they have united, they will surely gather in one place, which makes it convenient for us to wipe them all out. A cold light flickered in Dijiang's eyes, his tone grim. Big brother is absolutely right. Ants, even when they gather, are still ants. How can they shake a tree? Zhu Jiuyan's expression was indifferent. Take advantage of the Yao clan's newly established and unstable state. Catch them off guard. Kill. The battle intent of the ancestral witches soared. Murderous auras surged, and their blood boiled. Gather. The clansmen set out immediately. Dijiang suddenly stood up and gave the order in a deep voice. As you command. The other 11 ancestral witches responded in unison. Then the ancestral witches each returned to their tribes and commanded their people. The 12 ancestral witches each led a tribe, such as the Dijiang tribe, Zhurong, tribe Hudu, tribe etc., all named after their titles. At the same time, countless beings of the primordial world were gathering towards Buzhou Mountain. This place was the origin of the Yao clan, and Nua also planned to establish the demon teachings dojo here. Buzhou Mountain was of extraordinary significance. Occupying it would bring endless benefits to the Yao clan. Great demons like Kuanpeng and Baizhe also agreed with this proposal. At this moment, many beings who came to congratulate had gathered halfway up Buzhou Mountain, including numerous strong members of the Yao clan. Congratulations to Dao friend Nua on the successful establishment of the teaching. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras descended. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian stepped through the void, their voices arriving before their persons. The long-dormant 3 pure ones have actually appeared. Many strong beings were secretly astonished. They had thought the 3 pure ones had already perished under the siege of the ancestral witches, but unexpectedly, they reappeared today with even stronger auras than before. 3 Dao friends, please come inside for a talk. The current demon teaching deputy founder Fushi personally welcomed them. The fact that such mighty figures as the 3 pure ones came to congratulate brought great honor to the entire demon teaching. The 3 pure ones did not stand on ceremony and walked straight into the dojo. The moment they caught sight of Nua, all 3 were secretly startled. Nua was surrounded by dazzling golden light of merit, her aura like an abyss or a sea unfathomable. The act of establishing the Yao clan had actually brought Nua such an opportunity. The 3 pure ones were envious, but did not show it. Just as everyone was exchanging pleasantries, the leader of male immortals, Dong Wanggong, arrived gracefully. Dong Wanggong's purpose in coming was clear: first, to befriend the various mighty figures, and second, to jointly govern the order of the primordial world with the Yao clan. The move by Nuwa to unify the demon race fell precisely into Dong Wanggong's design. In days of yore, when myriad races stood independently, they were difficult to control. Now that they have been brought under one umbrella, management becomes far more convenient. If he can successfully complete the task entrusted by the sage, how could he not receive generous rewards? Congratulations to fellow Taoist Nuwa on establishing her sect. Such merit benefiting all living beings deserves celebration across heaven and earth. Dong Wanggong praised loudly, his words overflowing with flattery. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones frowned slightly, secretly feeling that his praise was excessive. Though Nuwa's establishment of her sect had earned heavenly rewards, it hardly warranted such exaggeration. They understood clearly that Dong Wanggong merely sought to use this opportunity to win over the demon sect and help maintain the cosmic order. Fellow Taoist is too kind, Nuwa responded calmly, having already seen through his intentions. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, fellow Taoist Fushi, let us celebrate together. Dong Wanggong then turned his attention to the two deputy sect leaders. Fushi offered a slight nod while Kunpeng appeared distracted, ignoring him entirely. Suddenly, auspicious clouds swirled around as a group of fairy maidens arrived, riding the mist. At their forefront stood the matriarch of all female immortals, Shi Wangmu, whose bearing radiated grace and majesty. The accompanying fairies all possessed remarkable cultivation, at least reaching the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, with some even achieving the grander Luo Golden Immortal realm. The arrival of Shi Wangmu drew gasps of wonder from all present. It was truly surprising that Nuwa's establishment of her sect could attract both immortal leaders to attend in person. Congratulations on the grand ceremony of establishing your sect, fellow Taoist Nuwa. Shi Wangmu said with a smile, and the fairies behind her immediately presented their gifts. You have taken great trouble to come from so far. Nuwa greeted her with a warm smile, her manner far more cordial than when dealing with Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong's expression darkened slightly, his eyes flashing with calculation as he thought to himself, Shi Wangmu's visit must be for alliance purposes. As the head of all female immortals, she naturally holds greater advantage. I must find a way to display my prowess. Dong Wanggong calculated silently, suddenly raising his head to gaze at the sun star in the sky above. Now I have an idea. On Mount Buzhou, the demon sect's sanctuary was filled with gathering immortals. All those who had listened to the Tao in the Purple Heaven Palace or had any connection to Nuwa or the demon clan were present. At this moment, Dong Wanggong looked around and deliberately feigned surprise, saying, Fellow Taoist Nuwa, why haven't I seen the Golden Crow clan come to celebrate? The Golden Crows are also oviparous beings and should naturally belong to the demon clan. Their absence from this grand gathering is truly inappropriate. No sooner had Dong Wanggong finished speaking than the expressions of the powerful beings in the hall varied. Indeed, as he had said, the three Golden Crows were nowhere to be seen. Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and smiles. They had not heard about the Golden Crows in so long that they had nearly forgotten about them. Rumor has it that Lin Xiao has reached the quasi-sage realm. I wonder if it's true. He was once renowned alongside the three pure ones, but it seems he has fallen far behind now. Dong Wanggong, you are the head of all male immortals, and the Golden Crows fall under your jurisdiction as well. Why not send someone to summon them? Kunpeng broke the silence with a smiling proposal. In the past, within the Purple Heaven Palace, Dijun and Taiyi had once made him lose all face. Today, he could use Dong Wanggong's hand to vent his grievances. Now that he serves as deputy sect leader of the demon sect, even if one of the three crows is a quasi-sage, he would have no qualms. Upon hearing this, Baze furrowed his brow slightly, wanting to speak, but holding back, and ultimately remained silent. Dong Wanggong laughed loudly and said, This suits my purposes perfectly. On the day the demon sect was founded, as members of the demon clan, the Golden Crows ought to have come to offer their congratulations. He and Kunpeng found common ground immediately, and he ordered someone to go to the Sun Star to deliver the summons. This move was intended to demonstrate his authority as the head of all male immortals and convince powerful figures like Nuwa. Shi Wangmu's presence further compelled him to act in this manner. In Dong Wanggong's name, combined with the prestige of the demon sect, he was certain that even if Lin Xiao possessed extraordinary cultivation, he would not dare to openly defy them, unless he wished to forfeit his place in the primordial world. Hold on. Nuwa, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke with a cold detachment laced with underlying chill. Let this matter rest here. The three Golden Crows may come or stay away as they please. There is no need to trouble fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong shrugged and recalled his subordinate. Since the principal party had refused, it was inappropriate for him to insist. Suddenly, the entire Mount Buzhou trembled slightly, then shook violently. What is happening? Some beings rose in alarm and suspicion. The expressions of powerful figures like the three pure ones Nuwa and Dong Wanggong suddenly changed. They had already sensed that danger was approaching. Boom. Ha! The Wu clan has come specially to offer congratulations. Our gift shall be your heads. A long shout echoed from below the mountain, and 12 dark figures rapidly approached, blotting out the sky, and sun quickly ascending past the mountainside to stand towering above all the immortals. Dijun had used spatial arts to quietly bring the ancestral wuss into existence, appearing suddenly, and leaving the demon sect with no time to prepare. The 12 ancestral wuss stood like pillars supporting the heavens, their overwhelming pressure so vast that even quasi-sages felt suffocated. 6 quasi-sages, Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian, exchanged glances, their eyes grave. In merely 1,000 years, 2 more quasi-sages had emerged among the ancestral wuss. Those present who had not yet reached the quasi-sage stage all turned pale with shock. They had only come to offer congratulations, never expecting all 12 ancestral wuss to appear in person. Behind the ancestral wuss, killing intent rolled across the primordial world like tidal waves, with tens of millions of Wu warriors roaring in unison. Their overwhelming momentum surged toward Mount Buzhou like an unstoppable flood of war. Fellow Taoist Dijun, I merely passed through this area and have no connection with the demon clan. Could you please let me go? A powerful being flattered, terrified of being implicated. Pass through. Dijun sneered, his gaze sweeping over the powerful beings before settling on the 3 pure ones. Hey, these 3 shameless ones are here too. If they sided with the demon clan, it would be troublesome. After a moment's thought, Dijun suppressed his smile and said coldly, "This is a matter between my Wu clan and the demon clan. Those unrelated should leave immediately." He had already made up his mind to deal with the demon clan first, then turn his attention to the 3 pure ones. Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and departed without hesitation. They had only come to watch the spectacle unfold, so naturally, they would not risk clashing with the 12 ancestral wuss on behalf of the demon sect. Seeing the 3 pure ones depart, the other powerful beings scattered like birds and beasts, pretending they had never known the demon clan even moments before. The Wu clan's might was overwhelming, and everyone chose self-preservation rather than invite disaster upon themselves. On the demon clan's side, Nuwa Kuanping and Fushi wore dark expressions. If those powerful beings had stayed and joined forces against the Wu clan, victory might have been possible. Alas, no one was willing to wade into such troubled waters. Seeing this, Dong Wanggong too felt the urge to withdraw. At that moment, Bei stepped forward with clasped hands and said, "Bei greets the immortal sovereign." The title of immortal sovereign clearly pleased Dong Wanggong. "Bei, what is it?" Bei transmitted his voice inwardly. "I implore you, fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong, to join forces with us to resist the 12 ancestral wuss." Dong Wanggong's expression changed and he whispered, "It is not that I am unwilling to help, but the 12 ancestral wuss are pressing forward with overwhelming force. Even adding me to our ranks, the chances of victory remain slim." Among the 12 ancestral wuss, 6 had already reached the quasi-sage realm, while the demon sect possessed only 3, and even counting Dong Wanggong himself, they numbered merely 4. The remaining ancestral wuss would be exceedingly difficult to handle. How could they possibly prevail? That he could restrain himself from fleeing immediately was already giving the demon clan ample face. Bei maintained his composure, paused briefly, and continued, "Immortal sovereign, I shall be candid with you. Shi Wangmu shares a deep bond with our sect master, and is willing to remain and lend her support. Should you join us, there may yet be a chance for victory." Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's eyes faltered slightly. Glancing toward Shi Wangmu, he confirmed that she showed no sign of retreat, and his confidence grew accordingly. This is problematic. If the demon clan fully sides with Shi Wangmu, where will my prestige stand in the future? Seeing Dong Wanggong wavering, Bei immediately threw out an even more astonishing offer. When the sage delivered the second teaching, he mentioned his intention to accept disciples. If you, immortal sovereign, can maintain stability across the primordial world during this period, then a seat among the sage's disciples is assured. Even the position of head disciple is not beyond possibility. Bei spoke with conviction, his expression solemn. Upon hearing these words, Dong Wanggong's eyes suddenly brightened as though clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He had never considered this possibility before. The sage had appointed him to lead the male immortals and maintain cosmic order. Was this not precisely the test he was being given? Dong Wanggong murmured in sudden realization, his thoughts growing ever clearer. The third lecture is drawing near. Bei reminded him softly. Dong Wanggong rose abruptly. How could he allow petty villains to disrupt the cosmic order? Dong Wanggong rose with sudden vigor, his posture firm as an ancient pine, his aura reaching toward the heavens. The 12 ancestral wuss were all momentarily stunned. What did this one intend to do? "Dijun," he declared, "I am the sovereign appointed head of the male immortals entrusted with maintaining the cosmic order. Today grant me the courtesy of withdrawing." Dong Wanggong's voice resonated like a great bell across the universe. All cultivators were astonished. When had Dong Wanggong become so fearless? Was he truly unafraid of death? Even Nuwa Kuanping and other demon clan powers showed surprise. What had Bei said just now? "You claim to be the head of male immortals. Xiangliang's voice shook the nine heavens, purple lightning coiling like dragons straight toward Dong Wangong. Arrogant. Golden light erupted from Dong Wangong's dragon staff, scattering the thunderous energy. Yet crimson primordial thunder tribulation descended from the highest heavens. Boom! Celestial fire consumed the sky as Zhurong struck, simultaneously revealing the full power of a quasi-sage. Dong Wangong transformed into a streak of light to flee, but two ancestral Wu Tru forms crashed through the void. Between intersecting fists of power, his cultivation body shattered and blood splattered across the heavens. An immortal sovereign is nothing more than this. Useless. Prestige. What are you before my ancestral Wu? Xiangliang's mockery cut sharper than any blade, more devastating than physical strikes. Before he could catch his breath, another sky-covering giant palm descended, shattering the void and obliterating all things. Across the primordial world, flames of war reached unprecedented heights. Come to my aid. Dong Wangong roared in fury, his voice echoing through the nine heavens. Facing the combined assault of three ancestral Wus, though he fought desperately, he was forced back step by step. The ancestral Wus possessed overwhelmingly strong flesh bodies. Each strike shook heaven and earth, and even Dong Wangong with his profound cultivation struggled to hold them at bay. How ruthless! The powerful onlookers were filled with dread and fear, unable to bear watching further. Dong Wangong is truly brave, someone sighed. If it were me, I would have been reduced to ashes long ago. How could I still stand firm like him? Dijiang's eyes turned ice-cold as his ancestral Wu Tru form manifested. His overwhelming pressure swept across the 8 directions, and endless laws of space conjured countless phantom worlds layer upon layer, enveloping Mount Buzhou. The void trembled, and all beings bowed their heads. From the distant west, a wisp of Buddhist light flickered into existence. The great tribulation in the east approaches. A fate ultimately belongs to our western paradise. Prosperity can be expected. Jidwan spoke with a smile, as though he had already glimpsed the future. Xuanti nodded and smiled, Buddhist light flowing at his fingertips, compassion tempered with authority. Battle cannot be avoided. Strike with all your strength. Niuhua, Fushi Kunping, and other powerful beings all emerged together, displaying their divine abilities and magical treasures directly against the remaining ancestral Wus. Dong Wangong, fighting 3 Wus alone, had already secured them this opportunity. How could they let it slip away? Shi Wangmu hesitated only briefly before summoning her western white cloud banner and joining the fray. Across the primordial world, Wu clan war drums thundered as billions of Wu warriors surged forward like tidal waves. The great Wus stood, heaven and earth supported, and with every gesture stars were annihilated. Their momentum was staggering. Kill! The demon clan roared in fury. Across the peaks of Mount Buzhou, flames of war raged as the 2 clans engaged in bloody combat. The heavens shook, blood rain poured down, and the inferno spread across billions of territories, plunging the eastern primordial world into utter devastation. Within the Lin Xiao palace on the Sun Star, Lin Xiao sat in meditation, with eyes closed. Space laws swirled around his body, and within his flesh and blood countless micro-realms were evolving, each inch pulsing with immense power. One could imagine the boundless mana now residing within him. He had not anticipated that when fusing the world law fragments, the space laws would break through as well. Lin Xiao pondered silently. The space law, previously so difficult to comprehend, had advanced yet another level and reached the Honghuang golden immortal realm. Among all the laws, his comprehension of the fire law was the most profound, far surpassing the others. For him, the fire law was the easiest to grasp. The golden crow body was naturally one of the strongest fire attribute physiques in existence, with only the Yuan Feng able to match it. If speaking of the root of fire elements, the ancestral Wu Zhurong also ranked among them. Ling Xiao awakened from his meditation, not because his cultivation had concluded, but because he had sensed anomalous energy. Stepping out of the Ling Xiao palace, he saw crimson waves of energy spanning the sky, with killing intent surging toward the heavens. The Wu and demon clans are going to battle directly. Scanning the battlefield at Mount Buzhou with his divine sense, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Warriors from both clans covered the mountains and valleys, nearly tearing the earth apart, while shouts of battle roars and horn calls thundered across the clouds. The fierce clashes between the 12 ancestral Wus and powerful demon clan figures like Niuhua were earth-shattering, with aftershocks rippling across all directions. The thick aura of blood and killing intent had already spread to the vicinity of the Sun Star, evidence of how brutal the conflict had become. Could this battle end the calamity epic? Ling Xiao murmured to himself as he witnessed the desperate struggle between both sides. How could one exhaust all their strength in the very first clash? But perhaps this was for the best. If both races annihilated each other, he would not need to worry about being drawn into the tribulation. Would he not regain freedom once the sorcerers and demons perished together? With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes as he rather admired the decisiveness of the 2 clan leaders. The battle situation suddenly changed. Before Buzhou Mountain, Yuhua was surrounded by boundless golden light of merit, her grace unparalleled. Even Dijun, powerful as he was, struggled to withstand her edge, a testament to the astonishing merit bestowed by the founding of the demon race. Yuhua, though you are mighty, your kin are not even half your equal. Dijun laughed heartily, his voice brimming with delight. How ironic that the newly established demon race would face such a devastating blow. Yuhua's face was as dark as water, as she had long seen that the demon warriors could not match the sorcerer's edge. This time the sorcerer tribe came prepared, while the demon race was caught off guard, and moreover the demon forces from all corners of the Honghuang had not yet assembled. In truth, the sorcerer tribe had not deployed their full elite, but the newly founded demon race fared even worse. Fewer than 1 in 10 of those who joined the battle remained. Under such fighting, the demon race soon fell into a disadvantage. If they continued to entangle, Buzhou Mountain might become their burial ground. Retreat. Yuhua made a swift decision. In fact, even before her command, the demon army had already scattered in flight. Withdraw. Some great demons fought bloodily, locked in a life-and-death struggle with the mighty sorcerer lords, but before their roars faded, they turned and fled. At the horizon, the vast sorcerer army surged like a tide, blood-colored banners blotting out the sun and sky, overwhelming, killing intent sweeping across all directions. The remnants of the demon race were already utterly routed, fleeing in panic with no will to fight. The demon great powers retreated, while fighting, leaving the battlefield in utter chaos. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Dong Wanggong abandoned all pretense of maintaining the Honghuang order and turned to flee. At this moment, survival was paramount. How could he care about anything else? Brother Zhurong, we have never had any grievances. I was merely fulfilling my duty. Why must you press me so hard? Dong Wanggong fled in a panic, but still turned back to shout. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Zhurong bellowed, in anger, too lazy to chase. The sorcerer tribe bore no deep grudge against Dong Wanggong. Rather than waste time pursuing him, it was better to kill more demons. Dong Wanggong fled without looking back, his face as dark as iron. The sage had ordered him to maintain order in the Honghuang, but now the sorcerer-demon war was escalating fiercely, and the third sermon was approaching. If the sage were to blame him, not only would he fail to become a disciple of the sage, but even his position as the foremost male immortal might be at risk. The more he thought, the more stifled he felt, yet there was nothing he could do but grit his teeth and flee. The demon army collapsed like a mountain, their rout shaking the entire Honghuang. The observing great powers were all shocked. They had thought the sorcerer and demon races were evenly matched, but who would have expected the demon race to be so vulnerable? Niwa Kunping Fushi Dong Wanggong Shi Wangmu, along with many great demons, joined forces, yet still could not withstand the sorcerer edge. The might of the sorcerer tribe once again chilled the hearts of all living beings in the Honghuang. When the 12 primordial sorcerers joined hands, who can contend with them beneath the sages? Someone sighed. These great powers were filled with resentment. Why did the legacy of Pangu favor only these brutish killers? Looking across the Honghuang, perhaps only the orthodox Pangu lineage, the 3 pure ones, could match the 12 primordial sorcerers. Although the 2 previous clashes had ended in the defeat of the 3 pure ones, the fact that they could retreat unharmed twice from the primordial sorcerers was enough to show their potential. On Yujing Mountain, Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian heard the news, each reacting differently. Sister Niwa is still young after all. The merit of establishing the demon race was not easily obtained. Even we 3 brothers could hardly defeat the 12 primordial sorcerers. How could she withstand them? Laozi's expression was calm, unsurprised by the outcome. Though the primordial sorcerers are barbaric, their combat power cannot be underestimated. Yuanshi sneered, whether in mockery of the sorcerer's crudeness or Niwa's naivety. This is irrelevant. In my eyes, all except the 3 pure ones are dross. Only sages can stand with us. It is also thanks to Sister Niwa for diverting the attention of the 12 primordial sorcerers for us. If we 3 had stayed with the demon race, have lost. Tongtian said with a hint of regret. With their combined strength, they could at least have restrained 3 primordial sorcerers at the quasi-saint level. How could the demon race have then been defeated by the sorcerer tribe? Third brother, you are too naive. Laozi chuckled lightly, his expression profound. You may call the primordial sorcerers reckless, but you cannot truly think them foolish. Did Dijun not consider this? Knowing that we would intervene, he still dared to attack. He must have some other reliance. At these words, Yuanshi and Tongtian's expressions shifted slightly, as if they understood. Upon careful thought, though the primordial sorcerers seemed rough, they were actually not lacking in wisdom. To be fooled by appearances would be true ignorance. Moreover, why should we help the demon race and get drawn into the conflict for nothing? Laozi's tone was stern, carrying a hint of admonition. These are all trivial matters. The true path is the pursuit of sagehood. Once we become sages, there will be no constraints in the world. The 12 primordial sorcerers will be mere ants crushed with a flick of the finger. We will remember your teaching, elder brother. Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded solemnly. In the pursuit of the Tao, the eldest brother was ultimately more thorough than they were. The first clash between the sorcerer and demon tribes ended with the demon race's crushing defeat. After 1,000 years of struggle, the demon race retreated to the 100,000 mountains to lie low. The demon camp in the 100,000 mountains. Niwa Kunping Fushi and other high-ranking members gathered the shadow of defeat hanging over them. Gather the demon army and fight back to avenge our humiliation. Those despicable creatures attacked us while we were unprepared. This grudge must be avenged. Goha roared in fury, one of his 8 bird heads already torn off by a primordial sorcerer, his heart burning with hatred, and a vow to wipe out the shame. Nonsense. Kunping scolded coldly. What do we have to fight with? Who among us can withstand the 12 primordial sorcerers? In the previous battle, he had been completely suppressed by the time primordial sorcerer Zhu Jiuyin, and he knew well the sorcerer's might. He would not recklessly court death again. If it were his own territory, he would have already driven the person out, too lazy to even argue. Originally persuaded by Baze, he had founded the demon race to seek merit and profit. He had indeed obtained merit, but he had not anticipated that the strength of the 12 primordial sorcerers would far exceed expectations. As Kunping finished speaking, a sharp light flashed in Fushi's eyes, and he said calmly, "Even if we gather all the demon forces now, the chance of victory is slim. At best we will end in mutual destruction. In my opinion, we should cultivate quietly and await the sage's third sermon. This time the Tao teachings are profound, pointing directly to the Honghuang sage path. Even if we cannot immediately attain enlightenment, our cultivation will advance, and the 12 primordial sorcerers will no longer be a threat." Fushi advocated lying low and waiting for the opportunity. As soon as he spoke, many demons echoed in agreement. Those sorcerer barbarians have only brute strength. How can they compare to us who can go to Xihe Palace to hear the Tao? This is the will of heaven. Ling Xiao clapped his hands and laughed. Moreover, the sage will also choose disciples. If we gain the sage's favor, why worry about the sorcerer's scourge? Jiuyin beat his chest and swore, "Let the sorcerers be arrogant for a while. After I return from hearing the Tao, I will tear apart at least one primordial sorcerer. Enough, enough. Since everyone wants to endure, then endure." Goha gnashed his teeth, but knew he could not stand alone. Remembering the humiliation of having his head torn off, he secretly vowed to wash away the disgrace. Baze suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't be too optimistic. Whether we fight or not, is it up to us? If the sorcerer tribe attacks..." The hall fell into instant silence. Niwa sighed softly. "The sermon is imminent. I expect the sorcerer tribe will also restrain themselves." She looked around at the demons. The priority now is to use the sage's power to cut off the 2 corpses. Only by attaining the Honghuang Tao can we reverse the situation. Atop Buzhou Mountain, the 12 primordial sorcerers stood proudly on the clouds. In the past we were too merciful, allowing ants to defile the backbone of our Father God. Dijiang's voice shook the 8 wildernesses. "From today onward, whoever is not of our sorcerer tribe and sets foot on this mountain shall die." The Honghuang trembled as 12 surges of killing intent shot into the sky. They passed through the depths of the sorcerer ancient lands, and suddenly the heaven and earth shook violently. 12 towering figures rose up like mountains. An ancient hall hung in the sky, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. Vast arrays of laws interwove chaos, surged, and brilliant divine light illuminated the ages, causing the entire spacetime to tremble. "The Panga Temple!" A great power exclaimed in shock. The temple's might was astonishing beyond even the Hongmeng great world. The 12 primordial sorcerers lifted the temple, their steps steady, advancing step by step toward Buzhou Mountain. The living beings along the way were stunned, realizing their intent. They are going to move the temple to Buzhou Mountain. Boom. The earth trembled, laws ran rampant. The temple crashed down, stirring up endless dust, and finally stood before Buzhou Mountain. "Haha, now that's impressive." Xiangliang clapped and laughed, wind and thunder shaking. Zhurong grinned. "Buzhou Mountain formed from Father God's backbone, coexisting with the temple. Our sorcerer tribe's fortune will surely soar." Gong Gong echoed. Those demon fools still wanted to set foot on Buzhou Mountain. "From now on we will take root here. Let anyone dare to come." Dijiang simply ordered, "Move the tribe here." The entire sorcerer tribe became busy again. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao sensed the actions of the primordial sorcerers and raised an eyebrow slightly. The 12 primordial sorcerers seemed reckless, but their actions concealed a hidden order. Buzhou Mountain, formed from Panga's backbone, contained a legacy, and the primordial sorcerers symbolized Panga's physical body. This move was greatly beneficial to the sorcerer tribe. "If I were a primordial sorcerer, I would have seized Buzhou Mountain long ago." He felt a slight regret. Pity the demon race is so fragile. If the sorcerer tribe easily annihilates the demons, the karma will fall on me again. Sister Niwa, work harder. Kunping Fushi, don't hold back. Bei, show some skill. Ling Xiao silently cheered for the demon race. The gap between the current demon race and the sorcerer tribe was vast, and he knew well that the sorcerer tribe still had a hidden killing move, the 12 heavenly gods killing formation. Whether the 12 primordial sorcerers had not yet comprehended the mysteries of this formation or had never encountered an enemy worthy of its use. Lin Xiao had never seen the primordial sorcerers deploy this formation. The 12 heavenly gods killing formation across the entire Honghuang, even if not unrivaled, was certainly among the top. The formation's ferocity was overwhelming, even a sage would frown upon seeing it. Except for breaking formations with formations no one below the sage level dared to face its edge. The demon race still has a long way to go. Lin Xiao sighed softly, then withdrew his thoughts. All worldly disturbances are illusions, only cultivation is the true essence. Continue to comprehend the laws. After the sorcerer demon war, the Honghuang returned to temporary silence. Yet all the great powers of the heavens knew that the sorcerer tribe was gathering strength. Blood-red killing intent churned in the sky, battle intent lurking. At this moment of shifting winds and clouds, Dong Wanggong's incarnation descended upon the sorcerer tribe's territory. This trip was only to maintain the peace of the Honghuang, at least until the sage opened the Dao Forum. Inside the Penga Temple, Dijun sat loftily in the chief seat looking down at Dong Wanggong in the hall, and said coldly, "Dong Wanggong, you dare to set foot on our sacred ground. Are you not afraid of being annihilated in body and soul?" The primordial sorcerers see all with clarity, always upholding righteousness. How could they commit wanton murder? Dong Wanggong forced a flattering smile, feeling the absurdity of his own words. Ha ha ha. Dijun laughed in fury, his brow frost slightly easing. "Speak your purpose." Dong Wanggong asked solemnly. "I heard that Brother Dijun intends to attack the demon race again." As soon as the words fell, Dijun snorted. "What if I do? Is the foremost male immortal here to enforce heaven's punishment again?" His sarcasm was evident. Dong Wanggong shed his embarrassed expression and said seriously, "Brother, you are mistaken. I have indeed come to mediate today, but not as you think." "Oh." Dijun's gaze turned icy. "If you dare to hinder our army's advance, I will grind this incarnation of yours to dust." A murderous aura filled the hall. Dong Wanggong steadied himself inwardly. After all, it was only an incarnation. Since his previous failure, he had been restless day and night. Seeing the sermon approaching, the Honghuang grew increasingly chaotic. The sage's entrusted task had not been accomplished, or instead the situation had collapsed. If he let things go on, the disciple quota would surely fall to others. This time he came staking his very being. He only hoped to persuade the sorcerer tribe to delay the war until after listening to the sage's teachings. Then he could deal with those unruly ones. That would be the best strategy. Dong Wanggong spoke calmly, his tone steady. "Brother Dijun, listen to me. You should know that I am the foremost male immortal personally appointed by the sage. I mention this not to flaunt my status. This position allows me access to many hidden matters, and I can also offer a word or two before the sage." A hint of self-satisfaction crept into his words. But Dijun had already lost patience and roared, "Stop beating around the bush. Speak plainly." Dong Wanggong's expression flickered, and he immediately composed himself, speaking bluntly. "As long as fellow Taoist Dijun agrees to refrain from striking the Yao clan until the sage's sermon concludes, I shall endeavor to inquire about the path to sagehood for the Wu clan at the sage's side." His words were startling, his demeanor solemn, yet not entirely assured. At this, Dijun abruptly rose, his aura surging around him. "Dong Wanggong, do you take me for a fool? The Wu clan lacks even a primordial spirit. How could Hongjun possibly know our path to sagehood?" By Wu clan, he referred not to the 12 ancestral witches, but to the rest of the clan. Though the ancestral witches possessed a primordial spirit, it was inherently flawed, and the ordinary great witches had no foundation for one. For any Wu clan, the notion of achieving sagehood was utterly absurd. A savage killing intent swept forth, causing Dong Wanggong's incarnation to tremble like a leaf in the wind. "Hold on, fellow Taoist. The sage once said that all 3,000 great paths can lead to enlightenment, and fellow Taoist Hutu knows this as well. Thus the Wu clan may yet have a chance at sagehood." Dong Wanggong forced calmness, speaking rapidly. Though anxious, he had no retreat. "Truly." Dijun's gaze flickered, recalling Hutu's words upon her return from Xiao Palace. "If there is a single falsehood, I submit to your judgment." Dong Wanggong said solemnly. "Simply delay striking the Yao clan, and you shall gain the method to sagehood. The Wu clan suffers no loss. What say you, fellow Taoist?" Dijun sneered. "Even if the sage possesses such a method, how can you be certain he will reveal it to you? Truth be told, the sage bestowed upon me the title of Chief of Male Immortals. There must be a deeper meaning. Once I maintain order in the primordial world and become a disciple of the sage, inquiring about the path to sagehood will be but a trivial matter." Dong Wanggong spoke with composure, having cast aside all restraint. His thoughts tumbled forth with natural ease. "If you become the sage's disciple, will you still care about my Wu clan?" Dijun looked down at Dong Wanggong, a smile curling at his lips. Dong Wanggong's heart tightened, but he replied calmly, "Fellow Taoist Dijun, jest. Even if I enter the sage's tutelage, I cannot escape your control. At least you understand reason." Dijun snorted coldly, dismissing the so-called sage's disciple with contempt. As the orthodox descendants of Pangu, they bore an innate pride. Besides Pangu, even a sage could hardly earn their respect, let alone a mere sage's disciple. Dong Wangong, remember your promise today? I shall grant you some time. If you fail to satisfy me, I will obliterate your form and spirit. Dijun waved his hand and barked coldly. This was a perfect opportunity to recuperate and prepare for future battles. A few thousand years were but a blink of an eye to them. I shall exert my utmost to live up to your trust, fellow Taoist. Dong Wangong declared solemnly, then took his leave. Thereafter he wandered for a time before finally finding bays and entering the 10,000 mountains. With the Wu clan matter settled, he still needed to inform the Yao clan, lest they provoke the Wu clan recklessly and cause trouble. Arriving at the Yao clan's stronghold, Dong Wangong met Nuwa Fushi Kunping and other high-ranking Yao members. He briefly recounted the affair with the Wu clan. The assembled demons were all taken aback. Dong Wangong went alone to the Wu clan and convinced Dijun. Who would have thought Dong Wangong possessed such courage? Even Baze was stunned. Had his earlier words truly unlocked Dong Wangong's potential? Such eloquence. Even he could not guarantee convincing Dijun. We thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist, Dong Wangong, Nuwa said. Thus the Yao clan could await the sage's sermon in peace. Fellow Taoist, Dong Wangong is truly worthy of the title chief of male immortals. We are all convinced. A great demon raised his thumb in praise, earning endless admiration that filled Dong Wangong's heart with delight and his face with joy. Haha, you flatter me. Maintaining order in the primordial world is my duty. Dong Wangong waved his hand modestly, yet his eyes could not conceal his smugness. Then the demons escorted him all the way into the distance. The primordial world fell into a temporary calm. The Wu and Yao clans recuperated, and the great powers of heaven and earth awaited the sage's third sermon. Time flowed, and several millennia passed in a flash. On this day, the phantom of Xihe Palace cast its shadow across all realms vast and boundless. The sage's third sermon finally began. On the Sun Star, two auras surged into the sky, the laws of the Honghuang golden immortal interweaving and evolving as countless flowers of the great Tao bloomed. Inside the Lin Xiao hall, Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, his form instantly appearing at the core of the Sun Star, casually erasing all the phenomena caused by the breakthrough. Big brother and second brother are finally emerging from seclusion. Lin Xiao smiled. After 10,000 years, Dijun and Taiyi had finally stepped into the realm of Honghuang golden immortal. Such cultivation speed was rare on the path of laws. Without the aid of fragments from the creation jade disk, even 100,000 years would have yielded little progress. Deep within the Sun Star, two brilliant streams of light suddenly appeared, transforming into two men enveloped in golden radiance. Third brother. I have reached the Honghuang golden immortal. I made it. Dijun could hardly contain his joy, his voice trembling. Only he could truly appreciate the delight of this moment. Big brother, don't be too happy. I've already reached the mid-stage of Honghuang golden immortal. Lin Xiao chuckled, dousing his enthusiasm. He deliberately provoked his two elder brothers to keep them on edge. In truth, he had held back. With all 5 laws at the Honghuang golden immortal level, his combat prowess alone far surpassed Dijun's. Factoring in the enhancement of space-time laws, the gap was even more pronounced. Third brother, you're unbelievable. I'm going to continue my seclusion. Dijun was deeply shaken, his expression dark. He knew the difficulty of cultivating laws, yet he was still outdistanced by his younger brother. Big brother surpassed me first before comparing, Taiyi said, indifferently comforted by the fact that Dijun was at the bottom. Dijun insisted on secluding himself, vowing not to emerge until he reached Honghuang Daluo. Big brother, think twice. I fear I might never see you again. Taiyi quickly dissuaded him. Lin Xiao was about to speak when he felt a disturbance in heaven and earth, lifting his gaze to the infinite void. Boom. The 9 heavens trembled, the phantom of Xihe Palace spanned the sky, and boundless Tao sounds echoed throughout the universe. The third sermon is about to begin. Dijun and Taiyi restrained their smiles, their expressions solemn. At the same moment, disturbances arose in various Taoist retreats across the primordial world. Great powers from Mount Sumru, the 5 villages, temple, the Fire Cloud Cave, and elsewhere emerged from seclusion, their mighty auras sweeping the 4 directions. Finally, this day has come, murmured a powerful figure, a sharp glint in his eyes. The primordial world stirred once more. No one wished to miss this final sermon, especially since the sage would accept disciples this time, offering a chance to leap to greatness. Detected that Hongjuan's third sermon is about to commence. Please make a choice immediately. Option 1, continue steady cultivation, refuse the sermon, and obtain a fragment of the creation jade disc. Option 2, accept the invitation to attend the sermon at Xihe Palace and acquire the seed of the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus. Option 3, send Dijun and Taiyi to attend the sermon, reward the 12-pin Extinction Black Lotus and the origins of the 10 divine fires. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao gazed at the manifested phantom of Xihe Palace as the system's prompt arrived as expected. Even the Chaos Green Lotus Seed is used as bait. Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Unless the Honghuang Dao was gifted directly, everything else was illusory. Facing the same three choices as before, his gaze lingered on the third. He had originally planned to refuse outright, but then recalled his previous attendance. If he suddenly skipped this time, it would arouse Hongjuan's suspicion. During the current tribulation of Wu and Yao, as long as they still had value to endure the calamity, Hongjuan would not act rashly. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Xiao decided to maintain appearances. After all, once this sermon ended, Hongjuan would soon merge with the Dao. As long as they did not cross the line, he could rest easy once he attained the Honghuang Dao fruit. But the final decision rested with his two elder brothers. Big brother, second brother, would you be willing to go to Xihe Palace to hear the sermon? Taiyi responded first. I've been in seclusion too long, it's time to stretch my limbs. Listening to the sermon is secondary. I want to settle scores with those two old fellows from the west. Dijun immediately echoed. Third brother is right. Let's go to Xihe Palace first, and take revenge along the way. Lin Xiao nodded and cautioned. Remember, the rules do not accept any gifts. Seeing them solemnly agree, Lin Xiao silently chose the third option. After receiving the reward, he took out the 12-pin Extinction Black Lotus, and handed it to Taiyi. This is for you, second brother. I obtained it during my recent travels, it's useless to me. This? Taiyi, though tempted, declined. I have the Chaos Bell, you keep it, third brother. Take it, Lin Xiao said calmly. I have many such treasures. Besides his life-bound treasure, the Hongmeng Cauldron, he indeed hoarded numerous spiritual treasures like the Chaos Pearl and the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler. Dijun, in addition to the Hichu Lashu, had obtained the 12-pin Purifying White Lotus and the Primordial Gourd. But Taiyi possessed only the Chaos Bell. He's so poor he only has the Chaos Bell. Second brother, take it, don't refuse. I've already accepted the White Lotus from third brother. You take the Black Lotus. Black and white complement each other perfectly. If you don't take it, I'll seem greedy, Dijun said with a laugh, patting Taiyi on the shoulder. Taiyi hesitated no longer and accepted the Black Lotus. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal it easily, Lin Xiao warned. This was once Luoho's treasure. Using it rashly might alert Hongjuan. Understood. Taiyi nodded, carefully stowing away the 12-pin Extinction Black Lotus. Just as Dijun and Taiyi prepared to depart, a visitor arrived at the Sun Star. Three fellow Taoists, the sermon is about to begin. Would you like to travel together? Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, passing by the Sun Star, had come to invite Lin Xiao and his brothers to join them. Please come in, fellow Taoists. The three brothers exchanged smiles. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were among the few true Taoist immortals in the primordial world. In a flash, the two Taoists arrived side by side. Hongyun wore a fiery red auspicious cloud robe, plump in figure with a beaming smile, like a prosperous merchant. In contrast, Jin Yuanzi exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura, unmistakably a man of profound cultivation. We thought you three would have already set out. We didn't expect to find you still at home. The sermon is nearly upon us. Why not journey together? Hongyun suggested with a grin. I won't be going this time. My two elder brothers will accompany you, Lin Xiao declined. You're not going, fellow Taoist Lin Xiao? Hongyun exclaimed in surprise. I've recently gained some insights and truly cannot spare the time. The sage will not only preach the Tao of sages, but also select disciples. With your talent, you might even enter the sage's tutelage, Hongyun persisted. Accept me as a disciple. That's even more reason not to go, Lin Xiao thought to himself, but outwardly, he politely refused. Seeing his firmness, Hongyun gave up. Jin Yuanzi, lost in thought, felt that Lin Xiao's repeated excuses of enlightenment were suspicious. Yet each cultivator has their own fate, so he did not pry further. Just as Lin Xiao was about to bid them farewell, a thought struck him. The third sermon. Hongjuan would distribute the Hongmeng purple qi. Lin Xiao sighed softly and said, fellow Taoist Hongyun, in the path of cultivation one must avoid greed and haste. Remember, steadiness leads to far-reaching progress. Hongyun scratched his head in bewilderment, asking, what do you mean, fellow Taoist Lin Xiao? Speak plainly if you will. Lin Xiao paused, then said earnestly, some opportunities cannot be forced, especially those that seem accidental. At this moment, Lin Xiao hesitated, ultimately not revealing the mystery. Hongyun remained puzzled, but Lin Xiao said no more. Let's go. We understand Lin Xiao's warning. We'll keep to our duty while away, Dijun said with an air of understanding. In truth, he too had not grasped the deeper meaning, but decided to follow the advice nonetheless. Keep to one's duty. Hongyun murmured the phrase, thoughtfully following Dijun and the others as they departed. Lin Xiao watched their receding figures, stood silent for a moment, then turned back to his hall to continue his cultivation. Leaving the Sun Star, Dijun and his party headed towards Xihe Palace. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun discussed with eager anticipation their upcoming audience with the sage. Dijun and Taiyi, however, appeared listless, their gazes constantly searching the surroundings. Just as they were about to enter the chaos, two figures suddenly appeared ahead, surrounded by auspicious light and exuding extraordinary grace. Found them. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged a glance, their eyes blazing with sharp light. Old scoundrel, don't flee. Before the words faded, two crimson streaks had already shot forth. The sudden shout made Xihe and Changxi pause. Upon recognizing the newcomers, they sneered coldly. I thought who it was. The little crows of the Sun Star rushing here to court death. Changxi spoke with a mocking tone, inwardly delighted. I was just discussing this with my senior brother, and here they come walking into the trap. What's more pleasing is that the most troublesome golden crow did not accompany them. Court death. Today you shall pay blood for blood. Taiyi roared in fury, already raising the chaos bell. After a few thousand years you've learned to boast. Changxi sneered. Do you think such paltry skill can defeat us, brothers? After millennia of cultivation, their strength had soared beyond comparison. Though they dared not claim invincibility under sages, dealing with two petty villains was more than sufficient. Let's fight. Dijun acted decisively, unleashing his artifact straight for the enemy's head. A dazzling radiance burst from his body, transforming him into a golden war god, his aura climbing step by step. Taiyi struck simultaneously. The toll of the chaos bell cleansed the cosmos, and with every gesture the laws of power transformed into a devastating onslaught. Xihe and Changxi's expressions changed abruptly. Hastily offering their artifacts, they engaged in battle, instantly locked in a fierce melee. Laws clashed, Dao patterns surged. A quasi-sage level confrontation that shook heaven and earth, reversing the river of stars with a wave of a hand. At the first exchange, Changxi sensed something amiss. You have already stepped into the quasi-sage realm. He cried out in shock, disbelieving and losing composure. Boom. Taiyi responded with a cold smirk. A palm wreathed in laws tore through space-time, striking Changxi hard across the face. Changxi spat blood and flew backward, crashing into the depths of chaos. A single blow had gravely wounded him. Worthless. In the past you bullied us with your higher realm. Now that we're on equal footing, you're so pathetic. Taiyi sneered, exultant. Junior brother. Xihe roared, his solemn Dharma image radiating murderous intent. Fall. Dijun bellowed, his aura surging again. Seeing Taiyi's victory, he pressed his attack with even more ferocity. Let me lend you a hand. Taiyi leaped into the fray. Clang. The chaos bell shattered the void. Xihe's Dharma image crumbled, and he instantly transformed into a streak of light to flee, dragging Changxi with him as they scurried into the chaos. Chase. Dijun and Taiyi tore through the void in hot pursuit. Watching from afar, Yuanzi and Hongmeng exchanged stunned glances. They had intended to help, but Dijun and Taiyi had overwhelmed Xihe and Changxi, smashing them utterly. These two Taoists have transcendent cultivation. With such talent, they'll surely be accepted as disciples by the sage. Hongmeng marveled with envy. Follow. Yuanzi said no more, transforming into a rainbow light that swept into the chaos. Dijun and Taiyi wielded their artifacts, relentlessly pursuing through the chaos. Time passed swiftly, 1,000 years flashed by. Before the Xiao palace, great cultivators had already gathered, some meditating, some discussing Tao, awaiting the opening of the palace gates. Boom. Suddenly the chaos exploded. A terrifying aura swept across all directions, gale winds mixed with thunderous fire ravaging heaven and earth. Xihe and Changxi stumbled out of the chaos, their forms staggering, their auras disordered. Their kasayas were stained with mottled blood, and even the Buddhist light atop their heads had dimmed. What happened? The immortals present stopped their discussions and stared at the two in astonishment. An immortal smiled while stroking his beard. Even if you're late, there's no need to be so disheveled. Did you encounter something terrifying in the chaos? Before the words faded, two golden beams pierced the air. Dijun and Taiyi arrived, riding the light. Taiyi, holding the chaos bell, taunted. Two old curs, you flee quickly. Where is your former arrogance? Dijun, clad in blood-stained golden armor, radiated battle intent that soared to the sky. Dare you turn back and fight me? Xihe and Xianni hastily retreated to the gate of Xiao Palace, nearly colliding with it. Xihe forced calm. This is the Tao ancestors' place of cultivation. How dare you act recklessly? Yet his trembling hands betrayed his recent panic. The immortals were all astonished. The last time they attended the lecture, the Golden Crow brothers were no match for the two Westerners. Now they had reached such a level. Yua Fushi and others looked at Dijun and Taiyi with deeper meaning. Such cultivation speed, if it could be used for the demon race. Yuanshi Tianzuan watched coldly, his disdain deepening. Opponents who once seemed worthy have now fallen so low. Truly pitiful. Do you think hiding here will save you? Dijun roared, ready to advance, but Taiyi stopped him. Just then the palace gates opened wide. Haotian and Yaoqi spoke in clear voices. Fellow Taoists, the time for the lecture has come. Overjoyed, Xihe and Changxi were about to rush in first, but were blocked by a sweep of Yuanshi's sleeve. Do you think you deserve to enter first? Yuanshi stood with his hands behind his back, the three treasures Rui emitting a clear light. Changxi glared angrily, but ultimately dared not speak. Xihe quietly signaled Changxi to stay calm and not act rashly. The three pure ones strode straight into the hall, without a sideways glance. Xihe and Changxi's faces darkened, first humiliated by the golden crows, then slighted by the three pure ones. A series of setbacks. How can one endure humiliation upon humiliation? Fellow Taoists, why compete with the boy for such menial tasks? Please enter quickly, there's no need to guard here. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, arriving late, made such an invitation. Hong Yun's round face was full of smiles, genuine or feigned. Xihe and Changxi felt their blood surge. Their faces turned from green to red, nearly erupting on the spot. But Hong Yun paid no heed, dragging the two inside, and even cast an apologetic smile at Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Witnessing this, Dijun and Taiyi almost laughed out loud. It was hard to tell if Hong Yun was being deliberate or accidental. The immortals filed into Xiao Palace, seating themselves in order, awaiting the arrival of the sage. This lecture saw no trace of the Wu clan. A hoodoo had finally awakened after repeated blows. The host of immortals held various expectations, remaining silent, each lost in their own thoughts. This was the final lecture, the most crucial one. The complete path to sainthood. How captivating it was. They all remembered the sage's words. After this lecture, a few disciples would be taken. The phrase "a few" stirred much speculation. Many of the highly cultivated deemed themselves likely candidates. None felt this more keenly than Dongwang Gong. He had long awaited this moment. He had spared no effort to broker a truce between the demon and witch clans, restoring order to the primordial world and ushering in an era of peace. He had fulfilled his duty as the chief of male immortals to the best of his ability. Seeing how capable he was, how could the sage fail to reward him handsomely? Thus he was determined to secure the position of sage's disciple. In terms of cultivation and merit, he, Dongwang Gong, was the rightful choice. At the thought, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The demon race's great cultivators were equally full of anticipation. The ancestral witches were powerful. Only by comprehending the great Tao and enhancing their cultivation could they contend with them and gain an advantage for the demon race. Seated in the front row, Xihe and Changxi silently circulated their skills to heal their wounds, their resentment hard to quell. When they arrived, they had been confident of becoming the sage's disciples, but after the humiliation by Dijun and Taiyi, they suddenly lost their footing. In a state of anxiety, they could only strive to heal, hoping to present themselves in the best light to the sage. Only then would they have a chance. Nearby, the three pure ones meditated calmly. Their main focus was the complete path to sainthood. They cared little about being the sage's disciples. Just as the immortals were lost in their thoughts, an invisible pressure descended, and Hongjuan's figure gradually materialized. "We pay homage to the sage." The immortals bowed respectfully, chanting in unison, "We welcome the sage." Among the crowd, a powerful one spoke first, his words fervent, already eager to reveal his intentions. Hongjuan's expression remained indifferent, his gaze, as usual, slowly sweeping over the assembled immortals. When his eyes passed over the figures of the golden crows, a flicker of satisfaction appeared, but the next moment his expression abruptly changed. "Honghuang, golden immortal?" Hongjun stared at Dijun and Taiyi, surprise rising in his heart. "Honghuang, golden immortal? These two golden crows have actually achieved the path of Honghuang, golden immortal." His eyes shifted slightly, recalling his earlier assertion that the path of law-based enlightenment had long been severed. Yet Dijun and Taiyi had entered this realm. Was this not a silent refutation of his words? No wonder those two wretches once asked which of the three enlightenment paths was stronger. They had been secretly cultivating the laws. Could it be that his method of severing the three corpses was not profound enough? Self-righteous fools, they probably haven't realized the difficulty of the law-based path. The higher the realm, the harder it becomes to comprehend the laws. Even if they had fortuitously achieved Honghuang, golden immortal, the road ahead would be impassable. At that moment, Hongjun felt slightly displeased. These two golden crows had taken a different path. If they persisted in the law-based way, they would eventually stagnate. After he finished this lecture and merged with the heavenly Tao, the suppression of the Tao would become even stronger, and the law-based path would gradually be cut off, leaving no room for further progress. When they realize that the Honghuang great Luo golden immortal is forever out of reach, they will eventually have no choice but to return to the ranks of the demon race. At this thought, his gaze secretly shifted to Nuwa. Nuwa's karmic ties with the demon race were a matter of divine mandate, though now the mandate had deviated slightly. Once she attained enlightenment and became a sage, she would naturally sever those ties. Then the golden crows would take over, fitting the will of heaven. Excellent. While Hongjun was deep in thought, the immortal's expressions again became subtle. Again, does the sage need to take a mental journey before every lecture? Could it be that he is silently reciting the scripture? Hongjun collected his thoughts, his tone flat, the Tao resonance ethereal. This lecture will expound the way of sainthood lasting 3,000 years. The way of sainthood. Tao rhymes flowed, profound sounds echoed slowly issuing from Hongjuan's mouth. The immortals listened intently, knowing this was the sage's final lecture, once missed never to return. This lecture covered the cultivation of quasi-sages, the methods of enlightenment, and the path after becoming a sage, thus becoming increasingly obscure. The immortals gradually grew bewildered, for aside from the top great cultivators, many remained at the great Luo golden immortal realm. The way of sainthood was still too distant for them to comprehend. Even the three pure ones found it chaotic and unclear. The path of a sage remained profound and unfathomable for them at their current stage. Hongjun paid no heed to the immortals' reactions, continuing his exposition. The way of sainthood depends on fate. Those without destiny cannot grasp it. The previous two sermons could be forcibly memorized and then pondered in seclusion. But this time the teachings were about supreme fate and fortune. Without the proper affinity, even if one remembered them now, they would be forgotten in an instant. Forcing retention would bring calamity, at best damaging the soul, at worst destroying the Tao foundation. For a time, all the great cultivators wore expressions of distress, even more worried than Jain. Only a few could comprehend. Even if they didn't understand, no one dared to ask. Even with 1,000-fold courage, they would not dare interrupt the sage's lecture. Too hard. Truly as difficult as reaching the heavens. The great cultivators lamented in their hearts, sitting on pins and needles. The way of sainthood was right before their eyes, yet like flowers in a fog. Was there anything more torturous in the world? Thus the great cultivators sat restlessly listening to the arcane teachings like a celestial book. Finally, 3,000 years passed. With the last word, Hongjun ceased, and the lecture ended. The great cultivators secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These 3,000 years had felt like an eternity. They wondered how they had endured. For the first time in their lives, they found listening to the Tao so painful. Compared to the previous two times, it was a world of difference. Fortunately, the prospect of becoming the sage's disciple remained something to look forward to, otherwise attending this lecture would have been an utter loss. This was the feeling of most great cultivators, but a very few had gained something and were contemplating. Dijun and Taiyi, however, were unconcerned. What Hongjun expounded was the method of severing the three corpses irrelevant to them. They only needed to focus on comprehending the loss. When Hongjun finished his lecture, his gaze swept over the crowd, and he said calmly, "If you have any questions, you may ask." At these words, the great cultivators looked at each other. Since they hadn't even understood what they heard, what could they ask? After a moment of silence, the three pure ones, Jie and other great cultivators, successively raised a few questions. After Hongjun had answered each question, he was about to proceed to the next segment. At that moment, Dong Wanggong suddenly rose to his feet, hesitating as if to speak, then finally gritted his teeth and asked, "May I ask, Master, does the Witch clan possess a method to attain sainthood?" He had thrown caution to the wind. Dong Wanggong mustered the courage to pose this question out of sheer desperation. He had once promised Dijun to seek the path to sainthood for the Witch clan, and now was a rare opportunity that would never come again. The question stunned the entire assembly. No one had anticipated such an outrageous inquiry from Dong Wanggong. What does this mean? Could Dong Wanggong possess the bloodline of the Witch clan? His own cultivation is still unclear, yet he dares to concern himself with the Witch clan's method of sainthood. The great cultivators of the Demon clan wore displeased expressions. Dong Wanggong's action was tantamount to slapping their faces. By asking such a question on behalf of the Witch clan, was he implying that the Demon clan had not suffered enough losses? Hongjuan's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of displeasure flickering in his eyes. That fool Dong Wanggong, how could he ask such a question? Though discontent under the watchful eyes of the crowd, refusing to answer would undermine the dignity of a saint. Reluctantly, he began to respond. Witches are born with inherent flaws, unable to perceive the mysteries of fate nor discern fortune or calamity. To seek the path of sainthood, one must gather the chi of heaven and earth, seize the essence of creation, and possess an indestructible will. Only then may one obtain a sliver of opportunity. After speaking, he fell silent. That's it. Dong Wanggong was dumbfounded, sitting rigid as a clay statue. Every word was a gem, every word was useless. How could he repeat this to Dijun? Better not. He would be crushed into dust the moment he spoke. With this thought, Dong Wanggong's face twitched, yet he dared not ask further, fearing to offend the Tao ancestor. After Dong Wanggong returned to his seat, Hongjun surveyed the silent cultivators, his voice resounding through the purple firmament palace. I carry the mandate of the heavenly Tao to perform the work of teaching. I shall preach the great Tao 3 times, each lasting 3,000 years. Now that the merit is complete, I shall select those with profound karmic affinity to become my disciples, to patrol the heavens on my behalf, and to harmonize the forces of yin and yang. Henceforth I shall return to the heavenly Tao to mend the cosmos. Hongjun is the heavenly Tao. There is no more Hongjun. These words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The realm of sainthood was already beyond reach, yet now he was to merge with the heavenly Tao. What kind of transcendence was this? Even the 3 pure ones' pupils dilated, their fingers trembling within their sleeves. The speech stirred 1,000 waves, and the cultivators amidst their awe grew even more fervent. To become a disciple of a saint was already a great fortune, but to be a disciple of the heavenly Tao. Jane and Juani's eyes gleamed, Nuwa and Fushi's breath caught, a Dong Wanggong's Adam's apple bobbed. Hongjun ignored the expressions of the crowd and said coldly, "The heavenly Tao has its constants. This time I shall accept only 6 disciples. The 3,000 cultivators of the mortal world froze simultaneously, as if witnessing their Tao hearts cracking. So the so-called batch acceptance was only 6 seats. 3,000 great cultivators vying for 6 positions. This was more treacherous than the chaos dividing Spirit Rock. Initially they had thought that as a batch of disciples there would be at least a few dozen, but now. The purple firmament palace fell into an abyss of silence. The Tao hearts of all cultivators trembled. This number was too cruel. Hongjuan's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the 3 pure ones. You inherit the legacy of Pangu and enjoy the merit of the creation. You may attain the primordial, and shall enter my tutelage. The expressions of the 3 pure ones shifted. The Jade Rui in Yuanshi Tianzuan's sleeve hummed audibly, clearly indicating his agitated mind. Suddenly 7 wandering purple chi appeared in the Tao ancestor's palm, stirring the starlight of the heavens. This is the primordial purple chi. Those who obtain it may glimpse the realm of sainthood. Today I bestow it upon you. 3 streams of purple light transformed into flowing radiance entering the glabellas of the 3 pure ones. The expressions of Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian changed and finally they all bowed in unison. Disciple pays respects to master. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Hongjuan's eyes. With a light brush of his sleeve, 3 purple streams of light entered the glabellas of the 3 pure ones. The hall was instantly flooded with resplendent light, and the vast Tao rhythm caused the cultivators' minds to tremble. Nuwa was secretly clenching her sleeve when she suddenly heard the Tao tone descend. Nuwa may inherit my 4th lineage. As the purple chi crowned her head, the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared faintly behind her. Fushi's fingers, which had been strumming the zither, suddenly stopped. The 7 strings sounded together, producing a phoenix call. Please, master, show compassion. Jane and Zhuanti suddenly fell prostrate to the ground, 12 grade golden lotuses blooming from their palms. Hongjun pondered for a moment, and 2 slightly dimmer purple chi appeared before the 2 Western cultivators, temporarily, as nominal disciples. Donghua Dijun abruptly rose his dragon-headed staff, cracking the cloud bricks into a spiderweb pattern. He saw Zhuanti turn and cast a glance at him, that triumphant smile stinging his eyes. At the corner of the hall, the demon master Kuanping's feathered cloak billowed without wind. From the shadows came the scraping sound of claws on bronze. When the last wisp of purple chi dissipated, the 6 front seats still held lingering warmth. Honyun stared at his empty hands, suddenly feeling that this sacred seat had never been so scorching hot. Could it be that those 6 seats concealed the path to sainthood? Had he known they were so important, he would have fought to the death for a place. Kuanping in his gray robe faced ashen, surged with deep hatred in his eyes. He had been the master of one of those 6 seats, and now he had lost both the chance for sainthood and the position of Tao ancestor's disciple. His murderous gaze pierced Honyun like a sharp sword. Were it not for being in the purple firmament palace, he would have already erupted in violence. It was all that fool's fault. Had Honyun not given his seat to Jane and Zhuanti back, then how could he have been squeezed out of the sacred position? Honyun suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Looking up, he met Kuanping's murderous glare. He lowered his head, awkwardly full of regret. Who could have imagined that the 6 seats would be related to the path of sainthood? Dijun and Taiyi exchanged amused glances and gave Honyun a thumbs up. They had long heard of the seat-yielding incident in the purple firmament palace, but never expected such karmic consequences. What shocked them even more was that 5 of the 6 saints under Hongjun had conflicts with the Golden Crow, and 2 of them had been taught a lesson by them not long ago. They must accelerate their cultivation. Dijun clenched his fists and golden flames leaped in Taiyi's eyes. If their enemies achieved sainthood first, the 2 suddenly felt a prickling sensation. They saw Jean and Zinti smiling at them, their smiles clearly carrying the intent to settle old scores. Now with the primordial purple chi in their possession and a saint as their master, they believed themselves to be in an unassailable position. Suddenly a 7th primordial purple chi appeared in Hongjuan's sleeve, causing the cultivators to breathe rapidly. This purple chi hovered in the air, finally drifting toward Hongyun under the scorching gaze of the crowd. The Tao ancestor lowered his eyes without a word, only the wind brushing through his sleeves carried the purple chi like a snowflake landing before Hongyun. Gazing at the approaching primordial purple chi, Hongyun felt dazed, as if in a dream, unable to believe that such a fortune had fallen upon him. This was the key to proving the Tao and becoming a saint. Wait! Honyun suddenly snapped back to reality, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes. He suddenly recalled Lin Xiao's advice to him. Do not contend, do not seize, do not take. Those who run fast may not win, and those who remain steady are the ones with true skill. Wasn't the current situation exactly proving Lin Xiao's reminder? What alarmed Honyun even more was that the moment the primordial purple chi floated toward him, countless icy piercing gazes suddenly shot at him from all around, stabbing into his back like blades. He must not touch this purple chi. Hongyun's mind raced. He feigned an accidental flick of his sleeve, sending a clear chi to gently nudge the primordial purple chi aside. The purple chi turned and flew toward Kuanping. Hongyun lowered his eyes, a trace of relief appearing in them. In the past, his act of yielding the seat had caused Kunpeng to miss his opportunity. Today, let this primordial purple chi make amends to Taoist Kunpeng. The corners of his mouth lifted and his round face spread into a gentle smile, making him look like a kind old man. The great cultivators were dumbfounded, watching the primordial purple chi change course and fly toward Kunpeng. The murderous intent in their eyes instantly shifted from Hongyun. But Kunpeng paid no heed to all that. His whole body trembled, his eyes fixed on the approaching purple chi. When it reached him, he could no longer restrain himself and abruptly absorbed it into his body. Done. His face twisted with ecstasy, as if he were about to ascend to immortality, barely restraining himself from letting out a long howl. After calming down slightly, Kunpeng glanced sidelong at Hongyun and nodded arrogantly. You've shown some sense. The grudge over the seat is hereby settled. Dong Weigong's face turned ashen, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He had thought the primordial purple chi was his for the taking, only to have it snatched by this feathered beast. Mingi and others also wore gloomy expressions, their murderous intent surging. Kunpeng was indifferent, still immersed in overwhelming joy. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged a covert glance, a hint of approval in their eyes. Good Hongyun, not bad insight. They had just been worried that Hongyun would be unable to resist the temptation, but fortunately, he pulled back from the brink. On the high platform, Hongjuan's eyes were profound. His gaze wandered between Hongyun and Kunpeng for a moment before he finally closed his eyes indifferently. Foolish child. The matter of merging with the heavenly Tao must be advanced. With a thought, Hongjun no longer hesitated. He looked at the three pure ones and Yuhua, and said, You are all my disciples. Today I bestow upon you a few divine artifacts to protect yourselves. Thank you, master. The three pure ones and others showed joy. Hongjun waved his sleeve, and several treasures appeared out of thin air, including scrolls, pagodas, and banners. Taiching, you are the chief disciple. Today I bestow upon you the Taiji diagram. This is the transformation of the axe blade of the creation axe, capable of stabilizing earth, water, fire, and wind, and also can suppress destiny. Hearing that it was a supreme innate treasure, the cultivators present were all burning with envy. Many great cultivators had never even owned an ordinary spiritual treasure, let alone such a supreme treasure. Laozi's expression flickered. Even with his deep composure, he could barely hide his delight. Hongjun then took out another treasure and said to Yuan Shi, This is the Panga banner, also a supreme innate treasure transformed from the axe edge. It excels in offense and can also suppress destiny. Yuan Shi accepted it respectfully. Even he, usually proud, could hardly conceal his excitement. Another supreme innate treasure. The cultivators were utterly envious, feeling as if sitting on pins and needles. Dong Weigong's face was wooden. The sorrows and joys of cultivators are not shared. Oh, I only find them noisy. Only Dijun and Taiyi remained calm. Treasures were not rare to them. Jane and Juanti secretly anticipated, since they were now disciples, they too should receive supreme treasures. Hongjun turned to Tongtian and produced a set of treasures. Four immortal swords exuding murderous intent were particularly striking. These are the 4 immortal slaying swords, also supreme innate treasures. They are the manifestation of the divine light of the creation axe. When deployed in formation, they require 4 cultivators of the same realm to break. However, this item specializes in slaughter and cannot suppress destiny. Tongtian was ecstatic, unable to put down the 4 swords. He cared nothing about not being able to suppress destiny. The cultivators marveled. With this sword formation, Tongtian could match 4 cultivators of the same realm. Subsequently, Nuwa received the mountains and rivers map and the red embroidered ball. Jane and Juanti received the 12-grade golden lotus and other treasures. Although they were not supreme innate treasures, they were better than nothing. With these treasures, their strength was further enhanced. Jane and Juanti's confidence soared, and they felt the great Tao was within reach. Disciples of the Tao Ancestor Foundation, of the saintly position and now spiritual treasures, everything was perfect. After Hongjun had distributed the treasures to his disciples, the great cultivators still looked at him with eager anticipation. Hongjun said calmly, On the spirit dividing rock behind the purple firmament palace, there are still some treasures. Go and take them yourselves, each according to his own fate. Hearing this, the crowd quickly expressed their thanks, and then rushed to the spirit dividing rock. The rock floated in the chaotic currents, radiating brilliant light, densely packed with shining treasures. Dijun and Taiyi also followed, glanced at it, and snorted contemptuously. The truly good items had already been bestowed by Hongjun to his disciples. What remained on the spirit dividing rock were mere leftovers not worth mentioning. At this moment, the great cultivators were scrambling frantically for the treasures. The 3 pure ones, relying on the power of their supreme innate treasures, swept through all obstacles, casually collecting several treasures with a wave of their hands. But Dijun and Taiyi couldn't be bothered. A few pieces of charity trash were beneath their notice. Moreover, if they took any, it would be as if they owed Hongjun a favor. However, what they didn't want they wouldn't let others have easily. With a shift of their gaze, they fixed on Jane and Juanti. Since they were already mortal enemies, they might as well take the opportunity to make trouble for them. Xihe and Changxi were busily collecting treasures, occasionally covertly snatching others' possessions. Those who were robbed complained, but dared not speak out. After all, these two were now disciples of the Tao ancestor of high status. Who would dare to provoke them easily? Xihe and Changxi exchanged glances, their smugness evident. Just as they were about to continue plundering, Dijun and Taiyi suddenly approached from left and right, wearing playful smiles. Fellow Taoists, you must be tired from collecting treasures. How about we lend a hand? Changxi was initially startled, but quickly composed himself and said coldly, Dijun Taiyi, do you still not understand the situation? If you are looking for trouble, we will deal with you later. Now they were nobles of high status wielding powerful treasures and no longer regarded the two golden crows as a threat. These birds dared to provoke them openly. It was laughable. Why wait until later? Let us settle this now, Dijun and Taiyi said with mocking grins. Whenever Xihe and Changxi attempted to claim the treasures, they immediately intervened to stop them. I do not want the treasures. I am doing this just to make sure you cannot have them either. How dare you? Are you seeking death? Xihe and Changxi were furious, watching helplessly as the treasure they had almost claimed flew away. Go ahead and strike. If you dare attack first, I will send you on your way. Taiyi showed no fear and refused to yield an inch. Xihe and Changxi were only focused on seizing the treasures and had no interest in a drawn-out fight. Yet every time they prepared to strike, Dijun and Taiyi acted first, intercepting them. Though there were many treasures on the treasure-distributing rock, they could not withstand the chaotic scramble of so many contenders. Before long, the remaining treasures grew fewer, yet Xihe and Changxi failed to claim a single one due to Dijun and Taiyi's interference. Xihe and Changxi spared no effort and finally seized a fleeting opportunity to claim the treasures. But suddenly the artifacts on the treasure-distributing rock transformed into streams of spiritual light and scattered across the Honghuang, flying in all directions. These treasures would now hide within the world, awaiting the moment of their reappearance. The two men's expressions changed instantly. Mixed shock and fury darkened their faces like stormy water. Before they could unleash their anger, the Tao ancestor's summons came again. The great cultivators, reluctant to leave, returned to the Xiao palace. Hongjuan's gaze swept over the assembly, his tone detached. This matter is concluded. I shall merge my body with the Tao to complete the count of the heavenly Tao. Everyone's expressions grew grave, their minds turning inward. If the Tao ancestor merges with the Tao, will there no longer be any saints to restrain the Honghuang? In that case, peace might elude this world. As the great cultivator's thoughts churned, Hongjun waved his hand lightly, his gaze passing over them, as he said calmly, You may disperse. The assembly bowed and departed. Dijun and Taiyi also did not linger, faintly sensing that the Tao ancestor had glanced at them with hidden meaning. What did that mean? What was he hinting at? The two had no time to ponder deeply, nor could they fathom it, so they left the Xiao palace. But as they emerged from the palace grounds, they found Xihe and Changxi waiting there for some time. Seeing them appear, sinister smiles spread across their faces. Feathered beasts, today marks your death. Before the words had barely left his lips, the two summoned their newly acquired treasures and launched a sudden attack. With these junk items you dare challenge us? Dijun sneered, simultaneously summoning the Hichu Luoshu and the 12-level purifying White Lotus. We haven't even come looking for you to settle scores, yet you deliver yourselves to us. Perhaps our earlier lesson wasn't enough. Taiyi barked, shaking the chaos bell as it swept toward them with devastating force. Boom. The two sides clashed ferociously, chaos, chi surging around them, their divine might so overwhelming it seemed as though heaven and earth were being split apart once more. The great cultivators who had not yet left paused to watch. Xihe and Changxi are both disciples of the Tao ancestor and have gained numerous treasures. The golden crows are likely to suffer this time. Once just two golden crows, the tide of fate now seemed poised to reverse. Amidst the murmurs, a thunderous explosion rang out, as if heaven and earth had collided. A figure was seen flying backward through the sky, leaving a blinding trail of blood in its wake. It's Changxi, a great cultivator exclaimed. In the same instant Changxi appeared, his face bruised and swollen, utterly disheveled. He was overwhelmed by shock and fury, unable to accept that despite possessing treasures, he still could not defeat Taiyi. It must be because the Chaos Bell is an innate supreme treasure, he consoled himself. If he had such a supreme treasure, how could he have lost? Xihe stepped upon the 12-level merit Golden Lotus and dragged Changxi away in hasty retreat. Facing two opponents alone, he had no chance of victory and could only flee. The causes of today will bear fruit tomorrow. Golden Crow clan, do not grow too arrogant. When the time is ripe, we will reclaim everything. Even in their panicked retreat, those words rang out with conviction. You shall not escape. Dijun and Taiyi pursued relentlessly, vowing to eradicate them completely. Halfway through, they unexpectedly encountered the three pure ones. I wondered who it was. Just two feathered beasts. Yuan Shi sneered, scrutinizing them with piercing eyes. Could it be you intend to ally yourselves with those two old rogues from the west? Dijun's expression darkened, irritated by such an appellation. Absurd. How could Xihe and Changxi be compared to our three pure ones? Yuan sure held his head high, proudly, arrogance radiating from his brows. In my view, the three of you brothers are not much different from them, Taiyi said teasingly. The moment those words were spoken, Yuan sure's face darkened instantly. He had been struck at his weakest point. You golden crow brat. Do you truly believe we fear to strike? Bring it on. Dijun and Taiyi showed no lack of courage, their treasures glowing above their heads as they stood ready for battle. They well understood that the three pure ones were far more formidable than Xihe and Changxi, for lousy Yuanshu and Tong Tian each possessed supreme treasures. Yuanshu was about to lose his temper, but Lousy raised his hand to stop him. Let it go. The Golden Crow clan still has uses for us. Today we shall spare them, Lousy said with a calm smile. The world often groups the three pure ones together with the three golden crows. How ignorant. Dijun Taiyi, I shall spare your lives today. Go back and tell Lin Xiao that the three pure ones wish to test their skills against the three of you brothers. Lousy's tone was calm, yet carried a hidden edge. As disciples of the Tao ancestor, how could they be ranked alongside three golden crows? Indeed, let us see what Lin Xiao has accomplished in recent years. Yuanshu said with a half-smile. Very well, I shall surely convey your words. Dijun replied with a meaningful smile. Upon the Sunstar, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, streams of profound yellow light swirling within his gaze. The law of Earth has reached the Honghuang Golden Immortal stage. The lectures at Xihe Palace have also come to a close. He murmured softly. During Hongjuan's teachings, not only had his comprehension of the law of Earth breakthrough, but his cultivation had also drawn near to the late stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal. After a quick calculation, he determined that Dijun and Taiyi should be returning soon. As he was lost in thought, two figures descended upon the Sunstar. Third brother, this palace of yours is quite magnificent. When Dijun and Taiyi had departed in haste, they had not noticed the grandeur of the Lin Xiao Hall. Now witnessing its majestic splendor, they could not help but feel awe mixed with a subtle emotion. Third brother is perhaps too conceited, displaying such a prominent signboard and deliberately engraving his name upon it, as if fearing others might not know. Have you gained anything from this trip to the Xihe Palace? Lin Xiao did not dwell on that matter and instead asked. Gain. I have not fully comprehended the Tao, but seeing those two old Taoists, Xihe and Changxi, driven into a humiliating retreat by our hands, that was satisfying enough. Dijun laughed heartily and recounted the events in detail. Lin Xiao could not help but smile, envisioning the two from the west fleeing in panic. What happened after the teachings concluded? He suddenly wished to know whether Hongjun had bestowed the Hongmeng purple qi upon Hongyun. Taiyi took up the thread and briefly narrated what followed. Hearing that Hongyun had actually yielded the Hongmeng purple qi to Kunpeng, Lin Xiao felt somewhat surprised. Could Hongyun resist the temptation of the Hongmeng purple qi? Had his own counsel proven effective? If that were truly the case, his efforts would not have been in vain. Without the Hongmeng purple qi, Hongyun's tribulation might be avoided. Oh right, there is another matter. Dijun suddenly remembered, almost overlooking it in his excitement. What is it? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Had something even more extraordinary occurred at the Xihe Palace? On the way back, we encountered the three pure ones. They boasted of wanting to face us directly. Dijun explained the situation in broad strokes. Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile played upon Lin Xiao's lips. It seemed the three pure ones, having obtained treasures, had grown overconfident. Since they desired a confrontation, then so be it. He was eager to test how long the three pure ones could hold out against him. They each possess innate supreme treasures. You must not underestimate them, Dijun reminded with a grave expression. Innate supreme treasures, so what? Who doesn't have them? Taiyi responded with a smile, unconcerned. The moment those words left his mouth, Dijun was instantly displeased. The remark clearly carried a pointed implication. Among the three golden crows, only his birthbound treasure was not an innate supreme treasure. Considering the three pure ones, as well among the six of them, he alone lacked such a supreme treasure. This was no longer a subtle hint. It was outright mockery. It doesn't matter, we too have enough. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, next time we encounter the three pure ones, it will be settled then. I shall now enter seclusion. If I cannot surpass you both this time, I shall not emerge. Dijun declared fiercely, no longer able to endure the situation. Elder brother, why be so intense? Taiyi called after him as they departed together. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, watching the two figures disappear from sight. With 3 rounds of teachings concluded and Hongjun merging with the Tao. At this moment, the Honghuang was in its most free era. There were no saints to exert pressure, nor any supreme force to impose constraints. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao decided it was time to venture out. As the third lecture at Xihe Palace came to a close, the great cultivators of the Honghuang began returning one by one. News of Hongjuan's merging with the Tao and the emergence of the 6 saints spread across heaven and earth like the wind. Within the Panga temple, upon hearing this news, the 12 ancestral wizards were struck as if by lightning. Among the 6 saints, 4 of them were the 3 pure ones who were sworn enemies of the wizard clan and contested the Panga legacy along with Nuwa of the demon race. What made them even more uneasy was that Kuanpeng, who had been bestowed the Hongmeng purple chi, also belonged to the demon faction. Brother, time waits for no one. Only by expanding our power can the wizard clan remain invincible, Zhu Rong urged urgently. Zhu Jiuyin's gaze was chilling. Only by dominating the Honghuang can we hope to rival the saints. Why worry so much? Strike while the 3 pure ones have not yet become saints. Chang Liang's voice shook the temple. Hutu sighed softly. The heavens have ordained the saints. I fear they cannot be destroyed. But how do we know it cannot be done without trying? Xianming replied with a smile. As the ancestral wizards debated incessantly, the name of Dong Wanggong surfaced in Dijong's mind. That rascal had returned from listening to the Tao, yet failed to honor his commitment, clearly mocking him. Issue the order. Launch an immediate campaign against the demon race and crush their momentum. Dijong rose suddenly, dispatching secret agents to monitor the 3 pure ones to eliminate them when the opportunity arose. All the ancestral wizards echoed in agreement, then left the Pangu temple, each returning to their tribes to fulfill their duties. Dijong also stepped out of the temple, but instead of returning to his tribe, he sped off toward the distance. Those who dare to mock me never meet a good end. His destination was none other than Lord Dongwang's residence on Zifu Island. On Zifu Island. Since his return, Lord Dongwang had been constantly planning for the future. Since he had no chance of becoming a disciple of the saint, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, the title of Chief of Male Immortals still remained. His eyes flickered between light and dark as a plan gradually took shape. Lord Dongwang fell into deep thought. Though he had not become a disciple of the Tao ancestor as the appointed Chief of Male Immortals, he bore the responsibility of leading all immortals and maintaining order in the Honghuang. How could such authority be left idle? He should seize this opportunity to establish his own sect. This idea had long existed but had been set aside due to his previous obsession with becoming a disciple of the Tao ancestor. Now that his dreams had been shattered, he could only rely on himself. The Tao ancestor had once mentioned the heavenly court. Why not establish an immortal court? As the chief of male immortals, establishing an immortal court. How legitimate and justified. The sharp light in his eyes intensified, and in an instant he had outlined the blueprint for the future. Just as he was about to take action, the entire Zifu Island suddenly trembled violently, as though a primordial ferocious beast were about to break forth from the earth. Lord Dongwang's expression changed abruptly, from confusion to horror. He knew this tyrannical aura all too well. It could only be the ancestral wizards. With a thunderous crash, his cave dwelling that had stood for 10,000 years was flattened by a massive palm. A ferocious face looked down upon him from the clouds. Lord Dongwang, where are you in such a hurry to go? Dijong asked with a cold sneer, his divine gaze distorting the surrounding space. Lord Dongwang was drenched in cold sweat, forcing down the urge to flee. If he tried to escape, and was caught now, he would surely suffer total destruction of both body and spirit. These barbaric ancestral wizards would hardly care about the title of Chief of Male Immortals. Fellow Taoist, Dijong gracing us with his presence is truly an honor. He forced a stiff smile and bowed respectfully. Stop pretending to be ignorant. Do you still remember your promise? Dijong's killing intent boiled over his massive palm, already poised to strike. Naturally, I remember. I was just about to come seek you out, and now you have deigned to visit in person. Lord Dongwang forced composure, but his robes behind were already soaked with sweat. Really? Dijong was half convinced. I swear it is no lie. Please come inside and let us discuss this in detail. Lord Dongwang wore a smile and spoke warmly, but inwardly he was anxious, secretly calculating how to handle the situation. Do not play tricks with me. There are things you cannot hope to conceal, he said coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Of course, of course. Dong Wanggong remained composed, showing no trace of unease, appearing confident and assured. Back in Xihe Palace, I once privately consulted the Tao ancestor about the method for the Wu clan to achieve sainthood, and the answer I received was. Dong Wanggong's expression turned solemn, the atmosphere growing heavy, and Dijong couldn't help but lean forward. What answer? Pangu. Dong Wanggong uttered the 2 words in a deep voice. Father God. Dijong's brow twitched slightly, then his face darkened. Dong Wanggong, what do you mean by this? Calm your anger, Taoist Dijong. Let me explain in detail. Dong Wanggong raised a hand to signal, continuing to weave his narrative. In truth, he dared not speak the Tao ancestor's exact words. If he had uttered empty phrases like, achieving sainthood requires great perseverance and great opportunity, Dijong would have likely attacked him on the spot. The Wu clan are descendants of Pangu, especially the primordial witches who are formed from the essence blood of the great god Pangu. Therefore, your opportunity for sainthood also originates from Pangu. In the past, the great god Pangu split the heavens and earth, transforming his body into the myriad things. What a magnificent feat. Dong Wanggong took the opportunity to praise Pangu, knowing this would surely win the favor of the Wu clan. Indeed, Dijiang's expression softened, showing a hint of satisfaction. Dong Wangong seized the moment and said, "Thus there are two methods for the Wu clan to achieve sainthood." His words were confident, and his demeanor spirited. He was now fully in his element. "Oh, please enlighten me, Taoist," Dijiang said seriously, his tone now carrying a hint of respect. Dong Wangong nodded and said, "First you must devoutly worship the great god Pangu, gathering the utmost sincere faith. The heavens and earth are transformed from Pangu. They will naturally protect the Wu clan, and achieving sainthood is not an illusion. Second, you must collect the remnants of Pangu, the myriad things he transformed. For example, Buzhou Mountain is his spine, and the Dijun and Taiyi are his eyes. The more you obtain, the stronger the Wu clan's fortune becomes, and the primordial witches may then attain the Honghuang Dao." These words were derived from his observation of the Wu clan's actions, polished to appear more comprehensive. After listening, Dijiang's eyes gleamed, feeling that every word Dong Wangong spoke resonated with his own heart, even stirring a sense that heaven's will was at work. Though he inwardly agreed, he still maintained a stern face, and said, "Dong Wangong, if you dare deceive me, even if we have not attended Xihe Palace, we will not let you off lightly." Dijiang's expression was solemn as he spoke in a low voice, his gaze filled with vigilance. "Taoist Dijiang, there is no need to worry. This matter was privately inquired, and there is no falsehood." Dong Wangong replied, earnestly emphasizing that he had privately consulted the Dao ancestor. Since it was private, there were no witnesses, and without witnesses there was no way to verify. It was entirely his own assertion. Dijiang nodded slightly, temporarily accepting the explanation. Since the Wu clan had occupied Buzhou Mountain, they had clearly felt a certain fortune shielding them. It must be Father God's blessing upon the Wu clan. Thinking this, Dijiang looked up at the Taiyang and Taiyin stars in the sky. These are transformed from Father God's eyes. They should belong to the Wu clan, guiding our path forward. He schemed in his heart, already considering the Taiyang and Taiyin as his spoils. Taoist Dijiang, is the Wu clan preparing to strike against the Yao clan? Dong Wangong suddenly asked, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dijiang glanced at him and said flatly, "What do you intend to stop me?" The sarcasm in his words was unmistakable. Since he had obtained what he sought, he naturally no longer held Dong Wangong in regard. Such was the reality. "How dare I? I only wish to ask, if you happen to capture Kunpeng, could you gift me the Hongmeng purple chi within him? This item is of little use to the Wu clan." Dong Wangong proposed with a smile, having long coveted this treasure. Kunpeng was in the Yao clan, beyond his reach, but with the Wu clan's aid it would be easy. A creature like Kunpeng, does he deserve to possess the Hongmeng purple chi? Dijiang laughed derisively. "Dong Wangong, you certainly know how to scheme. We'll discuss this matter later." With that, Dijiang rose and departed. He was off to plan great matters. Dong Wangong watched Dijiang leave, his expression suddenly relaxing. Finally he's gone. He let out a long sigh and leaned back into his throne. Soon after, several streaks of light flew in. It was the great powers of the Zifu Island region who had long-standing relations with Dong Wangong. "Taoist Dong Wangong, what happened? Why did the primordial witch Dijiang come personally?" asked a man in a water-blue Taoist robe. His name was Xian Shui, a rare manifestation of divine water in the world, and one of the 3,000 guests of Xihe Palace. Standing beside him were great powers like Jin Shi Hongmeng and Yuan Mu, all among the 3,000 guests of Xihe Palace. Dong Wangong straightened his posture, a dignified expression on his face, just about to explain. Jin Shi spoke first. "Taoist Dong Wangong, as the foremost male immortal, did the primordial witch come to discuss matters?" He said this casually, not taking it seriously. But the words struck a different chord in Dong Wangong's ears. Dong Wangong's gaze swept over the great powers present, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Just a trivial matter. I am about to establish the immortal court, and Taoist Dijiang came to offer his congratulations. As you all know, the primordial witches are often reckless. Unfortunately, he damaged my cave dwelling." His tone was light, but the implication caused Xian Shui, Jin Shi Hongmeng, and Yuan Mu to change expression slightly. Dong Wangong was going to establish the immortal court, and even the primordial which had personally visited. This news was truly shocking. The great powers looked at Dong Wangong with a newfound sense of awe. After all, he was the foremost male immortal appointed by the Dao ancestor, indeed qualified for this. "Then we also offer our congratulations to Dong Wangong." Xian Shui was the first to cup his hands and smile. The other great powers followed suit. Seeing this, Dong Wangong seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. "The immortal court is newly founded, and we need like-minded Taoists to join in this grand endeavor. Would you all be willing to join?" As he spoke, a trace of the quasi-sage's might naturally emanated. Xian Shui, Jin Shi, and the others exchanged glances, and then solemnly agreed. "We are willing to follow Dong Wangong in building the immortal court. Joining now would bring greater status and opportunities in the future." In this chaotic primordial world, forming an alliance was indeed a wise move. "Excellent. With your help, great things are achievable." Dong Wanggong was in high spirits, waving his hand to conjure cloud seats, inviting them to sit and discuss grand plans. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. In the past, the Tao ancestor had mentioned the concept of the heavenly court, a meaning to govern the order of the primordial world. Now that the Tao ancestor no longer spoke of this, could it be that the opportunity was left for him? Regardless, he would first establish the immortal court. Even if he could not become a disciple of the Tao ancestor, he would shine more brightly than those disciples. The urgent task was to widely recruit great powers to join. Qian Shui immediately offered advice. Since Dong Wanggong is the foremost male immortal, it is rightful for him to lead all immortals. First recruit those with prestige, and the rest will naturally follow. Hongmeng added, his reasoning clear and organized. Dong Wanggong looked at Hongmeng approvingly. This one was worth cultivating. In your opinion, how should we proceed? He intended to test Hongmeng's insight further. Hongmeng raised a faint smile, having already planned. Perhaps we should first recruit the 3 Sanwu of the Taiyang Star. Their cultivation is profound. If we can bring them under our banner, it will surely strengthen the immortal court. Dong Wanggong frowned slightly. The Sanwu are proud and unruly, never involving themselves in worldly affairs. It may be difficult to persuade them. During the 3 lectures at Xiao Palace, the Jinwu attended only twice, and both times they clashed with others. Even when the Tao ancestor ordered them to establish the heavenly court, they refused. How could they join the immortal court? He was not optimistic. Hongmeng smiled calmly, certain times have changed. The Jinwu have grievances with Jane and Junti, and also have conflicts with the 3 pure ones. Now that the 3 pure ones, Jane and Junti, have all become disciples of the Tao ancestor destined to become sages, this must be a heavy pressure on the Sanwu. If we invite them to join this grand undertaking, they may not refuse. Dong Wanggong pondered for a moment, gradually finding this reasoning plausible. Facing several future sages, the Sanwu could hardly maintain their former arrogance. If the immortal court extended an olive branch, it might succeed. With the Sanwu's help, the immortal court might one day stand against the sages. And if they could also obtain the Hongmeng purple chi, achieving sainthood would be even more secure. Offer them substantial benefits. The Sanwu will certainly not refuse. Good. Dong Wanggong slammed the table in decision. I trouble you Taoists to personally visit the Taiyang Star. If you can persuade the Sanwu, I will appoint you as the immortal master of the immortal court to educate the immortals. Hongmeng will do his utmost. Hongmeng changed his address to Immortal King, and the two conversed happily, leaving the other cultivators present astonished. Immortal King, I will depart immediately. Hongmeng eager took his leave at once. Go then. Dong Wanggong nodded solemnly, and personally saw him off. Watching him disappear into the distance, his eyes were full of praise. With such a talent at the founding of the immortal court, how could the great enterprise not succeed? In his heart, Hongmeng's ability was no less than that of Baizhe. Both were pillars for achieving hegemony. Leaving the cave-dwelling, Hongmeng flew straight toward the Taiyang Star. Arriving outside the Taiyang Star, Hongmeng straightened his robes and called out, Taoist Sanwu, Hongmeng of the immortal court pays respects. Please appear and speak with me. After waiting for a long time without response, he was about to call again when he saw a purple shadow dart out. It was Ziwei Boy. A flicker of surprise crossed Hongmeng's eyes. The newcomer's cultivation was nearly equal to his own. What business do you have seeking my master? Ziwei Boy asked warily. Outside the Taiyang Star, Hongmeng anxiously negotiated with Ziwei Boy. He had come on Dong Wanggong's orders to invite the Sanwu to join the immortal court, but was refused entry. Just then Lin Xiao's voice came from deep within the Taiyang Star, envoy of the immortal court. Please return, we have no intention of joining. Hongmeng's expression changed abruptly, and he said in a deep voice, Taoist Sanwu Dong Wanggong is the foremost male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor, and establishing the immortal court is to maintain order in the primordial world. If you 3 join, you will share in the glory in the future. Say no more, leave at once. Lin Xiao's reply was sharp and decisive. Hongmeng's face darkened. Taoist Sanwu, do you dare to defy the Tao ancestors' decree? As soon as the words fell, a giant palm formed of laws suddenly appeared, instantly seizing Hongmeng. What are you doing? Hongmeng was terrified. The law-formed giant palm created its own world, trapping Hongmeng inside, then hurled him violently toward the primordial earth. Hongmeng turned into a streak of light, crossing time and space, carrying a violent law force, and smashed directly toward Zifu Island. Boom! In the earth-shattering explosion, the entire Zifu Island shook violently, the sea churned, and the void shattered. What demon is this? Dong Wanggong and the others immediately flew out of the cave dwelling on high alert. Above the 3 immortals' island, the laws were chaotic and energy rampaged across 10,000 miles. Xian Shui suddenly exclaimed, It's Hongmeng. I sense his aura. Dong Wanggong's divine sense swept over Zifu Island and discovered Hongmeng barely alive. He administered healing, and Hongmeng opened his eyes with difficulty. Hongmeng, I sent you to the Taiyang Star. How did you end up in this state? Dong Wangong's expression was grave displeased. If the impact of the fall had struck Zifu Island, the consequences would have been dire. The entire immortal court might have been destroyed in an instant. I went, but was thrown down. Hongmeng was still trembling, unable to imagine that a casual throw from that being had nearly killed him. The owner of that hand. How terrifying was its power. He was after all a great Luo golden immortal at the perfect realm. Even if Dong Wangong himself had thrown him from the Taiyang star, he could never have achieved such force. The Sanwu refused. Dong Wangong's face darkened. He had thought this matter was certain, especially since Hongmeng had been so confident. And now this humiliation. Did you mention my name? Did you say that I am the foremost male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor? Dong Wangong pressed on, unwilling to give up. Hongmeng smiled bitterly and nodded weakly. I did. So I was thrown down. Outrageous. Dong Wangong raged, his face completely lost. How dare the Sanwood despise him so? To treat his envoy thus was clearly a sign of disrespect. Despite his fury, Dong Wangong did not lose his reason. He knew that alone he could not withstand the Sanwu. When my immortal court rises, I will make you pay. He made a silent vow. Boom. The waves surged, and the residual law force of Lin Xiao still rampaged across the eastern sea, tearing through the sky, like thunder, the wind, and clouds changing violently. Look, there seems to be an anomaly over there. Suddenly Jinshi Doran's gaze sharpened as he pointed toward the distant sea. A celestial light burst forth from the surface, soaring like a fountain, growing ever brighter. What is that? Dong Wangong stared intently, seeing the space above the distant sea warp as if shrouded by an invisible barrier. He raised his hand and waved the dragon-headed staff, blazing with golden light, crashing against that expanse of water. A humming sound accompanied the shattering noise, the sea quaking violently. Vast immortal spiritual energy erupted, casting a myriad of colorful rays across the heavens and earth. Auspicious hues intertwined, the workings of creation flowing forth. Above the boundless eastern sea, the phantom images of three islands shifted from faint to solid, like a mirage gradually condensing into reality. The same vision was reflected in the seawater below. These are three immortal islands. Jinshi Doran exclaimed in shock, overwhelmed by the colossal forms emerging from nothingness. Dong Wangong fixed his gaze on the three islands, the light in his eyes burning ever brighter. Flying waterfalls and cascading springs, clouds and mists swirling. Above the eastern sea, the phantom images of three immortal islands materialized within the chaotic spiritual energy utterly distinct from the primordial world. Primordial formations encircled the islands, fraught with lethal traps. The recent fluctuations in the laws had activated the formations, causing the immortal islands to appear prematurely. In truth, these three islands were forcibly smashed into existence by Hongmeng. What the crowd witnessed were merely projections. The true immortal islands remained hidden deep within the boundless eastern sea. The eastern sea stretched endlessly, immeasurable, even by trillions of miles, vast enough to accommodate countless worlds. Could these be the three immortal islands formed from fragments of chaos, not yet fully emerged? Dong Wangong's lips trembled as he instantly recognized their origin. Such immense, unopened islands promised unimaginable opportunities and treasures. But soon his expression shifted drastically. Such a heaven-shaking spectacle would surely alert the mighty cultivators of the entire primordial world. In Yujing Mountain, Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian gazed at the celestial phenomenon, their faces filled with awe. The auspicious signs triggered by the three immortal islands spread across the primordial world. Golden lotuses bloomed, and all things revived. The chaotic opportunity emerging in the eastern sea surpassed the gourd vine of Buzhou Mountain by 1,000-fold. Laozi exclaimed in admiration. Yuanshi was blunt. Hasten to the eastern sea, seize the first chance. Now wielding numerous supreme treasures, the three pure ones were confident of invincibility against any below the saint realm, unfazed, even if all 12 ancestral witches arrived together. Laozi nodded in agreement, and the three figures vanished instantly, speeding toward the eastern sea. In the territory of the 10,000 mountain demon clan, mighty beings like Nuwa Fushi and Kunpeng also perceived the anomaly. A primordial treasure emerging. This is our demon clan's opportunity. Guiche shouted excitedly. Fushi said with a smile, if we can seize the initiative, the demon clan's strength will surely rise to new heights. The witch clan is inept at artifact refinement. This opportunity is perfect for the demon clan to suppress them. With the demon clan's fortune at its peak and Nuwa attaining sainthood, they saw limitless possibilities ahead. Moreover, another mighty demon, Kunpeng, had also obtained a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Given time, he might even achieve sainthood, becoming a crucial pillar of the demon clan's future. What are you waiting for? Deploy some forces to guard the base, and the rest of the strong ones set out for the eastern sea immediately. Kunpeng's voice boomed like a great bell, his battle spirit high. He rose first, clearly intending to lead personally. Nuwa glanced sideways at Kunpeng, a flicker of depth in her eyes. Since returning from the Xiao Palace, Kunpeng had grown increasingly ostentatious. She suppressed her thoughts and addressed the demons. Let us follow Kunpeng's plan. Act in batches and depart at once. As you command. The demon clan's strong ones echoed in unison, quickly dividing their forces. Moments later, a formidable demon army sped toward the eastern sea. Inside the Penga temple, a celestial anomaly heralds a great opportunity. Should we go and investigate? Zhurong rubbed his hands, eagerly, unable to contain himself. Of course we must. The demon clan is surely already on the move. Even if we cannot wield magic treasures, we must not let them have an easy time. Zhu Jiuyin replied coldly. No time to waste. Set out immediately. Xiangliang rose abruptly, his voice shaking the hall. There's no need to send everyone. This is a perfect chance to strike at the demon clan. Divide into two groups, one attacks the demon clan, the other seizes the opportunity. Dijiang gave the decisive order. In an instant, the witch clan army split, their murderous aura soaring to the heavens. Atop Mount Sumeru, in the west, Jane and Zhuanti sensed the anomaly and exchanged a laugh. Such auspicious signs, golden lotuses filling the sky. They are surely destined for the west. Zhuanti spoke with absolute certainty, pointing out that the golden lotuses were identical to Jane's 12-tiered merit golden lotus. If not a predestined connection, how could such a coincidence occur? Depart quickly. The journey is long, and we cannot afford delay. Jane nodded solemnly. Two beams of golden light streaked across the sky, heading straight for the eastern sea. Meanwhile, the blood sea churned, a breeze stirred the 5 villages. Temple phantom shadows drifted over West Kunlun. All the mighty beings set out, and the primordial world's situation shifted abruptly. On the Sun Star, detected the emergence of the 3 immortal islands. Please make a choice. Choice 1, go immediately to contend for the opportunity. Reward, Chaos Azure Lotus Seed. Choice 2, stay quietly in your domain, avoid involvement. Reward, 24 Dinghai Pearls. The 3 immortal islands have appeared. Lin Xiao awoke from meditation, his eyes flickering. How could he not know of the legendary 3 immortal islands in primordial lore? It was said that when Pangu split the heavens, fragments of chaos formed these islands, brimming with chaotic spiritual energy and littered with rare treasures. The newly emerged 3 immortal islands were a pristine, untouched paradise. Their names were Penglai Yingzhou and Fangzhong, each containing boundless mysteries. Yingzhou Island was especially unique. It was where Dong Wangong had once fallen at the hands of Taiyi. That the 3 immortal islands should appear now. Ling Xiao's eyes sparked with interest. Calculating the timing, it seemed appropriate. He glanced at the options presented by the system and chuckled inwardly. Did the system think he would choose to cower again? That would be a mistake. Now that the heavenly Tao was about to merge with the world, how could he miss such an opportunity? System, choose one. Ling Xiao made his decision decisively, with no hesitation this time. The Chaos Azure Lotus Seed was essential to him. Having seen countless spiritual seeds, only this one truly suited his heart. Just as he was about to move, Ling Xiao's mind stirred, and he raised his hand to form a seal. One chi transforms into 3 crows. Beside him, a clone identical to his true self materialized. He planned to send the clone to seek treasures while his true body remained in the domain to cultivate in peace. Thus he could seize the opportunity without neglecting his training. Although the clone possessed only 70% of his power, Ling Xiao was confident that no one in the current primordial world could match him. He would traverse the universe invincible. With that thought, Ling Xiao's true body sat cross-legged in the hall, while the clone stepped out of the palace gate. Reaching the core of the Sun Star, he gently shook his divine sense to awaken Dijun and Taiyi from their seclusion. Moments later, 2 golden rainbows shot out from the depths of the Sun Star. Dijun gazed at the sea of auspicious clouds in astonishment. What kind of anomaly is this? Could a supreme treasure be descending? The spiritual treasure is calling me. Taiyi opened his arms ecstatically, as if hearing an invisible summons. 3 immortal islands formed from chaos fragments are about to emerge in the eastern sea. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Dijun grabbed Taiyi, ready to transform into a rainbow, but then turned back hesitantly. Is 3rd brother coming with us? No wonder he asked. This 3rd brother was always reclusive, not even attending the sermons at Xiao Palace. Ling Xiao shook his head with a laugh. Of course I'm coming. On the eastern sea's purple mansion island, Dong Wangong perceived the movement of the immortal islands and immediately gathered the nearby mighty beings. Such an opportunity could not be taken alone. Only by forging alliances to occupy the islands could they plan for the future. The invited cultivators all shared the same thought. Rainbows of light were streaking in from afar, and without forming alliances they might lose their lives before gaining any opportunity. With their cultivation levels, they had almost no power to resist against those top-tier mighty beings. Centuries passed in the blink of an eye. Dong Wangong and the other strong ones finally arrived before the 3 immortal islands. Up close, the 3 islands stood like a Kunlun on the sea, majestic in the vast expanse. Between the islands floated fragmented worlds, all formed from chaos fragments. Dong Wangong stared at the immortal islands, greed and fervor flashing in his eyes. The specks of spiritual light on the islands were all radiance from innate spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, 3 primordial formations covered them like heavenly curtains, isolating everything, allowing no entry. These 3 immortal islands had not yet reached the time for true emergence. As the crowd stood watching, beams of divine light shot through the air, accompanied by spatial tremors as more and more mighty beings descended one after another. Dong Wanggong's expression darkened. What was bound to come had finally arrived, and even sooner than he had anticipated. Mingyi. A blood-colored cloud drifted over, exuding a fierce, murderous aura. An old man with a sinister face sat on a blood-red lotus throne, slowly approaching. The lotus throne bloomed with crimson lotuses to protect him, while behind him hung 2 ferocious swords reeking of slaughter. Haha, fellow Taoist Mingyi, welcome to the Eastern Sea. Dong Wanggong spoke with a smile, taking the initiative, implying ownership of this place. Mingyi heard this, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong, put away your little schemes. These 3 immortal islands, you cannot swallow them. With that, he glanced at the retinue behind Dong Wanggong. All worthless fellows daring to show off before him. Dong Wanggong's smile stiffened slightly, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, but he did not reveal his anger. Mingyi's fearsome reputation surpassed even Kunpeng's, and Dong Wanggong was reluctant to provoke him easily. Fellow Taoist Mingyi, how about we join forces and share the immortal islands' opportunities? He attempted to win Mingyi over, hoping that with his aid they might occupy one of the islands. As for claiming all 3, he had never harbored such delusions. Spare me. I have always walked alone. Mingyi refused without hesitation. As a quasi-sage powerhouse wielding the twin swords Yuan-Tu and Abi, once the immortal islands opened, he could plunder freely. Why share with Dong Wanggong and his ilk? Dong Wanggong's face grew increasingly dark. Just then, celestial music drifted from the horizon, ethereal as heavenly tones. A group of female immortals stepped on auspicious clouds, riding divine birds, arriving gracefully. Fellow Taoist Shi Wangmu. Dong Wanggong's face lit up with joy, and he hurried forward to greet her. Fellow Taoist. Shi Wangmu nodded slightly, her demeanor dignified and extraordinary, as if nothing in the world could disturb her composure. Fellow Taoist Shi Wangmu, as leaders of the immortal path, why not join forces? When the immortal islands emerge, we can seize the opportunity first. Shi Wangmu's eyes swept over the 3 immortal islands, and she said calmly, why bother? Let each rely on their own ability. Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. Dong Wanggong frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing more, silently cursing Shi Wangmu for being uncooperative. At this moment, more and more primordial mighty beings converged, brilliant as stars, yet like moths to a flame, rushing forward relentlessly. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian arrived together, their pressure like an abyssal sea, unrestrained, as if declaring their claim to this place. They went straight to the side of the 3 immortal islands, studying the primordial formations, as if no one else existed, attempting to decipher them, paying no heed to the surrounding strong ones. No one dared to show dissatisfaction. Even Dong Wanggong restrained his arrogance. The 3 pure ones were not only supremely powerful, but also personally taught by the Tao ancestor, destined to be saints. Shortly after the 3 pure ones arrived, the demon clan's mighty beings, led by Nuwa, also descended in droves. Their demonic aura soared to the heavens, vast and boundless, rivaling even the presence of the 3 pure ones. And when Mingyi, Dong Wanggong, and others caught sight of the black-robed figure among the demon clan's strong ones, a fierce, killing intent flashed in their eyes. Hongmeng, purple chi. Mingyi concealed himself behind his gaze, piercing through countless beings to lock onto Kunpeng's back. In his eyes, no matter how precious the opportunities of the 3 immortal islands, they could not compare to the Hongmeng purple chi. Compared to attaining sainthood, everything else was illusory. All the mighty ones gathered like stars, waiting for the opening of the 3 immortal islands. Suddenly waves surged, the sea trembled, and colossal billows swept up the entire 3 immortal islands, quaking slightly. Is it about to open? A strong one exclaimed, both expectant and tense. That's an ancestral witch. A sudden shout erupted. At the distant sea, several towering figures strode across the waves, their bodies so immense that even the endless eastern sea water only reached their waists. 10,000-foot waves shot up, and the essence of the 4 seas converged toward them like a torrent. The bodies of the ancestral witches resembled primeval giants, tearing through chaos and striding across the primordial world. The ancestral witches who came this time were 6, Zhu Juing Gonggong, Xiangliang Gomang Shizi, and Hutu. Half of the 12 ancestral witches had arrived. Hutu did not manifest her true form, standing quietly on Xiangliang's shoulder, clearly not fond of such a flamboyant entrance. The ancestral witch's move was merely to intimidate the assembled heroes. Upon the appearance of the primordial witches, the expressions of the demon clan's powerful individuals darkened. What are these barbarians doing here? Haha, fellow Taoist, you're here too. A chance opportunity has emerged. Oh, we've come to claim a few artifacts for fun. Xiangliang's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the surroundings. No one responded. Disdain flickered in the eyes of the mighty beings. Different paths, no mutual counsel. When did the primordial witches ever use artifacts? Ridiculous. These lowly creatures seek their own doom. Yuanshi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the 6 primordial witches, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. 3 pure ones, do you need another lesson? Gong sneered, the surrounding seawater churning in response. As the water primordial which the eastern sea was his domain, so he naturally feared nothing. Interesting. It seems you truly are tired of living. Yuanshi shook his head, disdainfully amused by the foolishness of these primordial witches. He was about to summon the Panga banner and strike decisively, but Laozi stopped him. Wait, something even more intriguing is coming. From the sky, 3 brilliant golden lights descended slowly. The 3 golden crows of the sun star finally appeared. Seeing Lin Xiao, Dijun and Taiyi arrive, Yuanshi's smile deepened. This was an unexpected delight. They could seize the opportunity and settle old grudges at the same time. 3 crows, I never thought you'd actually dare to come. Knowing we are here, you still show yourselves? You have guts. Yuanshi laughed arrogantly. Lin Xiao remained calm and replied evenly, wasn't it you who challenged us? We arrived as promised, just fulfilling your wishes. At these words, the mighty beings present revealed expressions of surprise. No one had expected the 3 crows and the 3 pure ones to have such an agreement, and even more astonishing was that the 3 crows came despite knowing the 3 pure ones had become disciples of the Tao ancestor and wielded supreme treasures. The mighty beings studied the unfamiliar Lin Xiao. Dijun and Taiyi were often seen in the world, but the 3rd golden crow rarely appeared. He was exceptionally handsome, with sharp brows and starry eyes, clad in a robe of sun, moon, and stars, exuding an air of nobility. Compared to his 2 elder brothers, he appeared younger and more spirited, radiating a defiant aura. The rumor that golden crows are born with an emperor's destiny is indeed true, a mighty being murmured to himself. But too much sharpness may not be a good thing. Knowing the 3 pure ones were here, still choosing to confront them head-on was hardly wise. Yuanshi laughed upon hearing this. Since that's the case, let's settle this before the 3 immortal islands open. His tone was as casual as if it were a trivial matter. Just what I wanted. Saves the trouble of all this noise, Lin Xiao replied casually, his attitude even more relaxed. Instantly the heavens and earth changed color and winds and clouds surged. Laozi, Yuanshi and Tongtian stepped into the void, confronting the 3 crows. At this moment, nearly half of the primordial world's mighty beings had gathered in this sea area, making it the perfect time for the 3 pure ones to prove their title as the orthodox lineage of Pangu. The sky trembled, furious waves soared into the sky, and towering tsunamis rose. An invisible aura swept across all directions, tearing open cracks in the void itself. The crowd of mighty beings found it hard to breathe, and frantically retreated, fearing the aftershocks of the battle. Let the 3 golden crows test the depth of the 3 pure ones. If they prove too strong, we'll summon our elder brother to join forces and encircle them. Zhu Jiuyin sneered coldly. Whether these 3 crows can force out the true strength of the 3 pure ones remains to be seen. Gong said nonchalantly. The demon clan's mighty beings Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu Mingi, and others harbored their own thoughts, never expecting to witness this confrontation before the 3 immortal islands opened. Boom! In the earth-shattering roar, the sea surged violently, and colossal waves crashed against the 3 immortal islands. An astonishing sight unfolded, the primordial formation shrouding the 3 islands shattered like glass. The 3 immortal islands were now fully revealed. Violent chaos, spiritual energy burst forth, and radiant light and treasure aura dotted the sky, like countless stars illuminating the entire islands. Purple mists surged, auspicious clouds rose, rainbows swirled, and propitious energy emerged. This sudden change stunned all the mighty beings, who then transformed into divine rainbows and rushed toward the islands. The vast sea instantly boiled. The 3 pure ones also changed expressions, abandoning the 3 crows and dashing straight for the islands. The 3 split up, each heading for a different island, revealing their ambition to monopolize the opportunities. We'll split up. I'll take the middle one. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. Good. I'll deal with that old man, Yuanshi. Taiyi summoned the chaos bell, his body blazing with golden light, like a blazing sun, and descended directly onto one of the islands. Tongtian is mine to handle. Dijun held the river chart, and Luo riding, stepping on the 12-petal pure white lotus, and flew out. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao crossed space in a single step, and instantly set foot on Penglai Immortal Island. Looking around, countless beings surged toward the 3 immortal islands like moths to a flame amid the celestial light. Among them were tens of thousands of Deluo golden immortals, and other cultivators were as numerous as the stars. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze and advanced deeper into Penglai. Though these 3 islands were called islands, they were vast as a great world. Spiritual roots, immortal herbs, rare mineral veins, strange spiritual beasts, all manner of miraculous creations were abundant. Standing on Penglai felt like stepping into the world of the classic of mountains and seas. It was an ancient, untamed realm where even an ordinary immortal spending 1,000 years could not uncover all its secrets. Lin Xiao was unceremonious. He lightly stamped the ground, activating the law of earth, causing countless spiritual roots and immortal herbs to rise from the soil. He gathered all these treasures into the Chaos Pearl for temporary cultivation, ready to use when needed. With a spatial leap, he traversed 10,000 miles in an instant and arrived at another treasure site. Top-grade primordial spirit treasures. 5-element spiritual roots. Perfect timing. Haha, such fortune rightfully belongs to our western lands. 2 hearty laughs echoed across the island. Jane and Junie had finally arrived just in time for the appearance of the 3 immortal islands. Seeing treasures everywhere, their eyes gleamed with greed, and they unhesitatingly charged into the island to search. Shortly after, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongmeng also arrived, joining the treasure hunt. The 3 immortal islands immediately became a lively scene, with many mighty beings gleefully plundering treasures. However, as more beings flooded and conflicts began to arise, fierce battles erupted in every corner of the islands as cultivators fought tooth and nail for the treasures. The primordial witches, demon clan powerhouses, and various immortals gathered on the 3 islands, each harboring their own schemes. Among them, the primordial witches had come specifically to provoke trouble and harass the demon clan. Soon a primordial witch encountered a demon clan power, and the 2 sides immediately clashed. The terrifying aura shook the island. Lin Xiao leisurely searched for treasures on Panlai Island, paying no heed to the chaos outside. Little Golden Crow found any good stuff. Let me have a look. Before the words faded, Xiangliang arrived in a flash with thunderous momentum, his landing creating a massive crevice on the island. You want to provoke me too? Lin Xiao looked up at him, his tone calm. Stop pretending. You Golden Crows occupy the Sun Star, which was formed from our Father God's eyes. That debt hasn't been settled yet. Now a quasi-saint, Xiangliang was full of confidence. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Since you insist on seeking death, the Thunder Primordial, which is it? Then I'll defeat you using the very law you pride yourself on. As he spoke, the law of thunder at the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm erupted violently. Xiangliang's expression changed drastically. Xiangliang could hardly believe it. Lin Xiao was also proficient in the law of thunder and even surpassed him. How was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Crows were also born from the Father God's essence blood? At this thought, Xiangliang was furious, as if his most precious treasure had been stolen. You are unworthy to wield the law of thunder. In a rage, Xiangliang let out a sky-shaking roar, spewing a torrent of lightning from his mouth that shot straight at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's expression remained calm, his aura restrained. His seemingly effortless strike concealed earth-shattering power. Boundless divine thunder surged forth, transforming into countless forms of attack. Boom! The great battle erupted abruptly. The terrifying pressure swept across the entire sea area, and all beings on the 3 immortal islands trembled, a primal fear spreading through their souls. Thunder punishes on behalf of heaven. Few beings in the world are unafraid of lightning. At this moment, Lin Xiao was surrounded by thunder, each gesture shattering the void, as if he were the primordial thunder god. A boundless sea of thunder covered the sky above the 3 immortal islands, stretching endlessly. He raised his hand and struck, causing the void to collapse. Xiangliang roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of thunder himself. Lin Xiao's palm nearly tore his body apart, leaving dense, shocking thunder marks all over him. Xiangliang was both shocked and enraged, unable to believe that in his most adept path of thunder he had not gained any advantage, but was instead suppressed. He flew into a complete rage, his voice shaking the cosmos. Lin Xiao, since thunder techniques are evenly matched, dare you contest with me in physical strength? His primordial witch body shone with divine light, forged from chaotic divine metal, his surging blood energy seeming capable of shaking heaven and earth. As you wish. Lin Xiao smiled calmly, his demeanor composed. He bore the law of force and had fused Panga's essence blood, making his physical strength no less than that of a primordial witch. With a single step, the void shattered, and he instantly closed in on Xiangliang. As his fist shot out, his flesh and blood roared, every cell seeming to contain a world within. Well struck. Xiangliang laughed wildly, not retreating, and threw a punch in response. Boom! The island trembled violently, the surrounding small worlds collapsed, and seawater surged upward against the sky. Xiangliang's expression shifted drastically, his entire arm went numb, and his body flew backward like a meteor. Lin Xiao radiated divine light, his hair flowing, every move resonating with the Tao. He pursued relentlessly, raining down punches and kicks. Xiangliang retreated step by step, his body on the verge of collapse. Boom! Another punch sent Xiangliang flying 1,000 miles, crashing through the void from Panlai Island and slamming heavily onto Yingzhou Island, annihilating countless small worlds along the way. On Yingzhou Island, the primordial witches were locked in fierce battle with the demon clan. Seeing Xiangliang fly and Gonggong rejoiced. Xiangliang, perfect timing. Join forces quickly and annihilate these beasts. He had no idea how Xiangliang had arrived. I'm coming. Xiangliang struggled to his feet, a deep fist mark clearly indented on his chest. Had it not been for the toughness of his primordial, which body this blow would have shattered him to pieces. He forced himself to stay calm, not daring to return to Penglai, and only cast a furtive glance into the distance before joining the fray. Opposite them, Yuhua Beis and other demon clan powerhouses looked solemn, their gazes fixed on the direction of Penglai. They clearly sensed that Xiangliang had been sent flying here by Lin Xiao. Before they could think further, Gonggong Shizi and Xiangliang attacked together, reigniting the battle. Meanwhile, at the other end of Yingzhou, Taiyi stood facing Yuanshi. Taiyi's eyes were cold, abandoning numerous opportunities to confront Yuanshi directly. Golden Crow, you are courting death. I haven't sought you out yet, you deliver yourself to me. Yuanshi shouted coldly, turning his palm over to reveal the Panga banner. Chaotic energy swept forth, and the power of destruction descended. The Panga banner possessed the power to tear apart chaotic primordial forces, overturn the time and space of all heavens, evolve the wonders of the infinite supreme, govern myriad laws, and open up the universe itself. At this moment, Yuanshi had not yet fully comprehended the banner's power, but it was still not to be underestimated. Taiyi hung the chaos bell above his head, standing in an invincible primordial state. Yuanshi, today, I will send you on your final journey. Before the words faded, the chaos bell rang once, shaking heaven and earth, shattering time and space. Arrogant. Yuanshi's gaze turned icy, and he gently shook the Panga banner, directing it toward Taiyi. Today, let's see which is stronger, your Panga banner or my chaos bell. Taiyi burst into blazing golden light, solar, true, fire swirling around him. He stepped forward, interweaving laws, and charged straight at Yuanshi. The bell tolled, and the heavens and earth dimmed. The aftershocks of the clash between the chaos bell and the Panga banner swept across the 8 wilds, stirring the boundless sea. The powerhouses on Penglai and Fangzhong Islands turned their heads toward the battlefield, witnessing chaos surging as if the world were being created anew. Taiyi and Yuanshi fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Deep within Penglai Island, Laozi gazed at the battlefield and mused, my younger brother's cultivation is second only to mine, and the Panga banner is a supreme offensive treasure. Taiyi is no match for him. With that thought, he calmly collected the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. These immortal herbs and spiritual essences were extremely precious, perhaps capable of being refined into divine pills with boundless uses. Oh, it's Lin Xiao, the Golden Crow. Just as Laozi was gathering treasures, his divine sense detected a figure strolling slowly across the island, approaching him. Lin Xiao seemed to sense something, his gaze piercing through the void to fix on Laozi. His eyes were sharp as swords, and even across the great distance their edge was still captivating. Long years have passed, I wonder if you have grown lax. Laozi murmured to himself. In the ancient battle at Buzhou Mountain, Lin Xiao had once overpowered Jin and Juanti, but in the long years since he had not emerged nor acted. He did not appear for the 3 sermons, presumably his cultivation had long stagnated. Lin Xiao gazed at Laozi, sensing a faint yet palpable battle intent. He was about to step forward when he suddenly turned his gaze toward the direction of Fangzhong Immortal Island. Dijun and Taiyi were locked in battle. On Fangzhong Immortal Island, Dijun wielded the Hichu Luoshu and stood upon the 12-pin pure world, White Lotus, his defense impenetrable. Taiyi stood with the Zhuxian sword in hand, its blade gleaming coldly, as if to annihilate all things. I will only use one sword, so it's not unfair to you. Tongtian's expression was stern, his edge fully exposed. The 3 pure ones were of the same breath and branch. Having resolved to compete with the 3 golden crows, he would not allow himself to retreat. Strike with all your might, or victory would be unjust. Dijun said solemnly. By rights, as the leader of the 3 golden crows, he should have fought Laozi, but now he was engaging Tongtian, which already cost him 3 parts of his dignity. Tongtian even wanted to show mercy, only deploying a single Zhuxian sword. This is utterly humiliating to me. Today I will fight a bloody battle to cleanse the disgrace. I, Dijun, am no mere lesser golden crow. Dijun's long roar shook the 9 heavens. The torrent of laws churned the order of heaven and earth. Boom. Countless star apparitions flashed and shattered, transforming into a resplendent river of stars, the boundless cosmos revolving in his palm. The arcane mysteries of formations he had previously comprehended now turned into substantive laws, intertwining and roaring in the starry sky. This myriad heaven world built from formations was wielded by Dijun as a divine weapon, the force of 3,000 great realms smashing toward Tongtian. Supreme treasures are inferior to true techniques. Dijun's furious roar shook Fangzhong Immortal Island violently, the fierce light of his golden armor scorching through the clouds. The force is acceptable. Tongtian gently turned his sword blade, the Zhuxian sword flickering with cold light. But even if 10,000 realms press upon me, I shall break them all with one sword. The sword light was like the primordial opening of heaven, annihilating all realms wherever it passed. The eastern sea seethed, and countless trillions of beings trembled and prostrated. Around Dijun, a giant divine phantom suddenly appeared among the stars like a primordial chaos demon, crossing the boundaries, charging with the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. The sword's cry echoed through the 9 heavens, tens of millions of sword chi tangled with the demon phantom. The undersea dragon palace quaked, and all living beings on the 3 immortal islands shuddered. Can the Golden Crow actually rival the 3 pure ones? A hidden great power was horrified. The final Golden Crow faces the leader of the 3 pure ones. This battle deserves to be recorded in the history of the primordial era. On Penglai Island, Dongwangong and Zhuangmu gazed up at the sky, their faces gradually darkening. Brother, about the alliance. Zhuangmu gently stroked the golden hairpin in her sleeve as if wanting to speak, but stopping. After a moment, Zhuangmu suddenly spoke, her expression solemn as she realized the danger of the situation. This chaotic battle will likely soon spread to our vicinity. Forming an alliance with Dongwangong could secure stable support and contend for more opportunities. After all, the ready-made treasures on the island were only the beginning. The ultimate ownership of the 3 immortal islands was the key. Such a paradise cave. Just cultivating there would enable rapid progress, let alone the countless unmanifested fortunes. If she joined forces with Dongwangong and recruited a few great powers, it might not be impossible to capture one of the immortal islands. Excellent. Fellow Taoist Zhuangmu has finally come around. Dongwangong laughed heartily, a long-lost boldness surging once more. With Zhuangmu's assistance, and if we can persuade Mingyi Laozu, pooling our strength to occupy an island will not be difficult. Mingyi is fighting someone. Dongwangong's expression shifted slightly, sensing a soaring blood energy in the distance. In the void, blood waves churned, a scarlet river stretching across the horizon. Let's go see. He leaped toward the battlefield, and before he got near he heard a furious roar. Val villain, you dare to ambush me. Mingyi Laozu, our enmity is irreconcilable. The voice was a mix of shock and disbelief. Kunpeng. Dongwangong frowned, a strange glint in his eyes. He seemed to guess the reason for Mingyi's attack. The Hongmeng purple chi. In the face of such a supreme treasure, not to mention Mingyi, even he found it hard to resist temptation. But he hadn't expected Mingyi to be so unscrupulous as to strike while surrounded by the demon clan's heroes. Even if he had chosen a secluded place to act secretly, it seemed that the allure of the Hongmeng purple chi had completely caused Mingyi to lose his mind. At this moment, the demon master Kunpeng was bristling with rage, a hideous wound on his back reaching deep into the bone. The Dao marks left by Yuan-Tu and Abi swords hindered the wound's healing. If I had been half a step slower, I would have been cut in half. Mingyi, you old scoundrel, the fury of the demon clan is something you cannot bear. Kunpeng threatened harshly while using his power to heal. Having traversed the primordial era for countless ages, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? Mingyi Laozu's gaunt face twisted into a sinister smile, showing no remorse as he stared intently at his opponent. Hand over the Hongmeng purple chi. He was not afraid of threats. With the trait of, as long as the blood sea is not dry, Mingyi does not die, who below the saint realm could do anything to him. To attain the Tao and become a saint, he had abandoned all caution. This is too much. I am not the only one who obtained the purple chi. Do you think I am someone to be bullied? Kunpeng's killing intent skyrocketed. If not for his severe injuries, he would have already attacked. Why pretend to be ignorant? Mingyi sneered darkly. Are you worthy of this Hongmeng purple chi? A cold smile curled at the corner of Mingyi's mouth. The other 6 who obtained the Hongmeng purple chi were all saints by heavenly mandate, personal disciples of the Tao ancestor. Unless he was tired of living, he would not provoke them. Hearing this, Kunpeng laughed in fury. Mingyi, if I am not worthy, then is this pool of filthy blood worthy? Come on, in that case, let's fight to the fullest. I am after all a part of the great Pangu, far better than you flat-feathered beast. Mingyi chuckled lightly, the twin swords in his hands flashing with cold light as he charged straight at Kunpeng. Once he seized the Hongmeng purple chi, he would go into hiding and not emerge until he became a saint. Kunpeng let out a long cry, transformed into his sky-covering true form, and plunged into the depths of the eastern sea, stirring up towering waves. Mingyi, if you have the guts, chase me. I might as well remind you, I am not alone. From the depths of the sea echoed Kunpeng's arrogant voice. He was heading toward Yingzhou Immortal Island, intending to rendezvous with Nuwa and her party. Mingyi's expression was gloomy. Having failed in his ambush, he understood that intercepting and killing Kunpeng would be extremely difficult. In terms of escapability alone across the entire primordial era, those who could catch up to this beast could probably be counted on one hand. It seems I need to devise another plan. Mingyi muttered, a dark light swirling in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Mingyi, how about you and I join forces to hunt down Kunpeng? Dongwangong suddenly appeared, his words startling Mingyi. Mingyi's eyes flickered, then he quickly regained his calm and sneered. Even if we kill Kunpeng, there is only one Hongmeng purple chi. How will you and I divide it? Dongwangong did not hesitate and said seriously, at that time we'll each rely on our own abilities, how about that? He looked composed without any hint of deceit. Mingyi pondered for a moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, which was taken as tacit consent. In terms of strength, he was confident he could surpass Dong Wanggong. Fellow Taoist Mingyi, the pressing matter now is to join forces to seize the 3 immortal islands. Dong Wanggong took advantage of the momentum, trying to enlist Mingyi. Mingyi said nonchalantly, although the 3 immortal islands have nothing I need, I don't mind lending you a hand. At this moment his mind was only on the Hongmeng purple chi, all other external things were not worth his attention. Dong Wanggong nodded slightly, a surge of heroic spirit rising in his chest. At that very moment the entire 3 immortal islands shook violently, and from the center of Penglai Immortal Island shot up a towering chaotic light pillar piercing straight through the 9 heavens. Within the light pillar a mass of chaotic spiritual light slowly ascended, manifesting a supreme treasure. As its divine brilliance scattered, it evolved endless heavenly secrets, and the starlight of the 9 heavens fell like a waterfall. Flowers of the great Tao laws danced all over the sky, circling around Penglai Immortal Island without stopping. Is it a congenital supreme treasure, or a chaotic spiritual treasure? Dong Wanggong cried out in shock, his face full of awe and his eyes filled with greed. The 3 immortal islands were formed from fragments of chaos. It's not surprising that they could give birth to a chaotic spiritual treasure. Mingyi Laozu beside him stood frozen. Just a moment ago he had said that the 3 immortal islands held nothing worth his attachment, and now such a vision appeared in the blink of an eye. All living beings on the 3 immortal islands paused their activities, gazing up at the mysterious treasure suspended above Penglai Immortal Island. Dense chaotic spiritual energy surrounded it. Although its true appearance was not revealed, anyone could see that this was absolutely a supreme treasure, surpassing the ultimate grade congenital spiritual treasure. Excellent. This treasure is blood connected to our Western teachings. It must belong to our sect. Somewhere on Ingzhou Immortal Island, Juanti stared intently at the sky above Penglai. Jane rarely showed excitement. If this treasure is not a congenital supreme treasure, then it is a chaotic spiritual treasure, just enough to compensate for the deficiency of our Western fortune. Thinking that the 3 pure ones all possessed congenital supreme treasures, this treasure seemed even more imperative. This object should be the demon clan's clan-stabilizing treasure, Nuwa said with a solemn expression. Bai Zhe sensed the auspicious aura within and said urgently, this treasure concerns the fate of the demon clan, we must seize it. The ancestral witches who were fighting were also attracted by the phenomenon. Chang Wu said loudly, what a fine treasure. Let's snatch it and hang it in front of the temple. Gong laughed and echoed, perfect, hang it on Buzhou Mountain and infuriate those demons. This remark turned the faces of the demon clan members ashen. On Penglai Immortal Island Laozi felt it most acutely. Although the chaotic spiritual light obscured the treasure's form, its vast oppressive pressure was still heart-stopping. This treasure is mine alone. He immediately sent a telepathic summons to Yuanshi and Tongtian for support. The 3 pure ones united were unmatched in the primordial era. Upon receiving the summons, Yuanshi and Tongtian immediately abandoned Dijun and Taiyi, tore through the void and headed straight for Penglai. Such a spectacle made all the great powers change color. Seeing the 3 pure ones' determined momentum, who could stop them? Dijun and Taiyi also quickly set off for Penglai to join Lin Xiao. At that moment, somewhere on the immortal island, Lin Xiao was watching the strange treasure in the sky with great interest. He hadn't expected the 3 immortal islands to conceal such a heavy treasure. The vast chaotic spiritual light was most likely the legendary chaotic spiritual treasure. Just as Lin Xiao was probing the treasure with his divine, since the mass of spiritual light enshrouded in the chaotic light pillar suddenly burst forth with dazzling divine splendor, like the first light at the dawn of the primordial era, illuminating all heavens and myriad worlds. Golden lotuses of the great Tao bloomed, the universe resonated, and the sound of interweaving laws echoed through the clouds. This treasure is destined to be mine. A certain great power shouted fiercely and transformed into a streak of light lunging straight at the divine object. Arrogant, seeking death. Cries of anger exploded like thunder, and dozens of attacks that could destroy heaven and earth instantly sealed the void. Although that great power touched the edge of the treasure, he was repelled by an invisible force and was annihilated in the blink of an eye amidst the rampant killing. Congenital spiritual objects are only obtained by those with destiny. Jane and Juanti stepped on golden rainbows, the golden wheels of merit rotating behind their heads, hovering at the periphery of Penglai to declare their claim, but not daring to act rashly. At this moment, whoever moved first would become the target of all. The grim aura froze time and space. Since you all are being courteous, I will not refuse. Suddenly, a sky-covering giant hand appeared from beyond the 9 heavens, carrying the momentum of 1,000 ages, grabbing at the divine object. How dare you! A chaotic battle erupted, and countless Duo golden immortals surged forward like a tide. Tens of thousands of Duo auras shook the eastern sea, the resulting storm of laws causing the souls of cultivators below the golden immortal realm to tremble. Boom! In a thunderous sound like Pangu splitting the heavens, divine abilities, spiritual treasures, and Tao rhythms collided wildly, and Penglai Immortal Island instantly turned into a chaotic vortex. Fierce Dao rays shredded the void. Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu commanded the multitude of immortals sweeping in all directions with congenital spiritual treasures. The demon armies killing aura soared to the sky, pressing forward with overwhelming numbers. The 6 ancestral witches' true forms towered to the heavens, destroying all laws with every move. The 3 pure ones with supreme treasures above their heads, emitting mysterious yellow chi, caused all enemies to retreat wherever they passed. In this contest, anyone who held back would be abandoned by the heavenly Dao. Suddenly 3 blazing suns descended upon the battlefield. Lin Xiao, Dijun and Taiyi, wielding the power of supreme treasures, swept away the living beings, sending all competitors flying backward wherever they reached. The 3-legged golden crows set the sky ablaze and boiled the sea, instantly clearing the area of competitors within 10,000 li. They advanced irresistibly toward the divine object deep in the sky. In this fierce melee, any being that approached the core would face the joint slaughter of all the great powers. Lin Xiao held aloft the Hongmeng cauldron, casually repelling a host of great powers with ease, his demeanor as calm as a leisurely stroll. The 3 pure ones were even more unstoppable, with no one able to block their path. A supreme treasure has appeared. Is it an ancient mirror? A sudden roar shook the celestial island. The chaotic spiritual light dissipated as a mirror entwined with chaotic chi burst forth into the void. The ancient mirror body slowly rotated, its light cascading like a waterfall, illuminating the surroundings. The mighty beings shrouded by the mirror's light found their forms frozen, as if their souls had left their bodies. The mirror reveals the cycles of my 3 lives. A cultivator cried out, his gaze scattered, as if fallen into an illusion. In my past life, I was a primordial chaos god, and then I was annihilated by a single palm strike from Pangu. The man stood there in a daze, his expression unreadable, a mix of sorrow and joy. All the great powers were trapped in the chaotic illusion, staring blankly at the heavenly mirror. Lin Xiao gazed at the shifting hazy light within the mirror, a scroll unfolding that only he could see. Suddenly his pupils contracted, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. In the end, all phenomena converged into a vast, boundless white radiance. The true name of the mirror emerged in his heart: Taishu Mirror, a supreme, innate treasure that could peer into the river of time and know the past and future. It is neither a weapon of attack nor a treasure of defense. Lin Xiao was still bewildered when he noticed the flames of greed igniting in the eyes of the surrounding great powers. It turned out that the mirror had revealed its secrets to all beings. The 12 ancestral witches stood in a circle exchanging glances. "Why are they so frenzied?" asked Hongmeng, scratching his head. "Doesn't the mirror just show a face?" Chang Liang muttered, touching his pockmarked face. "Could it be they're jealous of my handsome looks?" Ho Tu sighed softly. "Our primordial spirits are incomplete, unable to perceive the profound mystery." Watching the figures scrambling in the sky, ripples stirred in her eyes. The radiance of the Taishu mirror slowly faded, and the beings it had reflected gradually awakened, causing the surroundings to become immediately clamorous. "This object is bound to my fate. Who dares to touch it?" A great power driven to madness roared and charged recklessly toward the mirror. "Nonsense. It is clearly destined for me." The chaotic battle erupted once more, even more brutal than before. The void around the 3 immortal island nearly collapsed, and a wave of destruction swept across heaven and earth. The quasi-saint powerhouses no longer held back. The 3 pure ones, the great sage of the demon clan, the celestial immortals, the western venerables, and the ancestral witches, each displayed their divine abilities. A rain of mighty figures plunged into the eastern sea, stirring up monstrous waves. As one by one they were repelled, the number of contenders dwindled. Lin Xiao remained on the battlefield, repelling any cultivator who dared to provoke him. The power of the laws surrounded him, causing his entire body to radiate divine light. Every gesture and movement contained the immense force capable of shattering 3,000 worlds. Soon he encountered Dong Wanggong and Xiangmu, who were fighting together. "Golden Crow, was it you who injured my disciple Hongmeng?" Dong Wanggong demanded, leaning on his dragon-headed staff. From Hongmeng's description, he had already concluded that the one who acted that day was none other than Lin Xiao. "That boy called Ziwei is clearly Lin Xiao's attendant." "So what?" Lin Xiao said casually, but his gaze was fixed on the distant battle, where Dijun and Taiyi were locked in fierce combat, with Jane and Junie turning heaven and earth pale. Fortunately, the Golden Crow brothers were gaining the upper hand, while the 2 Westerners gradually showed signs of weakness. "Lin Xiao, how dare you look down on me?" Dong Wanggong's face darkened. "Do you still hold the leaders of the male and female immortals in any regard?" "Taoist, Xiangmu, if we wish to seize the Taishu mirror, we must clear away all obstacles." Dong Wanggong spoke with righteous indignation, intending to use Xiangmu's power to join forces against Lin Xiao. He calculated secretly, with Xiangmu's help plus Ming, he patriarch, they would be certain to deal with the 2 Golden Crows later. Shi Wangmu hesitated, instinctively feeling that this move was inappropriate. But Lin Xiao had already struck. For him, the number of opponents made no difference. Whether Shi Wangmu was allied with Dong Wanggong was utterly irrelevant. With a cold shout, Lin Xiao's eyes burst forth with divine light spanning 10,000 miles, his black hair flying. In his pupils the sun and moon revolved, stars flickered and died, all traces of the great Tao. Behind him, a golden Dharma image towered between heaven and earth. A massive palm condensed from laws crashed down with a boom. This? Shi Wangmu was stunned. She had not yet decided to act, yet Lin Xiao had taken the initiative to attack. Was he not taking her seriously, or did he misunderstand her as Dong Wanggong's accomplice? Before she could think further, the devastating assault was already upon them. The two had no choice but to offer up their treasures and defend with all their might. Endless torrents of magical power collided with a thunderous roar, erupting into blinding divine radiance, and then everything returned to nothingness, as if a galaxy had collapsed. The dazzling light forced all beings to close their eyes, and the darkness that followed caused the weak to tremble in their souls, nearly sinking into it. No one had expected that Lin Xiao would engage Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu in the blink of an eye, fighting two great powers alone. In the chaotic currents of destruction, two figures were sent flying backward. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu were pale, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their eyes filled with horror. Lin Xiao stood in the center of the storm, like a primordial chaos demon god, his gaze cold and fierce, chilling the heart. Lin Xiao defeating Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu single-handedly shocked all the great powers. Both were at the quasi-saint realm and possessed top-grade innate spirit treasures. How could they be no match for a single golden crow? The rumor that the third golden crow is the strongest seems not to be false. Someone whispered the old tales now proving true. How could this be? Dong Wanggong's expression shifted, unable to accept it. He couldn't help but doubt whether Shi Wangmu had held back. Together, how could they have lost to Lin Xiao? Everyone unite. Kill this beast. Dong Wanggong roared, swinging his dragon-headed staff, golden light, blazing divine power, vast, commanding everyone to attack. Courting death. Lin Xiao's eyes darkened, his gaze like an abyss devouring all things, stars falling within them. At that moment his aura was terrifying beyond measure, as if a single glance could make mountains crumble and seas dry up, annihilating all life. He stepped into the void, the Hongmeng cauldron, suspended above his head. With each step, it was as if the entire Hongmeng world was pressing down, boundless magical power sweeping across heaven and earth. Boom! The eastern sea boiled, heaven and earth trembled, and the immortals behind Dong Wanggong shattered one after another, plunging into the deep sea. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu also staggered, their chi and blood surging, barely able to hold on. Lin Xiao, how dare you humiliate us? The leader of male and female immortals was appointed by the Tao ancestor himself. Do you dare to defy him? Dong Wanggong roared, bursting forth with supreme yang immortal light, breaking free from the restraint. Leader of male immortals? Who recognizes that? Lin Xiao sneered, pointing a finger. The Hongmeng cauldron evolved into countless worlds and crashed down. Dong Wanggong offered up his dragon-headed staff to resist, but the treasure's radiance quickly dimmed. Crack! His body shook violently, as if bearing the weight of a myriad worlds on his head. In the end he knelt in the void, bound by the laws of space, unable even to fall into the sea. Humph! Dong Wanggong groaned, his bones creaking, nearly ground to dust. The great powers were stunned. Who could have imagined that Lin Xiao would humiliate the leader of male immortals so thoroughly, leaving not a shred of dignity? This exchange made everyone see the gap in strength clearly. The quasi-saint Dong Wanggong was toyed within Lin Xiao's hands like a plaything. Truly unbelievable. Etch. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered as he sensed the three pure ones rapidly approaching the Taishu mirror. Now, taking advantage of the lack of obstruction, they intended to seize this supreme treasure. He raised his hand and recalled the Hongmeng cauldron, then struck Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu with a palm, sending them deep into the sea, their fate unknown. Next he took a step forward, and heaven and earth reversed, time flew, his figure becoming ethereal and elusive. In an instant he traversed the void and stood before Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Lin Xiao hung like a great sun, his oppressive aura covering the entire three-immortal island. Lin Xiao, do you think you can stop us? Yuanshi shouted, coldly shaking the Pango banner, shattering the void inch by inch, his divine might vast. Step aside. The Taishu mirror is destined to be ours. Laozi said solemnly, holding the Taiji diagram in his hand. Ling Xiao's expression was cold, showing no intention to retreat. Since we must settle this, why wait any longer? Arrogant. You think you can fight the three of us alone? Yuanshi laughed in anger, unable to bear such contempt. Who said he's alone? Before the words faded, two beams of golden light tore through the air, and Dijun and Taiyi suddenly appeared. You? Yuanshi's face stiffened as he turned to look, seemingly searching for Jane and Juanti. Don't bother looking. Those two useless things are no match for us, Taiyi sneered, exposing Yuanshi's thoughts. At these words the faces of the three pure ones darkened. It wasn't out of sympathy for Jane and Juanti, but sheer contempt for their incompetence. They couldn't even hold off two golden crows unworthy of being disciples of the Tao ancestor. Fine. Today we seize the treasure and settle the score. Yuanshi suppressed his anger for the moment, speaking with bold ambition. Exactly my intention, Dijun replied coldly. In an instant the murderous aura between the three pure ones and the three golden crows surged. The watching crowd held their breath, waiting in silence for this earth-shattering peak battle. Boom! The battle erupted. Both sides engaged in a tacit pact of slaughter. Ling Xiao faced Laozi, Taiyi fought Yuanshi, and Dijun clashed with Tantian. Dijun and Taiyi knew that among the three pure ones Laozi was the strongest, so they did not overestimate themselves, and decisively left the toughest opponent to their third brother. Lin Xiao, with the Hongmeng cauldron above his head, used one hand to evolve time and space, thunder roaring chaos, surging lightning dragons piercing the nine heavens, a sight that shook all beings. Laozi trod on the Taiji diagram, stabilizing earth, fire, water, and wind, harmonizing the yin and yang. Qi, his aura, as steady as a mountain, standing in an invincible position. At the first clash, Lin Xiao sensed that Laozi's cultivation far surpassed the combined strength of Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu, making him the strongest aside from himself. Wielding an innate supreme treasure, even though Lin Xiao's magical power was superior, it would be difficult to defeat him quickly, unless he summoned his true body to crush him with absolute force. The enhancement of an innate supreme treasure far exceeded that of an innate spirit treasure. Unless the gap in realm was vast, it was hard to suppress easily. Fortunately, Lin Xiao also possessed a supreme treasure. A supreme treasure for a supreme being. Dong! The Hongmeng cauldron spewed forth Hongmeng Qi, each wisp containing boundless might, the cauldron body rotating, life flowing. The Taiji diagram was suppressed beneath it, while the cauldron absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, as if it could refine the entire universe. Countless stars flickered and dimmed. On the three immortal island, all beings were terrified. Whether great Luo golden immortals or quasi-saint powerhouses, all trembled in their hearts. The Taiji diagram was an innate supreme treasure, yet Lin Xiao's Hongmeng cauldron was in no way inferior. It spat out Hongmeng energy, evolved phantom worlds, and its might was astonishing. Overwhelming pressure. Anyone struck by this cauldron would be either dead or injured. Dongwang Gong still lay at the bottom of the sea, his fate unknown. This is also an innate supreme treasure. The immortals' eyes held only on no trace of greed. Boom! The Hongmeng cauldron suppressed the Taiji diagram, and Lin Xiao's attacks were like lightning, unleashing myriad techniques. Laozi was forced to offer up the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, yet he was still sent flying by a single punch from Lin Xiao. Laozi's expression changed drastically, no longer composed. His Taiji diagram was restrained by the Hongmeng cauldron and could not be used for defense, quickly putting him at a disadvantage. What shocked him even more was that Lin Xiao's magical power was actually more abundant than his own. How can this be? He had not gone to the Xiao palace to listen to the Tao, yet his cultivation surpassed his own. In the battle at Buzhou Mountain, Lin Xiao was not as strong, as he was only managing to escape thanks to that cauldron. But now, have I listened to the Tao 3 times in vain? Laozi's heart wavered, even doubting whether the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's teachings were correct. Otherwise, why would Lin Xiao surpass him? Before he could think further, Lin Xiao was already upon him. Laozi hastily recalled the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, and also offered up the earth flame flag. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, the Hongmeng measuring ruler appearing in his hand, sweeping out with a silver river-like radiance. Despite the protection of Taiching immortal light, Laozi was still sent flying by the ruler. He waved his arm, and a sky-obscuring barrage of Taiching divine thunder crashed down the entire heaven and earth, trembling the might of primordial chaos, enveloping Lin Xiao in an instant. Such devastating divine thunder. Even a great Luo golden immortal would be reduced to ashes if tainted by a single bolt, let alone thousands of simultaneous strikes. Laozi's lips curled slightly, secretly pleased. Without his treasures, how could Lin Xiao resist? Whooshed! But suddenly a strange change occurred. The rampant thunderlight abruptly converged, and the violent energy gradually condensed, eventually forming a brilliant thunderball that hovered quietly in Lin Xiao's palm. This? Laozi's expression froze. How had the divine thunder he summoned fallen into enemy hands? Return to sender. Lin Xiao sneered, flicking his finger. The thunderball shot through the void, collapsing the space in its path, a wave of destruction that made all beings tremble. Hold! Do not! Laozi's pupils contracted sharply as he couldn't help but shout out loud. Boom! The thunderous sphere detonated, annihilating the void, unleashing boundless lightning that ravaged the starry river with the might of destruction, sweeping across the 8 directions. When the aftermath dissipated, Laozi barely stood beneath the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda, his Taoist robe torn, his body charred and covered in bloodstains. Yuanshi and Tantian exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with horror. Their elder brother had fallen so disgracefully. Was it that Laozi had grown weaker, or was Lin Xiao too powerful? Perhaps. They should try a different opponent. Yuanshi, how dare you be distracted while fighting me? Taiyi roared as the Chaos Bell descended, unleashing an earth-shattering force with a thunderous impact. Bang! Yuanshi plummeted like a meteor into the sea, stirring up towering waves that nearly capsized the East Sea. Furious beyond measure, he waved the Panga banner, cleaving through the giant waves, and soared back into the sky. Taiyi's body blazed with the golden crow divine flames, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, its blazing light illuminating billions of miles, determined to incinerate Yuanshi. Onlookers, the mighty cultivators, were astounded. After Lin Xiao crushed Laozi, Taiyi was now overwhelming Yuanshi. Among the three pure ones, two had already fallen behind. Watching the three pure ones suffer defeat is quite a delight. Gong Gong laughed heartily, making no attempt to hide his amusement, infuriating Laozi and Yuanshi to the point of nearly vomiting blood. The three golden crows are passable, barely worthy as our opponents. Xihe remarked, casually casting a glance at Xiangliang and asking offhandedly, Xiangliang, how does Lin Xiao's lightning art compare to yours? Gomong chuckled at the question. Need you ask? Xiangliang is the primordial witch of lightning, under heaven, who dares claim to understand thunder better than him. Right, Xiangliang? How about we go snatch that mirror? Xiangliang stammered, evading the topic before finally blurting out a nonsensical remark. The other primordial witches hadn't noticed anything amiss, but Hutu silently watched Lin Xiao, her gaze deep and contemplative. Could these three golden crow Taoists be this formidable? In a certain realm of the three immortals, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun witnessed the battle and couldn't help but marvel. After Dijun and Taiyi had brutally beaten Jane and Juni, this was even more shocking. The three golden crows were now clashing with the three pure ones. Taoist Lin Xiao's strength is extraordinary. Hongyun exclaimed, sincerely, a far cry from when they first met at Buzhou Mountain. Well, this battle is beyond our intervention. Forget the Taishu mirror, better to find some spiritual items to nourish the ginseng fruit. Xinyuanzi shook his head with a sigh, completely abandoning the thought. Might as well collect some treasures in the chaos. Yuanzi, when will you move out of the Five Villages temple? Mentioning the ginseng fruit, Hongyun couldn't help but bring up the old topic again. Xinyuanzi. Boom. The three pure ones and the three golden crows were locked in fierce combat. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian stood back to back in formation, realizing they couldn't win alone. Born from the same origin in the primordial era, they had stood side by side for billions of years, their tacit understanding already fused into their primordial spirits. Do your worst. We will make you admit defeat with conviction. Taiyi's golden eyes blazed, his gaze cutting through Yuanshi like a blade. Arrogant. How dare you show such contempt for me? Yuanshi's hair bristled with rage. Though he had indeed been slightly inferior just now, he would never concede. No, it's that all three of you are inferior to my brothers. Dijun roared, though he hadn't defeated Tongtian, Taiyi and Lin Xiao had gained the upper hand. 2 victories and 1 loss. Naturally, the three golden crows claimed the triumph. You seek death. Boom. Heaven and earth shattered, Dao flames scorched the sky, and a sea of lightning poured down. The radiance of battle pierced through the firmament as laws manifested into chains, thunderbolts, and chaotic true flames. The universe trembled, celestial light interweaving. The golden crows, as if cast in gold, struck the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 abysses, their feathers fluttering like 10,000 swords singing in unison. The Hongmeng cauldron crashed down with a thunderous roar, shattering Yuanshi's dharma body. The Panga banner excelled in slaughter, unlike the Taiji diagram, which was adept at defense, and it was steadily losing ground against Lin Xiao's assault. The jade, pure celestial light, seethed his shattered body, reassembling like glass, Dao marks flowing like molten gold. Lin Xiao stood atop the cauldron in the void, golden clouds swirling like flames, his black hair flying as his gaze flashed like lightning. The Hongmeng cauldron devoured chaos, shadows of myriad worlds rising and sinking, with a galaxy circling at its mouth, as if a deity had descended to create the world. This scene was unparalleled. Yuanshi's mind raced, and he immediately transmitted a message to Tongtian, third brother, quickly unleash the Zhuxian sword formation. Yuanshi urged, urgently pressing Tongtian to set up the formation. The Dao ancestor once said that the Zhuxian sword formation requires 4 cultivators of the same level to break it, and now there are only 3 golden crows. If we use this formation to oppose them, they have no chance of winning. How can the orthodox lineage of Pangu be defeated by a feathered beast? Yuanshi roared inwardly, utterly unable to accept losing to the golden crows. But Tongtian hesitated. Second brother, in a fair 3-on-3 battle, deploying the Zhuxian sword formation seems inappropriate. Proud by nature, he disdained the use of formations to gain an unfair advantage. Foolish. At a critical moment like this, how can you be so rigid? Yuanshi was furious that Tongtian was being so oblivious to the bigger picture. Just then Lin Xiao suddenly erupted with astonishing might, a brilliant golden radiance illuminating the heavens. The Hongmeng Cauldron hovered high, bearing down with an unparalleled Tao resonance law interweaving as it blasted Yuanshi away, his divine body exploding like fireworks. The Hongmeng Cauldron repelled the Taiji diagram, and with a single palm strike from Lin Xiao Laozi, was sent flying billions of miles, plunging through the 3 islands and 9 heavens into the depths of the clouds. On the other side, Dijun and Taiyi joined forces to attack, forcing Tontian to retreat step by step until he had to transform into a rainbow and flee to seek his elder brothers. Lin Xiao was about to seize the Taiji diagram, but this supreme treasure tore through the void and vanished. The onlookers were all horrified. The 3 pure ones were routed, their whereabouts unknown, an outcome far beyond expectations. Would the Taishu mirror ultimately fall into the hands of the Golden Crows? The great cultivators' minds churned as they watched the supreme treasure within reach, yet beyond their grasp. Jane and Junti's faces darkened, their Buddha light enveloping them as they stared fixedly at the Taishu mirror above Penglai. They had hoped for mutual destruction to reap the spoils, but never expected the 3 pure ones to be defeated so thoroughly. The supreme treasure was destined for the West, yet it had to suffer this calamity. Junti beat his chest and stamped his feet, still stubbornly insisting that the Taishu mirror belonged to the West. Niwa and other great demon experts also sighed in regret. The 3 Golden Crows displayed an invincible bearing, making it utterly impossible to seize the Taishu mirror. The situation changed abruptly as Lin Xiao struck a decisive blow, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 islands, silencing all living beings. He shook his sleeve and withdrew the cauldron, turning to take the Taishu mirror. Boom! The 3 immortal islands trembled violently, furious waves crashing into the sky as an overwhelming pressure swept across heaven and earth, causing myriad creatures to tremble. Within the East Sea, who dares to act recklessly? A dragon's roar tore through the sky, terrifying waves shook the islands. The next moment, a colossal dragon body appeared between sea and sky, its majestic form like an ancient divine mountain, making the islands beneath its claws seem like mere specks of dust. Ao Zhan, an ancient cultivator, exclaimed in shock, revealing the dragon's name. This dark horse, who had survived the Dragonhan calamity, now had his dragon scales reflecting the cold light of the Taishu mirror, his long-dormant ambition laid bare. Get out of the East Sea. The dragon's head lowered, its voice like thunder, causing weaker beings to bleed from their orifices. But its dark, golden vertical pupils remained fixed on the mirror's light. This artifact was tied to the dragon race's fate, and they had waited 10,000 years for this moment. Hypocritical old mudfish. Taiyi sneered, the chaos bell already humming in his palm. Back when blood stained the primordial era, where were you when it came to talking about slaughter? Lin Xiao silently stared at the sea. This old dragon at the mid-quasi-saint stage had actually refined his decaying dragon body to such a level. But then again, even an ant that has lived through 3 kalpas would have become a spirit. Insolent. Ao Zhan roared, raising waves in fury, his dragon whiskers like heavenly whips shattering the clouds. Before the solar true fire even ignited, I already ruled the 4 seas. The 3 golden crows exchanged a smile, and in an instant the Hongmeng cauldron suppressed the heavens, the chaos bell locked the 8 directions. 2 supreme treasures crushed thousands of miles of sea mist. Ao Zhan's entire body radiated divine brilliance, every dragon scale seemingly containing a world, his pressure vast and mighty. He raised the East Sea's giant waves, clashing against the Hongmeng cauldron and the chaos bell. In the earth-shattering collision, blinding light devoured everything, and heaven and earth were overturned. Suddenly 4 streaks of light tore through the sky, converging on the Taishu mirror. It was Jane, Juni, Mingi, and Kuanpeng, who had been lying in ambush. The 4 figures approached the mirror simultaneously, but saw that the Taishu mirror was surrounded by a spatial seal that could only be taken by refining it. Their eyes met, and they spoke in unison, to each his own skill. Whoever refines it first wins. Killing intent lurked, yet they all held back, pouring their dharma power into the mirror. Mingi and Kuanpeng, though they longed to devour each other, focused on refining. Lin Xiao suddenly sensed this, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. Have you refined enough? As the dharma power of Jane and the others surged, Lin Xiao's voice cut through the air. Lin Xiao, spiritual treasures have their own destiny. How dare you monopolize it? Jane roared. 1 against 4, how arrogant. Junti's voice shook the void. Seeing Dijun and Taiyi occupied with Ao Zhan, the 2 grew bolder. Noisy. Lin Xiao said no more and struck out, directly targeting the 4 enemies. With the chaos already underway, the demon race and the primordial witches were also stirring. Let's snatch the mirror in the chaos. Wouldn't it be splendid to hang it on Buzhou Mountain? Gongong's battle intent surged. If we can't have the treasure, we won't let them have it either. Gomong laughed ferociously. Let's watch the tiger fight. Xiangliang advised uncharacteristically, drawing surprised glances from the other primordial witches. When did Xiangliang become so timid? In the past you were the most impatient. Shizi raised an eyebrow. Xiangliang's face flushed. How could a primordial witch be seen as cowardly? Then fight. He roared and charged out first. Hota shook her head with a soft smile, yet her gaze also turned to the Taishu mirror. The battle lust was finally impossible to restrain. When the demon race's experts saw that Kunpeng had already joined the fray, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow, since they were also part of the demon race and couldn't stand by. In an instant, the battle resumed, with dozens of quasi-saint level experts engaging in a fierce melee for the Taishu mirror. Lin Xiao's divine light burst forth from his eyes, shattering the void wherever his gaze fell. His body radiated immeasurable light, the law of force operating at full power as myriad worlds within him resonated. He threw a punch without holding back, and Mingyi Patriarch exploded on the spot. A torrent of blood rain poured down each drop of blood, revealing a ferocious face, letting out mournful wails. Mingyi was both shocked and enraged, never expecting to have his true body shattered by a single punch. Kunpeng, witnessing this, was terrified and immediately manifested his true form. A colossal bird covered the sky, spreading its wings, its black feathers churning the east sea, billions of sea creatures rising with the waves. It shrieked and pounced, the void collapsing inch by inch like a black sun hanging in the sky. Boom. Lin Xiao's body was entwined with Dao patterns, dazzling and brilliant. A single punch shattered Kunpeng's beak, which was comparable to a divine mountain, nearly splitting his head apart. At the same time, Jane Daoist activated the seven treasures tree, seven-colored holy light sweeping down. Juni Daoist swung the Jane divine banner, thousands of rays of light bursting forth. Boom. Lin Xiao did not dodge or evade, his body covered in golden patterns like a war god descending. The attacks of the two sages could not harm him in the slightest, all dissipating into nothingness. His momentum grew even stronger, his pressure shaking the nine heavens. Jane and Junti were still stunned when they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. They saw thousands of divine rays burst from Lin Xiao's body, countless law blades shaped like golden crow feathers sweeping across the 8 directions. Swoosh. In an instant, the two sages were pierced through their vital points by the law blades. Even with their full defense, they could not withstand this killing move that fused countless great Daos. Lin Xiao lightly traced his sword finger, and the countless feathers turned into a golden river of swords like the Milky Way hanging upside down, slashing toward the sky. Jane and Junti were immediately cut in half, unable to even activate their protective artifacts. The two roared and reassembled their bodies. Such injuries were not fatal to them. But Lin Xiao had already flashed to Kunpeng's side, grabbing both his wings and tearing them off violently. Amid the torrential rain of blood, the demon horde that came to their rescue was horrified and turned to the Taishu mirror, intending to seize the treasure and flee. Just then, a giant palm of a primordial which appeared, blotting out the sky as it grabbed toward the space where the Taishu mirror was trying to take the entire realm away. You seek death. Lin Xiao gave a cold shout, his body radiating brilliant divine light, chains of law sweeping across all directions, his battle intent soaring, his moves fierce, engaging in a heaven-shaking duel with his foes. Boom. The attacking primordial witch's giant palm was forced back, the violent aftershocks crushing thousands of miles of clouds, the void shattering inch by inch. Hongmeng staggered backward, each step crushing millions of sea creatures, the blue waves instantly turning into a tide of blood. Lin Xiao hand over the Taishu mirror, and we will withdraw immediately. Zhu Jian, seeing Hongmeng's decline, shouted in a deep voice, his eyes hiding wariness. At this point, there was no turning back. How could they retreat? Even if I gave it to you, would you be worthy of using this treasure? You would only waste it. Lin Xiao's body suddenly blazed with heaven-scorching divine flames, his phantom spreading across heaven and earth, the golden crow Dharma image standing proudly in the 9 heavens, its brilliant golden light piercing through the universe. At this moment, he was like a descending sun, his killing intent making all beings tremble. His kingly majesty defied common sense, and his vast mana stirred the 8 wilds. As this unparalleled killing move emerged, it seemed as if a second blazing sun rose over the eastern sea, its overwhelming pressure radiating across infinite time and space. No. The great demon sages were annihilated in the golden flames, not even their true spirits escaping. Bai Zhe had long fled into the deep sea. He had warned against opposing Lin Xiao, and now he could only sneer. This calamity was destined. He transformed into a streak of light and dashed toward the primordial continent without any hesitation. Nuwa, witnessing the elite demons all perished, bit her lip hard. Facing that towering flame avatar, she finally threw out the map of mountains and rivers to roll away the remnants, then swiftly retreated. The divine instinct crazily warned that death was imminent. The Wu clan still fiercely attacked, and the 6 ancestral witches fought until heaven and earth shattered. The 3 immortal islands groaned and trembled in the aftermath, and the spectators were dumbfounded. That flame-bathed figure constantly broke the limits of perception, as if there was no end to his power. Lin Xiao successively defeated Dongwengong Zhuangmu, and the 3 pure ones then repelled Jinjuni Mingyi Kunpeng and a host of demon experts. Finally, even the ancestral witches fell to him. In the primordial era, defeating even one of the top powerhouses was an earth-shaking feat, yet now all of them had been defeated by Lin Xiao. Such a record was truly astonishing. The name of the three sons should no longer be mentioned in the same breath as the three pure ones, for the three pure ones are no longer worthy. Some beings spoke with fervor, as if this glorious achievement belonged to them. Above the three sons, below the three pure ones, truly worthy of the name. Lin Xiao's actions have offended the 6 destined saints. Once they attain sainthood, he may not escape retribution. Some beings showed worry knowing that the destined saints were chosen by heaven's Tao. Though Lin Xiao was strong, he might not be able to attain sainthood. Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun were also shocked, never expecting Lin Xiao to be so formidable. Yuanzi, when will you have such might? If you could be as powerful, our name, 2 clouds would surely resound through the primordial world. Han Yun snapped back to reality and teased with a smile. If you refuse to cultivate hard, yet you blame me. While Lin Xiao hasn't yet occupied the 3 immortal islands, we should be searching for more spirit treasures. Jin Yuanzi pretended to be serious, but a glint of amusement flashed in his eyes. On the other side, Dijun and Taiyi, bearing the primordial cauldron, were locked in a fierce battle with Ao Zhan and several Dragon Clan experts. Ao Zhan coveted the Void Mirror, but was blocked by Dijun and Taiyi, unable to seize it. Seeing Lin Xiao sweeping through all directions, Ao Zhan was both anxious and furious. He was unwilling to give up the Void Mirror, yet helpless, and could only harbor resentment in his heart. At this moment, the fierce battle between Lin Xiao and the ancestral witches reached its climax. The ancestral witches had powerful physical bodies, but Lin Xiao fought with the might of a chaotic deity, his fists shaking the void and laws erupting, forcing Hongmeng back. Boom! With a single punch, Hongmeng's arm shattered, his body perforated, and he finally fell into the vast eastern sea. Hongmeng's physical form was nearly destroyed. The power of the 5 elements laws disintegrated him from within outward. Hongmeng! The other ancestral witches' eyes split with rage, their roars shaking the heavens. Since you dared to strike, you should have expected this outcome. Lin Xiao's tone was icy. Flames burst from his palm, instantly engulfing Gong Gong. The fire law raged violently. Steam rose from Gong Gong's body, yet he could not extinguish this heaven-burning flame. He roared and fell into the deep sea. The entire sea instantly boiled, and countless living beings fled in panic. Stop! This ends here. Zolongjian roared, a river of time surging within his pupils as he tried to reverse time and space to save his companions. The law of time. Is it yours alone? Lin Xiao's eyes rippled as he also invoked the power of time. 2 streams of space-time collided with a bang, distorting the order of heaven and earth. Zolongjian's expression changed drastically. The opponent's mastery of the time law was no less than his. Taking advantage of his distraction, Lin Xiao's attack was like a rainbow, successively defeating the remaining ancestral witches. Zolongjian screamed wildly, retreat. Xiangliang and Hota dragged their severely injured companions and fled in panic, leaving only remnants of the time law in the shattered void. Lin Xiao did not pursue. He tore open space and seized the void mirror. This time no one could stop him from taking the treasure. He instantly moved to Dijuan's side. The primordial cauldron crashed down, and Ao Zhan and the dragons were instantly crushed, their bones broken. How could this be? Ao Zhan's dragon scales fell off, his heart filled with terror. He had planned to profit from the conflict, but instead was trapped in a deadly situation. Suddenly the sea reversed, and from the towering waves emerged an ancient dragon head. Those pale eyes reflected the ages of the primordial era, its aura far more ancient and profound than Ao Zhan's. A wild joy burst from Ao Zhan's desperate eyes. A turning point had arrived. Young friend, Ao Zhan was momentarily foolish. Could you show leniency? The apparition of a white-haired old man condensed on the dragon head, smiling with clasped hands, his words carrying an undeniable authority. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and scrutinized this ancient being. Candle dragon, or the remnant soul of the ancestral dragon. He sensed the terrifying power lurking beneath the old man's decaying appearance, a primeval aura unique to the dragon progenitor. Names have long been scattered by the wind. The old man leisurely flicked his sleeve, his gaze seeming to pierce through the ages. If this old one is not mistaken, the one standing here now is merely an incarnation of you, young friend. The old dragon narrowed his eyes and smiled, revealing the secret with one sentence, seeing through that Lin Xiao's body was not his true form. This bluntness was clearly a show of his own ability. As soon as these words were spoken, all beings present were horrified, their minds shaken. To be this powerful, yet only an avatar. Then what kind of terrifying existence was the true body? The cultivators were astounded, then remembered that the powerhouses who had lost to Lin Xiao had already left. If they knew they had been defeated by an avatar, their Dao hearts would probably shatter on the spot. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged glances. It took a while for them to recover, so their third brother had only sent an avatar. That made sense. Their third brother was still the home-loving one, always unwilling to leave the Sun Star. But this strength was too terrifying. They had thought the gap between them and Lin Xiao was narrowing, but who would have thought it was widening? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, slightly not expecting that this old dragon could see through this point, showing his profound cultivation. So what if he saw through it? Do you think that seeing through my details reveals your ability? Trying to force my true body to come and fight you. He sneered repeatedly, not falling for this trick at all. If this old dragon dared to play tricks, he would immediately summon his true body and go on a killing spree. Such fierce words startled the old dragon, his beard trembling as he quickly waved his hand. Taoist friend, you misunderstand. This old one has no intention to fight. Now old and weak, I have long tired of slaughter. What I cultivate now is this heart of following fate, and he's no longer competing with anyone. The old dragon spoke earnestly, his face full of a transcendent expression, like a true hermit master. Upon hearing this, the dragon clan leader Ao Zhan couldn't help but glance sideways, his eyes full of disbelief. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said calmly, "Your dragon clan provoked this. You can't just let it go with a light. Let's stop, can you?" The old dragon looked embarrassed. Their original plan was to descend, forcefully sweep away all heroes, and seize the treasure. Logically, there were few in the primordial world who could contend with the dragon clan. Who would have thought they would run into Ling Xiao, this anomaly? Although he could see this was an avatar, he couldn't gauge the depth of Ling Xiao's true body, so naturally, he was unwilling to take risks. The dragon clan had gone through great calamities and was no longer as prosperous as before. They must act with utmost caution, or a single mistake could bring disaster of extinction. Taoist friend Ling Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. These 3 immortal islands will henceforth belong to you all. The surrounding dragon clan disciples are at your disposal as an apology. From now on, the dragon clan and the Golden Crow clan will be one family. Isn't that wonderful? The old dragon stroked his beard and smiled as kindly as an old neighbor. Who is one family with you? Don't talk nonsense. Dijun immediately shouted sharply. Their Golden Crow clan consisted of only 3 brothers, each a paragon of heaven and earth. How could they be lumped together with the dragon clan? Alright, this matter ends here. From now on, without permission, no one is to approach the 3 immortal islands. Ling Xiao waved his hand, signaling the dragon clan to leave. That old dragon's cultivation was unfathomable. There was no need to fight him. After all, he had already obtained what he wanted. Good. 3 sons Taoists, from now on we are neighbors. Feel free to visit my dragon palace when you have time. The old dragon laughed loudly, grabbed Ao Zhan and the other dragons into his palm, and slowly sank into the sea. Indeed, quite skilled. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. Just from this move, he knew the old dragon's methods were extraordinary. Truly a cunning old mudfish. After the dragon clan left, Taiyi immediately stepped forward to clean up the battlefield. All fellow Taoists, from now on, these 3 immortal islands are the dojo of us 3 sons. Without permission, no one may enter. Please leave. Although the cultivators were unwilling, they could do nothing. Even the top powerhouses could not deal with the 3 sons. They had even less chance. 3 sons Taoists, congratulations. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun stepped forward beaming and presented 3 ginseng fruits as congratulatory gifts. The 2 looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a monster. From start to finish, they had been shocked almost to numbness. You're too kind. Dijun took the ginseng fruits and distributed them. Taoist Jin Yuanzi, Taoist Hongyun, you are welcome to come to the 3 immortal islands anytime to discuss the Tao. No need to stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao smiled and took a bite of the ginseng fruit, instantly feeling a burst of fragrance in his mouth, an unprecedented taste. The sea breeze blew faintly, carrying a hint of saltiness. Taoist Ling Xiao, I think these 3 islands might as well be renamed the 3 Sons Island. Hongyun said with a smile, suggesting this as if he had some experience in naming. He and Jin Yuanzi had just gained quite a few treasures and felt they should show some gratitude. Jin Yuanzi's face darkened, thinking to himself, if you can't name, don't speak. This name is truly unpleasant to the ear. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said casually, names don't matter. We'll discuss it later. Then everyone entered the island to tour and chat. The 3 immortal islands were vast and boundless. Even if one spent 1,000 years exploring them one by one, they might not see the whole picture. Meanwhile, in the Jade Capital Mountain, Tong Tian went through great trouble and finally revived Yuanshi and Laozi. Laozi's injuries were lighter, but Yuanshi had his origin damaged, his wounds severe. Coupled with the humiliation of defeat, Yuanshi was so furious that he fainted several times, and it took a long time to barely calm his mind. Hateful. We were actually defeated by 3 golden crows. We are the true lineage of Pangu. Yuanshi sat cross-legged to regulate his breath, his aura weak, with faint Dao marks appearing on his body. Those were Dao wounds left by Ling Xiao. If not healed in time, his foundation might be shaken. Physical wounds could heal, but the mental knot was hard to untie. He could not let it go. It seems I underestimated the strength of the 3 sons. If my perception is correct, they are walking the path of attesting the Tao through laws. Laozi said with a grave expression. So they cultivate laws. No wonder their combat power is so astonishing. Tong Tian looked surprised. Laozi smiled faintly, though powerful, their Tao path has reached its end. This puzzled Tong Tian. Brother, what do you mean? Even if they achieve Honghuang Golden Immortal, making further breakthroughs will be extremely difficult. Ask yourself, when you comprehended laws, did you find it easy? Tong Tian thought for a moment. Naturally, it was extremely difficult. Exactly, Lao Zi nodded. This proves that path is not viable. Even if one attains Honghuang Golden Immortal, advancing further is extremely difficult. We are transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, with top-tier talent and comprehension. Even we find it difficult, let alone those three-legged golden crows. He spoke with the calmness of a wise man. He had attempted law comprehension long ago, but progress was slow. At the Great Luo realm it was already difficult, let alone the Honghuang realm. As for attaining the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal, it was even more distant. Lao Zi's analysis relaxed Yuanshi's brows, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the heaven-destined saints appointed by the Tao ancestor, the three pure ones were destined to become saints. No matter how strong the three sons are now, they will ultimately amount to nothing. As Lao Zi said, the path of laws is arduous and obscure. Attaining Honghuang would probably take countless eons. But they were different. They walked the holy path of Hongjuan, ordained by heaven. On the day they became saints, heaven and earth would be under their control. Having thought this through, Yuan Shi's anger gradually subsided, leaving only a trace of displeasure. He turned to Tong Tian and asked, "Third brother, why didn't you use the immortal slaying sword formation when confronting the three golden crows earlier? The Tao ancestor once said that this formation requires 4 of the same level to break. If you had deployed the sword formation, how could we have been defeated?" His tone carried reproach, clearly harboring resentment. This was a defeat that could have been avoided, yet due to Tong Tian's hesitation, it became a stain on his glorious path of cultivation. Even if he later became a saint and annihilated the 3 golden crows, this defeat would forever be recorded in history. Tong Tian replied solemnly, "Second brother, the situation was critical at that time. There was simply no chance to set up the formation. Moreover, a 3-on-3 battle was a fair contest. Winning by relying on external tools is not my desire." He exuded pride in his demeanor, having his own opinion. What Yuan Shi said was naive. Even if he wanted to set up the formation with the 3 golden crows, just sit and wait for death. Absurd. Yuan Shi roared, feeling such anger toward Tong Tian for the first time. On one hand, his anger had not yet dissipated. On the other, he was truly provoked by Tong Tian's words. "If you have the ability, why didn't you defeat those 3 golden crows?" "Second brother, you are mistaken. I have my reasons for what I did. Where is the fault?" Tong Tian's sword-like brows furrowed slightly, also stirred by anger, finding it hard to agree with Yuan Shi's statement. The word absurd in particular made him displeased. Having suffered a heavy blow himself, he was now venting his anger on him. Such behavior was truly inappropriate. "You?" Yuan Shi's eyes widened, about to shout harshly, when the ever-silent Lao Zi finally spoke to stop him. "Enough, stop arguing. Tong Tian, what your second brother said is not false. In a life-and-death struggle, one should exert all efforts. Even formations are your ability. Battle is not a game, one must prioritize the overall situation. If you don't use the formation, should we wait until we fall before deploying it? By then it will be too late to regret. I hope you remember these words, and let this be a one-time exception." Lao Zi's tone was calm, but carried admonition, clearly agreeing with Yuan Shi's view and dissatisfied with Tong Tian's earlier actions. He and Yuan Shi had nearly lost their lives to the enemy, yet Tong Tian was still hesitating. To put it bluntly, if they died in the future, due to Tong Tian's hesitation, they would die without even understanding why. Such thinking was too dangerous and must be corrected. "Elder brother, it's not that I refuse to use the formation, but it takes time to set up. In the heat of battle, how can one calmly deploy a formation?" Tong Tian defended himself with slight displeasure, still unwilling to yield. Lao Zi smiled calmly. "I and your second brother will naturally buy you time." Tong Tian looked around at Lao Zi and Yuan Shi, and finally could only nod, saying no more. Since it had come to this, what else was there to say? Elsewhere, the 6 primordial witches, Zhu Jiuyin Gong Gong Ho Tu Chang Liang Ju Meng, and Xihe, finally extricated themselves and returned. Among them, only Zhu Jiuyin Ho Tu and Chang Liang could still move. The other 3 were dragged back by their severely wounded tribesmen. As soon as they entered the Pangu temple, Di Jiang Xianming and others immediately gathered around, all horrified at the sight. "What happened? Did you clash with the demon clan? How did you get so badly injured?" Di Jiang was utterly shocked, his face showing disbelief. Could it be that the demon clan had obtained some great fortune, becoming so powerful that even 6 primordial witches couldn't defeat them? Had they improved so much after hearing the Tao? Pressure, he suddenly felt immense pressure. Ho Tu shook her head slightly. "It's not the demon clan. Could it be the 3 purities?" Di Jiang pressed, then suddenly realized. Now the 3 purities were honored as disciples of the Tao ancestor, rumored to have obtained great treasures. It was reasonable that they could defeat 6 primordial witches. "It's the 3 golden crows," Zhu Jiuyin said in a low voice, his face livid. This expedition was under his command, yet unexpectedly among the 6 who went, 3 were severely wounded and near death. The 3 golden crows. Dijun was momentarily speechless, the strange appellation making him feel unfamiliar. After a brief hesitation, he finally remembered the 3 golden crows on the Sunstar. Zhu Jiuyin, is this true? 3 golden crows could defeat 6 of you and injure you like this? Dijun's eyes were full of disbelief. Even if the golden crows were all quasi-sages, they shouldn't be this formidable. Not just us 6, even the 3 purities were defeated by them and fled in disarray. Zhu Jiuyin's tone was low. In that case, their defeat wasn't unjustified, since even the 3 purities were no match. Even those 3 bastards couldn't defeat the golden crows. Dijiang, Xianming, Zhu Rong, and other primordial witches changed color simultaneously. This was utterly absurd. They had fought the 3 purities many times, and those 3 old bastards became more troublesome each time. This time, they had even obtained supreme treasures, so they should have been even more formidable. Under such circumstances, they still lost to the 3 golden crows. Absolutely absurd. Not only the 3 purities, but also Jane Junti Dongwangong Zawang Mamingi, and even those beasts of the demon clan all lost to the 3 golden crows. Chang Liang counted on his fingers, still shuddering. Fortunately, when fighting Lin Xiao, he had been cautious and not charged to the front, otherwise there would be for lying here. No, actually, it was a defeat by 1 golden crow. Even together they couldn't defeat that golden crow named Lin Xiao, he added, as his voice fell. Silence. In the Pangu Temple, the 6 primordial witches looked at each other, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Could Zhu Jiuyin, Ho Tu, and Chang Liang be out of their minds? Even if all 12 of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat so many powerful beings. How could the 3 golden crows win? Let alone that it seemed to be the work of that Lin Xiao alone. Absolutely ridiculous. Chang Liang, quickly explain the whole story. Dijiang shouted sternly, gradually realizing the seriousness of the situation. If what Zhu Jiuyin said was true, this matter was truly alarming. Chang Liang scratched his head and recounted the events truthfully, only omitting the part where he was beaten up by Lin Xiao. After he finished, Dijiang and the other 5 primordial witches were dumbfounded, falling into a long silence. Dijiang and the 5 primordial witches looked gloomy, unable to calm down for a long time. Suddenly a witch woke up. How are Gong Gong and the others? All the witches looked at the unconscious Gong Gong, Zhu Meng, and Xihe on the ground, their faces growing more ugly. They had been so shocked that they forgot about their companion's safety. Dijiang and the 6 witches gathered around to examine the injuries, their expressions growing more solemn. The situation was more severe than expected. Zhu Meng's primordial witch body was almost shattered. The overwhelming force had cracked his bones, tendons, and flesh, his vitality dissipating, leaving only a breath sustaining his existence. Primordial witches were renowned for their physical strength. Their bodies were their greatest foundation. Now that foundation was broken, life was rapidly draining away. As for the water primordial, which Gong Gong, originally the master of all waters, now a strange, unquenchable flame burned inside him, continuously devouring his vitality. The lightning primordial, which Xihe, who controlled the law of thunder, was now being counterattacked by violent lightning. His torso was blackened and cracked like a piece of dead wood struck by heavenly lightning. Just witnessing this tragic sight, Dijiang and the others could imagine the ferocity of that battle. Quick, send them into the temple. Dijiang shouted sharply. If they delayed any longer, they might truly return to the embrace of Father God. He turned to glare at Zhu Jiuyin, Ho Tu, and Chang Liang. The situation is so critical, why didn't you tell us earlier? They had been so engrossed in conversation that they almost missed the chance to treat them. The witches immediately carefully lifted their severely injured companions and carried them into the Panga Temple. In the center of the temple, a vast blood pool surged with boundless blood energy, rising like smoke, diffusing an ancient and primordial aura. They gently placed the 3 primordial witches into the blood pool. Instantly, the previously still pool suddenly boiled blood energy, like living creatures coiled around the bodies of Gong Gong, Zhu Meng, and Xihe, frantically seeping into their bodies. It seemed that some mysterious connection was established between them. A dull heartbeat sounded like war drums, causing ripples in the blood pool. The pool, blood rich with vitality, forcibly poured into their nearly stopped hearts, then surged to their limbs and bones, attempting to awaken their dying bodies. Dijiang and the others watched intently, their expressions solemn. Even now, they dared not predict whether the 3 would survive. Even if they were lucky enough to live, it would take a long time for them to recover. This meant that the witch clan would lose the combat power of 3 primordial witches for a long time. What a devastating loss. Big brother, we must avenge this. The primordial witch Tian Wu's eyes were bloodshot, his anger almost materializing. Since they had roamed the wilds, when had they ever suffered such a blow? The ever-invincible 12 primordial witches had been injured by others. Such humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Dijiang closed his eyes in pain. It is my fault. If all 12 of us had come that day, it would never have come to this. Before his words ended, a bloodthirsty, murderous intent suddenly flared in his eyes. If all 12 primordial witches had gone all out, those 3 golden crows and 3 purities would have been ground to dust. How could he allow 3 brothers to suffer such a heavy blow? Big brother, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to the Sun Star to take revenge. Zhu Rong burst into blazing flames around him. How could he tolerate such a great disgrace? Even half a moment of waiting is torture. These words stirred resonance among most witches except for a few who had been defeated by Lin Xiao, who hesitated inwardly. Ho-Tu stepped forward solemnly. Hold on. Revenge now would give the demon clan an opportunity. What fear of the demon clan? We'll kill as many as come. Zhu Rong interrupted coldly. Ho-Tu was about to argue when Chang Liang suddenly interjected. Actually 9 against 3 might not be a sure win. Earlier 6 against 1 had already lost, let alone the 3 golden crows being united as one. Besides, they are currently on the Immortal Island. All the witches turned to stare at Chang Liang as if they had seen a ghost. When had this brute learned to weigh pros and cons? Although the words were crude, the reasoning was not. But the direct descendants of Pangu could not back down. Don't diminish our own prestige. Dijun ordered in a deep voice, but secretly thought even if 9 witches went out, the outcome was still uncertain. If the demon clan struck from behind, it might even force the golden crows and the demon clan to ally. He then announced loudly, wouldn't it be more satisfying to wait until our 3 brothers recover and take revenge themselves? This reasoning, which both saved face and was prudent, immediately won applause. The top priority is to wipe out the demon clan. Dijun's eyes flashed like lightning. The battle on the Immortal Island had also cost the demon clan many casualties. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Exactly. If not for the demon clan's instigation, how could we have suffered defeat on the Immortal Island? Chang Liang's battle spirit soared instantly upon hearing this, and the murderous aura of all the witches immediately locked onto the demon clan. At this moment, deep in the 100,000 mountains, the demon clan's stronghold was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The hall that was once full of seats now had many empty ones. Kuan Peng, having been torn apart, had not returned, his fate unknown. Among the 10 great demons, Fei Danqin, Yuan Ci Tai, and Shangyang had perished forever under Ling Xiao's sun-scorching art. The remaining were only Bai Zai, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao Fei, Lian Guiche, and Jiaoying. These top combat powers, second only to Nu Hua, Kuan Peng, and Fu Shi, had lost nearly half in an instant. Fu Shi, who had stayed behind, stared at the incomplete seats, his gaze finally settling on Bai Zai, who was gently waving a feather fan. Why did you return alone? Amid the questioning, the eyes of all the demons in the hall pierced like thorns. Bai Zai did not stop his fan, but instead sneered. I said long ago that we should ally with the 3 golden crows, but you insisted on opposing them. He pointed at everyone with his fan. Now you blame me. If not for your foolish actions, how could we have missed the opportunity? Ji Ming hurriedly tried to mediate, but Guiche sneered contemptuously. How can the 3 golden crows compare to a primordial supreme treasure? If we obtain that treasure, the witch clan would be nothing to fear. He glanced sideways at Bai Zai. And how dare you assert that the 3 golden crows would definitely submit? He did not say this explicitly, sparing Bai Zai's face. Bai Zai glanced coldly at Guiche and said, how can we know the outcome without trying? There was a chance, but now it's completely cut off. Why enhance others' prestige? How can the fate of our demon clan be controlled by outsiders? Guiche suddenly stood up, exuding a fierce aura with 9-headed phantom images looming behind him. Bai Zai spread his hands and remained silent. Some words, if spoken, would be too hurtful. Guiche keenly sensed Bai Zai's contempt, and anger surged. Seeing that a dispute was about to break out, Nu Hua finally spoke. Let this matter end here. Although we haven't formed a friendship with the 3 golden crows, we haven't made enemies either. There is still room for maneuver. For now, first find Kuan Peng and also guard against the witch clan's attack. The demon clan needs time. Her tone carried helplessness. Since the founding of the demon clan, setbacks had been continuous. Even now, she couldn't understand why Lin Xiao had hinted for Bai Zai to invite her to appear. This matter was like a fishbone in her throat. She had to speak it out. Upon hearing this, the myriad demons nodded in agreement. They understood Nua's words. Once she attained the Tao and became a saint, the 12 ancestral witches would be but ants, and the Wu clan mere dust to be scattered at a flick of her finger. This was the greatest hope of the demon race. Even if they were no match for the Wu clan, now one day the tide would turn. With the decision made, the demons went their separate ways. Seek Kuanpeng resist the Wu clan. Not long after, the news of the 3 immortal islands spread across the primordial world. These islands, formed from fragments of the primordial chaos, harbored boundless opportunities and heavenly treasures, drawing half of the mighty beings to contend for them. Then a primordial supreme treasure appeared, triggering a fierce struggle. Even those who had not witnessed it could imagine the brutal intensity of the battle. Unexpectedly, what was thought to be a chaotic melee of contenders turned into a one-sided slaughter. With the demon race ancestral witches, 3 pure ones, Jian and Zhundi Dongwengong, Zawang Mamingi, and other great powers, all present, the 3 sun crows swept the field. In particular, the crow named Lin Xiao fought at the peak of the eastern sea, turning the sky and sea blood red, staining the vast blue with gore. and ultimately claimed the 3 islands alone, seizing the treasure. Silent for long, they now shook the world with a single cry. From then on, the name of the 3 crows resounded across the primordial world, remembered by all creatures. Previously the most discussed were the 3 pure ones. The 3 crows were merely mentioned in passing, never truly regarded. Now they finally witnessed the terrifying power of the 3 crows, a force that transcended all, needing no comparison with any other being. The 3 pure ones, Niwa, Jin, and Zhuani. These 6 are the future saints appointed by the Tao ancestor. Could a being who can defeat them also possess the potential to become a saint? Some beings reasoned thus, which seemed plausible. Yet other powerful figures believed that sainthood depended on opportunity and fate, and no matter how great one's strength, it might not lead to the supreme realm. In the past, demon ancestor Luoho's combat prowess was unmatched, even surpassing the Tao ancestor, yet he ultimately met his downfall. Some beings lamented the future of the 3 crows for offending 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor. The future saints was either an act of astonishing courage or utter folly. If it were anyone else, offending even one of them would be enough to rob them of sleep. Though they did not actually need sleep, but their days ahead would be filled with dread. Yet the 3 crows had provoked all 6 at once. Such pressure would crush anyone. Having witnessed the might of saints, all beings understood that saints and mortals were on entirely different levels. Those who had set foot in the Xihe palace knew even more clearly that even if all 3,000 disciples joined forces, they could not withstand a single glance from Hongjun. While the primordial world trembled on the 3 immortal islands, Lin Xiao and his 2 brothers, along with Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, had spent much time discussing the Tao and traveling until the moment of parting arrived. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun had gained much this time. Aside from the 3 crows, they were the greatest beneficiaries. The other visitors either perished or fled in disgrace, with no time to gather opportunities. Fellow Taoists, until we meet again. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun mounted the clouds and departed, clasping their hands in farewell. Watching them go, Dijun laughed heartily. From now on, the 3 immortal islands are all ours. More satisfying than the islands is defeating the 3 pure ones. Taiyi said with a sneer. Let's see if that old fellow Yuanshi still dares to put on airs. Being renowned alongside us 3 crows is already their greatest glory, yet they sought humiliation. Recalling how the 3 pure ones had blocked their path with an arrogant attitude after returning from the Xihe palace, and now they had been publicly humiliated, Taiyi's heart was filled with immense joy, far surpassing the delight of acquiring any divine treasure. Indeed, Dijun nodded in agreement, then his smile faded slightly. And those filthy scoundrels Jin and Zhuani were also taken care of by our 3rd brother. Before he could finish, his expression darkened. If the 3 pure ones, Jin and Zhuani, all attain sainthood in the future, won't we be in trouble? The speaker looked grave, pondering this thorny issue. Once those saints ascended, they might even pluck every feather from the 3 crows. Hearing this, Taiyi was visibly startled. He turned to Lin Xiao. 3rd brother, do you think this will happen? Lin Xiao smiled calmly, his eyes seeming to contain the flow of galaxies. Absolutely not. I will surely reach the Hunyuan realm before them. His words were calm, but carried an unshakable certainty. For the 3 pure ones, Jin and Zhuani, to become saints would require a long time, and only after Niwa created humanity would they gradually attain sainthood. As long as he could break through to the Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortal before that critical moment, everything would be under control. Then he would truly stand firm in the world, capable of fighting even a Hongjun who had merged with the Tao, and if truly outmatched, he could escape into the chaos. Once he became a Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortal, even killing the 3 pure ones, Jin and Zhuani, would be of no consequence. Good. Then we must also redouble our efforts. 3rd brother, your words fill me with confidence. Di nodded gravely, his expression solemn. Since the battle with the 3 pure ones, both Taiyi and Lin Xiao had defeated their opponents, but he alone had failed to win. This battle of vindication had not fully vindicated him. Once again, he was the one holding them back. Big brother, you're not going to go into seclusion again, swearing not to emerge until you reach Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortal, are you? Taiyi teased. That's not the case. Last time I came out not of my own will, but because 3rd brother called me. You can't blame me for that. Dijun defended himself, earnestly, showing no embarrassment. After all, it was true. This time he had been forced out of seclusion. Every time he resolved to break through in isolation, he was interrupted by unexpected events. Listening to his 2 elder brothers exchange, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Let's first scour the 3 immortal islands, then return to the Sun Star for seclusion. There's no hurry. Good. Dijun and Taiyi chorused in agreement. Then each chose an island to search. Lin Xiao entered Punglai, Taiyi went to Yingzhou, and Dijun entered Fangzhong. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic battle was erupting on the shores of the North Sea. Mingi, you truly are relentless. Do you think you can take advantage of my injury to seize the Hongmeng purple chi? The North Sea sky changed color, violent astral winds tore the heavens apart, and the clash of 2 quasi-saints shook the 8 wastelands. The one who roared was Kuanpeng, while his opponent Mingi was surrounded by blood, Chi, a sinister grin on his face. Whether I can or not, I'll find out. But now that you're severely wounded, you're no match for me. Hand over the Hongmeng purple chi, and I might spare your life. Mingyi's eyes glittered with greed, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kunpeng had been reduced to this state entirely by Lin Xiao's doing. Although his own avatar had been shattered, his true body remained safely entrenched in the blood sea. Such damage was negligible. But Kunpeng was different. How could a mortal flesh and blood body compare to a primordial divine being like him? When it came to the ability of immortality and indestructibility, if he ranked second in the primordial world, no one dared claim first. What was a mere bird to challenge him? Ever since witnessing Kunpeng gravely wounded by Lin Xiao, Mingyi had followed him like a shadow, lurking and watching for a long time. How could a waste like him be worthy of the Hongmeng purple chi? Do you really think I'm helpless just because I'm injured? Kunpeng roared, his aura surging magnificently. But it was only a bluff, though internally he was riddled with wounds. The battle with Lin Xiao had damaged his very foundation. He had intended to recuperate in his North Sea lair, but had been secretly followed by Mingyi. If not for his alertness, he would have been ambushed. Silence. Hand over the purple chi, or be annihilated body and soul. Mingyi's harsh cry shook the void. The twin swords Yuan-Tu and Abi turned into blood-red rainbows cutting through the sky toward Kunpeng. His craving for the Hongmeng purple chi had reached its peak. He could not wait a moment longer. You are the one who should be annihilated. Kunpeng's long roar shook the heavens, his murderous aura sweeping across the 9 skies, even pulling down stars. In an instant, the two figures collided with a thunderous impact. The battle was incredibly brutal. Neither side bothered with probing, only unleashing lethal strikes. Both were notorious killers in the primordial world, ruthless in their actions, so their attacks were all aimed at taking lives. Any hesitation would plunge them into an irredeemable abyss. Kunpeng's physical body was as hard as a primordial supreme treasure, indestructibly tough. Mingyi's twin swords were also peerless weapons of slaughter, severing karma. Without incurring retribution, their power horrifying. Clang. The sword light collided with the demonic body, emitting tens of millions of light beams cutting down the stars of the heavens. In the instant of crossing, a blood-red beam pierced through Kunpeng's back, and Yuan's sword carved a ghastly bloody hole. Even wounded, Kunpeng remained ferocious. Previously he had been torn apart by Lin Xiao and regenerated. How could a mere sword wound trouble him? Ha ha, Kunpeng, why struggle? Mingyi laughed wildly, aiming to destroy not only his body, but also his will. Kunpeng was about to retort when a voice interjected first. Fellow Taoist, Mingyi is right. How could a treasure like this be something you can enjoy? As the words fell, 2 figures bearing halos of light and auspicious clouds gracefully descended. Seeing them, Kunpeng's face darkened. Jane Juni, do you also want to seize my Hongmeng purple chi? Fury flared in his heart. Those 2 shameless creatures had tricked Hong Yun out of his seat in the Xiao Palace back, then thereby cutting off his own opportunity. Now that the seat dispute was over, they coveted his foundation for sainthood. The 2 Western saints smiled without answering, their meaning clear. Isn't the Hongmeng purple chi granted by the Dao ancestor enough? Kunpeng demanded harshly. Zhuanti's benevolent brow relaxed. The path of the Dao, the more the better. Jane nodded in agreement. They had traveled far across the seas, having gained no opportunities from the 3 immortal islands, and no treasures. How could they return empty-handed? This Hongmeng purple chi, the more the better. Fellow Taoists, Mingyi squeezed out a smile. I was the one who spotted Kunpeng first. Could you do me a favor? Outwardly polite, inwardly, he cursed their ancestors 1,000 times over. Such insatiable greed was truly unprecedented. Jane said gently, the purple chi should belong to those with virtue. We are merely acting on behalf of heaven, preventing a pearl from being cast into darkness. Then he shifted his tone, but the word fate is most mysterious. His gaze seemed to brush over the twin swords in Mingyi's hand. Mingyi's throat tightened. These 2 had set their sights on his Abi and Yuan-Tu. To lose his weapons before obtaining the purple chi, where was the justice in that? As they were locked in a standoff, a sudden fierce wind arose. Kunpeng revealed his true form and soared upward. He had been waiting for the opportunity while the 3 bargained. But the 3 great powers had long laid a net of heaven and earth. How could they let him escape? As soon as Kunpeng showed his true form, the 3 struck simultaneously, a torrent of killing force pouring down. Boom. Amid the earth-shattering roar, Kunpeng let out a mournful shriek, his massive body like a falling black sun crashing into the North Sea, raising thousand-zhong waves. Kunpeng was a creature of both water and land, able to soar in the sky and swim in the deep sea. Now, enduring the pain, he transformed into a swift shadow in the water, traveling 10,000 li in an instant, dazzlingly fast. Don't think you can escape. Jane, Zhuanti, and Mingyi all broke through the air in pursuit. The wounded Kunpeng slowed slightly in the sea, was about to be caught, his heart filled with rage and resentment. He had finally seized the Hongmeng purple chi, on the verge of attaining sainthood, only to face this calamity. How could he accept it? Kunpeng, you are a figure of great renown. Why humiliate yourself further? Hand over the Hongmeng purple chi and you might yet live. Mingyi shouted while wielding his killing sword, his attacks relentless. Daydream. Kunpeng roared. He knew well their nature. even if he handed over the purple chi death, would be inevitable. Were he in their place, he would show no mercy. Just as despair set in, Kunpeng suddenly froze, then ecstasy surged. I am saved. At the same moment, Jane Juanti and Mingyi's expressions changed drastically, all looking toward the distance. Several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Fuxi led the great demons of the demon race to the rescue. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to be enemies of the demon race? Fuxi's voice rolled like thunder, resounding through the clouds. Jane and Juanti immediately stopped their attacks, their expressions turning peaceful. Fellow Taoist Fuxi, you misunderstand. We had a minor disagreement with Kunpeng, not directed at the demon race. Since it's clarified, we'll take our leave. Please convey our regards to fellow Taoist Nuwa. With a smile, Jane turned and departed. Since Fuxi had caught them, they could not proceed further. Nuwa was personally taught by the Tao ancestor, so it was unwise to make an enemy of her. After Jane and Juanti departed, Mingyi's expression darkened with uncertainty. Seeing this, Kunpeng let out a sharp cry and lunged forward in retaliation. Wretch, die. With reinforcements arriving, Kunpeng no longer held back, vowing to slay Mingyi. Without hesitation, Mingyi turned and fled. Kunpeng pursued for a moment before stopping. He knew Mingyi was not an easy foe to deal with, and prolonging the struggle would be futile. Thank you, Fuxi, for your timely assistance. Kunpeng, now in human form, bowed solemnly to Fuxi. This was the first time in his life he felt genuine gratitude toward another. Had it not been for Fuxi leading the myriad demons to reinforce him in time, the consequences would have been dire. This encounter made him fully realize that his nest, which he had thought safe, was actually the most dangerous place, for everyone knew he dwelled there. From now on, he decided to stay permanently at the demon race's stronghold, cultivating diligently, never giving his enemies an opening until he achieved enlightenment and became a saint. You are too kind, my friend. I haven't seen your trace for a long time, so I came to visit the North Sea and coincidentally encountered this matter. Fuxi explained lightly. The group then left the North Sea and returned to the 10,000 mountains. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the war between the Wu and demon races erupted once again. This time the Wu race came with a fierce momentum, their attacks more violent than ever before. Meanwhile, on the three immortals' island, Lin Xiao, Dijun and Taiyi had finally looted the last treasure. Seclude ourselves immediately. We will not emerge until we reach the realm of primordial golden immortal. Dijun vowed once more. As the sun golden crow, it was naturally most fitting to return to the sun star for seclusion. After setting up a protective formation, 3 streaks of golden light pierced the sky, heading straight for the sun star. Within the Lin Xiao palace, the two Lin Xiaos exchanged knowing smiles, then merged into one. Finally back. It's more comfortable being the original body. Lin Xiao stretched his limbs, murmuring to himself, as if reborn. This journey had yielded great gains. Not only had he taken the 3 immortals' island into his fold, but he had also unexpectedly acquired a primordial supreme treasure. Though his actions had been somewhat ostentatious, the rewards far outweighed the cost. From now on, he would cultivate in seclusion and not emerge unless absolutely necessary. Lin Xiao made a secret resolve. With Hongjuan's 3 sermons concluded according to the original trajectory, the era of Nuwa creating humanity and the 6 saints successively appearing was about to begin. However, for now, Nuwa was occupied with managing the affairs of the demon race and had no time for other matters. It seemed that the decision to have Bai Zhe invite her to lead the demon race had, by a twist of fate, delayed the advent of humanity. Sister Nuwa, you must step up your efforts. With a soft chuckle, Lin Xiao cast aside his stray thoughts and soon entered a meditative state. The land of the primeval wilderness was ablaze with war as the Wu and demon races clashed with ever-increasing ferocity. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had severely wounded 3 ancestral witches, easing the pressure on the demon race. Though victory remained elusive, at least they were not on the verge of collapse. Apart from the conflict between the 2 races, the entire primeval wilderness was in turmoil. The primordial spirit treasures scattered from the treasure distribution cliff in the Purple Heaven Palace were emerging one after another, sparking fierce struggles among the great powers. Often a single treasure would cause battles that darkened the skies. He shook his head and sighed, a look of helplessness on his face, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. As long as he exalted Lin Xiao higher, it would better highlight his own strength. As soon as he finished speaking, several immortals in the hall immediately showed deep respect. How powerful the ancestral witches are, yet they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Xiao. And the Eastern Prince, however, could fight him for 300 rounds. Though he lost, it was an honorable defeat, a testament to his extraordinary strength. It seems the Tao ancestor truly had keen insight when he chose him as the leader of the male immortals. For a moment, the crowd's awe of Lin Xiao deepened, and their gazes toward the Eastern Prince grew even more reverent. If this reasoning held, wouldn't the Eastern Prince be the second strongest in the primeval wilderness, second only to Lin Xiao? Of course, excluding the Tao ancestor. Joining a force like this, how could one's future not be bright? They did not notice that several elders of the immortal court, such as Xian Shui, Yuan Mu, and other great powers, had already turned pale, their eyes darting about, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the ground. During the battle on the Three Immortals Island, they had witnessed with their own eyes the Eastern Prince being beaten by Lin Xiao until he knelt prostrate in the void and eventually plunged into the sea. 300 rounds. Even 3 rounds were a stretch, especially when he had joined forces with the Queen Mother of the West. So utterly pathetic, yet he bragged about it, as if he were invincible. Those who knew the truth found it unbearable. Though this was not the first time they had heard it, every time brought a fresh wave of embarrassment. Whenever a new friend joined the immortal court, the Eastern Prince would inevitably puff himself up in this manner. The tales varied, but the shame remained. As core members of the immortal court, they naturally would not expose him. Instead, they had to cooperate wholeheartedly. After all, the rise and fall of the immortal court was intimately tied to their own fortunes. The Eastern Prince's actions were merely aimed at strengthening his power. So the immortals could only suppress their discomfort, echo his words, and spin tales at random. The Eastern Prince spared no effort for his foundation. At this moment he remained calm and accepted the praise without flinching, comforting himself inwardly. All for the order of the primeval wilderness, I am the chosen one. Seeing the immortal court growing stronger by the day, the Eastern Prince's ambition swelled. If this trend continued, one day the immortal court would rule over the entire primeval wilderness and none would dare to disobey. There was only one thing that left him unsatisfied: the opportunity to become a saint. If only I could seize that strand of Taoist essence, Violet Qi, from Hongmeng. On his throne, the Eastern Prince's eyes flickered as he schemed. Only by becoming a saint could he stand invincible. Recalling the events on the Three Immortals Island, the Eastern Prince's heart burned with rage. As the leader of the male immortals, he had been crushed by Lin Xiao like an ant. This humiliation would be unforgettable for eternity. If he possessed sufficient power, even attaining sainthood, how could he have been so pathetic? Why would he need to borrow Lin Xiao's prestige to recruit immortals and strengthen the immortal court? Now insufficient strength was his greatest weakness, and he must find a way to remedy it. The Eastern Prince subtly hinted at this idea to Hongmeng, hoping for a good strategy. Although Hongmeng had failed in his last mission, the Eastern Prince still wanted to hear his opinion. Hongmeng did not disappoint. He promptly offered a plan, and the two engaged in heated discussion. Soon a rumor swept through the primeval wilderness, stirring up waves. In the battle on the Three Immortals Island, the invincible Lin Xiao, who had swept all before him, was it only an avatar? A mysterious strongman from the Dragon Clan revealed that it was not Lin Xiao's true body, but an incarnation. When the news broke, the masses were in an uproar, especially those who had personally experienced the battle on the Three Immortals Island. They had felt the terror of Lin Xiao firsthand, and now hearing that it was merely an avatar, they found it hard to believe. On that day of battle, some died, some fled, and only a few survivors remained. When the old dragon revealed Lin Xiao's identity, many great powers had already departed, leaving only a handful of low-level cultivators lingering. Thus not many beings knew of this matter. Now when those great powers heard the rumor, they were shaken and found it utterly absurd. Of course most beings were skeptical. After all, rumors were often hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. In the past, some had claimed that the 3 Sun Golden Crows were inferior to the 3 Pure Ones, but after one battle the situation was completely reversed. On Yujing Mountain, the 3 Pure Ones learned of this matter and were deeply shaken. The opponent they had fought with all their might and still could not defeat. Was it only an avatar? If the true body had come in person, wouldn't they have been crushed in an instant? Absurd. Impossible. Yuanshi was furious, unable to accept this fact. Defeat was already a great humiliation, and now even the rumor that they had lost to an avatar was spreading. How could he bear it? His pride was shattered. Second brother, calm down. Rumors may not be credible, don't take them seriously. Seeing Yuanshi's emotional outburst, Laozi quickly tried to soothe him. Having barely recovered from the previous setback, Yuanshi, with his proud nature, might develop inner demons if he couldn't regain his composure soon. In the past, there was also a rumor that the Eastern Prince fought Lin Xiao for 300 rounds and finally lost. Is that true too? Laozi shook his head with a smile and continued. When he first heard this, he found it utterly ridiculous. This rumor was even more absurd than the one about the avatar. Yuanshi was slightly taken aback, and his expression gradually relaxed. Upon reflection, it was indeed so. He had been too fixated on the matter. Laozi said earnestly, "Second brother, remember, we are the future saints personally designated by the Tao ancestor. Becoming a saint is the foremost priority. When we attain sainthood, what is a mere golden crow?" These words were both an admonition to Yuanshi and a reminder to Tongtian. As the elder brother, he had always guided his 2 younger brothers with all his heart. Yuanshi's mind cleared as if breaking free from invisible shackles. The gloom dispersed and his fighting spirit was rekindled. "Brother, you are right. I have been too concerned with immediate gains and losses. One must know that only those who laugh last are the true victors. Once we attain sainthood, the world will surely be a different place. For now, the most urgent task is to intensify our cultivation and cut off the other 2 corpses as soon as possible." Laozi said solemnly, "Never lax in the matter of cultivation." Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded gravely. Though they were future saints chosen by the Tao ancestor, the path of cultivation still required steadfast effort. On the western Mount Sumeru, Jane and Junti were shocked by the rumor and rose to their feet. Elder brother, is this rumor credible? The one we fought was only an avatar of Lin Xiao. Junti asked in shock and uncertainty, recalling the events of that day with lingering fear. They had been easily defeated by Lin Xiao. If that was only an avatar, how terrifying would the true body be? Jane pondered for a long time, his expression shifting. This rumor is hard to verify, but from various signs Lin Xiao's cultivation is indeed far beyond ours, and he follows the path of comprehending the Tao through laws. The path of laws? Junti exclaimed in surprise. Didn't the Tao ancestor say that path was impassable? Why then does Lin Xiao have such cultivation? Jane smiled faintly. It may not be entirely impassable. I suspect that the Golden Crow may possess a rare treasure or opportunity that allows him to advance so remarkably. He mused inwardly that the Tao ancestor's earlier statement might have been merely to promote the method of cutting off the 3 corpses, but he did not voice this thought. Rare treasure. Opportunity. Junti murmured, his expression growing darker. If that is the case, will we never be able to avenge our shame? Since the clash with the 3 Sun Golden Crows, they had suffered repeated defeats. Their hatred deepened, yet they saw no hope of revenge. This feeling was truly agonizing. Become a saint, Jane whispered. Once you cut off your second corpse and attain sainthood, why worry about not avenging the great grievance? Junti listened, nodded slightly, and without another word closed his eyes to meditate. Outside the western Mount Sumeru, the matter reached the ears of the great powers of the demon and Wu races, sparking diverse opinions. Some believed it deeply, others questioned it, but all felt a heavy weight in their hearts. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao heard of the matter from the purple and cyan boy, and could not help but laugh. My avatar business has become known to everyone. Though it was not a secret, the fact that it had stirred such a commotion in the primeval wilderness surprised Lin Xiao. Was it worth such a fuss? This way it went against the original intention of the path of steadiness. Not low-key enough. With a thought, he took out the Chaos Green Lotus seed granted by the system and planted it within the Chaos Pearl. I wonder if it can give birth to another Pangu. This thought flashed through his mind, and even he found it absurd. If the Chaos Green Lotus truly gave birth to Pangu, wouldn't it require reopening the Chaos Pearl? Such a divine object, if it were to bloom and bear fruit, might take until the seas turn to mulberry fields and the end of time. After burying the seed in chaos, Lin Xiao glanced at the black gourd. Its aura was becoming increasingly terrifying, showing signs of taking shape. I wonder what this black gourd will give birth to. The Chaos Green Lotus was still beyond expectation, but this black gourd was worth anticipating. Perhaps it would emerge soon. In addition, the yellow zhongli he had planted with 9 heavens clay was also growing robustly, showing signs of blooming and bearing fruit. Everything was progressing steadily. Lin Xiao withdrew his mind and closed his eyes to cultivate. The matter of the avatar was but a minor episode and did not occupy much of his attention. Meanwhile, the primeval wilderness was stirred by this rumor. Many great powers felt the pressure and devoted themselves to intense cultivation. With the Tao ancestors' 3 sermons concluded, there were no more shortcuts, only steadfast practice. Time flowed, ages changed, and the war in the primeval wilderness never ceased. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years passed. For great powers, secluding oneself for tens of thousands of years was but a moment. But for the Wu and demon races, it was a different story. During these tens of thousands of years, the 2 races clashed countless times, and the flames of war raged on. The great demons of the demon clan, Gish and Jiuying, successively stepped into the realm of quasi-saints. On the Wu clan side, all 12 ancestral witches achieved quasi-sainthood, with Dijun breaking through to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. The pressure on the demon clan intensified. Over tens of thousands of years, they suffered more defeats than victories. The Wu clan, born warlike, launched relentless offensives, and the demon clan retreated step by step, unable to withstand the onslaught. Facing the formidable ancestral witches, the powerful experts of the demon clan struggled to resist, losing battle after battle and retreating constantly. Watching the demon clan's territory shrink day by day, Nuwa grew increasingly anxious. Amid the towering mountains, Nuwa stood atop a peak, contemplating the mysteries of the heavenly Tao day and night. Though tens of thousands of years had passed since she gained heavenly merit by founding the demon clan, she had still been unable to sever the second corpse. Witnessing the demon clan's consecutive defeats and the constant contraction of their territory, she knew she had to seek a breakthrough. Only by severing the second corpse, or even attaining the saint level, could she reverse the decline. She continuously deduced the heavenly secrets, studying the primordial purple chi, yearning to glimpse the true essence of the great Tao. At this moment, Nuwa's Dharma form was majestic, her serpent tail moving between reality and illusion, her scales reflecting countless profound mysteries. It was as clear as a mirror, refracting the ultimate truths of the world and the patterns of the great Tao. This innate divine body was perfect, almost without flaw. Where could the opportunity lie? After a long while, Nuwa opened her eyes and whispered, though she felt something it was difficult to grasp. She always felt that the final push was missing. That's it. Merit. Nua's eyes suddenly brightened, recalling the heavenly merit that descended when she founded the demon clan. Perhaps this was her chance. But how could she obtain more merit? Nua frowned in deep thought. The heavenly Tao was impartial. Merit would not be granted lightly. Over tens of thousands of years, only a few had received merit, all due to their great contributions to heaven and earth. Moreover, merit varied in magnitude. The greater the contribution, the more abundant the merit. She racked her brains, vaguely touching upon the opportunity, her phoenix eyes swirling with Tao patterns as she deduced the mysteries of past and present. Suddenly sensing something, a crimson embroidered ball appeared before her, radiating light. The red embroidered ball. This was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure bestowed by Tao ancestor Honghuang, capable of confirming the fate of marriages across the three realms. At this moment the ball shone brilliantly, as if guiding the way. Could this be the opportunity to become a saint? Nua perceived the mysteries of the ball, and clarity gradually dawned in her heart. Finally she looked up at the sun and moon, joy gleaming in her eyes. To establish yin and yang, set the cardinal principles, unite the sun and moon to confirm the heavenly marriage, establish eternal ethics for all generations. This would bring boundless merit. The sun and moon were the best choice for the heavenly marriage, yin and yang complementing each other, aligned with the great Tao. As the matron of the ceremony, she would naturally obtain this merit. With this thought, Nua smiled gently. The heavenly secret was clear: officiating the marriage was her path to sainthood. Nua with a thought hurried back to the demon clan's territory and poured out her plan to Fushi. Fushi pondered for a moment, frowning slightly. Sister, though the idea is brilliant, the masters of the sun and moon may not agree. On the sun star there dwell 3 golden crows. Although he acknowledged that Nua's plan to harmonize yin and yang, rectify ethics, and set an example for all beings was indeed great merit, it ultimately required the consent of the sun and moon masters. Nua was unconcerned, smiling lightly. The heavenly marriage is also an opportunity for them. Why would they abandon the merit? The sun and moon complement each other, bringing many benefits. I expect they will have no reason to refuse. She was confident that no one would reject this win-win proposal. Fushi nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, this matter benefited both sides. Although he had some concerns about the temperament of the 3 golden crows, such a wonderful offer was truly hard to decline. If sister could become a saint through this, the demon clan's long-standing disadvantage against the Wu clan might be reversed in one stroke. Thinking of this, joy flickered in Fushi's eyes. In a moment, Nua gracefully left the demon clan, soaring straight into the clouds. A smile graced her lips. This journey was a must-win. After a slight hesitation, she finally turned toward the moon star, which shimmered with clear light. She had met Xihe and Changxi a few times before and had spoken with them while attending the lectures at Xiao Palace. As she stepped into the moon star's domain, the overwhelming majesty of the vast star surged toward her. The place was bone-chillingly cold, yet exuded a pure aura. Friends Xihe and Changxi, Nua has come to pay a visit. She parted her vermilion lips, her voice spreading like ripples. After a moment, 2 graceful figures emerged from the moonlight. So it's friend Nua. Xihe smiled warmly, welcoming her. Please come in and have a chat. Changxi also smiled in greeting. Nua followed the 2 into the Guanghan realm, exchanging pleasantries. How have you both been since we last met? Hearing this, a trace of worry involuntarily appeared on both Xihe and Changxi's fair faces. Everything is going fairly smoothly, except that our cultivation realm has remained stagnant, which is truly troubling. Xihe sighed softly, her voice tinged with bitterness. Since the 3rd lecture at Xiao Palace ended, they had been in secluded cultivation. Though they had now reached the peak of Daiyuo Golden Immortal, they still could not cross the threshold into quasi-sainthood, stuck in place, without progress. In the path of cultivation, sometimes encountering a bottleneck is like falling into a dead end, hard to escape for a long time. You 2 sisters haven't broken through to quasi-saint yet. Nua showed surprise upon hearing this. It was not mockery, but genuine astonishment. The 3-legged golden crows of the sun star, originating from the same source, had long been sweeping through the primordial world. How is it that the moon star deities have yet to break through to quasi-sainthood? It's truly unreasonable. Perhaps we were too greedy, always trying other methods of enlightenment, and thus wasted time. Xihe explained with a bitter smile. This idea stemmed from the great battle at Sanxian Island tens of thousands of years ago, when Lin Xiao and others fought. It was mentioned then that the golden crow Lin Xiao was powerful because he cultivated the path of laws. This matter was no secret among the great powers of the primordial world. By some whim, Xihe and Changxi also began attempting to attain enlightenment through laws. They spent 10,000 years on this, only to find that path unworkable. When they switched to the method of severing the 3 corpses, progress was slow. The 2 sisters ended up learning a bit of everything, but mastering nothing, making their breakthrough indefinitely distant, like being trapped in a swamp. The more they struggled, the harder it was to escape. Nua smiled charmingly. From my experience in attaining enlightenment, only the path that suits oneself is the right one. Sometimes a little opportunity is also needed. As it happens, my visit today is timely. I happen to have an opportunity that might help you too. She didn't beat around the bush, directly stating that the opportunity to officiate the heavenly marriage might help Xihe and Changxi break through to quasi-sainthood. Elder sister, please tell us what opportunity. Changxi's bright eyes sparkled as she asked eagerly. Years of being trapped by cultivation had nearly destabilized her Dao heart. Seeing peers break through to quasi-saint while they remained at Daluo Golden Immortal, how could they not be anxious? Xihe gave her sister a reproachful glare, then smiled at Nuwa. Elder sister, please come inside for a detailed discussion. Nuwa nodded slightly. The three women entered the Guanghan Palace. After serving spirit spring water and immortal fruits, Xihe spoke softly. The opportunity you mentioned earlier, could you elaborate for us, sisters? Though she was pleased, she still harbored doubts. Nuwa must have come for this opportunity, but what kind of opportunity was worth her personal visit? There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Xihe knew that her friendship with Nuwa was not so deep as to warrant such a favor. Unlike Changxi, who was naive, Xihe understood that since Nuwa brought an opportunity, she must have a request. Therefore she had to clarify. Nuwa smiled lightly and spoke frankly. Sisters, today, I have come precisely for the matter of the heavenly marriage. Heavenly marriage. Xihe and Changxi's expressions shifted, unable to grasp the deeper meaning at once. The union of yin and yang is the ultimate principle of the great Tao, conforming to heavens while harmonizing yin and yang. This is supreme merit. Nuwa spoke calmly, weaving the tale. Elder sister means. Xihe's eyes froze, suddenly sensing something, her gaze involuntarily turning toward the direction of the sun star. With her cultivation, she could now vaguely perceive the connection. Changxi was still somewhat puzzled, pondering silently. Nuwa smiled and nodded. As you think, the sun and moon in union can confirm the heavenly marriage, bringing boundless merit. At that time, stepping into quasi-sainthood will be effortless for you. Isn't this a rare opportunity? Elder sister means. We are to be with the one on the sun star. Changxi suddenly realized, exclaiming, then clutching her sleeves, her expression shy and thought scattered. Xihe's brow twitched as she raised her hand and lightly tapped her sister. This foolish girl always lost composure in front of others. Then she looked at Nuwa, hesitating. Is this somewhat inappropriate? Nuwa smiled inwardly. Xihe didn't directly refuse, clearly not unwilling. Sister, yin alone cannot endure, yang alone cannot grow. Yin and yang complement each other. That is the heavenly Tao. She took out the red embroidered ball. This treasure was bestowed by the Tao ancestors specifically for the three marriages of heaven, earth, and man. Recently I have felt a resonance. Using this to confirm the heavenly marriage will surely bring great merit. The union of the moon and sun is the best choice, and it is a great opportunity for you as well. Her words were sincere without concealment. This was a matter of openness and joy for all, needing no disguise. Once the heavenly marriage is established, your ascension to quasi-sainthood will follow naturally. Nuwa put away the red embroidered ball and added. Xihe remained silent, though she did not speak. Her heart had already wavered. Elder sister, have you visited the sun star? She suddenly asked, as if pondering. Nuwa gently shook her head. Not yet. But if you both agree, the three Golden Crow friends will not decline. She smiled confidently. Xihe nodded slightly, a hint of depth in her eyes. There are 3 suns and 2 moons. How should they be matched? Xihe spoke with a subtle expression. At these words, Nuwa was also taken aback. After a moment, she asked softly, what do you 2 sisters have in mind? Xihe and Changxi exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Though they said nothing, the same thought had already arisen in both their hearts. Seeing her sister's shy demeanor, Xihe gently shook her head, then turned to look at Nuwa before them. A sudden idea struck her, and she blurted out, Elder sister, there are 3 suns, but only 2 moons. Why don't you join us? That would make it perfect, wouldn't it? She smiled playfully, her words seeming both a joke and serious. Nuwa was stunned, taken aback by the unexpected proposal. She had come to officiate the heavenly marriage, but how could she end up being pulled into it herself? This path she had never considered. Sister Xihe, you jest. I am not of the moon essence. How could I confirm the heavenly marriage? The moon and sun, the soft and the hard, yin and yang in harmony. That is the great Tao. Moreover, if I join, who will officiate the marriage for you? Nuwa explained, her words slightly strained. The proposal was too sudden, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Xihe smiled lightly. Her previous words had been a spur-of-the-moment whim spoken casually, and she knew it was impolite, not taking it seriously. In that case, let my sister be wed to the Sun Star Lord Lin Xiao. I will not participate. Her expression was serious. She had made up her mind. One from the moon and one from the sun would suffice. Over the years, she had long noticed that her sister harbored a subtle affection for Lin Xiao, beginning from their first encounter when Lin Xiao taught her a lesson. Whenever Lin Xiao was mentioned, Changxi's reaction was always a bit peculiar, just like now. At these words, Changxi suddenly looked up, about to deny it. But Xihe spoke first, gazing at her. Sister, what do you think? Answer truthfully, this opportunity is only once. If you say the word, your sister will grant it. Changxi clutched her clothes tightly, struggling inwardly for a long time before finally summoning the courage. I don't want to be separated from you. I want you to marry Lin Xiao together with me. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao awakened from his meditative state, his gaze looking into the distance. He sensed two faint auras rising as if about to break through. Breaking through. He murmured, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. After tens of thousands of years, Dijun and Taiyi had finally stepped into the mid-stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal. After reaching the Honghuang Golden Immortal level, comprehending the laws became increasingly difficult, like climbing a mountain. The higher one goes, the harder the path. But I am almost at perfection. Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly. His fire law had already reached the later stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal, only one step away from perfection. Once perfected, the next step would be the realm of Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal. Soon everything is about to come. Lin Xiao's eyes blazed with fiery light, his heart filled with anticipation. Only by stepping into the realm of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal could he gradually transform from a mere pawn into the hand that moves the pieces. At least by then his safety would no longer be a cause for excessive worry. Suddenly Lin Xiao's expression flickered, a trace of strangeness appearing on his face. There is an anomaly within the Chaos Pearl. With a thought, his divine sense entered the interior of the Chaos Pearl. The moment he stepped in, the sight before him shook his heart. Is this the black gourd going berserk? In the boundless chaos, the black gourd, as if stimulated by something, was frantically devouring everything around it. Like a vast black hole, chaotic gales surged, forming a massive vortex that continuously poured into the gourd's mouth. Lin Xiao's gaze was like lightning, staring intently at the black gourd, trying to fathom its mysteries. This gourd actually contains the power of the devouring law. And the world law as well. His heart trembled, for he sensed multiple laws emanating from the black gourd, with the devouring law being the most prominent. It was precisely because of the devouring law that it crazily absorbed surrounding energy to continuously strengthen itself. Could it be that it is about to be born? Lin Xiao waved his hand, moving the chaos green lotus seed to a distance to prevent it from being accidentally swallowed by the black gourd. Immediately he began to refine the black gourd, pouring into it all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures plundered from the three immortal islands, not even sparing some ordinary, innate spiritual treasures. The more energy the black gourd devoured, the stronger the pressure it exuded. If sufficient energy could be provided, its growth potential would be immeasurable. Lin Xiao's eyes blazed with intensity as he carefully sensed the changes in the black gourd. As the heavenly materials were continuously devoured, he could clearly perceive that the laws within the gourd were being perfected and strengthened. The devouring law in particular exuded an aura so powerful that even he was startled. Among the 3,000 great laws, the devouring law and the destruction law were equally renowned, both being top-tier destructive laws. After a long while, the resources plundered from the three immortal islands were nearly exhausted, yet the black gourd's aura grew ever more terrifying. It can still continue devouring. Lin Xiao concentrated fully on refining, sensing that the black gourd was still unsatisfied. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Dijun and Taiyi, who were in seclusion. In fact, the two had already perceived the disturbance outside and emerged from their cultivation. After breaking through their realms, it was natural to come out and stretch their legs. Soon the two arrived at the Lin Xiao hall. Big brother, second brother, lend me the heavenly materials and earthly treasures you obtained from the three immortal islands. Lin Xiao spoke bluntly. Dijun and Taiyi, without hesitation, immediately took out all their treasures. The treasures piled up like a mountain, almost filling the entire hall. With a slight thought, Lin Xiao collected them all into the Chaos Pearl, and like a giant dragon, they surged into the black gourd. The gourd seemed bottomless, greedily devouring everything, not even sparing the chaotic chi. Black gourd, after swallowing so many good things, don't disappoint me. Lin Xiao mused to himself. He still could not determine what rank of treasure the black gourd would eventually transform into. Soon, seeing that the heavenly materials were about to be exhausted, Lin Xiao made a resolute decision and took out a fragment of the creation jade disc, throwing it in. Since so much had already been invested, he might as well gamble and see to what extent the gourd could grow. The moment the creation jade disc fragment was devoured, billions of indestructible divine lights burst forth instantly. A wisp of chaotic aura silently spread. The black gourd radiated innate, indestructible divine light, chaotic chi flowing. After devouring the creation jade disc fragment, it underwent an astonishing transformation. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. He actually sensed a trace of the aura of a chaotic spiritual treasure from the black gourd. Not bad, all these treasures weren't wasted. Lin Xiao was overjoyed and was about to take out more treasures to feed it, but found that the black gourd was nearly saturated and about to take shape. If he fed it more, it might backfire. He tapped his fingertip, continuing to refine, helping the black gourd complete its final transformation. Normally, if a chaotic spiritual treasure appeared in the primordial world, it would surely incur heavenly punishment, but within the Chaos Pearl there was no need to worry. Even the heavenly tribulation did not descend. After a long while, everything returned to calm. The divine light and strange phenomena gradually dissipated. Lin Xiao raised his hand and beckoned, and the black gourd fell into his palm. He probed with his divine sense, carefully perceiving all the mysteries of the gourd. Chaotic spiritual treasure, the swallowing heaven gourd, also known as the Great Thousand Gourd, capable of devouring 3,000 great thousand worlds. Nothing it cannot devour. Lin Xiao stared at the gourd in his hand, his heart shaken. This treasure was extremely fierce, a weapon of ultimate slaughter, as terrifying as the immortal slaying four swords, yet because of its heavy baleful aura, it was difficult to bear fortune. Apart from its killing power, the gourd also possessed many wonderful properties of creation. For example, it could produce innate spiritual water, accelerating the growth of innate spiritual roots. Even the yellow middle plum and the chaos green lotus within the chaos pearl could benefit. In other words, with this treasure, the maturation time of the chaos green lotus could be greatly shortened. If not for being inside the chaos pearl, this black gourd would likely have been destroyed by the heavenly Tao before it even took shape. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao placed the black gourd back into the chaos to nurture it. Though this treasure was powerful, it should not be casually revealed unless absolutely necessary. Then he withdrew his divine sense and left the chaos pearl. Third brother, what do you need all these heavenly materials and earthly treasures for? In the great hall, after Lin Xiao finished his work, Dijun and Taiyi could no longer contain their curiosity and asked. The mountains of treasures that had been piled up were all devoured by their third brother, a move that left them utterly puzzled. It's nothing, I'm nurturing a spiritual treasure, it has a big appetite. Lin Xiao answered with a faint smile. A spiritual treasure can eat. Dijun and Taiyi looked at each other in astonishment. Could a magical artifact actually consume external things like a living being? Was this refining a weapon or raising a spirit beast? Lin Xiao did not say much, but casually spread his hand, and suddenly the Taishu mirror appeared in his palm, which he handed to Dijun. Big brother, this treasure is for you to use. His tone was calm, as if handing over an ordinary object. At present, Lin Xiao had a mountain of treasures, and leaving them idle was a waste. It was better to give one to Dijun to enhance his strength. Dijun was stunned, his gaze fixed on the innate supreme treasure before him. Third brother, this item is precious, you should keep it for yourself. He suppressed the surge in his heart, and shook his head to refuse. This was a supreme treasure that had triggered bloody wars in the primordial world, yet his third brother gave it away, so casually. Even though he truly desired an innate supreme treasure, he could not bring himself to accept it. Big brother, why decline? Lin Xiao shook the Taishu mirror, his smile deepening. The treasures in my hands far surpass this. This item is of little use to me. Dijun took a deep breath and said solemnly, then consider it borrowed from me. When you need it, I will surely return it. With that, he abruptly took the mirror. He would treat it as an experience of the supreme treasure's power and return it to its owner when his third brother needed it. He mused to himself. Perhaps obsession stemmed from not having it, a once truly possessed one might feel relieved. By using this to comprehend the mysteries of the supreme treasure, perhaps he could dissolve his obsession. As you wish. Lin Xiao nodded and said no more. As long as Dijun accepted it, his goal was achieved. Outside the Xihe Star, Nuwa walked on clouds, a worried frown between her brows. Although Xihe and Changxi had agreed to her request, they proposed a condition of never being separated. This request left Nuwa both amused and exasperated. In her long years of the primordial world, she had never heard such a strange demand. As clouds and mists drifted, a scorching aura rushed toward her. Nuwa halted outside the Sun Star, seeing flames raging and pressure like an abyss. Compared to the coldness of the Xihe Star, this place was even more domineering. This difference perhaps stemmed from the masters of the two supreme stars. Taoist friends of the three suns, Nuwa has come especially to pay a visit. She straightened her robes, her clear voice piercing through layers of fire screens, echoing deep within the star core. After a long while, a boy in purple robes stepped out of the flames. When Nuwa appeared, Ziwei boy cupped his hands and asked, "What business do you have with my master?" This boy actually has such cultivation. Nuwa marveled inwardly. The boy before her had a cultivation level comparable to the Xihe Star gods Xihe and Changxi, having reached the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal. She suddenly felt that the pair of sisters were not quite a match for Lin Xiao. The imbalance between Sun and Xihe was such that even the two women together could only equal one of his attendant boys. Please announce me, Nuwa has important matters to discuss. She returned the greeting solemnly, not looking down on him because of his status as a boy. Such a foundation was also among the top in the primordial world, considering that there were only a few quasi-sages in the current era. Ziwei boy nodded and entered the hall to report. In fact, there was no need for an announcement. Lin Xiao and his two brothers already knew of the visitor. Why had she come at this time? Lin Xiao pondered briefly, then waved his hand and said, "Bring her in." Dijun, playing with the Taishu mirror, interjected, "Could she be here to invite us to join the demon clan? If she is wise, she should know not to mention that." Lin Xiao said calmly, "We'll find out soon enough." When Nuwa stepped into the Lin Xiao hall, she immediately felt her mana suppressed. At the head of the hall, three figures sat like the rising sun in the sky, with Lin Xiao in the center and Taiyi and Dijun on either side. Their majestic pressure made her involuntarily solemn. Greetings, three Taoist friends. Nuwa stated her purpose directly. I have come to witness the heavenly marriage. The union of yin and yang is in accordance with heaven's will. Dijun suddenly asked, what use is the heavenly marriage? At these words Lin Xiao suddenly understood. So she had come to play matchmaker, he had forgotten about this fated marriage. Unexpectedly, even without the establishment of the heavenly court, a Nuwa still came to promote the heavenly marriage. Truly all paths lead to the same end. Nuwa was taken aback by his question, but had to patiently explain the reason. Yin and yang give birth to and nourish each other. That is the ultimate principle of the great Tao. If Taiyin and Sun are united, both can benefit immensely. You mean for us to marry the two star gods of the Taiyin star? Dijun caught on a look of surprise on his face. Exactly. Nuwa nodded slightly, but did not say everything. This heavenly marriage was actually set only for Lin Xiao, not for Dijun and Taiyi. She was worried that if she said it outright it might embarrass the two. Unexpectedly Dijun let out a derisive laugh. I won't enter this marriage, it would hinder my cultivation. Taiyi chimed in, same for me. The two refused decisively without any hesitation. In the past they had had conflicts with Xihe and Changxi, and thus had no favorable impression of these two-star gods. Now they were focused on cultivation, hoping to catch up with their third brother. Nuwa was secretly pleased. Dijun and Taiyi's refusal suited her perfectly. If not for that, she would not have known how to broach the subject without hurting their feelings. After all, the bond among the three sons was deep, and she did not want to offend one and implicate the others. Nuwa's gaze turned to Lin Xiao, and Dijun and Taiyi also looked at him. Everyone was waiting for his response. Lin Xiao did not answer immediately because the system's choices appeared again. Detected that Nuwa has come to promote the heavenly marriage, please make the following choice. Choice 1, accept the heavenly marriage, marry the Taiyin star gods, reward 1 yin-yang law fragment. Choice 2, reject the heavenly marriage, women only, disturb cultivation, reward 1 random law fragment. Choice 3, accept all, say to Nuwa. You come at the right time, I invite you to join the heavenly marriage. Reward 1 yin-yang law fragment, 1 devouring law fragment, half a portion of sagehood merit. System, you really are. Lin Xiao saw the third option and was momentarily speechless. Xihe and Changxi were not enough, and now he had to include Nuwa as well. You come at the right time. Wasn't that a classic line from some drama in his past life? But in any case, he would never agree to this heavenly marriage. He cultivated the path of laws. Heavenly Tao merit was meaningless to him. Even if there were no cost, he would disdain it. Once he accepted Hongjuan's heavenly Tao merit, it would be hard to sever ties, and trouble might arise in the future. Although the third option seemed generous, it was not necessary. He already mastered the Yang law, and only lacked the Yin law to comprehend the way of Yin-Yang. As for the devouring law, the swallowing heaven gourd, and the chaos pearl could both help him comprehend it. And that half portion of sagehood merit was essentially useless. System, I choose 2. Lin Xiao swept his gaze across and made his decision. Nuwa, Dijun, and Taiyi had been watching him intently, though in reality only a mere instant had passed. A flicker of joy stirred within Nuwa's heart. Lin Xiao's hesitation delighted her, for it indicated he was not entirely devoid of interest. Xihe and Changxi shared the same thought. Everything fell into place seamlessly. How wondrous the workings of fate. Yet in the next moment Nuwa's smile froze upon her face as Lin Xiao's words struck her like a bucket of cold water. Friend Nuwa, we appreciate your kind intentions, but we three brothers are still shallow in cultivation. How can we speak of starting a family? Shallow in cultivation. Nuwa's breath caught in her throat, almost rendered speechless. They were already the pinnacle of existence beneath the Tao ancestor. If this was deemed weak, what of the myriad beings across the three realms? This excuse was far too perfunctory. Could it be that he looked down upon Xihe and Changxi? She paused for a moment, still unwilling to give up. Friends of the three sun crows, the heavenly marriage is a great undertaking of merit, the union of yin and yang being the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. This is no ordinary match, a chance for merit and a divine opportunity. Is it not worth considering? Nuwa's words were earnest, even a little urgent. Lin Xiao and his two companions exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. With perfect tacit understanding. A tightness seized Nuwa's chest, her breath disordered, her emotions tumultuous. Could there truly be someone utterly unmoved by merit? The opportunity she cherished, was it truly so insignificant in their eyes? At least, give some reaction. Seeing her expression turn amiss, Lin Xiao said calmly, Friend Nuwa, are you well? He raised a hand in gesture, do not stand for long. Please sit and rest. Nuwa found no words to reply, but she complied and sat down. Yet her heart remained unsettled. Everything was prepared. Xihe and Changxi had already consented. Who could have expected the Sunstar side to flatly refuse? How was she to explain to the two of them? The three sun crows look down on you. Think you unworthy. After a moment Nuwa turned her gaze back to Lin Xiao. Friend Lin Xiao, will you truly not reconsider? I can wait. Lin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, secretly thinking Nuwa's eagerness to push the heavenly marriage stemmed from nothing more than the growing power of the Wu clan and the decline of the Yao clan. She sought to use merit to sever her corpse even to attain the Tao and become a sage. But if his refusal of the heavenly marriage drove her to seek another path? What if compelled, she turned to creating humanity? He had intended to let Nuwa govern the Yao clan, thus delaying the chance of human creation. Who would have thought his plan would backfire, that the might of the Wu clan would instead force Nuwa to create humanity earlier? If that truly happened, the situation would become irredeemable. Though the possibility was slim, Lin Xiao dared not rely on mere luck. Before he had achieved the realm of Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal, he absolutely could not allow such a scenario to occur. He must find a way for Nuwa to obtain some merit to temporarily alleviate the situation. Lin Xiao's thoughts raced, shifting in a flash as he reviewed the myriad events of the primordial era. Eureka! The Yao script might be a breakthrough. If Nuwa were to promote the Yao script, would merit not come to her effortlessly? The magnitude of such merit should surely be enough to help Nuwa sever her second corpse right. With this in mind, Lin Xiao had already formulated a plan. Since Nuwa craved merit, he would grant her a chance to obtain it. Friend Nuwa, I regret that I cannot agree to the heavenly marriage. You wish to witness the heavenly marriage for us purely to gain merit from the heavenly Tao. Am I correct? Lin Xiao deliberately paused, letting Nuwa's emotions ebb and flow. Friend Lin Xiao, what do you mean by this? Nuwa's face showed confusion, puzzled as to why he would mention merit after refusing to witness the heavenly marriage. From my observation, friend Nuwa, your cultivation seems to have hit a bottleneck. You wish to use the power of merit to break through to a higher realm. Is that not so? Lin Xiao asked with a smile, his gaze deep and unfathomable. In truth, he was merely feigning profundity, but in Nuwa's eyes he appeared inscrutably wise. Indeed, that is the case, and it would benefit both sides. After a brief pause, Nuwa admitted openly, since she had been seen through, there was no need to hide. This is not a scheme. I act with openness and righteousness. Actually, obtaining merit does not necessarily require the heavenly marriage. At these words, Nuwa's expression shifted, and she blurted out, Friend, what do you mean? She keenly sensed a potential opportunity hidden within. You are the sovereign of the Yao clan, commanding all demons. Have you ever considered creating a script exclusive to the Yao race? Lin Xiao spoke slowly while observing Nuwa's reaction. A script exclusive to the Yao race. Yao script. A glint flickered in Nuwa's eyes. She first frowned slightly, sinking into deep thought and deduction. After a moment, her brow smoothed and her face bloomed like a spring flower radiant with light. Through her deduction, she was convinced that this was indeed a significant opportunity. Friend Lin Xiao, can you elaborate? Nuwa fixed her phoenix eyes on Lin Xiao, starlight shimmering within them, full of anticipation. Although she had some vague ideas, she did not know the specifics of how to proceed. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, Dijun and Taiyi suddenly stood up. The two jostled each other, muttering indistinctly, and hurried out with quick steps, their backs appearing hasty and peculiar. They looked as if they had done something shameful. What are they up to? Lin Xiao raised his hand, intending to call them back, but finally let it fall. A perfectly serious topic, yet they had somehow turned it inexplicably strange. Nuwa, however, paid no attention, her gaze blazing as she fixed on Lin Xiao, as if galaxies swirled in the depths of her eyes. Her mind was wholly absorbed in the creation of the Yao script, waiting only for Lin Xiao's guidance. She did not even spare a glance at Dijun and Taiyi's unusual behavior. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, composed his expression, and slowly began to share his insights. In truth, he himself had no clear idea of what the Yao script should look like. He merely speculated that it might resemble the pictographic scripts he had seen in his past life. In short, most scripts in the world originated from pictographs, with only a few low-level civilizations being exceptions. As he spoke, Nuwa listened attentively, recorded his words, and extrapolated repeatedly, deducing in her mind. With her current level of cultivation, her comprehension was naturally extraordinary. Understanding these concepts was not difficult, all she lacked was a spark of inspiration. After a while, Lin Xiao finally finished speaking. To prevent Nuwa from being suppressed by the Zhu Wu, he had expended considerable effort. Friend Nuwa, do you understand? Your words are worth more than 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. Nuwa exclaimed joyfully. Lin Xiao almost laughed out loud. If you still have doubts, you need not come to me again. Regarding the Yao script, you might consult Kuanpeng of your Yao clan. Lin Xiao added in passing, giving Nuwa an early warning. After all, Kuanpeng was the true expert in the field of Yao script. Thank you for the guidance, friend. Nuwa was stunned, a little bewildered. She had assumed Lin Xiao would say, if you don't understand, feel free to ask me. But instead he had directly cut off that path, and even told her to seek out Kuanpeng. This twist was truly perplexing. Alright, that's enough for now. If you have nothing else, please take your leave. With these words, Lin Xiao rose, making a gesture of seeing a guest out. Having said so much, if Nuwa still could not create the Yao script, it would not be his fault. Nuwa did not rush to leave. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, Friend Lin Xiao, can you tell me why you sent Baze to find me to lead the Yao clan back then? This question had troubled her for tens of thousands of years, and she had never been able to figure it out. Lin Xiao answered casually, Friend Nuwa, you misunderstand. I did not send Baze to seek you out. I originally intended for him to invite the Sanqing, but he ended up finding you instead. I can only say it was heaven's will, not my intention. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, his gaze clear as water, betraying no sign of abnormality. Truly. Nua's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with suspicion, yet she could find no flaw. Truly. Ling Xiao nodded, his tone firm. Receiving this answer, Nua asked no more. Her mind was preoccupied with the creation of the Yao script, so she immediately took her leave and departed. After leaving the Sun Star, she hesitated for a moment, then turned toward the direction of the Moon Star. Although the heavenly marriage had not been achieved, she still owed Xihe and Changxi an explanation. Nua rubbed her brow. She had not come out worse in this affair. She had merely exchanged witnessing the heavenly marriage for creating the Yao script. But the thought of having to explain to Xihe and Changxi gave her a headache. Back then she had confidently assured them that the heavenly marriage would surely succeed, and now. Upon stepping into the Moon Star, Xihe and Changxi had already come forward to greet her. The two sisters' faces were flushed, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Sister, how did it go? Seeing them like this, Nua sighed inwardly. She chose her words carefully, then said gently, Dear sisters, I have informed Ling Xiao of the heavenly marriage. He is interested but believes that cultivation should take precedence for now, so he is not considering marriage at this time. Before she finished, a sudden chill swept through the Moon Star. Xihe and Changxi's smiles froze. How could they not understand the true meaning behind these words? Clearly they had been rejected. This was my oversight. Please accept these two spiritual treasures as compensation. Nua produced two innate spiritual treasures, placed them on the table, and then drifted away. After Nua left, the Moon Star fell into dead silence. Xihe and Changxi's faces were as cold as ice, their eyes a tangled web of anger, shame, and resentment. Sister, could it be that he looks down on our cultivation? Changxi suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. The sun and moon are hard to balance. He is so powerful, how can we harmonize with him? Xihe took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. Do not belittle yourself. Since he is unwilling, why force it? If anyone is to blame, it should be Nua, who made empty promises and raised your hopes for nothing. Anger and disappointment churned within her, most of the fury directed at Nua. She had promised something clearly, only to leave them with empty expectations. Was this not a mockery? Changxi was so angry she could not speak. The immense letdown nearly drove her to lose her composure. I am going back to seclude myself and cultivate. If you think your cultivation is insufficient, then prove yourself. She has said coldly, her face as frosty as the moon. After speaking, she turned and strode into the Guanhan Palace. Changxi watched her sister's retreating figure, inexplicably feeling a chill. She knew that beneath the surface calm, her sister's heart was far from tranquil. In other words, her sister's investment in this matter far exceeded her own. At the same moment, on the Sunstar, Ling Xiao was opening the magic box. The random law fragment awarded by the system filled him with anticipation. He wondered what law he would receive. He sank his divine sense into the fragment, focusing intently to comprehend it. Instantly, a vast life force surged toward him, brimming with vitality. The verdant power of the law spread like a tide, nourishing all things. The law of wood. Ling Xiao felt a slight disappointment. He had hoped for a top-tier law, but instead it was only the ordinary law of wood. Still, he was fortunate that the law of wood was one of the 5 elements laws. Having already mastered the laws of earth, fire, and water, he now needed only to comprehend the law of metal, and the 5 elements would be within his grasp. With this thought, he began to absorb the law fragment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nua returned to the 10,000 mountains. Seeing his sister's joyful expression, Fuxi could not help but ask, Sister, has the heavenly marriage succeeded? The pressure in his heart seemed to ease somewhat. If the heavenly marriage was achieved, his sister would obtain boundless merit, and as she had said, might even attain the Tao and become a sage. However, Nua smiled faintly and shook her head, saying, The heavenly marriage is off. The Sunstar deity is unwilling to enter into it. She spoke lightly, but Fuxi was taken aback. How could she be so happy after a failed heavenly marriage? Could she have been struck too hard? Sister, do not lose heart. If the heavenly marriage fails, we will find another way. Fuxi consoled her, but the pressure in his heart mounted, and he felt the future of the Yao clan darken. Brother who says there is no other way. Nua's smile grew even brighter. Fuxi was momentarily at a loss. Sister, is there truly another method? Are you all right? Of course I am. Nua's eyes sparkled with confidence. Although friend Ling Xiao refused the heavenly marriage, he gave me a new revelation. A great opportunity, a great merit. Is that so? Fuxi rose in surprise. Tell me the details. Nua nodded and recounted the events. Fuxi listened in silence, a trace of subtle envy passing through his heart. The 2 goddesses of the Moon Star were willing to marry Ling Xiao together, and even more unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had not only declined, but also proposed the method of creating the Yao script. Fuxi silently deduced and instantly realized that this matter was feasible, a great creation of heaven and earth. It would not only bring immeasurable merit to Nua, but also benefit the entire Yao race. Among the demon race today, innate great demons are born with divine light and supernatural powers, allowing them to comprehend the great Tao on their own. However, after tens of thousands of years of reproduction, the acquired demons have gradually declined. Without oral transmission from their ancestors, it is difficult for them to glimpse the path of cultivation. If the bloodline inheritance is severed, their descendants will eventually have their spiritual wisdom obscured, degenerating into mindless beasts. Hence, the creation of the demon script is the very foundation for sustaining the lineage of the demon race. Taoist Lin Xiao, this method is truly astonishing and brilliant. Fuxi praised sincerely. Though not of their kind, he could see the crux of the demon race's survival. Niwa smiled and nodded gently. The benefit of the demon script far surpasses the bond of the heavenly marriage. Fuxi suddenly looked up. Sister, did you not invite him into our demon race at that time? A trace of regret flickered in Niwa's eyes. At that moment, I was immersed in the mystery of the demon script and forgot about this matter. Opportunities not yet come cannot be forced, Fuxi sighed. The urgent task now is to perfect the demon script. Niwa suddenly recalled, Lin Xiao once said that if we have doubts we can consult Kunpeng. I wonder what deep meaning lies behind this. Fuxi pondered slightly. Perhaps because Kunpeng is an elder of the demon race, he can help us deliberate. Then let us go to the North Sea. Niwa gently flicked her sleeve, her smile flowing like moonlight. Fuxi and Niwa went directly to the mountains where Kunpeng dwelled in seclusion. At this moment Kunpeng was in his cave mansion deeply contemplating the Hongmeng primordial qi, yet he could never fathom its secrets. Sensing the presence of the siblings, he became wary inwardly. Could it be that the demon race and the witch race are about to engage in a decisive battle, Or have they set their sights on my Hongmeng purple qi? Since the battle of the three immortal islands, Kunpeng had grown exceedingly cautious. In a mere instant a multitude of conjectures flashed through his mind. Nevertheless, he still rose to greet them. What brings you two here today? Kunpeng performed a calm salute, his words neither humble nor arrogant. Now that he possessed the Hongmeng purple qi, he felt equal in status to the disciples of the Tao ancestor, and his words naturally revealed this confidence. Fuxi smiled slightly. We have come to seek your advice on a matter. Kunpeng's suspicion deepened. Seek advice. What could I possibly teach? Yet his expression remained impassive as he gestured, please come inside, and speak at length. After taking their seats, Kunpeng spoke again. I wonder what you wish to consult. In terms of Tao practice and magical power, I am no match for the two of you. He feigned humility, but inwardly he was quite conceited. Niwa took up the conversation. It concerns the demon script. We would like to hear your insights. The demon script. Kunpeng's gaze flickered and he felt an inexplicable tremor. Niwa briefly outlined the concept of the demon script, her words measured with precision. The more Kunpeng listened, the more his heart surged with excitement. He could not help but speak eloquently, his thoughts flowing like a mighty river, clearer than ever before. Fuxi and Niwa nodded frequently, especially Niwa, who, combining what she had previously gained an even clearer understanding of the demon script, as if she had touched the very key. I wonder if my words have been of any help to you. Kunpeng finally stopped speaking and asked with a smile. He was quite satisfied with his own discourse. Clear in reasoning, unique in insight, and his thoughts had flowed with remarkable clarity. Yes, most certainly. Niwa nodded in agreement, her mind suddenly enlightened. No wonder Lin Xiao had recommended Kunpeng. His comprehension of the demon script was indeed extraordinary. Never had she imagined that Kunpeng, usually so sinister and ruthless, could possess such profound insights. Taoist Lin Xiao was truly unfathomable, able to foresee even matters like this. Niwa marveled inwardly, her admiration for Lin Xiao deepening further, as if everything in the world lay within his grasp. To be able to assist you is truly my fortune. Kunpeng beamed with joy, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He had noticed the admiration in Niwa's expression. For so many years this was the first time he had seen such a side of Niwa. Taoist Kunpeng, your assistance benefits not only my sister, but the entire demon race. Fuxi spoke at the right moment, his words carrying praise, and his impression of Kunpeng had also changed. You flatter me. What do you mean? Kunpeng's expression froze as he suddenly realized something. The demon script. Was this a script created for the demon race? Niwa intended to use the demon script to benefit the entire race, and thereby obtain heavenly Tao merit. Kunpeng's mind raced. He snapped out of his earlier complacency, and quickly grasped the intentions of Niwa and Fuxi. If the demon script can be promoted, it will surely yield immense merit. Do you still not understand, Taoist? The demon script was established for our race. With it, the problem of inheritance for the demon race will be easily resolved. Fuxi explained with a smile, his words sincere. Yet that smile in Kunpeng's eyes seemed tinged with mockery. He felt he had been used. You never mentioned that this was for the demon race. Kunpeng was furious inwardly, but his face revealed nothing. He merely smiled faintly. To be able to serve the demon race is truly my fortune. To have the assistance of Taoist Kunpeng is truly a blessing for our race. Fuxi showed approval and responded gladly. You flatter me. Kunpeng waved his hand in refusal, his smile slightly stiff, a trace of strangeness flickering in his eyes. Once you two leave, I will establish the demon script first and spread it throughout the demon race. Then this opportunity will belong to me. He had already secretly plotted such great merit and fortune. How could he let Nuwa have it? As long as he took the lead, established the demon script, and obtained heavenly Tao merit, he could sever the second corpse, and even hope to attain enlightenment and become a saint. By then the demon race would be under his dominion. If Nuwa and Fushi dared to disobey, he could crush them with a flip of his hand. Haha, the merit of the demon script would ultimately be mine. Kunpeng sneered, inwardly his mind made up. He knew this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, fleeting and not to be missed. No wonder he had been racking his brains without a clue. It turned out this fortune would come to him on its own. Please attend to your affairs, we too will take our leave. Nuwa and Fushi rose, speaking with smiles. Farewell, farewell. Kunpeng replied politely, but inwardly he was eager to see them off, so he could quickly begin the work of creating the demon script. Once Nuwa and Fushi left Kunpeng's cave, the demon script in Nuwa's mind was instantly perfected. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes shimmering like stars radiant with divine light. Heavenly Tao above. Nuwa, perceiving the difficulties of the demon race in cultivation, hereby create the demon script to transmit the methods of cultivation. Nuwa's voice resounded through heaven and earth, and golden light burst from her brow, evolving into the 3,000 demon script characters. In response to the heavenly Tao, countless demons across the primordial land gained sudden enlightenment, the 3,000 characters appearing in their minds. In an instant, golden light flowed through the void, and vast oceans of merit light poured down, reviving all things and manifesting extraordinary phenomena. The overwhelming merit mostly belonged to Nuwa, while the remainder was distributed among Fushi, Kunpeng, and the multitude of demons. In an instant, the entire demon race's fortune soared, and their power increased dramatically. Kunpeng bathed in the golden light of merit, his cultivation gradually growing, but he felt no joy, only fury. He had never expected that Nuwa would establish the demon script the moment she stepped out of his cave. Why such haste? He had planned to refine the demon script a little more after Nuwa and Fushi left, and then act quietly to catch them off guard. How could he have known that Nuwa would strike first without any warning? Could it be that she feared I would beat her to it? Kunpeng's face darkened, and flames of rage surged in his eyes. Although he received a small amount of merit which allowed his long stagnant cultivation to advance, slightly thinking of the merit he could have monopolized. How infuriating. This merit should have been mine. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could level the 10,000 mountains. The meat that had been in his mouth had flown away. How could he who had never been willing to suffer a loss be content? The demon script appeared, and the heavenly Tao bestowed boundless merit, illuminating the primordial land. The demon race's fortune flourished vigorously, and the cultivation of all great demons steadily advanced. This was not only Nuwa's opportunity, but a feast for the entire demon race. Nuwa took the majority of the merit, with fortune enhancing her being. 9-colored divine light enveloped her graceful divine form. Her cultivation level soared, rapidly approaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Her expression was solemn, with golden clouds spreading above her head. A giant serpent phantom coiled above her, devouring vast merit, raising its head and swaying its tail as if intending to swallow heaven and earth. The vast spiritual energy surged from the 10,000 mountains, converging like 100 rivers flowing into the sea toward Nuwa. The immense spiritual energy gathered in the sky into clouds that obscured the heavens, churning endlessly. Nuwa parted her crimson lips slightly, and the vast spiritual clouds were drawn into her body like a whale drinking water. She gently raised her hand and stroked the void before her. In the hazy glow, a young girl dressed in splendid palace robes stepped forward gracefully. Her face was 7/10 similar to Nuwa's, but more youthful and spirited. The young girl smiled sweetly, bowed deeply to Nuwa, and in that instant hundreds of flowers bloomed around them. Nuwa returned the smile with a bow, and the girl transformed into a brilliant golden light, returning to Nuwa's body. In an instant, Nuwa's aura surged step by step, her cultivation breaking through to the mid-stage quasi-saint. The remaining golden merit light continued to merge into her divine body, making her pressure increasingly unfathomable. The sacred radiance shone upon the 8 desolates, and countless demons, as if by tacit agreement, kowtowed devoutly in that direction, their hearts filled with reverence and gratitude. The 10,000 mountains erupted. Nuwa's breakthrough invigorated all demons, sweeping away the dejection from their previous defeat by the witch race. This was a blessing for the demon race. Bei stroked his beard and sighed. The heavenly Tao merit just now had advanced his cultivation, benefiting him greatly. He recalled that Fushi had mentioned Nuwa's journey was to confirm the heavenly marriage, but unexpectedly, she had created the demon script. Bei pondered thoughtfully, vaguely sensing that this matter might be related to Lin Xiao. In his view, given Nuwa's abilities, without external assistance, creating the demon script would have been no easy task. The demon race is destined to rise. Gish, Jiuying, Jimeng, and other great powers could hardly contain their excitement. Nuwa, relying on the merit of establishing the demon script, had entered the mid-stage quasi-saint directly. Such cultivation coupled with vast merit made her the foremost figure under the saints. What thrilled them even more was that all demons had improved in cultivation, enabling them to contend with the witch race. Waves of jubilation swept through the demon race, an unprecedented spectacle. The immense aura of Nuwa severing the second corpse shook the primordial land, alarming all great powers. On Yujing Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing into the distance. Junior sister Nuwa has already severed the second corpse. Tongtian's tone was tinged with surprise. Yuanshi smiled calmly. Yet another boost from merit. She walks this path smoothly. His words carried a hint of disdain. In his eyes, severing the corpse through merit was not the true path. Laozi nodded slightly. To repeatedly obtain heavenly Dao merit shows her profound fortune. This woman should not be underestimated. Laozi nodded with a smile, his expression composed, showing no concern for Nuwa's severing of the second corpse. Such nonchalance surprised Yuanshi and Tongtian. They exchanged glances as if understanding something. Elder brother, have you also made a breakthrough? Laozi gently stroked his long white beard, his smile warm. Indeed, I too am about to sever the second corpse. As soon as the words fell, the celebratory clouds above Laozi's head surged black, and white qi intertwined, and rose, evolving into the form of the Taiji, with yin and yang qi flowing endlessly. A stern-faced Taoist stepped out from the celebratory clouds, his features resembling Laozi's, but exuding a sharp edge. Yuanshi and Tongtian were astonished, never expecting that their elder brother, whom they saw daily, had already quietly entered this realm. In the west, Mount Sumeru, Jane and Juanti sensed the fluctuations of Nuwa's corpse, severing their head halos, stirring slightly. They exchanged glances, both showing a trace of surprise. Nuwa has severed the second corpse through merit. Juanti's tone was sour, unable to hide his envy. This woman has a profound mastery of the way of merit. She indeed has exceptional qualities. Jane's voice was calm, but his eyes held a hidden longing. Fortunately, the three pure ones have not yet broken through, so we are not lagging behind. Juanti comforted himself, his expression easing slightly when mentioning the three pure ones. Jane nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, compared to the three pure ones, they were still on the same level. My. This is... Suddenly the two turned their heads simultaneously, sensing a vast aura soaring into the sky, identical to the fluctuations of Nuwa's corpse severing moments ago. Has Laozi also severed the second corpse? Jane's countenance darkened, while Juanti's face turned ashen pale. No sooner had they compared themselves to the three pure ones than reality delivered a resounding slap. Jane and Juanti sensed Laozi's breakthrough, and their hearts instantly lost their equilibrium. How could this be? Moments ago they were at the same level, yet in the blink of an eye a chasm had opened. Laozi's act had undoubtedly humiliated the two Westerners. Pressure descended upon them. Among the 6 saints of the primordial era were they fated to be the only ones at the bottom. Senior brother, do you have any sign of severing the corpse? Juanti suddenly came to his senses and asked first. Laozi was the foremost of the three pure ones. You, Jane, are the venerated one of the West. If you do not break through, who else will? Jane's expression froze for a moment, then he said in a deep voice, soon. I am already 80% there. The second corpse is within reach. He answered glibly, making a rough calculation and giving a vague reply. It was both perfunctory and utterly unreasonable. Juanti smiled and nodded, declaring loudly, excellent. That is well, my brother. We must not let the three pure ones outshine us. Hearing this, Jane glanced at him sideways, muttering inwardly. You speak so grandly, but why don't you cultivate diligently yourself? Laozi's successful severing of the corpse indeed put immense pressure on Jane, far more than the pressure Nuwa had brought. Nuwa had severed her corpse through merit, which was ultimately a shortcut. Laozi, however, had achieved it through solid cultivation, yet he still did not lag behind Nuwa, a testament to the terrifying depth of his cultivation. Senior brother, in your opinion, can we also sever our corpses through merit? Juanti spoke again, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Jane's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, he replied slowly. That plan is not unfeasible, but the heavenly Tao's merit is not something easily obtained. In the past, we gathered the fortune of the West to reach the great perfection of Daoyuo. Now if we seek merit again, where would we begin? These words were like a bucket of cold water, sobering Juanti somewhat. As Jane said, the heavenly Tao's merit must follow the will of heaven. It cannot be forced. Otherwise all efforts would be in vain. Cultivate with a focused mind, and make sure to sever your corpse before Yuanshi and Tongtian. Jane said solemnly, his tone grave. Fortunately, Yuanshi and Tongtian had not yet severed their corpses, leaving room to catch up. Otherwise they would have lost all face. Juanti nodded seriously, temporarily setting aside the thought of seeking merit, and settled into deep meditation. Inside the Penga temple, the ancestral witches also sensed the abnormal movements of the demon clan. Dijiang gazed into the distance, and said calmly, Nuwa actually created the demon script, drawing down the heavenly Tao's merit. The demon clan's fortune has indeed increased. A desperate struggle, rather amusing. The remaining ancestral witches all sneered coldly, completely indifferent to the rise of the demon clan's fortune. In the many years of warfare, the Witch Clan had grown stronger with each battle, and they had no fear of the Demon Clan's expansion. In their eyes, no matter how much the Demon Clan struggled, they could never match the edge of the Witch Clan. The Demon Clan created their script. Can we follow suit and create a witch script? Unlike the other ancestral witches, Hutu was deep in thought, considering whether they could also create their own written language. At these words, the other ancestral witches all showed surprise, as if startled by the idea. Sister Hutu, our witch clan was born for battle. Why would we need such a useless thing as a witch script? Zhurong laughed loudly, thinking it was an unnecessary move. Rough and bold, as they were, why bother imitating such trivialities? We only believe in Father God. Why would we need the Heavenly Tao's merit? Creating a witch script is utterly superfluous. Zhu Jiuyin's expression was indifferent, scoffing at the so-called Heavenly Tao's merit. Even if it were offered freely, he would never accept it. In my view, creating the demon script is equally meaningless. The Demon Clan's destruction is already fated. Xuanming's tone was cold and proud. Her formidable strength left her with no concerns. For tens of thousands of years, she had stepped into the mid-stage of quasi-sage, second only to Dijun. Although she was the youngest ancestral witch besides Hutu, her strength had long surpassed that of most of her elder brothers. Dijun listened to the ancestral witch's discussion, lost in thought. Zhu Jiuyin's words reminded him of a long-neglected issue: worshipping Father God. Dong Wanggong had once said that the ancestral witch's path to sainthood was limited to two: one was to worship Father God, and the other was to gather Father God's remaining blessings. Yet they had still not acted upon it. Now the Demon Clan was using the Heavenly Tao's merit to enhance their strength and fortune, which stirred a thought in his mind. The blood pool seems to be stirring. Could Gonggong and the others have recovered? Zhurong suddenly spoke, and the other ancestral witches gradually sensed it as well. Since the battle at 3 Immortal Island, Gonggong, Gomong, and Xihe had been recuperating in the blood pool, showing no sign of activity. Now that the blood pool was stirring, they were likely about to awaken. The 9 ancestral witches rushed to the blood pool, where 3 columns of blood-tinged, baleful energy shot into the sky. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy drum-like heartbeat resounded in all directions. The blood pool churned, waves surging as if the sea itself were raging. After a moment, 3 towering figures stepped out of the waves, their baleful aura oppressive. Gonggong, Gomong, and Xihe had fully awakened. After breaking down, they had rebuilt themselves, their cultivation even greater than before. Haha, excellent. Brothers, you have finally returned. Xiangliang's voice was like thunder, deeply relieved to see the 3 unharmed. After all, they had gone together to 3 Immortal Island. If Gonggong and the others had fallen, he would have been consumed by guilt. Gonggong, Gomong, and Xihe strode forward. After tens of thousands of years of slumber, seeing their siblings again felt like a lifetime apart. After the exchange of pleasantries, Gonggong suddenly recalled the culprit who had nearly caused his fall. The long-suppressed fury erupted once more, burning with boundless hatred. Elder brother, I will not rest until this vengeance is taken. I will charge straight to the Sun Star and tear those 3 golden crows into pieces, he roared, unable to wait any longer. Enough. You have just recovered. Do you want to go and die again? Zhurong stepped forward to block Gonggong, shouting sternly. This act instantly angered Gonggong, who glared at him. Zhurong, what do you mean? Look down on me. Zhurong shrugged, saying flatly, take it as you will. Gonggong was furious, his aura surging wildly. As the two were about to come to blows, Dijun shouted harshly, stop. Both of you cease this. Put aside the matter of revenge for now. There are more important things to attend to. What things? The ancestral witches asked in unison. Worship Father God, Dijun answered solemnly. At these words, all the ancestral witches were taken aback, clearly not expecting this. Worship Father God, and seek his blessings. Since the Heavenly Tao has bestowed merit upon the Demon Clan, Father God should also protect our witch clan. Dijun's expression was grave, his tone resolute and unwavering. Excellent. Worshipping Father God is our duty. Let's not delay, act now. All the ancestral witches responded in agreement, with no objections. On this matter they had never been divided, they were unanimously supportive. But where should we perform the worship? The entire primordial world is the transformation of Father God. Xiangliang asked in confusion. Naturally at Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain is the transformation of Father God's spine, most capable of manifesting his unyielding will. It is close at hand, making it the most convenient place for worship. Xianming answered immediately. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, all staring at Xiangliang with strange looks, as if he were the only one who didn't know. What are you looking at? I was just asking casually, Xiangliang retorted. Dijun looked around at the crowd and commanded, summon the clansmen from all tribes. We set out immediately for Buzhou Mountain to worship Father God together. As you command, the other 11 ancestral witches answered in unison. Soon the 12 ancestral witches left the Panga Temple and returned to their respective tribes to gather their people. In the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, the witch clan tribes were numerous. Before long, under the leadership of the 12 ancestral witches, millions of witch clan members marched in a mighty procession toward Buzhou Mountain. Behind the 12 ancestral witches followed the elite great witches of each tribe. After tens of thousands of years of warfare, these great witches had risen to prominence, their renown second only to the ancestral witches. Great witches such as Qiao Xingtiandei Quafu and Jiufeng all possessed the cultivation of Daluo Golden Immortal with unmatched combat prowess. They had swept through the demon clan in the Great War invincible. The witch clan's army surged with overwhelming momentum, their baleful aura spreading for hundreds of millions of miles. The heavens changed color, and the void trembled. The 12 ancestral witches stood towering, each step shaking the mountains and rivers, their baleful aura coiling like dragons. Among the ancestral witches, Hutu noticed that Gonggong still wore a scowl, seemingly not yet over the earlier incident. She stepped forward to persuade him. "Brother, are you still troubled by this?" She knew that if Gonggong's resentment was not resolved, it might cause discord among the brothers in the future. Indeed, Gonggong replied bluntly without concealment. As the ancestral witch of water, his temperament was as fiery as a flame. Huta let out a soft sigh and said gently, "Brother Zhurong's words were also out of concern for you. Please don't take it to heart. Sister, you don't need to defend him. What for my own good? He clearly opposes me at every turn." Gonggong retorted coldly. "That's not true. I understand your desire for revenge, but the time is not right. Perhaps you don't know that during the years you were sleeping, the primordial world has undergone earth-shattering changes. For example, those 3 golden crows on the Sun Star. Have you ever considered that the Lin Xiao who defeated you back then was merely a clone? Even now that our strength has greatly increased, seeking revenge at this moment is still unwise. Just a few days ago, the demon clan created the demon script, which caused their fortune to surge and their power to rise accordingly. If we rashly attack the golden crows, we might give the demon clan an opportunity." Hutu explained, patiently unwilling to let Gonggong harbor a rift. "What? A clone? The one that crushed us on 3 Immortal Island was merely a clone of Lin Xiao." Gonggong was shocked. Hearing this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If a single clone was so formidable, how terrifying must the original be? Thinking of this, he seemed to understand why no one had responded when he mentioned tearing the golden crows apart. In the past, the brothers would have rolled up their sleeves and gone with him to fight. No wonder they were so cautious. It seemed this revenge would indeed be difficult to attain. Brothers' meaning is to first defeat the demon clan, elevate our strength, and then deal with the 3 golden crows. That would be the prudent course. Hutu continued to explain. After hearing this, Gonggong understood in his heart. The memories of tens of thousands of years of slumber gradually became clear, and the current situation was now evident. Understanding was one thing, but Zhurong's attitude earlier still displeased him. He did not say much, merely burying this discontent deep in his heart. Soon the 12 ancestral witches led their people to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Gazing up at the majestic Buzhou Mountain that stood tall like a pillar holding up the sky, Dijun declared loudly, his voice echoing across heaven and earth. "Father God above, today Dijun leads the descendants of Father God's bloodline to pay homage." As his words fell, the other 11 ancestral witches responded in unison. Then millions of witch clan members knelt before Buzhou Mountain, the transformation of Pangu's spine. They did not revere the heavenly Tao, nor did they honor the saints. They venerated only Pangu. Next, the great witches presented offerings. The remains of great demon clan demons and giant beasts tens of thousands of feet long, all laid out before Buzhou Mountain. Hundreds of millions of witch clan members chanted ancient incantations, performing a mysterious ritual. Centered on Buzhou Mountain, this overwhelming momentum swept across the 8 wastelands, traversed the boundless earth, and echoed through the vast heavens. Instantly, many powerful beings in the eastern part of the primordial world were drawn by this grand spectacle. Witnessing the witch clan's actions, many chuckled. Is the witch clan imitating the demon clan? In the past, the demon clan created their script and received the heavenly Tao's merit. Now the witch clan is worshipping Pangu, seeking Father God's protection. The demon clan received the heavenly Tao's reward, which must have made the witch clan restless, hence this grand worship. In the hearts of the ancestral witches, Pangu is the supreme existence, their very sky. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao had just finished refining the fragment of the wood law when he was attracted by the commotion stirred up by the witch clan. Gazing at the hundreds of millions of witch clan members kneeling and worshipping toward Buzhou Mountain, a faint starlight shimmered in his eyes. After Pangu created the world, his body transformed into all things. Though dead, he lived on. Buzhou Mountain, as the transformation of his spine, carried profound significance. Such devout worship by the witch clan would likely indeed trigger a phenomenon. After all, their reverence for Pangu was unmatched in the primordial world. As he pondered, the witch clan ceremony was nearing its end. Suddenly, an ancient aura that spanned the entire primordial world surged out from Buzhou Mountain, supreme and majestic, then vanished in an instant. After that vast primordial aura receded like a tide, the 12 ancestral witches remained frozen in place. Was that Father God manifesting? Dijun's voice trembled. In their days, they seemed to see the figure who had split heaven and earth gazing down at them with a kind expression. Xiangliang suddenly knocked his head against the ground, shattering the rocks. Father God's blessing. The other ancestral witches also knelt in fervent worship. When that aura swept past, their spiritual platforms suddenly became clear, as if an invisible gift had merged into their bloodline. Upon Yujing Mountain, the three pure ones rose abruptly. Yuanshi fixed his gaze toward Buzhou Mountain. Brother, is that truly the Father God's aura? It appears to be so. Laozi spoke in a low voice, his eyes locked upon Buzhou Mountain, his expression impassive. If that is the case, perhaps those lowly members of the Wu tribe have received the blessing of Pangu, the Father God. Yuanshi's tone was icy, laced with bitter resentment. How could such inferior beings as the Wu tribe deserve the Father God's favor? Likely so. I never expected their worship of Buzhou Mountain to awaken even a trace of the Father God's will. Laozi frowned slightly. What appeared to be the primitive acts of the Wu tribe had inadvertently summoned a lingering fragment of Pangu's consciousness. He was not naive enough to believe Pangu had truly awakened, yet since Buzhou Mountain was formed from the Father God's spine, it held some possibility of harboring residual will. If the Wu tribe has truly received the Father God's gift, how should we respond? Yuanshi asked gravely, his eyes gleaming. As the legitimate heirs of Pangu, we ought to claim everything the Father God left behind. Tong Tian observed the expressions of his two elder brothers and understood their thoughts, so he swallowed the words on his tongue. On the Sunstar, Lin Xiao was also startled by his own conjecture. A lingering will of Pangu that has not perished. Watching the 12 ancestral Wu perform their fervent worship, doubts began to stir within him. Could the will of Pangu truly have bestowed an opportunity upon the Wu tribe? Though the aura he had sensed was merely a remnant instinct of Pangu, it might still have granted the Wu tribe some profound fortune. But was that aura truly Pangu? Another thought suddenly occurred to Lin Xiao. Never mind, what does it matter to me? Focusing on cultivation is what truly matters. He chuckled softly, gathering his thoughts and resuming his practice. With tensions between the Wu and Yao tribes escalating daily, a decisive confrontation could erupt at any moment. Before that, he must advance to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian realm as swiftly as possible to navigate whatever upheaval lay ahead. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the Wu tribe's earth-shaking worship gradually subsided. The 12 ancestral Wu quickly returned to the Pangu temple. Did you all receive guidance from the Father God? Dijun asked, eagerly scanning the assembled ancestral Wu. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison, unable to conceal their jubilation. Some had initially believed only they had been favored, yet all 12 had received their blessings. Take Xiangliang, for instance. He had knelt most devoutly, convinced he was the Father God's most beloved descendant, only to discover the others shared in the grace. From what I sense, this may be a formation array requiring all 12 of us to activate it together. Dijun continued, having examined it carefully moments before. His keen intellect had readily discerned this. Indeed, I felt it as well. Zhu Jiuyin spoke calmly, though his measured tone concealed a flicker of excitement. The 12 ancestral Wu were already invincible, united, and with the Father God's blessing now upon them, who could possibly stand against them? Dong Wenggong spoke truthfully. The path to sainthood for our tribe requires both the sacred rituals and the gathering of Pangu's scattered inheritances. Now that we have received the Father God's gift, we can proceed to the next stage. Dijun said with a smile, approval evident in his eyes. This man had been wise enough not to deceive. Huta listened, her gaze shifting subtly. She had harbored doubts about Dong Wenggong's so-called path to sainthood, but with one method now manifesting, her skepticism naturally dissolved. This alone proved the approach was genuine. Elder brother, what should we do next? An ancestral Wu asked eagerly, his confidence surging from the Father God's bestowal, his fighting spirit boiling over within him. A sharp smile played at the corners of Dijun's lips. Naturally, we go gather the Father God's remaining legacies. Excellent. That's precisely what we shall do. Where shall we begin? The suggestion drew immediate agreement from the assembled ancestral Wu. At this moment, they would have marched straight for Xiao Palace, without hesitation, their blood already running hot with anticipation. I suggest we seize Taiyin Star and the Sun Star first. They were transformed from the Father God's eyes, carrying profound significance. Gomong proposed, though his words carried a hint of personal interest. If we are to gather the Father God's remaining blessings, starting from the beginning makes the most sense. Taiyin and the Sun are indeed excellent choices. His proposal quickly gained support from most of the ancestral Wu. Though we are short 3 brothers now that all 12 ancestral Wu have reunited, who in the entire primordial world could match us? Brother, I believe we should hold off on Taiyin and the Sun for now. The 3-legged golden crows on Sunstar are formidable opponents. We should proceed methodically. If we push them too hard, they may join forces with the Yao tribe, complicating matters. Huta raised her objection once more. She had always sensed the 3-legged golden crows of Sunstar were not to be underestimated, and acting rashly could invite unforeseen consequences. Sister, you're being overly cautious. An ancestral Wu remarked with a laugh, unconcerned. All eyes then turned to Dijun as they awaited his decision. The remaining 11 ancestral Wu watched him intently. Wherever their elder brother pointed they would strike. As long as there was battle to be had they feared nothing. Dijun sensed the fierce battle hunger in his brothers and sisters, knowing this conflict was inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, he had made his decision. As Hudu had suggested, Sun Star should not be provoked lightly. The Golden Crows were formidable opponents, and even a victorious engagement would come at an uncertain cost. Until the Yao tribe was dealt with, confronting the Golden Crows directly would be unwise. Once they had fully comprehended the formation array, there would be ample time to act. The formation left by the Father God was extraordinary. If all 12 ancestral Wu could combine their power with it, the resulting strength would be incalculable. After pondering for a moment, Dijun spoke decisively. We begin at Buzhou Mountain, with our first target being West Kunlun. Some ancestral Wu felt a twinge of disappointment that their elder brother had not chosen Sun Star, but quickly reconsidered. Once they took that first step, momentum would carry them forward. When they had gathered all of the Father God's legacy, Sun Star would naturally fall to them in due course. West Kunlun and East Kunlun belonged to the same mountain range as Buzhou, positioned east and west of each other, separated by no great distance, both connected to the heavenly pillar. With East Kunlun already under Wu tribe control, seizing West Kunlun proved a sound strategic decision. The ancestral Wu agreed without hesitation. They cared little for whose territory West Kunlun was. They simply acted on their will. Beyond the sun in the heavens and the Tao Palace in the chaos, all of the primordial world held equal significance for them. They moved where they chose, guided only by their desires. Elder brother, must we deploy the full force for mere West Kunlun? 3 of us are more than sufficient. It has been a long slumber. We could use the exercise. Hongmeng declared with hearty laughter. Gong and Xihe nodded enthusiastically in agreement. You intend to hog this for yourselves? Xiangliang protested indignantly, having looked forward to wreaking havoc himself, only to be undercut by these 3. Dijun chuckled and shook his head. Very well, the 3 of you shall go, while the rest remain to study the Father God's formation array. West Kunlun was the domain of the Queen Mother of the West, and 3 ancestral Wu would be more than adequate. As you command. The assembled ancestral Wu responded in unison, falling silent. Hongmeng, Gong and Xihe quickly rallied their forces and surged toward West Kunlun in overwhelming numbers. Displaying no restraint, their killing intent pierced the heavens, as over 10,000 Wu warriors followed behind, including more than 100 great Wu. The primordial world stretched before them. Ferocious beasts roamed wild, ancient forests towered skyward, and mountains and rivers stood magnificent. Wherever the Wu tribe passed, demonic beasts were reduced to mist of blood, devoured as sustenance. The army advanced like a torrent, unsettling the powerful beings scattered throughout the realm. The 3 ancestral Wu led their forces directly toward West Kunlun, their imposing presence striking terror. The Queen Mother of the West sensed the disturbance and emerged from her sanctuary, standing midway up the mountain, to observe the oncoming Wu tribe. Friends, why do you trespass upon West Kunlun? She questioned coldly, already suspecting the Wu tribe's intentions were far from benign. West Kunlun belongs to our Wu tribe. Withdraw immediately. Gong's voice rolled forth like thunder, sending the inhabitants of West Kunlun shivering in fear. The Queen Mother of the West wore a grave expression as the female immortals behind her paled, overwhelmed by the menacing aura pressing down upon them. This is my sanctuary, begone. Preposterous. West Kunlun adjoins Buzhou Mountain, which is the spine of our Father God. You have occupied this land without our permission. Gong replied with unshakable conviction, showing no sense of impropriety. The manifestation of Pangu's will had only reinforced the ancestral Wu's conviction that they alone were the true descendants of Pangu, and that the entire primordial world rightfully belonged to the Wu tribe. Absurd. The primordial world was all formed from the body of great Pangu. Does that mean it all belongs to you? The Queen Mother of the West asked, barely containing her fury. Yet reason held no weight against such brazen ancestral Wu. Well said. Gong laughed in agreement, entirely missing the sarcasm. Enough talk. You've seized our territory and still dare to argue. That deserves punishment. Xihe pressed forward impatiently as though wronged beyond endurance. The Queen Mother of the West fell silent, then laughed bitterly in sheer rage as she activated her treasure and struck. Though she knew she could not prevail, she intended to make the Wu tribe pay. You seek death. We offer you mercy, yet you steal our lands and dare strike. The 3 ancestral Wu roared their violent power, tearing through heaven and earth, engulfing the Queen Mother of the West. Retreat immediately. The Queen Mother of the West wielded her plain cloud realm banner, radiating brilliant light to shield herself. Above West Kunlun, the fairy maidens hesitated briefly before turning and fleeing. They knew fully well that staying would only make them a burden. War drums thundered as great Wu warriors charged forward, their blood-red, killing aura enveloping the entire immortal mountain in moments. The plain cloud realm banner shattered under the combined assault of the 3 ancestral Wu, and the Queen Mother of the West was sent flying backward, immortal blood scattering across the sky. The wounded Queen Mother of the West stabilized herself, astonishment flashing across her eyes. Even wielding a primordial supreme treasure, she could scarcely withstand 3 moves against the trio of ancestral Wu. This reminded her of how Lin Xiao had once fought 6 ancestral Wu single-handedly. Retreat. The Queen Mother of the West decisively raised her treasure banner, gathering the fairies as she broke through the void to escape. About time. Why accept such humiliation? Xize's laughter echoed across heaven and earth. The 3 ancestral Wu made no attempt to pursue, their objective had been achieved. West Kunlun now belongs to our Wu tribe. Gong manifested his divine form. A serpent-headed giant wreathed in dark waters, his voice shaking the 8 directions. Living beings within 10,000 li trembled in fear and began planning their migrations. The powerful beings who had witnessed the battle were unsurprised by the outcome. Against 3 ancestral Wu fighting in concert, the Queen Mother of the West stood no chance unless she could somehow become 3. During her flight, the Queen Mother of the West's face was like ice. She had always remained detached from worldly affairs, yet today, she suffered such an unexpected calamity. The loss of her immortal mountain jolted her to a harsh realization: in this primordial world, even those who sought no conflict would have disaster come seeking them out. What concerned her even more was the Wu tribe's escalating ambition. In their brief encounter, those ancestral Wu had treated the entire primordial world as their personal domain, claiming to be the sole legitimate heirs of Pangu. If left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. The Wu tribe had already marked the primordial world as theirs for the taking. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes flickered with determination. She understood she needed allies to counter the Wu tribe's arrogance. As the divinely appointed leader of the immortal maidens, maintaining order in the primordial world was her duty, and if she allowed the Wu tribe to throw the heavens into chaos, the Tao ancestor would surely punish her. She led her fairy attendants to take refuge at another immortal mountain for recuperation. Unfolding the plain cloud realm banner, the surviving fairies emerged one by one. These golden immortals and Daluo golden immortals who had followed her for tens of thousands of years proved so fragile before the Wu tribe. Your Majesty, West Kunlun has fallen. Where should we go? Asked the fairy in green, still shaken from the battle. The Queen Mother of the West replied solemnly, Rest for now, and we shall decide our next move. Already she had formulated a plan. To journey to the 100,000 mountains and seek the aid of Nuwa. Just as the fairies prepared to depart, auspicious clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. There appeared Dong Wanggong, leading a retinue of immortals resplendent in pearls and jewels, transformed from his former self. Friend and Tao companion, Queen Mother of the West, I heard you were besieged by the Wu tribe and came to aid you. Though I regret arriving too late, said Dong Wanggong, a look of shame crossing his features. The Queen Mother of the West inquired calmly, How did you know we were here? Dong Wanggong smiled. As the head of the male immortals, I have my ways of receiving information. Please speak plainly, friend. What brings you here? How would you like to co-rule the immortal court with me? The Wu tribe runs rampant, disrupting the primordial world. As the divinely appointed leaders of male and female immortals, it is our duty to work together to safeguard the peace of heaven and earth. Dong Wanggong's expression grew grave, though a flicker of discomfort crossed his eyes. The Wu tribe's aggressive seizure of West Kunlun was clearly an attempt to claim Pangu's inherited blessings, exactly as he had predicted before. If the Queen Mother of the West learned of his involvement in this matter, she would likely refuse to let it rest. The Queen Mother of the West's gaze flickered slightly, as she said calmly, Maintaining the primordial world does not necessarily require you. The Demon Clan is now powerful and Nuwa is on good terms with me. Rather than seeking you out, I would rather form an alliance with the Demon Clan. Dong Wanggong smiled composedly and replied, My friend, your words are mistaken. The Demon Clan is ultimately xenophobic. Unless one submits, it is difficult to gain a foothold. But in the immortal court, it is different. You and I shall share authority with no distinction of rank. His gaze was clear, his words sincere. The immortal court was in its prime of expansion. If it could gain the aid of the Queen Mother of the West and her female immortals, it would surely advance further and one day rule over the primordial world. The Queen Mother of the West pondered for a moment, weighing the options. Allying with the Demon Clan would ultimately place her in a subordinate position, whereas Dong Wanggong's proposal of co-governing the immortal court was not a bad strategy. Are your words true? She asked solemnly. Dong Wanggong felt joy in his heart, but maintained a grave expression, no falsehoods. The leaders of male and female immortals have always been equal. The immortal court should naturally be jointly governed by you and me. His words were emphatic, yet he made no oath, quietly leaving some leeway. The Queen Mother of the West seemed not to notice. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. Fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong, since you propose this, we shall join the immortal court and work together to safeguard the peace of the primordial world. Her expression was solemn, and as her phoenix-like eyes shifted, there was a natural air of majesty. Her long career as the leader of female immortals had already endowed her with extraordinary bearing. Excellent. Such a decision from fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West. is truly a blessing for all beings in the primordial world. Dong Wang Gong beamed with joy, portraying the Queen Mother's consent as a world-saving act, as if the survival of the primordial world depended on it. Such exaggerated remarks made the accompanying immortals avert their gazes unnaturally. Too much, indeed too much. No need to speak further, nor do you need to flatter me. It is merely doing one's duty. The Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly, her tone flat, but what lay in her heart was unknown to anyone. Splendid. From now on we shall work together with one heart to protect the primordial world. Dong Wang Gong clapped his hands and laughed. With that they set off for the Purple Mansion Island in the East Sea. The Wu clan had occupied West Kunlun for a millennium. On this day the Wu clan once again launched an offensive against the Demon Clan. Unlike before, this campaign was exceptionally fierce, with a momentum that shook the heavens. Previously, because the three ancestral witches, Gomong Gonggong and Shizi, had not arrived, the Wu clan had held back. Now with all 12 ancestral witches gathered, they no longer had any restraint. The 12 ancestral witches took turns leading the troops, constantly expanding their territory. In just 10,000 years the Wu clan had almost swept across the eastern part of the primordial world, with the flames of war spreading across heaven and earth. All living beings could sense that this time the Wu clan was increasingly reckless, as if they would not stop until one side was destroyed. On this day several great witches of the Wu clan encountered numerous demon lords of the Demon Clan. Bai Zai Jimeng Jiao Gui Che, Fei Lianing Zhao, and many newly arisen great demons. The moment the two clans' powerhouses met, they fought without reservation, with blood, chi soaring to the heavens, divine light tearing the sky, and killing intent filling the wilderness. In an instant each side unleashed their most powerful divine abilities, battling for life and death. Boom! The sky collapsed, and the earth sank. Gods and ghosts wailed. Such a level of fierce battle was beyond imagination, causing the universe to tremble, laws to become chaotic, as if the world were being recreated. This battle made all beings tremble. Within a radius of billions of li, countless cultivators' souls quaked, unable to breathe. If not for some beings who had foreseen the calamity and evacuated this area, the blue sky would have been stained with blood, and bones would have piled into mountains. As the fierce battle grew intense, the mighty fighters fought all the way to the outer realms, even approaching the edge of chaos. Several figures interweaved and entangled, turning into streaks of light that tore at the heavens and earth. Their attacks were as fast as lightning, their killing moves extremely sharp. From time to time divine blood splattered, dyeing the stars. Bang! In the vast void, countless worlds shattered one after another. Wherever the two majestic figures passed, all things were annihilated. Huge stars blocked the way, but they turned to dust with a light brush of their sleeves. The 12 ancestral witches had fallen into a frenzy of slaughter, completely forgetting that these stars were originally transformed from the hairs of Father Pangu. Although the Demon Clan had many great powers, they were gradually defeated when besieging the ancestral witches. Several great demons even had their bodies explode and barely managed to avoid death. Even though the Demon Clan had strong physical bodies, they were as fragile as paper before the ancestral witches. The Dharma manifestations of both sides pierced through heaven and earth. Every breath they took caused the starry river to lose its luster. This shocking battle was projected in all directions through formation arrays. The onlookers' souls trembled, and even their breathing seemed to stop. Base beasts, how dare you defile our clan's territory? Today I will make you vanish in body and soul. Chang Liang's roar shook the universe. He looked down upon the Demon Clan generals, his eyes filled with contempt. Mutilated barbarians, the primordial world is destined to be ruled by our Demon Clan. Guiche shrieked sharply. His body was bathed in blood, and he had lost 4 of his 9 heads. Beside him, Jiao was also missing some heads. The weaker demons were even annihilated in the fierce battle. Noisy feathered beasts, watch me twist off your remaining heads. Wherever Zhurong's gaze fell, the void ignited with sky-burning divine fire. The earth-shattering slaughter lasted for a long time, and finally the Demon Clan was defeated and fled. The iron cavalry of the Wu clan trampled on blood, continuing to expand their territory. Amidst the flames of war, Jian of the Western sect was the first to slay the second corpse, restoring the face of the Western sect. Yuanshi and Tongtian broke through one after another. It was not until 10,000 years later that Zhuanti completed the slaying of the corpse. Thus all 6 saints under the Dao ancestor had reached this realm. Among the Demon Clan, Kunpeng lived up to expectations and successfully slew the second corpse, becoming the second quasi-saint at the second corpse level after Nuwa. However, the situation for the Demon Clan remained grim. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the strength of the ancestral witches had risen rapidly. By expanding their territory and plundering resources, they had greatly boosted the power of the Wu clan under their command. In addition, collecting the remnants of Pangu also brought them immense fortune. Initially, the Wu clan only seized the famous mountains and great rivers transformed from Pangu and the immortal cultivation grounds. Later, they simply waged large-scale wars, turning every place they conquered into Wu clan territory. Their thinking was extremely straightforward. If they could occupy the entire primordial world, wouldn't that be equivalent to gathering all the fortune left by Father Pangu. With this conviction, their attacks became even more ferocious, expanding all the way, incorporating all conquered lands into the Wu clan's domain. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao's Law of Fire and Law of Yang had both reached the perfection of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm. With just one more step, completely mastering one of these laws, he could advance to the mixed Yuan Primordial Golden Immortal. In addition, over these tens of thousands of years, he had also comprehended the Law of Metal, and with the help of the Devouring Gourd gained insight into the Law of Devouring. Thus he had mastered the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If he could integrate them, he would fully comprehend the law of the 5 elements. Almost. Only one step away from the mixed Yuan Primordial Golden Immortal. Lin Xiao murmured to himself with laws flowing in his eyes and extraordinary phenomena appearing. Every move he made contained supreme power. Now he had reached the perfection of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, with only a single barrier left to the mixed Yuan Primordial Golden Immortal. Once he broke through, he could enter a whole new realm. However, this step, though seemingly closed, was extremely difficult. It might be broken in an instant, or it might take a long time. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao already had a clear plan. He would first break through to the mixed Yuan Primordial Golden Immortal with the Law of Fire, or the Law of Yang, and then gradually cultivate the other laws. He had never thought of cultivating all laws to perfection before advancing together. His gaze swept to a certain part of the Sun Star, where Dijun and Taiyi were still in seclusion, trying to break through to the late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. After tens of thousands of years, the two remained motionless. Law cultivation was like this: the further one went, the harder it became. Even with fragments of the creation jade disc, it still required a long time. Without the aid of treasures like the Chaos Pearl or the creation jade disc, the path of law cultivation was indeed difficult. Lin Xiao could clearly sense that over these tens of thousands of years, the suppression of the heavenly Tao had become increasingly strong. This meant that Hongjun was about to complete his merger with the Tao. The act of merging with the Tao was originally meant to complete the heavenly Tao, and the perfection of the heavenly Tao would inevitably impose a stronger binding force on the entire primordial world. From then on, the path of law cultivation for ordinary beings would be completely cut off. Fortunately, they still had something to rely on, otherwise they would have already collapsed. Ding! The Wu demon calamity has reached a critical juncture. The demon clan is retreating steadily and urgently needs aid. Please make the following choice. Option 1, appear immediately, reverse the battle situation, wipe out the Wu clan, annihilate the 12 ancestral witches, reward 3 drops of Pangu essence. Option 2, stay out of trouble, never involve in the calamity, reward 1 innate spiritual treasure. Just as Lin Xiao was deep in thought, the long unheard system notification sounded, accompanied by enticing generous rewards. Critical juncture. Lin Xiao glanced at the rewards and murmured to himself. The phrase critical juncture was quite intriguing. Just how critical it was, no one knew. 3 drops of Pangu essence. Pangu is also miserable. After his body transformed into the world, he still has to be drained of marrow and bones by the system. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly with a hint of teasing. It seemed the system had gone to some trouble to lure him out. 3 drops of Pangu essence, neither too many nor too few, exactly matched the number of the 3 golden crows. Unfortunately, he had already decided not to involve himself in the calamity. No matter how generous the rewards, they could not shake his resolve. System, I choose option 2. Lin Xiao said without hesitation. He had chosen this second option too many times, almost turning himself into a 2. No reward can shake my Tao heart. Lin Xiao's will was firm. He put aside distracting thoughts, focused his mind, and continued to cultivate. In the 100,000 mountains, the demon clan's camp. The Wu clan's attacks are growing fiercer. If this continues, even the 100,000 mountains may not be defended. Kuenping's voice was laced with anxiety, his face as dark as ink. His dissatisfaction was not only directed at the Wu clan, but also implied resentment towards his fellow demon clan members, blaming them for their incompetence in resisting the enemy. I have a feeling that this time the Wu clan is determined to win, as if they will not stop until they annihilate the demon clan. Fushi's expression was grave. He was skilled in divination and could glimpse a hint of the heavenly secrets that ordinary people could not perceive. What is there to fear? At worst, we fight to the death and perish together. Guiche was furious. Over the years he had clashed with the ancestral witches, losing repeatedly, and his heads had almost been shattered. Such deep hatred and humiliation had nearly driven him mad. Guiche, save it. If we could really perish together with the Wu clan, we wouldn't have suffered such a miserable defeat. Jimeng sighed, speaking bluntly. This was not to dampen morale, but to state the truth. Over tens of thousands of years, the Wu clan had almost crushed their fighting spirit. They had thought that after Nuwa created the demon clan script, the demon clan's fortune would greatly increase, their strength would improve, and they could contend with the Wu clan. But who knew that the Wu clan's growth would be even faster, and the demon clan still could not match them? Nuwa listened quietly to the discussions among the demons, her expression solemn, with a deeper gravity in her brows. Tens of thousands of years ago, the will of Lord Pangu, seemed to bestow many fortunes upon the Wu clan, causing their strength to skyrocket. Facing Dijun, she calmly pondered past battle experiences. Nuwa was shocked. Even though she had already slain the second corpse greatly advanced in cultivation and had boundless merit and virtue, she could only fight Dijun to a draw. The speed at which the 12 ancestral witches had improved was simply beyond imagination. How hateful! How could these barbarians have such fortune? A great demon roared in fury, his breath like thunder. They had worked so hard yet still could not keep up with the Wu clan's pace. Could it be that because the Wu clan were inherently deficient, they received special favor from Lord Pangu? The only way now is to seek help. Baizé, who had been silent, gently shook his feather fan and finally spoke. As soon as Baizé said this, the gazes of the great powers all turned to him. In terms of strategy, Baizé had never disappointed them. Baizé, what do you mean? Fushi was the first to ask. Baizé's words always carried profound meaning, far superior to the empty talk of Kunpeng and his ilk. Baizé paused briefly and continued, just now listening to what you all said, I suddenly had an insight. If the Wu clan truly has the favor of Lord Pangu, who would be the most anxious right now? The demons looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively replied, you mean? This matter was sensitive, although they had guesses in their hearts, they dared not speak recklessly. Baizé's expression was solemn, and he spoke bluntly, now the only way is to ally with those who have enmity with the Wu clan to counter the ancestral witches, and those with the deepest enmity. I know it is the 3 crows and the 3 pure ones. Ji Ming spoke first. Not bad, quick reaction. Baizé nodded approvingly. But precisely speaking, the ones who are irreconcilable with the ancestral witches are the 3 pure ones. They fought against the ancestral witches for 10,000 years over the title of Pangu's true lineage, and the 3 pure ones nearly perished at their hands. Now that the ancestral witches have received Pangu's blessing, could the 3 pure ones sit idly by? This is precisely the opportune moment to invite them to join forces. If the 3 pure ones and the demon clan unite, they will surely crush the ancestral witches. Baze's exposition was clear and logical, and the assembled demons sank into contemplation, each impressed by his stratagem. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. The enmity between the 3 pure ones and the ancestral witches runs far deeper than that of the demon clan. This is a matter of life and death. We cannot afford to miss this golden opportunity. I understand. Nuwa and the 3 pure ones are both disciples of the Tao ancestor. This bond of shared tutelage makes the notion of the demon clan joining hands with the 3 pure ones against the Wu clan entirely reasonable. Baze's words caused a strange light to flicker in Nuwa's eyes, adding even more radiance to her exquisite countenance. The 3 pure ones have long harbored grievances with the ancestral witches. This plan is feasible. If the demon clan forms an alliance with the 3 pure ones, we will surely defeat the Wu clan. Nuwa was surrounded by dazzling golden light of merit, her tone imbued with confidence. The demons echoed their agreement one after another, but Guiche interjected with a sardonic tone, conjoining the 3 pure ones truly overcome the Wu clan. This sudden doubt drew sidelong glances. Jiuying sneered, Guiche, could it be that you've been frightened by the ancestral witches? Jiming asserted firmly, if we invite the 3 sons we will surely win. But Guiche immediately opposed, if the 3 sons come they might turn on us first. Baze analyzed coolly, the 3 sons bear no deep grudge against the Wu clan. They are less likely to act than the 3 pure ones. Kunpeng impatiently made the decision, let it be the 3 pure ones. He was eager to end this war so he could return to the Northern Sea and concentrate on comprehending the primordial purple chi. Nuwa suggested with meaningful emphasis that Kunpeng should contact the 3 pure ones, but he flatly refused. This matter is better handled by you, junior sister. He was merely paying lip service, all talk and no action. Besides, he had a strained relationship with the 3 pure ones and carried the primordial purple chi. How could he dare to venture out and invite trouble? Only a fool would take on such an unrewarding task. Nuwa's expression darkened, her dissatisfaction with Kunpeng growing. The goodwill she had felt toward him for assisting in creating the demon script was now completely gone. Ever since he severed the second corpse, Kunpeng had become increasingly arrogant, showing her no respect at all. Utterly insolent. The demons exchanged uneasy glances, all sensing Kunpeng's overbearing arrogance and Nuwa's displeasure. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense and suffocating. Fushi sensed his sister's emotions and cleared his throat to break the deadlock. Sister, what Kunpeng said is not without reason. The 3 pure ones are after all your senior brothers. It would be more appropriate for you to approach them. The great cause is not yet accomplished. How can we allow internal strife? As her elder brother, only he could mediate now. Though Kunpeng had gone too far, they must endure for the sake of the demon clan's overall interests. Lady Nuwa, may I accompany you? Baze rose and spoke solemnly. This was the honorific title the demons used for Nuwa. His thoughts aligned perfectly with Fushi's. The survival of the demon clan outweighed everything. If Nuwa and Kunpeng, these 2 supreme powerhouses, turned against each other, it would be catastrophic for the demon clan. Nuwa was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, suppressing her resentment toward Kunpeng for now. After all, Kunpeng's strength was second only to hers. Now was not the time for a falling out. So be it. Nuwa and Baze left the camp without delay and headed straight for Mount Yujing. Upon arriving at Mount Yujing, Nuwa and her companion met the three pure ones. After a round of polite, yet insincere pleasantries, they finally got to the point. What brings you here today, junior sister? Laozi stroked his long beard and asked with a smile. Three senior brothers, I have come to invite you to join the fight against the Wu clan, Nuwa said bluntly. Hearing this, the three pure ones exchanged knowing glances. Laozi remained silent, continuing to stroke his beard. Yuanshi took up the conversation. Lady Nuwa, is it proper for outsiders like us to meddle in the affairs of the Wu and Demon clans? They knew full well that she was trying to use their power against the Wu clan. Nuwa's eyes flickered. Moments ago he had called her junior sister, but now it was Lady Nuwa. The change in attitude was stark. Truly quicker to turn than a page. Three senior brothers, this matter concerns the fate of all living beings. The Wu clan is now brutal and unrighteous. If we do not stop them, the consequences will be dire. She spoke with a grave expression, the golden light of merit around her, making her appear even more saintly. Yet the three pure ones were clearly unwilling to listen. In their eyes, this was merely a conflict between the Demon and Wu clans, and Nuwa was simply trying to use their influence. Nuwa did not say what she truly intended. Seeing this, Baze, who was standing by, could no longer contain himself, and spoke up. Fellow Taoists of the three pure ones, you must already know about the Wu clan's sacrifice at Mount Buzhou 10,000 years ago. As I have heard, the Wu clan received the blessing of the great god Pangu, and now all living beings in the primordial world regard the 12 ancestral witches as the true lineage of Pangu. Fellow Taoists, if we allow the Wu clan to continue their unbridled conquests, they will eventually dominate the primordial world, and then they will turn their spearhead to seize the honorable title of Pangu's true lineage once and for all. Given the temperament of the 12 ancestral witches, this outcome is inevitable. Therefore, the Wu clan is a common enemy for all of us. If the three pure ones join forces with the Demon clan with your divine powers, the Wu clan will have no chance of victory. Baze's words were precise and well-reasoned, and he ended with a flattering remark praising the profound cultivation of the three pure ones. After hearing this, the three pure ones showed varied expressions. Laozi remained silent, a smile on his lips. Though he said nothing, he appeared somewhat pleased. Yuanshi chuckled lightly and said, I have long heard that fellow Taoist Baze is an incarnation of auspiciousness who knows all things. Have you perhaps glimpsed a corner of the future? Baze waved his hand modestly and replied, Fellow Taoist Yuanshi flatters me. I have not foreseen the future, these are merely deductions. Laozi and Yuanshi gazed deeply, making their own calculations. Though Baze's words seemed to seek advantage, they were not without reason. Given the nature of the 12 ancestral witches, after defeating the Demon clan, they would surely turn against the three pure ones. More importantly, they too coveted the blessings that Father Pangu had bestowed upon the Wu clan. Even if the Demon clan had not come today, they would have settled old scores with the 12 ancestral witches sooner or later. The dispute over the true lineage of Pangu must eventually be resolved. After a long deliberation, Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance and reached a decision. Tong Tian had his eyes closed, showing no interest in such political maneuvering, leaving the decision entirely to his elder brothers. Nuwa sat silently aside, a pure golden light of merit swirling around her. After a moment, Laozi slowly spoke. Junior sister, we come from the same lineage. By sentiment and reason, we should help you. The Wu clan acts against the way of heaven by perverting justice. As disciples of the Tao ancestor, we bear the responsibility of upholding the primordial world. How can we allow the Wu clan to run rampant? His smile was gentle, but now he displayed a measure of righteous majesty. These words made Nuwa scoff inwardly, noting that the address had changed back to junior sister. She suppressed her thoughts and nodded slightly. Thank you, three senior brothers. In any case, the three pure ones had finally agreed, and the outcome was satisfactory. There is no time to lose. Oh, let us set off immediately. Yuanshi rose abruptly, a glint of eagerness flashing in his eyes. Since severing the second corpse, he had not truly fought, and this was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his power to those ants, and also to avenge past humiliation. Nuwa and Baze exchanged a glance, surprised. Just moments ago he had been hesitant, now he was impatient, not even willing to spare a moment. However, they said nothing more. Then Nuwa, Baze, and the three pure ones headed together to the 10,000 mountains. Just as they arrived at the Demon clan's territory, a piece of news quietly reached Zifu Island. In the Immortal Court, Dong Wanggong received a report from a male immortal that the three pure ones had entered the 10,000 mountains with Nuwa. He summoned the core members of the Immortal Court, including Zhuangmu, to discuss the matter. Could it be that the three pure ones have already submitted to the Demon clan? Xuanshui, an elder of the Immortal Court, was the first to speculate. This statement immediately drew rebuttals. Absolutely impossible. Hongmeng, the Immortal Court's master, shook his head. The three pure ones are too proud to bow to the Demon clan. In my view, Nuwa must have invited them to join forces against the Wu clan. After all, they share the same lineage under the Dao ancestor. There is still some camaraderie. Dong Wangong's eyes flickered as he made his own calculations, then nodded. Hongmeng is correct. The three pure ones would never join the demon clan. The only reasonable explanation is that they answered Niua's call to attack the Wu clan together. Zhuangma's phoenix eyes turned cold, and she said with a chilly tone, "That suits me perfectly." The Immortal Court should also make a move to suppress the Wu clan's arrogance. She had never forgotten the grudge over the seizure of her Dao field. Now was the time. As she finished speaking, Dong Wangong and the others hesitated slightly. Intervening in the conflict between the Wu and demon clans with the Immortal Court's power seemed too rash. Hongmeng subtly transmitted a message. Dong Wangong understood immediately and said with solemnity, "Zhuangmu is absolutely right. The Immortal Court bears the responsibility of maintaining order in the primordial world. How can we stand by while the Wu clan wreaks havoc on all living beings?" On the surface he spoke with righteous indignation, but inwardly he had other plans. The war between the Wu and demon clans would surely be earth-shattering, and he intended to profit from the chaos, even to seize Kunpeng's primordial purple qi. Fortune favors the bold. The Wu clan Pengahal. The 12 ancestral witches also received the news. What? The three pure ones entered the demon clan with Niua. Zhurong slammed his armrest, his eyes blazing with fury, nearly cracking the stone seat beneath him. Those three shameless old bastards. We haven't even settled accounts with them, yet they come courting death on their own, daring to collude with the demon clan and stand against us. Zhurong's roar shook the hall, crimson flames sweeping in all directions, scorching and unbearable. It's not certain that the three pure ones have joined the demon clan, but it's a dead certainty that they are opposing us, Wu clan. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes shot forth cold light, murderous intent seething. Perfect. Since they seek death, we'll finish them all at once. Save us the trouble of hunting them down later. Dijiang's words were decisive, his tone grim. The ancestral witches were fired up with indignation. Over the years they had focused on dealing with the demon clan, and had indeed neglected the three pure ones. They never expected those three old Taoists to appear on their own and collude with the demon clan. War? Send out all our forces, fight to the death. Xianming shouted with icy fury. Before her words faded, the other ancestral witches responded in unison. Their very bones were steeped in battle fervor, they would never retreat. March. Dijiang rose abruptly, his brief command exuding a towering aura of slaughter. Boom. The silent Mount Buzhou suddenly stirred with wind and clouds. Amidst the roiling chaos, the ancient temple that had stood for eons pierced straight into the nine heavens. The Penga Hall radiated divine light, as if proclaiming the Wu clan's fury to heaven and earth. The creatures in the eastern part of the primordial world looked up and saw the sky and earth changing color around Mount Buzhou, an overwhelming pressure sweeping across. Countless Wu clan warriors led by the great shamans marched to the battlefield, with the ancestral witches themselves leading the campaign. War drums thundered and horns wailed. Ranks of Wu clan armies surged like a tide to the border between the two clans. The heavens are about to change. Judging by this momentum, the Wu clan is determined to fight to the death. On a certain immortal mountain, a reclusive great power gazed at the blood-red sky and murmured to himself. In the mournful sound of the horn, countless giants of 10,000 zhang stepped through the dark mist, marching in vast numbers toward the horizon. All living beings along the way trembled. The calamity is unavoidable. This battle will be 100 times more brutal than any before. A cultivator watching the sky-darkening army of the Wu clan thought of the outcome of the ancient three-clan struggle and sighed with sorrow. On the Sunstar, flames surged silently. The Wu clan's vast momentum shook the cosmos, and Lin Xiao naturally noticed the commotion. The outcome of this Wu demon war is hard to predict now. Lin Xiao mused inwardly. He had originally thought the outcome was clear, but with the three pure ones joining the demon clan, the situation had become unpredictable. In his eyes, the three pure ones were not a threat, but to the Wu clan, they were formidable foes. Three quasi-saints who have severed two corpses wielding innate supreme treasures. Barring accidents, each could match the 12 ancestral witches. The Wu clan's show of force must mean they have some reliance. Lin Xiao chuckled. As an insider, he knew the greatest trump card of the 12 ancestral witches. If the timing was right, the 12 divine fiend formation might already be complete. If that is indeed the case, the three pure ones will suffer a great loss. Billions of Wu clan soldiers marched in a mighty torrent toward the demon clan's territory. At the same time, the demon clan's army poured out in full force, darkening the sky and pressing down upon the heavens. Slay! The ancestral witch let out a long cry, and thousands of thunderbolts swept across the void like a light that cleaved heaven and earth, instantly routing a large number of demons. The slaughter was brutal and bloody, but the deep-seated grudge between the two races left no room for mercy. Arrogance! Ling Xiao roared, revealing his true form, a human face on a horse body with tiger stripes and bird wings, wielding an iron cudgel as he charged straight at Xiangliang. A defeated general dares to act insolent. Xiangliang's voice was like thunder shaking the lesser demons to the core. The clash between the two shattered the void and echoed across the cosmos. As they fought, the great war officially erupted. Charge! The war cries shook the heavens. Blood stained the sky, heaven and earth trembled. Mountains collapsed, rivers dried up. Wherever the battle intent swept, the earth cracked, and all things were annihilated. Who dares to die? Xing Tian wielded a giant axe, his body towering 100,000 feet, and wherever he passed the demons fell like withered leaves. Such might seemed like the creation of heaven and earth. Do not be so rampant. Guo stepped through the air, his purple gold halberd unleashing an eternal immortal light. Nine-headed mutt, have your heads grown back. Zhu Rong descended in his true form, blocking the fatal strike. Divine flames erupted like a volcano, and wherever they passed the demons turned to ash. Blood dyed the sky crimson, and Guo roared in fury, bastard. Today I will take your life. The halberd cut through the sky, and the two figures instantly locked in combat. The world was dyed, scarlet whales tore through the clouds, and the killing aura pierced the 9 heavens. For 1,000 miles blood waves surged, for 10,000 miles corpses piled high. Crimson clouds shrouded the primordial wilderness, dyeing most of the heavens and earth in an eerie red. Countless beings fought fiercely, blood rain poured down, and mountains and rivers were all stained red. The elites of both the Wu and Yao races were fully deployed, and the flames of war spread outward from the central region of the primordial wilderness. The 12 ancestral witches descended one after another upon the battlefield, like primordial chaos gods, their roars shaking the 9 heavens. Corpses littered the vast land. The 12 ancestral witches manifested their true forms, their million-foot bodies standing like towering pillars at the center of the battlefield. Niwa Kuimping Fushi and other powerful beings of the Yao race faced them across the void, murderous intent overflowing. This feud should be settled. Dijiang stood with his hands behind his back, forming a world of his own around him, his aura vast and oppressive. Kuimping laughed loudly. Dijiang, you beings of congenital deficiency, how dare you speak of exterminating our race? The sound wave swept across, annihilating countless Wu. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes were cold. Feathered beast, have you forgotten the shame of having your feathers plucked back then? The flow of time's law annihilated the demon army in an instant. Kuimping's face darkened. I will tear your mouth apart with my own hands. His cultivation had greatly advanced, and he was no longer what he used to be. As you wish. A cold glint flashed in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes, but he did not act hastily. Dijiang's gaze was like lightning. Niwa, please invite the 3 pure ones to appear. His tone was calm, but concealed killing intent. Niwa Fushi and other powerful beings of the Yao race showed strange expressions, a hint of doubt rising in their hearts. Why were the ancestral witches still so composed, knowing the 3 pure ones were here? Was it reckless courage, or did they truly have the confidence to contend with the combined might of the 3 pure ones? Before they could ponder further, the hidden 3 pure ones suddenly appeared. 3 imposing auras shot straight into the heavens, their pressure sweeping all directions. Every living being present trembled, feeling an awe from the depths of their souls. Even the lesser Wu were enveloped by an invisible terror. The 3 pure ones did not restrain their power, using it to announce their arrival. The appearance of Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian invigorated the Yao race. All the demons knew that the 3 pure ones were their allies, and after sensing their vast magic power, they were even more convinced of victory. Dijiang, knowing we 3 are here, yet daring to come, you have no small courage. Laozi said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the 12 ancestral witches. What is there to fear? A defeated general losing again and again. Since we can defeat you once or twice, naturally, there will be a 3rd time. Dijiang spoke with contempt, his pride soaring. The other ancestral witches were even more arrogant, showing no regard for the 3 pure ones. Yuanshi said coldly, you pitiful beings of congenital deficiency, stubborn fools indulging in the past and ignorant of heavenly principles, how can you fathom our Tao? This harsh assessment had never changed from beginning to end, and would not even if they faced death. The demons secretly admired such words that humiliated the ancestral witches, which they would never dare to say to their faces. The courage of the 3 pure ones is admirable. Yuanshi, have you forgotten how I beat you up in the past? Today I plan to spare your lives, but you insist on seeking death. Xiangliang shouted sternly. Although it was the combined strength of all ancestral witches that defeated Yuanshi back, then why should brothers distinguish so clearly? Silence. Yuanshi's body was surrounded by surging chaos energy, and the Panga banner was in his hand. With a wave of the banner, the void shattered, and divine might intimidated the 8 desolates and 6 directions. Even powerful beings far away across 10,000 miles could feel the terrifying pressure of this supreme treasure. A great power hidden in the ancient mountains shook his head and sighed softly. This battle will surely overturn heaven and earth. It is inevitable. Deep within the sea of blood, a blood shadow transformed into a Tao body and stood on the waves. Mingyi ancestor gazed at the primordial war, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Fight, it's best if you all perish together. He Mingyi murmured softly, his laughter broken and intermittent. He had no interest in the Wu Yao conflict. What he truly coveted was that bird brother of the Yao race. If Kunpeng were gravely wounded in this battle, he would have an opportunity. For billions of years, Mingyi had never given up his greed for the Hongmeng purple qi. Unfortunately, Kunpeng had been hiding deep in the Yao territory, rarely appearing, leaving him no chance. But now the time had come. As long as the Wu and Yao fought, Kunpeng would be drawn in, and if he were severely injured, Mingyi could ambush him in secret. At the thought, Mingyi's heart raced, as if the Hongmeng purple qi were already within reach, and he could no longer restrain himself. A once-in-10,000 years opportunity. If he waited until Kunpeng became a sage, wouldn't it be too late to regret? With that thought, Mingyi's figure flickered, stepping out of the sea of blood, and quietly vanished into the crimson mist. In the western Mount Sumeru, Jin and Zhuanti almost laughed out loud upon hearing of the Wu Yao War. In the past, the conflict between Dao and demons had destroyed the spiritual veins of the West, and now the internal strife in the East might repeat the same disaster. If everyone lost their spiritual veins, wouldn't they all return to the same starting point? The two exchanged a smile and waited quietly for the show to unfold. Meanwhile, the immortal court on Zifu Island also caught wind of the action, and Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu led the immortals towards the central region of the primordial wilderness. For a time, the primordial wilderness was seething with undercurrents. The standoff between Wu and Yao reached its limit, finally erupting. In the central region, the decisive battle between Wu and Yao began. The 12 ancestral witches all appeared, each at the quasi-saint realm. Dijiang, Zhu Juyin, Xuanming, Rushu, and Zhurong had even stepped into the mid-quasi-saint stage, their ferocious might overwhelming. The Yao side, bolstered by the 3 pure ones, was not inferior in strength. 5 two-slay quasi-saints were stationed there, supplemented by innate supreme treasures, giving them a surface combat power that surpassed the Wu. Boom! A shocking collision erupted. The sky blazed with dazzling light, baleful energy, surged divine radiance pierced through the clouds, and the shockwaves shook the 8 desolates. The blazing white mass suddenly expanded, burning the heavens and boiling the seas, its pressure covering the cosmos. Waves of destruction surged like raging tides across the wilderness. Zhurong grinned and struck the sun in his palm, exploding instantly, turning the Yao camp into a sea of fire with countless demons reduced to ashes. Presumptuous! A great power of the Yao roared, blocking most of the attack, but unable to prevent casualties. Kill! Zhurong howled, his body bathed in flames as he charged straight into the enemy formation. Since it was a war of extermination, only death would suffice. He never cared for fair fights. He only wanted to slaughter all enemies, leaving none alive. Presumptuous! Do you think we aren't here? Yuanshi swung the Panga banner. Chaos, immortal light, surged. The sky trembled, the void cracked, countless fissures spread, tearing the firmament apart. Boom! Zhurong's body shook violently, his million-foot frame swaying. A single blow made his blood and qi surge, and his physical form unstable. Yuanshi, you coward, do you dare to put down the Panga banner and fight me? Zhurong roared, spewing a blazing fire dragon that shot straight at Yuanshi. Yuanshi sneered, shaking the Panga banner again, and the fire dragon instantly dissipated while he remained unharmed. Beings of congenital deficiency, how can you understand the mysteries of magical treasures? Magical treasures are also part of one's strength. If you cannot wield them, blame your own incompetence. His expression was proud, his eyes contemptuous. Having lost miserably in his previous 2 battles with the ancestral witches, now he could finally vent his grievances. Die! Zhurong raged, flames shooting from his eyes as he transformed into a giant of fire. Wherever there was fire, it became his attack, engulfing Yuanshi. A mere trick. Yuanshi laughed lightly, the Panga banner protecting his body, moving freely through the endless sea of fire, his figure graceful, as if dancing. He did not counterattack immediately, but probed. I heard that Father Panga bestowed gifts upon you, is that true? Absolutely not. Besides, this is a matter for us ancestral witches. What are you 3 pure ones to meddle? Zhurong shouted coldly, his attacks growing even more ferocious. No. A gleam flashed in Yuanshi's eyes, and he sneered inwardly. Zhurong's evasive words clearly showed he had a guilty conscience. What Father Panga bestowed must be a supreme treasure. The ancestral witches deliberately concealed it, obviously afraid of being robbed. Zhurong, you cannot deceive me. Do not bring shame upon yourself. Yuanshi smiled half-heartedly, growing more convinced that the 12 ancestral witches had obtained something extraordinary. Who is bringing shame? I'll split you apart. A sharp shout suddenly rang out. Shizi, seeing Zhurong frustrated, rushed over, raised his hand, and summoned divine lightning from the 9 heavens, cascading like a Milky Way, its momentum terrifying. A pack of barbarians seeking death. Yuanshi was enraged, cold light flashing in his eyes as he swung the Panga banner to meet the attack. Although he had not fully refined this treasure, its power was still unfathomable. In just a few moves, Shizi was sent vomiting blood, his physical form shattered. Such fierce battles unfolded across the battlefield. A great witch drew a blood-sacrificial giant bow, the bowstring vibrating its sound, shaking the 9 heavens. The sound of the bowstring was terrifying like thunderbolts, its waves sweeping across millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The great witch slowly bent, knocked the divine arrow on the bow, and stretched his arms like a full moon. Swish! The divine arrow shot through the air, carrying the killing intent to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! A powerful being of the Yao shattered on the spot, both flesh and primordial spirit dissolving into a rain of light. This arrow shocked all beings on the battlefield. No one expected a great witch to kill a great power with a single arrow. Stop him! Kill him quickly! The Yao powerhouses roared as they rushed forward. Kill as many as come. Blood flew like petals in the air, creating the most tragic scene of war. Deep in the starry sky, the fierce battle between Laozi and Dijun continued. The Taiyi diagram fixed the four directions, stabilizing the yin and yang of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, Dijun created countless worlds, but they were all dissolved by the Taiyi diagram. The clash between the foremost of the 12 ancestral witches and the foremost of the 3 pure ones made the entire starry sky tremble. Dijun's strength had reached the peak of mid-quasi-saint, only a step away from the later stage. But before the Taiyi diagram, he was still forced to retreat step by step. Dijun, can you tell me what Father Pangu actually bestowed upon you? Laozi's tone was leisurely, as if chatting. If I say nothing, would you believe me? Dijun's expression was grave. Naturally not. This is a gift from Father Pangu to the Wu race, and has nothing to do with you. Dijun's tone was flat. Senior brother, you worry too much. I am merely curious. Laozi stood on the Taiyi diagram, his white hair flowing, yet his aura soared to the sky. Really want to see? Dijun suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, looking at the baleful energy that filled the world. You will see it soon. As he spoke, a sharp glint flashed in Dijun's eyes. Over tens of thousands of years, they had finally comprehended the 12 divine fiend formation left by Pangu. The baleful energy of heaven and earth grew denser, and the power of the formation rose accordingly. Now the baleful energy had condensed to its peak, making it the perfect time to activate the formation. Although they had never truly deployed it, Dijun firmly believed it was invincible. After all, it could summon the true form of Father Pangu, and no one who came could withstand it. Since the 3 pure ones insisted on seeing it, let them have a look and finally settle this conflict. I underestimated the patience of you ancestral witches. Laozi stroked his beard and laughed lightly. It is said that the ancestral witches act recklessly, but today it seems not entirely so. You have even learned to play tricks. Enough nonsense. If you want to fight, fight. If not, scram. Dijun shouted contemptuously. Laozi's expression was calm. Since we are here, we must settle life and death. The karma of the past can only be resolved through battle. The shame of the 2 previous defeats and near-death experiences he had never forgotten. Just what I want. Only one can remain as the orthodox heir of Pangu. Dijun's battle intent soared to the sky. On another battlefield, Tongtian Jiaozhu fought until the world changed color. He was like an eternal immortal furnace suspended in the sky, his blazing white divine light overwhelming the heavens. The Zhuxian sword in his hand, slashing out a sword light, like the Milky Way, as if to sever the ages of time. The time reversal aura around Zhulong clashed against the peerless sword strike, churning the river of time into turbulent waves. Mediocre, Zhulong said coldly, though a flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes. Another slash. Tongtian murmured, his sword radiance surging tenfold stronger than before. This single strike caused the stars to invert and chaos to re-emerge. Mustering every ounce of his time-based laws, Zhulong still had his bones shattered and blood splattered, staggering back in defeat. Seeing this, Rushu moved to aid his comrade, but was blocked by a cascade of crimson embroidered balls. Lady Nuwa, with her sleeves fluttering, had already positioned herself before him. With the map of mountains and rivers in her left hand, and the crimson embroidered ball in her right, she unleashed a relentless barrage that left Rushu struggling to defend. Though renowned for his indestructible physique as the Golden Primordial, which he was forced back step by step under this tempest of attacks. On another battlefield, the duel between Xianming and Kuanping took a completely different turn. Kuanping's feathers were in disarray, nearly shattered by Xianming. He had assumed that among the primordial witches, only Dijun and Zhulong were exceptionally powerful, never expecting this female, which ranked lower, to be equally formidable. Though Xianming ranked second to last among the primordial witches, her combat prowess was in no way inferior to Dijun or Zhulong. Damned wretch! How dare you insult me so? Kuanping was drenched in blood, appearing to the onlookers as if he fought valiantly for the demon race. Yet in his heart, he had long harbored thoughts of retreat. Though he could not overpower Xuanming, escaping would not be difficult, but under the watchful eyes of all, the timing was not yet ripe. Ninth brother could pluck your feathers clean, and so can I. Xuanming's cold laugh carried a murderous chill. This remark utterly enraged Kuanping. Arrogant. Against me, I will tear you limb from limb. He roared in fury, his eyes blazing with malice. Now everyone wanted to pluck his feathers, reminding him of the humiliation he had suffered at Zhulong's hands. Driven by rage, Kuanping charged again, only to end up with feathers raining down once more. He was plucked clean again. thanks to Kunpeng's entanglement with Xuanming, the demon race gained overwhelming superiority on other fronts. Great demons like Fushi Bei's Gish and Jiuying joined forces to besiege the remaining primordial witches, already gaining the upper hand. Across the entire battlefield except for Kunpeng's position, the demon race held almost total dominance. Yuan Shi Tianzuan with effortless grace reduced Zhurong and Shizi to mangled flesh and blood, and he had not even exerted his full power. The observing grand cultivators were all stunned. The once invincible witch race was now being countered by the demons. If this battle is lost, the witch race will fall into eternal damnation. The three pure ones will never let them off. This concerns the dignity of Pangu's true lineage. If the demons win this war, it will be a great victory, perhaps crushing the witch race in one fell swoop. Karma. The witch race slaughtered indiscriminately, defying the harmony of heaven, and made too many enemies. Now they face their destined calamity. The onlookers buzzed with discussion, their expressions varied. With the intervention of the three pure ones, the witch race was clearly no match for the demons. A defeat was only a matter of time. If the primordial witches had not been so arrogant in the past, and had not forged a death feud with the three pure ones, perhaps they would not have ended up like this. Dijun, your defeat is certain. You fail to comprehend the celestial mechanism and cannot discern fortune from misfortune. This is the end of the witch race. Laozi said calmly, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Celestial mechanism. Heaven and earth were created by our Father God. We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Laozi, have you never wondered what Father God bestowed upon us? Today I shall show you. Dijun sneered, then suddenly bellowed to the other primordial witches, formation. Laozi's expression tightened. The remaining 11 primordial witches heeded the call, instantly disengaging from battle and taking their respective positions. They manifested their million-zhong true forms and roared in unison. In an instant, 12 towering pillars of bloodthirsty miasma erupted from the bodies of the primordial witches, merging into a torrent of malevolent aura that shrouded the 12 of them. The battlefield was engulfed in seething miasma. The heavens and earth darkened, eerie winds howled, and ghostly cries pierced the air. A colossal shadow slowly coalesced within the miasma, its form towering and indescribable. Mortal beings who touched it would have their souls annihilated. Immortals tainted by it would have their flesh and blood dissolve. The roars of the 12 primordial witches shook the primordial world, their overwhelming pressure suffocating all life. The boundless miasma gradually solidified, and the towering shadow slowly rose as if it had traversed eons to descend upon the world once more. The miasma surged like an inverted river of stars, shaking the heavens and earth of the primordial world. Even though this realm was vast and boundless, crimson clouds still roiled, vibrating across all directions. What is this? Both the witch and demon races were horrified, staring dumbfounded at this scene that defied understanding. Not only were the demons panic-stricken, but even the witch clans were wide-eyed and speechless. This sudden upheaval shattered everyone's composure. The Dharma body of Pangu stood at the center of the primordial world, its height immeasurable, its head piercing the 9 heavens, its feet crushing the 18 layers of the underworld. Surrounded by stars with sun and moon orbiting, it formed countless worlds within itself. Billowing chaotic energy obscured parts of its torso in the void. Father God, Pangu. The souls of the 3 pure ones trembled violently as they stared at the giant with eyes wide and bloodshot. No, this is definitely not Father God's true form. They quickly realized that if Pangu had come in person, the primordial world would have already collapsed. Though not the real Pangu, this Dharma body was terrifying enough. Could the 12 primordial witches actually summon Pangu's projection? Was this the legacy left by Father God? Nuwa, Fushi, and Kunpeng all halted their battles to gaze at the towering giant. Before it, they were like specks of dust. Unstoppable. Impossible to resist. This was a power that transcended all living beings. In stark contrast, the witch camp erupted into a frenzy of ecstatic roars, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami. This was their Father God worshipped for generations. Now he had manifested in reality, as if reborn. Pangu's Dharma body finally took complete form, its vast aura sweeping across heaven and earth without bound. In the primordial world, numerous powerful immortals and gods sensed this pressure. What is happening? Why is even my soul trembling? Some experts cowered in their caves, terrified. They activated their divine abilities or offered treasures, trying to peek at the battlefield. In a trance, a figure entered their perception. It was not because their powers were great, but because the figure was too majestic, towering, surrounded by countless great worlds layered upon each other, a sight that shook the soul. On Mount Sumeru, Jian and Juenti stood up in shock. They had been cultivating in peace, observing the conflict between the primordial witches and the 3 pure ones. But suddenly an unparalleled aura descended. When they saw Pangu's Dharma body, a chill ran down their spines. They could hardly believe it. Do the witches possess such means? Could they really be the true descendants of Pangu? Juenti muttered. The 3 pure ones are in trouble now. Jane sighed, his body radiating auspicious light, appearing even more holy. It is fortunate that we did not intervene. Peaceful cultivation is the right path. Earlier he had considered taking advantage of the chaos to seek opportunities in the east, but now he felt only relief. The heavens shook and the pressure swept across the 8 directions. Panga's figure slowly raised its hand and struck forward. In its palm, sun and moon revolved stars where infinite chaos swirled, and worlds were born and destroyed. This palm strike contained the power to create heaven and earth, terrifying all living beings. Father God, kill! Xiangliang roared excitedly, his body transforming into a brilliant pillar of light shooting into the sky. He was nearly insane witnessing Panga's true body descend and eager to command it to attack the enemy. Boom! Panga's palm descended, covering the entire heaven and earth, directly aimed at the 3 pure ones. Flee! Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances and immediately flew away. Yet they found that no matter how they dodged, they could not escape the covering giant palm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuanshi roared, still unwilling to believe that the primordial witches could summon Pangu's Dharma body. Join forces. Laozi bellowed, completely losing his usual composure. Such loss of grace had only occurred once before, when he was defeated by Lin Xiao at the 3 Immortals Island. The 3 heavenly honored ones poured out all their might, unleashing their innate supreme treasures. Instantly, they covered the sky, severing time and space. The 3 pure ones' divine radiance and the Dutian divine thunder poured forth without reservation. If they had displayed such might when facing the primordial witches earlier, they would not be facing Panga's true body now. Boom! The heavens shook, the void shattered. The earth cracked and collapsed, triggering a storm of annihilation. This earth-shaking blow sent the Taiji diagram flying backward, its yin-yang Dao resonance shattered. The 3 heavenly honored ones were repelled for billions of zhang, their protective immortal light dissipated, and their golden bodies cracked. Countless demons turned into blood mist, and even great cultivators suffered severe injuries. Pure divine power crushed everything, dimming the innate supreme treasures. Pity it was off target. Xianming lamented within the divine pillar. Focus on killing the enemy. Dijun shouted sternly. The 12 Dutian divine evil formation had just been condensed and was still difficult to fully control. Father God is unmatched. Who can oppose us from now on? Zhurong laughed wildly. The Pangu true body condensed by the formation far exceeded expectations. In this battle, the deadly intent that could destroy heaven and earth raged within the formation. On the Sunstar, Lin Xiao gazed at Pangu's Dharma body and muttered, just as I thought. Suddenly a system prompt appeared. Choice 1, aid the demon race against Pangu's Dharma body. Obtain 9 revolutions. Heavenly art. Choice 2, stand by and avoid involvement. Obtain a fragment of the creation jade disc. Resist Pangu's Dharma body. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. This Dharma body was already close to saintly might. The difference between a perfected mixed yuan golden immortal and a saint was as vast as heaven and earth. The saying, all beneath a saint are ants, was no empty boast. Unless he could comprehend over 1,000 perfected mixed yuan golden immortal laws, there might be a glimmer of hope. System, are you intentionally trying to get me killed? Lin Xiao could not help but complain. This choice was utterly meaningless. It seemed he would have to take the creation jade disc fragment for free. If he chose the other option, he might still go out for a walk. He had no interest in either leading the demon race or confronting Pangu's Dharma body. Meanwhile, Queen Mother of the West and Dong Wenggong had quietly arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Staring at the rampaging Panga projection, they were momentarily stunned. Wait, what are they doing here? Seems like we forgot. Maybe. Just go back. How terrifying. No wonder the witch race acts with impunity. They have the backing of Father God Pangu. Jinshir's voice trembled. Just watching from afar already shook his mind, let alone engaging in battle. The entire primordial world was created by Pangu. How could they fight this? Immortal King, shall we retreat? This so-called order dispute. Well, the matter of Pangu's true lineage has nothing to do with us anyway. A male immortal suggested in a low voice. He had thought they came to maintain order, but instead encountered this scene. Clearly he had misunderstood. Dong Wenggong's goal had always been the Hongmeng purple chi. What are you panicking about? Wait a bit longer. Shouldering a heavy responsibility, how can I retreat at the first sign of trouble? Dong Wenggong said with a righteous face, but his eyes darted about as he secretly calculated the timing. He had sensed that Kunpeng was severely wounded and near death. Though the current situation was terrifying, it was highly favorable to him. As long as the witch race completely crushed or even annihilated the demon race, and with Kunpeng on the verge of death, the Hongmeng purple chi would be his for the taking. Sharing the same thought as Dong Wenggong was the hidden Mingi. He quietly approached the battlefield, eagerly waiting for Kunpeng to breathe his last. Kunpeng, all I want is the Hongmeng purple chi. Why do you struggle so? Just fall already. Mingi muttered, his blood-red pupils locked onto the wavering figure at the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Kunpeng was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Pangu's Dharma body launched indiscriminate attacks, each strike causing countless lives to vanish into ashes. Within the 12 Dutian divine evil formation, overlapping time and space were interwoven, completely sealing off spatial teleportation. Any creature trapped inside could not escape the coverage of the 12 divine pillars. The 12 primordial witches had set up the formation hastily, and in their boiling killing intent, they had even dragged their own clansmen into it. Now they were caught in a dilemma. Continuing the formation would cause more casualties among their own, while dissolving it would be a bitter loss. Inside the formation, the three pure ones were fighting with bloodshot eyes. Relying on their innate supreme treasures, they desperately evaded the attacks of Pangu's projection. Their only consolation was that this projection lacked intelligence, and its movements were sluggish. Otherwise the three would have already perished. Third brother, can you deploy the immortal slaying sword formation? Laozi asked through gritted teeth. Yuanshi suddenly shouted, a flash of inspiration striking him. He remembered that Tong Tian was also proficient in the art of formations. Setting up the formation takes time. Tong Tian replied in a grave voice, his expression solemn. Big brother and second brother will hold them off for you. Give it your all. Yuanshi said, urgently assuring Tong Tian that he need not worry, for the two of them would stand in the front and block the enemy. All right. Tong Tian nodded solemnly. Yuanshi and Laozi advanced with their primordial treasures, not to engage the Pangu Phantom in direct confrontation, but to buy time for Tong Tian. Boom. The moment Tong Tian summoned the four immortal slaying swords, Yuanshi and Laozi were sent flying back. Even a minor collision made them spit blood and their physical bodies crack. Without the protection of their primordial treasures, they would have turned into a mist of blood. Big brother, second brother, can you still hold on? Tong Tian asked in concern. It's fine, Yuanshi said through gritted teeth, struggling to charge forward again. Laozi remained silent, merely nodding heavily with a resolute gaze. Their actions seemed to stir Pangu, who abruptly turned and casually pressed down a palm. Can't hold it. Run. Yuanshi's expression changed drastically as protective artifacts like the heavenly clouds emerged above his head. Tong Tian was terrified and abandoned the formation. The three of them fled together, but the formation was already filled with surging blood, light, and malevolent energy. Three pure ones. Stay away from me. Kuenping saw the three pure ones transforming into divine rainbows, rapidly approaching, with a sky-covering giant hand following closely behind, and immediately roared in fury. The immense power of Pangu's hand descended slowly, shattering heaven and earth, rending time and space. Everything returned to the origin, with only the light of destruction raging. Under this strike, countless beings perished. Even with the protection of their treasures, the three pure ones were wounded by the aftershock, their Tao bodies shattered again and their essence damaged. Kuenpeng suffered even worse. His body was torn apart, his soul screamed in agony, and his broken flesh barely healed, teetering on the brink of death. His injuries were more severe than those of the three pure ones. Had Pangu's hand not missed him directly, his soul would have been utterly destroyed with no chance of survival. Three pure ones. I. Kuenpeng shrieked in fury, nearly perishing just now because of these three scourges. Even if not directly caused, they were certainly involved. Just as he thought the calamity had passed, Pangu's attack came again. With every gesture, Pangu resonated with heaven and earth, causing the entire formation to tremble uncontrollably, as if it were about to collapse. No. Kuenpeng roared in despair, and the three pure ones were equally unwilling. As descendants of Pangu, were they to die by the hands of their father god? How ironic. Boom. Just as the giant palm was about to fall, the formation shook violently. The light of the 12 divine pillars dimmed rapidly, and they finally exploded. The 12 capital heavenly gods fiend formation collapsed, and the Pangu Phantom dissipated, turning into a vast expanse of malevolent energy. In an instant, the oppressive pressure that had covered heaven and earth vanished. In the central region of the primordial world, smoke and dust filled the air, and malevolent energy surged. The 12 capital heavenly gods fiend formation suddenly collapsed, and the gloom that had shrouded heaven and earth dissipated. Blood rained down from the sky, but it burned out 10,000 feet above the ground, turning into specks of flowing light that vanished into the void. The surviving beings of the Yao clan gasped for breath, their oppressive feelings slightly relieved. Niwa and Fushi stood in the air, their bodies swaying, as they silently watched the rain of blood transform into rosy clouds. They were covered in wounds, having narrowly escaped death, while the Yao clan suffered heavy casualties with corpses strewn across the land. The Yao gods Xiao and Feilian had fallen, and Kuenpeng's whereabouts were unknown. Even more despairing was that although the Pangu Phantom had scattered the 12 ancestral wus, were still full of fighting spirit, completely unharmed. In the distance, the three pure ones dragged their broken bodies, fled hastily with their treasures, turning into three brilliant streaks of light. Their injuries were grave, unfit for battle, and they could only rely on the power of their primordial treasures to escape the battlefield. Seeing this, the remaining cultivators of the Yao clan felt their hearts turn to ashes. Even the three pure ones had fled in defeat. Who could still stand against the Wu clan? No matter what reinforcements you bring, they are nothing but chickens and dogs. Zhurong laughed wildly, exuding an air of triumph. The formation bestowed by the Father God had already made them invincible in the world. This is the fate of those who oppose us. Xiaoliang's voice shook the universe, his ferocious might intimidating. Kill every last one of them, leave none alive. Zhu Jiuyin shouted coldly. Dijiang raised a hand, and the Wu clan army surged like a tide toward the remnants of the Yao clan. With the shift in momentum, the battle had become a one-sided slaughter. Retreat. Nuwa summoned the map of mountains and rivers to protect the remnants as they withdrew. To continue fighting would be to court destruction. Pursue. The ancestral Wus roared, and countless Wu warriors charged forward, staining the sky with blood. In the shadows, Mingyi and Dongwangong appeared, silently targeting the severely wounded Kunpeng. The time for the hunt had come. At this moment, Kunpeng was buried up to his neck in yellow sand. A single squeeze would end him. The Hongmeng purple chi was destined to fall into my hands. Mingyi and Dongwangong each schemed, silently unaware of each other's presence, but both had already taken Kunpeng's Hongmeng purple chi as their own. The slaughter between the Wu and Yao clans spread from the central region of the primordial world, the flames of war devouring boundless territories. The watching great powers were stunned. The situation had taken such a volatile turn. Could it be that the will of heaven was truly unavoidable? Even the will of Pangu the Great and the intervention of the three pure ones had failed to reverse the Yao clan's defeat. After this battle, who in the primordial world could stop the iron hoof of the Wu clan? A great calamity was coming. With the Wu clan style, they would likely turn the entire primordial world into their hunting ground, and all living beings would become their prey. The news of the Yao clan's defeat spread, and the onlookers let out heavy sighs. In their view, the best outcome would have been the mutual destruction of both the Wu and Yao clans. Now that the Wu clan had swept away the Yao clan and dominated the world, the consequences were unimaginable. Over the years, the Wu clan had been expanding their territory, and after this great victory, they would become even more reckless. The tide had turned, madness was coming. On Mount Sumeru. What a pity. Just one step short. Zhuanti used his divine powers to glimpse the post-war scene, and shook his head repeatedly. The three pure ones had nearly died, but ultimately escaped, which was indeed a regret for them. If the three pure ones had fallen, they as nominal disciples might have been promoted to direct disciples, or even divided the primordial treasures. Careful with your words, junior brother. The three pure ones are after all our fellow senior brothers, Jane reminded softly, but there was no reproach in his tone. Zhuanti smiled and admitted his mistake. After years of interaction, they knew each other well. Jane's outward rebuke was actually a secret delight. Senior brother Nuwa is of the same sect as us. Would she come to seek our help? Zhuanti suddenly suggested. Jane immediately shook his head and laughed. Absolutely impossible. Nuwa invited the three pure ones because they had a blood feud with the ancestral Wus, but we have no enmity with them. If she is clear-headed, she would not have such thoughts. Zhuanti nodded slightly. Senior brother is absolutely right. This is just a momentary delusion of mine, not to be taken seriously. He smiled, and said upon further reflection it was indeed so. Their positions were inherently different from those of the three pure ones. More importantly, against the current Wu clan, unless the Dao ancestor himself came, no one could do anything. If Nuwa came to beg, it would instead show her foolishness. Junior brother, remember, let the affairs of the East take their course. We shall cultivate quietly. Jane said with a smile, his brows full of insight. Regardless of Nuwa's plans, they had their reasons to refuse. Junior brother understands. I had intended to reclaim that purple chi from Kunpeng, but since you say so, let it be for now. The Hongmeng purple chi ultimately depends on fate. Zhuanti spoke with resignation, temporarily setting aside his plans for Kunpeng. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, no need to thank me. On the Sun Star, Dijun and Taiyi ended their seclusion, not because they had broken through to the Hunyuan realm, but simply because they grew restless from stillness. Third brother, this time out of seclusion is truly to adjust our state of mind. You once said that cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. I deeply agree, Dijun said with a hint of awkwardness in his expression. Naturally, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, tacit understanding. This theory of mind cultivation was indeed something he had said in the past. Taiyi frowned slightly. Although isolated from the outside world for a long time, he vaguely sensed the anomaly of heaven and earth. Lin Xiao nodded. Indeed, there is a great matter. Pangu has appeared. Before he finished, Dijun and Taiyi were both stunned, looking at each other. This was too absurd. Pangu reappearing. Could it be that third brother had been alone too long and lost his mind? Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt. Why such expressions? Lin Xiao laughed, knowing he had been too brief, and explained the whole story in detail. When he finished, Dijun and Taiyi changed color again. The ancestral Wu can actually summon Pangu. With such means, how can our Yao clan cope? Dijun murmured, as if seeing the primeval apparition before his eyes. The Wu clan indeed has profound fortune and extraordinary opportunities. In the past, the Dao ancestor said that without great opportunities and perseverance, the Wu clan could hardly achieve sainthood. Now that they have condensed the Pangu Dharma body, is this also a kind of alternative sanctification? Taiyi said with a smile, not seeing anything wrong after all. When it came to flamboyance, Lin Xiao was no less than the Wu clan. In the end, it's only the power of a formation still far from the Saint Realm, Lin Xiao replied calmly. It's a pity that the Yao clan currently does not have the Zhou Star formation or the Hunyuan Honghuang formation, otherwise they could test its edge. Formation. Dijuan's eyes flickered upon hearing this, and he said, "Third brother, in this seclusion, I have been comprehending the Hichu and Luoshu and gained some insights. I vaguely touched upon the mysteries of a formation, but I haven't fully understood it yet, so it's hard to conclude. It must be a formation without a doubt," Lin Xiao said with a brightened expression, immediately asserting. The formation derived from the Hichu and Luoshu must be the Hunyuan Honghuang formation. Really? Dijuan showed a delighted expression. He had always been obsessed with the art of formations, and hearing Lin Xiao's certainty brought him joy. "I wonder how this formation compares to the Yinyang formation," Dijuan said with anticipation. The so-called Yinyang formation was a killing formation formed by merging the formations of the Sun Star and the Moon Star with extraordinary power. Once activated, even a Daluo Jingxian would find it hard to resist, and even a quasi-saint would need to be cautious. This formation was hidden on the Sun Star and had never been used. "Big brother, rest assured this formation will definitely be stronger than the Yinyang formation," Lin Xiao said with a smile. The Hunyuan Honghuang formation was ranked among the 4 great killing formations of the primordial world. Each formation had its own merits, but none dared to claim inevitable victory. "Third brother, why are you so certain?" Dijuan asked, both pleased and puzzled. Seeing him so certain, it was as if he had comprehended the formation himself. "Big brother, after all these years, don't you know third brother's abilities?" Taiyi interjected with a smile. "True." Dijuan nodded and asked no more. Lin Xiao silently praised Taiyi's quick wit, who had clarified for him before he could explain. "Third brother, Taiyi and I plan to visit the 3 immortal islands to relax and search for some treasures. Would you like to join us?" Dijuan stated the purpose of the trip, hoping to relax his mind. 3 immortal islands. Lin Xiao pondered briefly, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you." The 3 immortal islands were the Yao clan's back garden, which he had not visited for tens of thousands of years. It must have nurtured many heavenly treasures. It would be perfect to harvest some, bring them back to feed the heaven-swallowing gourd, and refine the primordial spiritual liquid to nourish the chaos azure lotus and the yellow middle plum. At this moment, Dijuan's Hunyuan Honghuang formation was about to appear. In the future, the formation might be needed, so it might be advisable to cultivate a few batches of yellow middle plums in advance. When the need for manpower arose, he could directly take out the fruits and feed them. One fruit could create a Daluo Jingxian. Although it might not be necessary, Lin Xiao had always been proactive and believed that being prepared was always good. "Haha, it's rare for third brother to agree so readily. Why not set off now?" Dijuan laughed heartily. If he remembered correctly, this should be Lin Xiao's 4th time leaving the Sun Star. It had been countless millennia since he took form, truly a hardship for third brother. "Let's go." Taiyi uttered a single cold word, turned, and stepped outward. Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly, and he slowly rose, but his movements were strangely slow, as if time had frozen. It was not because his legs were numb from sitting too long, but because he was waiting for the system's passive trigger. Logically, since he was about to leave the Sun Star and officially emerge, the system should have given him a choice. However, this time, there was no response, as if the system had already seen through his intentions and refused to let him freeload, remaining silent. This system is really tactless, without any sense of occasion. Lin Xiao grumbled inwardly. Seeing no opportunity, he simply stopped pretending. If he continued to delay any longer, Dijun and Taiyi would likely suspect him of being deranged. The 3 then departed from the Star of the Sun, heading directly for the 3 immortal isles. Murderous aura permeated the journey, with the roar of battle echoing to the limits of their divine, sensed the flames of war unceasing. The strife between the Wuzu and the Yaozu raged on, yet at present, it was merely a one-sided slaughter by the Wuzu. Are those the traces left by the 12 ancestral gods' formation of celestial evil? Taiyi's divine sense swept across the primordial land, and suddenly, he beheld countless abyss-like fissures tearing through the central region, a sight that chilled the soul. Even across the boundless reaches of time and space, the battlefield resembled a spider's web, devouring the brilliance of stars and the aura of slaughter, its devastation so profound it sent shivers down the spine. Indeed, this was only the aftermath. Should Pangu's primal form unleash his full power, the entire land would shatter into fragments. Lin Xiao spoke with a heavy voice. "Too terrifying. I suddenly feel insignificant again. I should return to seclusion." Dijun's expression grew grave. Born into the primordial world, he felt pressure constantly, finding respite only during meditation. "Wait, after touring the 3 immortal isles, I'll accompany you." Taiyi grabbed Dijun and urged earnestly. "Haha." Lin Xiao chuckled involuntarily. The 3 did not linger and flew straight toward the 3 immortal isles. After days of travel, Lin Xiao, Dijun, and Taiyi finally arrived at the 3 immortal isles. Such rich, immortal spiritual energy. Standing beyond the isle, Dijun inhaled deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. 10,000 years had passed, yet the three immortal isles still held their primordial aura undissipated. So intense it seemed out of place amid the surrounding heavens and earth. Afloat upon the eastern sea lay three immortal isles like the Kunlun's sacred mountains mirrored in water, towering to the clouds unreachable in the distance vast and boundless. The immortal isles exuded magnificent grandeur wreathed in mist and clouds suffused with an ethereal aura that spoke of unfathomable mystery. Quite comfortable. This rivals our own star of the sun, Taiyi exclaimed in admiration. Cultivating here far surpasses the outside world. True, we shall seclude ourselves here henceforth. Lin Xiao offered a faint smile and stepped across the threshold onto the immortal isle. They ascended Mount Penglai, entering a spectacular realm where lush vegetation thrived, pools shimmered with crystalline clarity, and the scenery surpassed all imagination. It has been many years since my last visit. Many immortal materials have now matured. With a casual sweep of his hand, Lin Xiao caused a divine tree shimmering with golden light to settle into his palm. A wood imbued with the essence of metal more resilient than any ordinary immortal gold. Magnificent waters. Dijun opened his mouth and drew in a spring of jade-green clarity from afar, tasting it, as though consuming the finest nectar. His praise relentless. Elder brother, why would you dare drink any water? Beware of potent poison. Taiyi teased casually, for at their cultivation level ordinary toxins posed no threat whatsoever. There's logic to that, Lin Xiao added, recalling the river waters of the Daughter Kingdom, where even men could conceive upon drinking, more terrifying than any poison. Third brother, don't jest with me. Does such bizarre water truly exist in this world? Dijun remained half convinced, finding the notion absurd, yet unable to entirely dismiss it. Lin Xiao smiled without responding, and the three then ascended their respective isles, each employing their powers to gather the heaven-born treasures and earthly rare materials. The three immortal isles became like a private garden to them, and they refrained from wanton plundering, taking only what was ripe and usable, while leaving the rest behind. Lin Xiao strolled about Mount Penglai with leisurely grace, storing the gathered spiritual herbs and immortal materials within the Chaos Pearl for the heaven-devouring gourd to refine. The gourd transmuted the heavenly treasures and earthly rare materials, yielding primordial spiritual fluid that Lin Xiao then used to nourish the Chaos Green Lotus. The green lotus, once but a slender seedling, now swirled with primordial mist and radiated with innate spiritual light after absorbing the fluid, growing noticeably stronger in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao bestowed some of the spiritual fluid upon the Huangzhong plum, whose fruits grew ever more lustrous and plump under its nourishment. What would happen if I used the primordial spiritual fluid to irrigate the immortal materials scattered across the isle? Wouldn't that create an infinite cycle? The thought struck him suddenly, bringing a faint smile to his lips. Oh, there are outsiders on the isle. His expression shifted as he gazed toward the distance, his vision penetrating all things without exception. Three slender figures approached, all women with distinct demeanors, their laughter bright and melodic. The youngest, dressed in emerald blue robes with a youthful face, spotted Lin Xiao and exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you? Have you only recently taken human form?" "Sister, come look," she exclaimed before turning to the woman in white robes at the center, her tone brimming with lively energy. The woman in white maintained a serene composure, her elegance and dignity evident, as she offered Lin Xiao an apologetic smile. "Esteemed Taoist companion, we sisters have only recently taken human form. My youngest sister is young and ignorant, as should her words have caused offense, I pray for your forgiveness." Lin Xiao's expression softened slightly as he nodded. It matters not. Observing this scene and considering their location, he had already deduced the identities of the three immortal maidens before him. The three fair maidens of the three immortal isles. At this moment in time, who else could they be? Aside from the three Xiaos. Lin Xiao's gaze passed over the trio. The woman in white at the center was almost certainly Yun Xiao, already at the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, clad in purple and blue respectively, were both at the early stage of golden immortal cultivation. At this point in time, they had not yet developed the commanding presence that would later define them as the three Xiaos. "You've just recently taken form, haven't you? Why do you seem so dazed?" Bai Xiao leaned forward with a playful smile, showing no sense of propriety. Since assuming human shape, they had never ventured beyond the three immortal isles, remaining entirely ignorant of the world's perils and the complexities of mortal affairs. Lin Xiao chuckled. "I took form long ago. Bai Xiao, behave yourself." Xiong Xiao, dressed in purple, facepalmed and pulled her younger sister back to her side. Yun Xiao gazed helplessly at her two younger sisters, shaking her head with a gentle smile. "Please forgive them, esteemed Taoist. I am Yun Xiao, and these are my sisters Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Might I ask your honorable name?" At these words, Lin Xiao fell momentarily speechless. He suddenly realized his name bore such striking resemblance to that of the three Xiaos. Was this mere coincidence? Were they truly destined to form a four Xiaos ensemble? He couldn't help but mutter that it would have been wiser to call them four joy balls instead. Has the esteemed Taoist not yet taken a name? Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Bai Xiao blinked and smiled, then shifted the conversation. Speaking of names, do you know the origin of ours? Lin Xiao shook his head. Then it's fitting that you don't know. I'll let you in on a secret. Legend has it that in ancient times when the three immortal isles first emerged, countless treasures appeared, drawing various great powers into conflict and sparking a world-shaking war. In the end, a peerless powerhouse defeated all rivals and stood atop the immortal isles, claiming all three under his dominion. That great being bore the character Xiao in his name, which is why my sisters and I took it as our surname. If you lack a name, you might consider adopting one as well. Bai Xiao recounted this tale with evident reverence, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Who told you this? Lin Xiao was puzzled, having never imagined his name was connected to the three Xiaos in this way. Such coincidence. This detail had never appeared in the original storyline, yet it fit so seamlessly without any sense of dissonance. It was utterly absurd. The surviving beings on the isle told us. What's with that expression? Do you suspect I'm lying? Bai Xiao stared at him suspiciously, sensing that this Taoist companion harbored many secrets, her gaze sharp and questioning. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. My name is Lin Xiao. He did not conceal it, speaking his name openly. Lin Xiao, you're quite clever. Caught on immediately, and knew to give yourself a name. If I used the primordial spiritual fluid to irrigate the immortal materials on the isle, what would happen? Wouldn't that create an infinite cycle, eh? The thought struck him suddenly, bringing a faint smile to his lips. Oh, there are outsiders on the isle. His expression shifted as he gazed toward the distance, his vision penetrating all things without exception. Three slender figures approached, all women with distinct demeanors, their laughter bright and melodic. The youngest, dressed in emerald blue robes with a youthful face, spotted Lin Xiao and exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you? Have you only recently taken human form? Sister, come look." Before finishing her question, she turned to the woman in white at the center, her tone lively and spirited. The woman in white maintained a serene and dignified demeanor, her expression calm and elegant. She looked at Lin Xiao with an apologetic smile. Esteemed Taoist companion, my sisters and I have only recently assumed human form. My youngest sister is young and inexperienced. If her words have caused any offense, please forgive her. Lin Xiao's expression softened slightly as he nodded. It matters not. Observing this scene and considering their location, he had already deduced the identities of the three immortal maidens before him. The three fair maidens of the three immortal isles. At this moment in time, who else could they be? Apart from the three Xiaos. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the three. The woman in white at the center was almost certainly Yun Xiao, already at the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, dressed in purple and blue respectively, were both at the early stage of golden immortal cultivation. At this point, they had not yet developed the commanding presence that would later define them as the three Xiaos. You've just recently taken form, haven't you? Why do you seem so dazed? Bai Xiao leaned forward with a merry smile, showing no sense of propriety. Since assuming human shape, they had never ventured beyond the three immortal isles, remaining entirely ignorant of the world's perils and the complexities of mortal affairs. Lin Xiao chuckled. I took form long ago. Bai Xiao, behave yourself. Xiong Xiao, dressed in purple, facepalmed and pulled her younger sister back to her side. Yun Xiao gazed helplessly at her two younger sisters, shaking her head with a gentle smile. Please forgive them, esteemed Taoist. I am Yun Xiao, and these are my sisters Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Might I ask your honorable name? At these words, Lin Xiao fell momentarily speechless. He suddenly realized his name bore such striking resemblance to that of the three Xiaos. Was this mere coincidence? Were they truly destined to form a four Xiaos ensemble? He couldn't help but mutter that it would have been wiser to call them four joy balls instead. Has the esteemed Taoist not yet taken a name? Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Bai Xiao blinked and smiled, then shifted the conversation. Speaking of names, do you know the origin of ours? Lin Xiao shook his head. Then it's fitting that you don't know. I'll let you in on a secret. Legend has it that in ancient times when the three immortal isles first emerged, countless treasures appeared, drawing various great powers into conflict and sparking a world-shaking war. In the end, a peerless powerhouse defeated all rivals and stood atop the immortal isles, claiming all three under his dominion. That great being bore the character Xiao in his name, which is why my sisters and I took it as our surname. If you lack a name, you might consider adopting one as well. Bai Xiao recounted this tale with evident reverence, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Who told you this? Lin Xiao was puzzled, having never imagined his name was connected to the three Xiaos in this way. Such coincidence. This detail had never appeared in the original storyline, yet it fit so seamlessly without any sense of dissonance. It was utterly absurd. The surviving beings on the isle told us. What's with that expression? Do you suspect I'm lying? Bai Xiao stared at him suspiciously, sensing that this Taoist companion harbored many secrets, her gaze sharp and questioning. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. My name is Lin Xiao. He did not conceal it, speaking his name openly. Lin Xiao, you're quite clever. Caught on immediately and knew to give yourself a name. If I used the primordial spiritual fluid to irrigate the immortal materials on the isle, what would happen? Wouldn't that create an infinite cycle, eh? The thought struck him suddenly, bringing a faint smile to his lips. Oh, there are outsiders on the isle. His expression shifted as he gazed toward the distance, his vision penetrating all things without exception. 3 slender figures approached, all women with distinct demeanors, their laughter bright and melodic. The youngest, dressed in emerald blue robes with a youthful face, spotted Lin Xiao and exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you? Have you only recently taken human form? Sister, come look." Before finishing her question, she turned to the woman in white at the center, her tone lively and spirited. The woman in white maintained a serene and dignified demeanor, her expression calm and elegant. She looked at Lin Xiao with an apologetic smile. "Esteemed Taoist companion, my sisters, and I have only recently assumed human form. My youngest sister is young and inexperienced. If her words have caused any offense, please forgive her." Lin Xiao's expression softened slightly as he nodded. "It matters not." Observing this scene and considering their location, he had already deduced the identities of the 3 immortal maidens before him. The 3 fair maidens of the 3 immortal isles. At this moment in time, who else could they be? Apart from the 3 Xiaos. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the 3. The woman in white at the center was almost certainly Yun Xiao, already at the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, dressed in purple and blue respectively, were both at the early stage of golden immortal cultivation. At this point, they had not yet developed the commanding presence that would later define them as the 3 Xiaos. "You've just recently taken form, haven't you? Why do you seem so dazed?" Bai Xiao leaned forward with a merry smile, showing no sense of propriety. Since assuming human shape, they had never ventured beyond the 3 immortal isles, remaining entirely ignorant of the world's perils and the complexities of mortal affairs. Lin Xiao chuckled. "I took form long ago. Bai Xiao, behave yourself." Xiong Xiao, dressed in purple, facepalmed and pulled her younger sister back to her side. Yun Xiao gazed helplessly at her 2 younger sisters, shaking her head with a gentle smile. "Please forgive them, esteemed Taoist. I am Yun Xiao, and these are my sisters Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Might I ask your honorable name?" At these words, Lin Xiao fell momentarily speechless. He suddenly realized his name bore such striking resemblance to that of the 3 Xiaos. Was this mere coincidence? Were they truly destined to form a 4 Xiaos ensemble? He couldn't help but mutter that it would have been wiser to call them 4 joy balls instead. Has the esteemed Taoist not yet taken a name? Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Bai Xiao blinked and smiled, then shifted the conversation. "Speaking of names, do you know the origin of ours?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "Then it's fitting that you don't know. I'll let you in on a secret. Legend has it that in ancient times, when the 3 immortal isles first emerged, countless treasures appeared, drawing various great powers into conflict and sparking a world-shaking war. In the end, a peerless powerhouse defeated all rivals and stood atop the immortal isles, claiming all 3 under his dominion. That great being bore the character Xiao in his name, which is why my sisters and I took it as our surname. If you lack a name, you might consider adopting one as well." Bai Xiao recounted this tale with evident reverence, her eyes gleaming with admiration. This was far from the legendary image of the celestial dragons. The fame of Lin Xiao, the master of the immortal island, had long reached their ears, but the scene before them was far more shocking than the rumors. That the dragon clan showed such deference was a testament to his terrifying power. "Speak plainly, and if there is nothing important, you may withdraw." Lin Xiao could hardly bear the fawning demeanor of these 2 dragons. Proper true dragons, yet they resembled 2 shameless snakes, truly an affront to the dragon clan's dignity. Hearing this, the old dragon's turbid eyes suddenly lit up, and he squeezed out a rather unsightly smile. "Actually, we wish to invite Taoist Lin Xiao to grace the Dragon Palace with your presence for a chat." His words were earnest. This visit was precisely to forge good relations with Lin Xiao and secure an opportunity for the Dragon Clan. Ding. Detected invitation from Zhulong. Please make a choice. Choice 1, go to the Dragon Palace. Reward 10 primordial spiritual root peach of immortality trees. Choice 2, reject the invitation. Reward 1 peach of immortality. Lin Xiao had intended to refuse, but upon hearing the system prompt, he paused slightly. Peach of immortality tree. He pondered briefly and felt that for the sake of a spiritual root, a trip was worthwhile. After all, the weight of a tree versus a single fruit was self-evident. System, I choose 1. Lin Xiao made his decision while also wanting to see what the old dragon was up to. Under Zhulong's nervous and expectant gaze, Lin Xiao said calmly, "Lead the way." The old dragon's wrinkles seemed to smooth out upon hearing this, and his spirits lifted. "Taoist, please follow me." He respectfully performed the highest dragon clan ritual, his expression solemn and dignified. Lin Xiao nodded, transmitting a divine sound to inform Dijun and Taiyi of his whereabouts and instructing them to continue searching for celestial treasures. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of the 3 Sin Xiao sisters standing awkwardly nearby, and his steps faltered slightly. "When we are away, the 3 immortal islands will be left in your care. If any insolent ones come to cause trouble or refuse to obey, you need only invoke my name." Before his words had faded, he had already vanished into the sea, with the old dragon not waiting for the 3 sisters' reply. This arrangement was made with careful consideration. From their brief earlier contact, he knew the three Sanxiao had pure hearts and were indeed capable of governance. The three Sanxiao stared blankly at the direction Lin Xiao had disappeared, as if turned to stone. His fleeting presence, a mere glimpse, had left an indelible mark on their young hearts. In the depths of the east sea, a continuous stretch of palaces shimmered with golden radiance, lying silently on the seabed, boundless to the eye. A profound formation enveloped the area, keeping the halls as stable as if on solid ground, even in the abyssal depths. Ling Xiao's gaze swept over the scene, and he felt an illusion, as if he were standing in the heavenly palace of his imagination. The towering palace gates were as majestic as cliffs, and the stone pillars as thick as mountain ridges, fully displaying the saying, "A starved camel is still larger than a horse." Though the dragon clan had declined, their grandeur remained, and the extravagance of their dwellings was astonishing. While ordinary cultivators lived in cramped chambers, the dragons possessed gardens large enough for horse racing and tiered halls. "My humble abode is crude and shabby, oh please do not laugh, Taoist." As they reached the main hall, the old dragon feigned modesty. Ling Xiao glanced at the gems and immortal gold inlaid on the palace gate, and replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is quite crude. Another day, I shall help you renovate it." Ao Jean, why are you still standing there? Quickly fetch the finest immortal wine and spiritual fruits to entertain our Taoist friend." The old dragon hastily changed the subject, inwardly regretting his slip of the tongue. Seeing the subtle look in Ling Xiao's eyes, the old dragon's sinews beneath his scales tightened. Right away, Ao Jean hurried off to arrange things, completely lacking the dignity of a dragon clan patriarch, leaving the younger dragons dumbfounded. The dragons secretly sized up this unfamiliar guest, filled with suspicion. Before long, the banquet was ready. Ling Xiao sat at the head seat, sipping the immortal wine, while the old dragon and Ao Jean attended him from the lower seats, wearing fawning smiles. After 3 rounds of wine, Ling Xiao set down his jade cup. "You invited me to the Dragon Palace, so you must have something to discuss. Speak freely. After all, I may not be able to help anyway." The smiles of the father and son suddenly froze, their dragon whiskers stirring without wind. The old dragon gave a dry laugh. "Taoist, you do jest." He rubbed his dragon claws on the coral table and finally got to the point. "Actually, there is indeed a small matter on which I seek your guidance, Taoist." The old dragon's expression was sincere as he invited Ling Xiao to the Dragon Palace for a chat. Ostensibly, he wanted to ask for advice, but in truth it was to build a relationship and pave the way for the future. Their friendship was not yet deep enough for casual requests. "Advice? Tell me more." Ling Xiao took a sip of the immortal wine, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. The dragon clan seeking his advice, that was something new. "Then I shall speak plainly." The old dragon gave a weak smile. "I wish to ask the Taoist, how do you view the future of the dragon clan?" He did not beat around the bush and asked directly, his aged face bearing eyes that were bright and spirited like stars. At this moment, he was full of vigor and radiance. "The future of the dragon clan." Ling Xiao paused slightly, then shook his head with a smile. "You already have the answer in your hearts. Why ask me?" "Taoist Ling Xiao, I know well that you are exceptionally wise. Please speak frankly." The old dragon's expression was solemn, clearly placing great importance on this matter. "Do you truly wish to hear?" Ling Xiao countered. "I earnestly beg for your guidance, Taoist." The old dragon's tone was sincere. Ling Xiao nodded, set down his cup, his eyes flickering, and said slowly, "The dragon clan has no future. Or rather, the future belongs only to the descendants of the dragon." He deliberately emphasized the last 4 words. Descendants of the dragon. The old dragon was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. What are the descendants of the dragon? He could not understand at all. "Taoist, please explain in detail. I truly do not understand." "You will understand in time." Ling Xiao did not elaborate. This was merely a saying from his own world, and it was reasonable that the old dragon did not understand for now. Ling Xiao knew that the old dragon always harbored the desire to revive the dragon clan and return to being the rulers of heaven and earth. But what he did not know was that the future protagonist of the world was only one. The dragon clan was not qualified. The Wu clan was not qualified. The demon clan was not qualified. Only the human race would do. The old dragon's wish to revive the dragon clan was doomed to fail. Not only would they have no future, but the dragon clan might even become mere tools tasked solely with controlling clouds and rain. And they could not afford the slightest mistake, or they would face mortal danger. "Taoist, please dispel my confusion. I am truly anxious." The old dragon grew restless, the answer seemingly within reach, yet Ling Xiao remained silent, causing him great distress. "Let us set this aside for now." Ling Xiao rose and looked around. "This dragon palace is truly crude. Why not let me help you renovate it? Moreover, take me to see the dragon clan's treasury. Such an important place must be well protected. Since I am here, I should at least offer some help." At these words, the old dragon was stunned. What did this mean? Was it not enough that he had eaten and drunk for free? Now he wanted to take things away. The old dragon's mind shook violently, his expression shifting unpredictably. Ling Xiao seemed to be offering help, but his words carried an undeniable authority. For now the old dragon could not directly refuse. Carefully pondering Lin Xiao's words, the old dragon vaguely sensed another implication. To obtain the answer, he must first pay a price. Well, that was reasonable enough. Having realized the crux, the old dragon suddenly felt enlightened, and a fawning smile spread across his face. Thank you for your trouble, Taoist Lin Xiao. As our honored guest of the Dragon Clan, you are even going to the trouble of this matter. This kindness and virtue will be forever remembered by the Dragon Clan. The old dragon cupped his hands in thanks, then turned to glare at Ao Zhan, his tone suddenly stern. Ao Zhan, why are you still standing there like a fool? Quickly lead the Taoist to the treasury. This. Ao Zhan looked bewildered, his gaze shifting between the two, feeling completely out of place. How absurd. The elder was actually going to take Lin Xiao to the Dragon Clan's treasury. That was the treasure accumulated over generations. Even their own people were reluctant to use it, and now they were about to give it away. If Lin Xiao resorted to plunder, who could stop him? The entire treasury might be emptied. Seeing Ao Zhan not moving, the old dragon furrowed his brow, his authority evident. Taoist Lin Xiao, this way please. Ao Zhan trembled and hastily bowed to lead the way. Then, accompanied by the old dragon and Ao Zhan, Lin Xiao leisurely walked toward the Dragon Palace treasury. In the primordial world, after the demon clan's defeat, they scattered and fled, even the 10,000 mountains falling into enemy hands. The once united demon clan was now fragmented again, each fighting for themselves. The 12 ancestral witches were determined to eradicate the demon clan this time, and the flames of war swept from the eastern primordial to the north, stretching across endless territories. Often great witches could be seen leading millions of their kin to sweep across the land, uprooting demon tribes one by one. The demon clan was diverse, with many powerful races numbering in the millions. Yet facing the brutal onslaught of the Wu clan, they still retreated step by step. At the shores of the North Sea, the waves surged violently. On this day, the battered Kunpeng dragged his broken body to the shore, intending to escape into the North Sea to heal. Since the 10,000 mountains had already fallen, only this former lair remained for refuge. Little did he know that several greedy gazes from the shadows had already locked onto him. The time had come, and Mingyi could no longer hold back. The intense allure of the Hongmeng Qi made even the usually cautious demon unable to suppress his murderous intent. Taoist Kunpeng, long time no see. How did you fall to such a state? Mingyi suddenly appeared, his smile sinister, the bloodlight in his eyes surging. Kunpeng's feathers stood on end, and the moment he saw his old enemy, his expression changed drastically. Without needing to think, he knew what Mingyi was after. Mingyi, what do you think you're doing? Do you think that just because I've suffered a minor injury you can do as you please? He suppressed his anger and spoke coldly, barely maintaining his composure. A minor injury? Mingyi sneered inwardly. He had been following all along and naturally knew how severe Kunpeng's injuries were. Now Kunpeng was trying to deceive him. How laughable. He suppressed his anger and spoke coldly, barely maintaining his composure. A minor injury? Mingyi sneered inwardly. He had been following all along and naturally knew how severe Kunpeng's injuries were. Now Kunpeng was trying to deceive him. How laughable. Kunpeng, stop pretending. Hand over the Hongmeng purple qi, and I will let you die quickly. Otherwise I will surely make you perish utterly. Mingyi wasted no words, and before his voice faded, he unleashed a vast pressure, advancing step by step. If Kunpeng dared to play any tricks, he would strike immediately and take his life. Quasi-Saint midstage. Kunpeng's eyes narrowed, his heart shocked. He had not expected that the treacherous Mingyi had already severed two corpses. Now, with his severe injuries unhealed and his strength greatly diminished, he was no match for Mingyi. Mingyi, you insolent fool. I am the supreme leader of the demon clan. Do you dare to attack me? Are you not afraid of the demon clan's retaliation? Kunpeng shouted sternly, putting on a show of authority. Hearing this, Mingyi laughed. Kunpeng, have you taken a blow to the head? The current demon clan can barely protect itself, and you still dream of retaliating against me. How utterly ridiculous. Mingyi's laughter grew cold, and the bloodlight of the twin swords Yuantu and Abi surged behind him, their murderous aura soaring to the heavens, slashing straight toward Kunpeng. Flee! Kunpeng roared and fled with all his might, but under his severe injuries his speed was far from what it used to be. The twin swords arrived in an instant, transcending time and space, piercing Kunpeng's body and leaving two bloody wounds. Kunpeng roared, staggering, his fury having no outlet, leaving only despair in his heart. He had never imagined that vying for the Hongmeng purple qi would cost him his life here. Stop! At that moment, a majestic Tao voice resounded through heaven and earth, immortal light illuminating the sky, auspicious signs filling the air. A dazzling figure stepped through the void, surrounded by a treasure aura. Dong Wenggong. Mingyi frowned, a hint of coldness appearing on his sinister face. Dong Wenggong, what are you doing here? I am the leader of male immortals, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor, and it is my duty to maintain order in the primordial world. You two Taoists are fighting, disrupting heaven and earth. How can I stand by and do nothing? Dong Wenggong's expression was solemn, his words righteous. Hearing this, Kunpeng's heart leaped with joy. If so, he might be saved. Dong Wanggong is truly benevolent. In such a crisis, he is so chivalrous. Kunpeng felt grateful, Dong Wanggong's appearance like a ray of dawn in the endless darkness, illuminating his hope. Mingyi snorted coldly. Dong Wanggong, stop pretending. If you want the Hongmeng purple chi, then fight for it with your own strength. The victor is king. He had briefly allied with Dong Wanggong on the 3 immortal islands, and naturally knew what the other was up to. Dong Wanggong's craving for the Hongmeng purple chi was no less than Mingyi's. Since you have laid it bare, I need not conceal my intentions. To stabilize the primordial world, I must claim this purple chi for myself. You are no match for me. Dong Wanggong laughed heartily, making no effort to hide his intentions. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's face changed drastically, his eyes shifting uneasily. He had thought Dong Wanggong had come to mediate the conflict, never expecting him to vie for the opportunity. Now severely wounded, he could barely contend with Mingyi, let alone face Dong Wanggong as well. This was a death trap. Both of you desire the Hongmeng purple chi, but there is only one stream. How shall it be divided? Kunpeng's eyes darted about, attempting to sow discord. But Mingyi and Dong Wanggong were not to be fooled. They simply ignored him. This matter requires no worry from you, fellow Taoist. Just go to your rest. Mingyi sneered, intending to kill Kunpeng. However, Kunpeng, desperate to survive, would not wait for death. In a flash, he clenched his teeth and forced the Hongmeng purple chi out of his body. The purple chi danced like a living creature in Kunpeng's palm. Mingyi and Dong Wanggong's eyes instantly lit up, unable to conceal their excitement. The purple chi was here. If they had the nerve, they could come and take it. Kunpeng laughed wildly, already driven to madness. You seek death. To Kunpeng's surprise, while the two were fighting over the purple chi, they simultaneously struck at him. An overwhelming killing intent descended. You? Kunpeng was terrified, never expecting that even after surrendering the purple chi, he could not escape death. In desperation, he struggled desperately, but ultimately perished in the torrent of destruction. He brought it upon himself. Mingyi's gaze was icy. Such treacherous creatures must be eradicated root and branch. On this point, he and Dong Wanggong were in tacit agreement. This object belongs to me, fellow Taoist. Do not insist. Dong Wanggong suddenly attacked, his dragon head staff erupting with 10,000 rays of light, taking the opportunity to repel Mingyi. He then tore open the void, snatched the Hongmeng purple chi into his palm, and transformed into a streak of light as he fled. Mingyi roared with fury, his voice shaking the heavens. Dong Wanggong, don't think you can escape. His eyes were bloodshot, his rage uncontrollable. Just now we clearly agreed to compete for the Hongmeng purple chi by our own abilities. Who would have expected Dong Wanggong to snatch it and flee without any trace of a master's demeanor? Watching the Hongmeng purple chi slip through his fingers, Mingyi gnashed his teeth in hatred. He had painstakingly plotted for tens of thousands of years, secretly following Kunpeng, only to end up making a wedding dress for someone else. Burning with rage, he transformed into a blood-red rainbow, his body blazing with fierce flames as he gave relentless chase. Even if I have to pursue to the ends of the heavens and earth, I will never give up. Mingyi's killing intent was overwhelming. Wherever he passed, the sky cracked and blood-red light surged. The chase lasted a long time, until finally Dong Wanggong, with the help of the 12 primordial witches, managed to repel Mingyi. Back in the Blood Sea, Mingyi was furious, never expecting that Dong Wanggong could persuade the primordial witches to help. This grudge will not be forgotten. I will have my revenge. He hurled the oath fiercely. At this moment, Dong Wanggong, holding the Hongmeng purple chi, was elated, feeling that the great Tao was within reach. Inside the Pangu temple, Dijun laughed meaningfully. Mingyi has retreated. Now it's up to you, fellow Taoist. Dong Wanggong cupped his hands and replied, I, as the Tao ancestors' appointed leader of all male immortals, naturally should uphold the order of the primordial world. If the witch clan can unify the primordial world, the heavens and earth will naturally return to peace. Dong Wanggong is willing to serve as your humble servant. He suddenly realized that letting the witch clan dominate the primordial world was also a way to maintain order. With the Hongmeng purple chi in hand, his mind became even clearer. Though he knew this move might have consequences to buy time for achieving sainthood, he had to temporize for now. Once he attained the Hunyuan Dao fruit, the 12 primordial witches would be of no concern. Dijun laughed heartily. Excellent. In your opinion, fellow Taoist, what should the next step be? This inquiry was both a test and a trial. The witch clan was now powerful. Dong Wanggong's allegiance, though not necessary, could save them a lot of trouble. As the leader of male immortals, Dong Wanggong replied without hesitation, continued expansion is the right path. If he had proposed stopping the expansion, Dijun's massive palm would have already smashed down on him. The primordial witch's nature was always like this. They never knew what restraint meant. Just as I wished. Dijun nodded slightly, his every move exuding the demeanor of a tyrant. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Dong Wanggong, to lead the vanguard. Dong Wanggong's eye twitched, hatred seething in his heart. The honored leader of male immortals had become a pawn, clearing the way for the witch clan. How ironic. Bear with it for a moment, and the wind and waves will calm down. He clenched his teeth secretly. The path to sainthood was long for now he had to obey the 12 primordial witches. Rest assured, fellow Dijun. Dongwon Gong patted his chest and said solemnly. From then on, Dongwon Gong led the witch clan army to sweep across the northern primordial world, continuously compressing the living space of the demon clan. The remnants were forced to migrate south and west. One day, Dongwon Gong and the primordial witches led thousands of witch soldiers to the eastern sea. Looking toward the 3 immortal islands, a cold sneer appeared on his face. The humiliation of being severely wounded by Lin Xiao when he tried to seize the immortal islands back then. Today he would finally wash it away. Everyone look. These 3 immortal islands are formed from fragments of chaos covered with heavenly treasures and earthly riches. They are also a treasure land for the witch clan. Dongwon Gong raised his arm and shouted. Using this as a springboard, we can plot for the eastern sea in the future. The primordial witches' expressions varied. Xiangliang was the first to leap out and rebuke. This is the territory of the Golden Crows. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the witch clan and the 3 crows? Are you afraid, fellow Xiangliang? Dongwon Gong pretended to be surprised, his expression exaggerated to the extreme. This was precisely his calculation. The witch clan could not stand being provoked. You seek death. Xiangliang's body erupted with lightning. Zhurong stopped him and said gravely, the primordial world will eventually belong to the witch clan. What are these mere 3 immortal islands? The Sun Star will be in our pockets sooner or later. He spoke arrogantly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Although Zhurong knew the 3 crows were immensely powerful, with the 12 heavenly gods' grand formation now complete, why should they fear? What Zhurong says is very true. Since we are already at the eastern sea, we might as well take the 3 immortal islands first. Gomong replied calmly, his demeanor unhurried. After all, the 3 golden crows are not on the islands at the moment. Taking the islands is just a simple task. It's feasible. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flickered, and he replied indifferently. Attack! Gong Gong suddenly roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Recalling past events, he was furious, startling the brothers into a shudder. This time 7 primordial witches arrived together. Zhu Jiuyin, Gomong, Zhurong, Gong Gong, Xiangliang, Shizi, and Shibishi. All agreed to attack the 3 immortal islands. Gong Gong let out a long roar, stirring up a 1,000-foot wave that formed a bridge reaching the sky. Countless witch clan soldiers stepped on the waves and arrived outside the 3 immortal islands in an instant. Land on the island. From today, this place belongs to the witch clan and should be renamed the 3 Witch Islands. Gong Gong's voice was like a great bell as he was the first to charge toward the immortal island. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. When did the 3 immortal islands become the territory of the witch clan? Why has no one informed us? The primordial witches' faces changed upon hearing this. This voice was so familiar. 2 golden beams shot into the sky like the sun blazing above with overwhelming pressure. Dijun and Taiyi, how are you here? Gong Gong was greatly alarmed. Shouldn't the golden crows reside on the Sun Star? Ridiculous. The 3 immortal islands have always been my brother's dojo. What's strange about being here? Taiyi sneered, looking down on the witches. Just the 2 of you? Zhu Jiuyin asked in a low voice, his eyes secretly searching for a third figure. No need to look. My younger brother Lin Xiao is not here. Dijun confessed frankly. The primordial witches secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without Lin Xiao, what was there to fear? Although Dijun and Taiyi were strong, how could they withstand the combined force of 7 primordial witches? When did I ever ask about this? Since Lin Xiao is not here, it's just right to deal with you first. Zhu Jiuyin forced a proud expression. Everyone fight quickly to avoid any complications. Dongwon Gong frowned and urged, vaguely sensing something amiss. Since when did Dongwon Gong become a lackey of the witch clan? Taiyi's eyes were full of disdain. The chaos bell appeared, clearing the heavens and earth. Nonsense. I fight for the order of the primordial world. How dare you slander me? Dongwon Gong retorted sharply, his face completely lost. Amidst the raging flames, Zhurong let out a fierce roar, causing the vast sea to evaporate instantly, turning the ground beneath into scorched earth. Boom. 8 quasi-sage auras instantly intertwined as Dijun and Taiyi stood back to back to face the 7 primordial witches and Dongwon Gong. The chaos bell floated above Taiyi's head, golden light piercing the sky. At the first encounter, a primordial witch was sent flying backward, coughing blood. Though both were at the mid-stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal, the 2 brothers were like tigers among sheep, their divine chains of law entangled, causing the void to continuously collapse. How could? The primordial witch confronting Taiyi's pupils shook violently, but as a golden light flashed, Zhurong's face flame extinguished, and his head nearly separated from his body. Bastard. Zhurong's eyes were wide with rage, but his chest bones were shattered by a fist seal condensed from chaotic chi. Excellent. Dijun's Taishu mirror above his head let out a clear ring. Wherever the mirror light shone, half of Dongwon Gong's body mysteriously vanished. Sorcery. Dongwon Gong was shocked to find that the severed part of his body had no pain. Seeing this, Zhu Jiuyin let out a furious roar, and time ripples swept the primordial witches into a hasty retreat, leaving only a sky full of blood mist to bear witness to this crushing battle. Inside the Lin Xiao hall, the white-robed youth withdrew his gaze, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lin Xiao stepped out of the Dragon Clan treasury with elation, followed by the pale-faced old Dragon King and Ao Zhan. The Dragon Clan's hospitality is unforgettable. I will surely visit again another day. He tossed these words lightly as he left, startling the old Dragon King and Ao Zhan out of their wits. On the three immortal islands, Dijun and Taiyi were animatedly recounting the encounter with the Primordial Witches. The so-called Primordial Witches are nothing special. Without their formation, they are fragile. Taiyi sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Dijun suddenly turned serious. Your words, brother, remind me. If they formed the 12 heavenly gods' grand formation. Dijun's brows furrowed deeply. The might of Panga's shadow still made him tremble. Taiyi also fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Lin Xiao toyed with his newly acquired artifact and said casually, why worry? Just don't give them the time to form the formation. He weighed the jingling treasures in his sleeve. Who says we have to wait for the opponent to gather strength? Excellent. Dijun clapped his hands and laughed. Third brother's words are like a ray of light piercing the clouds. Time to return. Lin Xiao looked toward the sky, the treasures in his bosom emitting an enticing spiritual light. Dijun nodded solemnly. This experience has given me deep insights. I should take the opportunity to break through to the perfection of Honghuang Golden Immortal. Taiyi clapped in agreement. Excellent. This realm is the pragmatic choice. 3 golden rainbows streaked across the sky as the sun gods laden with gains returned to the Tang Valley. Lin Xiao caressed the Chaos Pearl while the Dragon Clan's treasures were being devoured by the heaven-swallowing gourd. This time I must break through to Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortal. He gazed at the chaotic chi circulating within the pearl, where over 2,000 restrictions shimmered like stars. Outside the hall, the leaves of the Fusang tree rustled in the solar true fire. Lin Xiao gradually entered a state of meditation, his mind calming. On the other side, Zhujiuyin, Zhurong, and other primordial witches fled back to the Panga temple in disarray, their faces all panicked. Qiangliang dragged Zhurong to the front. During the battle, he had hidden in the back, but now in retreat, he was the first to lead, his sense of timing perfectly balanced. It was not that he was a coward, rather he had foreseen that this battle would be unfavorable. Knowing that dissuasion would be useless, he chose to conserve his strength, and now he had the energy to help his companions escape. Carrying Zhurong, and still moving swiftly, Qiangliang felt secretly proud. Gonggong Gomong and others had also been severely wounded by the Golden Crows, but they had lacked such foresight. Regardless of strength and wisdom alone, he had far surpassed the other primordial witches. Bang! Zhurong was thrown heavily to the ground, startling Dijiang and the other primordial witches to their feet. Zhurong was unconscious while Gonggong Gomong and others were also covered in wounds. Most horrifying was Dongwang Gong, held by Zhujiuyin, with only half his body left, the other half was missing. This is all Dongwang Gong's fault. Zhujiuyin flung the broken Dongwang Gong out, his face full of disgust. If not for the need to interrogate him, I would have let this scourge die at the hands of the Golden Crows. Dijiang's eyes were like lightning. What exactly happened? Dongwang Gong barely steadied his broken body and defended himself. Dijiang, fellow Taoist, please see clearly. I intended to take the 3 immortal islands to expand the Witch Clan's territory, but I encountered the Golden Crows. We resisted with all our might, but in the end. His words were high-sounding, but the guilt in his eyes was hard to hide. This time not only did the plan fail, but he also nearly lost his life. Golden Crows. You encountered Golden Crows. No wonder you were defeated. Back then, even 6 ancestral witches combined couldn't prevail against Lin Xiao, and now 7 against 3 with you, the utterly useless Dongwang Gong. How could you possibly win? Dijiang first showed a look of surprise, then regained his composure, as if he found it entirely unremarkable. In the past, 6 against 1 had ended in defeat. Such an outcome now was only natural. If they had managed to win, that would have been the true oddity. At these words, the other ancestral witches felt utterly humiliated. Had they truly fallen so low that even defeat was considered a given? It had become almost routine. Brother, though it shames me to say, I must clarify. Lin Xiao did not act this time. It was only Dijun and Taiyi who defeated us. Zhujian spoke coldly, his expression at odds with his words. What? Without Lin Xiao you still couldn't overcome Dijun and Taiyi? Dijiang was stunned, as if hearing an absurdity. To lose to Lin Xiao was understandable, but now they couldn't even defeat Dijun and Taiyi. By this logic, if the 3 Golden Crows joined forces, even the 12 ancestral witches might struggle to withstand them. Zhuji and Gonggong and the other ancestral witches were too ashamed to speak. This was their second defeat. The first loss could be excused by the cold ground and lack of preparation, but this second defeat was a clear sign of inferior strength, leaving no room for argument. Brother, quickly set up the 12 divine demonic array and avenge our shame. A weak voice broke the awkward silence, faltering. Zhurong struggled to raise his hand, burning with resentment, and forced himself awake. His sudden revival, like a final flicker of life, startled and delighted the other ancestral witches. That he could speak meant his injuries were not fatal, a vast improvement from his suffocating coma last time. Brother, rest and heal. How can you form the array in such a state? Dijun took Zhurong's hand and spoke gently. Seeing his brother unharmed brought him much comfort. Someone take Zhurong to the blood pool for treatment. Without waiting for Zhurong's reply, Dijun rose and gave the order. Xiangliang without a word hoisted Zhurong and rushed toward the blood pool. Zhurong struggled fiercely, still fixated on forming the array for revenge, but his wounds and exhaustion left him no match for Xiangliang. Brother Zhurong's words are not without merit. We will not rest until this grudge is settled. Gonggong spoke after a moment's silence, his voice seething. Having lost twice to the Golden Crows, his hatred ran deeper than Zhurong's. I know your desire for vengeance, but we must wait until your injuries heal, Dijun said solemnly. Once he had believed they could defeat the 3 Golden Crows without the array, but now he had to retract such arrogance. It was far too dangerous. Brother is right. Revenge is certain, but we must wait for the elders to recover, Xianming added with a faint smile. The other ancestral witches nodded slightly. Though they were rough, they were not foolish. To attack with no hope of victory would be sheer madness. Have you noticed that since the defeat of the Yao clan, our Wu clan's fortune and cultivation progress have both improved? Dijun abruptly shifted the topic, setting aside thoughts of revenge clearly with deeper plans in mind. Indeed. Now that you mention it, I realize. I thought it was my own talent advancing. Qinwu scratched his head and laughed. The other ancestral witches nodded in succession, having previously dismissed it as an illusion, but now Dijun's words revealed the truth. In my view, this is the effect of accumulating our father's legacy. With the Yao clan's territory absorbed into ours, our fortune rises and cultivation improves daily. Thus our next move is to take the western and southern regions of Honghuang, expanding our domain. Dijun spoke in a deep, clear voice. Dong Wenggong suddenly looked up as if searching for something, but in truth he was struggling to suppress a laugh. Hearing his own old jest spoken aloud was almost too much to bear. Dong Wenggong. Dijun bellowed, and Dong Wenggong snapped to attention, replying solemnly, what do you advise, Taoist friend? You shall serve as the vanguard to conquer the West, atoning for your sins. This. Dong Wenggong was stunned, having been distracted and missed the details. Attack the West. That is the sanctuary of Jane and Zhuanti, disciples of the Tao ancestor and future saints. How could we act rashly? You refuse. Dijun snorted, and a murderous intent flared. Dong Wenggong's spine chilled, and he quickly pledged, I shall serve even if it means death. No time to waste, set out immediately. Dijun smiled. Thus Dong Wenggong, accompanied by several ancestral witches, led tens of millions of Wu clan warriors westward. The remaining ancestral witches marched south, splitting the army into 2. This campaign aimed not only to expand territory, but also to purge the remnants of the Yao clan from both regions. The mighty army shook heaven and earth as the ancestral witches and Dong Wenggong led the way, heading straight for the western sacred land, Mount Xumi. If this mountain fell, the entire west would belong to the Wu clan. In their meditative state, Jane and Zhuanti suddenly sensed a surge of baleful qi and awoke with a start. Why does the Wu clan invade our west? Zhuanti cried out in shock. This change came without warning, catching them completely off guard. Calamity is upon us, Jane said, his face dark, his eyes flickering as he sensed an ominous omen. Just as the two were consumed with anxiety, the Wu clan army finally arrived at Mount Xumi. The sky-filling baleful qi churned the cosmos, shrouding the sacred mountain in an impenetrable veil. What business brings you, esteemed Taoist friends, to our humble mountain? Jane rose slowly, bathed in holy radiance, with a golden halo swirling behind his head, illuminating the world. Enough talk. Leave Mount Xumi at once. The west now belongs to the Wu clan. Zujian's voice shook the 9 heavens, and the ancestral witches manifested their true forms, towering like mountains, rivaling Mount Xumi itself. The defeat at the 3 immortal islands had left them desperate to restore their honor. If they couldn't deal with the Golden Crows, could they not handle Jane and Zhuanti? What? You dare to covet the West? Jane's expression changed drastically. Utter greed. Even the West, so barren you refuse to spare. Is the Wu clan so desperate? Covet. All things in Honghuang were transformed from our father god. There is no coveting. We are merely reclaiming what belongs to the Wu clan. Zujian replied coldly. Jane and Zhuanti's faces darkened, knowing that debating with the ancestral witches was like talking to a brick wall. They caught a glimpse of Dong Wenggong huddled among the ancestral witches, his body half shattered like a ghost. Zhuanti's eyes sharpened, and he demanded, Dong Wenggong, are you the one stirring up trouble behind the scenes? Dong Wenggong's smile remained unchanged. Facing the accusation, he was unperturbed, as if he had given up all pretense. Two Taoist friends, this is the trend of the times. It has nothing to do with me. He spoke lightly, offering no defense. Enough, why waste words with them? Attack. At Zujian's command, thunder roared across heaven and earth, black clouds churned over Mount Xumi, and lightning flashed. Xiangliang struck first, his fist surging with overwhelming power, unleashing a devastating assault. Insolence. Do you think we are so easily bullied? Jane and Zhuanti flared with rage, unleashing their treasures in dazzling brilliance, rising to fight. Having been attacked without cause, they had never imagined the ancestral witches would storm Mount Xiumi. As supreme lords of the West and disciples of the Tao ancestor, they never expected the Wu clan to show such disregard and launch a brazen assault. Once they had lamented the East's suffering, and now calamity had befallen them. Huh, what do you think you are? Xiangliang sneered arrogantly, his 5 fingers closing, and a sea of lightning cascaded down, engulfing Mount Xiumi. With a cry, Jane and Zhuanti roared their 12-grade golden lotus and 7 treasures wonderful tree, blazing with light, breaking through the lightning sea and charging straight at Xiangliang. Seeing this, the other ancestral witches also joined the fray, displaying their divine abilities, the battle spreading across the 8 directions. At that moment, the hidden Yao clan powerhouses watched with grim faces, their hearts trembling. Baze and Jiming, hiding in the west, felt the battle on Mount Xiumi most acutely. The Wu clan has gone mad. They've brought the war to the west. Jiming's expression was dark, a mix of anger and fear. If the Wu clan also took the west and the south, the Yao clan would be utterly cornered. This catastrophe could mean the extinction of the clan. The Wu clan is not arrogant, they know this move is necessary. Only by unifying Honghuang can they complete the transformation of their bloodline. Once they succeed, the world of Honghuang will fall into disaster, and no one can escape. Baze's eyes were as cold as frost, his words like iron. His voice was laced with a chill as deep and suffocating as an abyss. Is there truly no solution? Jiming's fingers trembled, and the scales beneath his armor quivered. The Yao court had shattered like jade with Nuwa, and the demon teacher vanished without a trace, the remnants scattered like sand. Even if the sky falls, we must not stand idle. Baze's sleeve sword hummed, and in a flash he transformed into a rainbow that pierced the clouds. Jiming followed, riding a gust of blood-stench wind. On the Naming volcano, crimson flames licked the sky. A woman in a palace robe formed seals atop the lava, her skirt motionless in the heat wave. Between her distant brow-like eyebrows, a cinnabar flickered with her divination. Where lies the opportunity for sainthood? Nuwa's palms swirled with Tao patterns, her long hair stained with anxious flames. The ancestral witch's baleful chi had become sky-obscuring. Even if she had cut all 3 corpses, she could not withstand the might of the Dutian divine demonic array. Since the fall of the Yao court, she had traversed Honghuang, finally arriving at this world-burning relic where Yuan Feng had fallen. In the celebratory clouds, serpent shadows slithered, and the Hunyuan Tao rhythm gathered and scattered. The Wu clan has already laid hands on the west. With a delicate hand, she tore through the void, and the shattered image of Mount Xiumi flashed among the ruins. No matter how wondrous Jane and Zhuanti's methods, they could not stop the surging turbid waves. As anxiety gnawed at her Tao heart, she suddenly swept out of seclusion. Barefoot, she stepped across the cracked, scorched earth where withered vines sprouted new buds and springs gushed forth. A jade toad held a pearl, a black tortoise bore a diagram, as if heaven and earth offered a prophecy. The primordial purple chi resonated with her primordial spirit, and Nuwa paused, gazing at the horizon. So that's it. On Mount Yujing, the purple chi scattered, and the 3 pure ones bore cracks, oozing turbid energy. Laozi wiped the corner of his mouth, the fragments of the Kunlun mirror still humming in his primordial spirit. The ancestral witches have gone to Mount Xiumi. Laozi's deep gaze turned westward as he spoke calmly. The Wu clan grows more arrogant, do they not fear making enemies of all Honghuang? If our teacher had not merged with the Tao, would the Wu clan dare to be so rampant? Yuanshi said coldly, temporarily suppressing his desire for revenge. Having witnessed the power of the Pangu Phantom, Yuanshi understood that the current 3 pure ones could not contend with the Wu clan. Let them be for now, we should focus on cutting the 3 corpses and attaining sainthood. Laozi withdrew his gaze and said indifferently. Over the years he had reflected on himself, realizing he had been too preoccupied with contending with the ancestral witches, forgetting that sainthood was the root. Once we become saints, the ancestral witches and the Pangu Orthodox will all be but fleeting clouds. Brother is right, only cultivation is the foundation. Tongtian nodded in agreement. If he hadn't often joined his brothers in battles, he might have already cut the 3 corpses. As disciples of the Tao ancestor for 10,000 years, it's time to take that step. Yuanshi spoke leisurely, his expression calm. The 3 pure ones were personally taught by the Tao ancestor. Attaining sainthood was a natural progression. Inside Wuzhuang Temple, Zhenyuan, the ancestral witches have reached the west. Flee from here quickly. Hongyuan urged anxiously. The vast Honghuang, where can one hide? Only by retreating to the 9 heavens above. Zenyuanzi's expression was grave. The 9 heavens? You mean, the Taiyang star? Hongyuan's eyes lit up. Absurd. If the ginseng fruit tree is planted on the Taiyang star, how could it survive? Zenyuanzi scolded. Then what can we do? Just wait for the ancestral witches to destroy the spiritual root. Hongyuan frowned. Having often eaten ginseng fruits, he naturally didn't want to see the precious tree destroyed. The Honghuang is vast, the Wu clan cannot occupy it all. I have a plan, Zenyuanzi said solemnly. Good. If the Wu clan dares to touch the spiritual root, they'll have to get through me first. Hongmeng declared resolutely. That's your problem. I'm not risking my life for a tree's Yuanzi replied calmly. Let's see how Jane and Juni handle it. Hongmeng said no more gazing toward Mount Xumi. In the west, Mount Xumi blazed with divine radiance, boundless faith, energy surging, and deep within the mountain a grand Buddhist chant echoed. Jane manifested his Dharma form with 12-colored precious light, illuminating the heavens, saving all beings. The towering Dharma form sat atop the peak, its head above the eternal sky, and a golden wheel of merit behind it reflected 3,000 worlds surrounded by vast divine might. It held a mysterious hand seal cloaked in dazzling divine light. Arrogance. In this sacred land of Xumi, the authority of the three realms belongs to me. The Tao sound of Lord Jane shattered like ice. Through years of refinement, the entire Mount Xumi had become an extension of his Dharma body, absorbing the devout worship of all beings in the West with an endless stream of incense and faith power converging. This caused his cultivation to grow day by day, and in this pure land of the West, Jane indeed possessed an invincible stance like the master of heaven and earth. A fool's dream. How dare you spout such nonsense? Zhu Jiuyin laughed wildly as the time law flowed, throwing the order of Mount Sumeru's surroundings into chaos. The other primordial witches simultaneously erupted with world-shaking power, causing the entire sacred mountain to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering under the terrifying pressure. Let the wish power of all beings return to me. Jie Yin's chant resounded through the west, each syllable striking the hearts of countless living beings. In an instant, golden rain of light surged from every corner of the western lands toward Mount Sumeru, transforming the region into a supreme pure land, with auspicious clouds swirling and myriad rays of splendor, a sight that shook the universe. Do you truly believe no one can restrain you for trespassing on our western sacred ground? Jie Yin's majestic Dharma image reflecting the boundless starry sky slowly spoke his rebuke, shaking the primordial witches' hearts, his overwhelming pressure immeasurable. The western world suddenly burst forth with immeasurable radiance, an endless stream of faith power converging from all directions, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Auspicious clouds rolled rosy light, shone 10,000 feet, and a torrent of wish power surged between heaven and earth, vaster than the waters of the four seas, sweeping across the 8 wildernesses. Such an auspicious spectacle had never been seen since time immemorial, unparalleled in the world. The great powers of the primordial era watching the battle were all moved, never expecting Jie Yin to possess such a hidden card. Bathed in the river of wish power, Jie Yin's cultivation soared, his body radiating a terrifying aura that inspired awe. He sat firmly atop Mount Sumeru, his Dharma image projection covering the heavens. No matter how far away, all beings in the west could see the towering, majestic figure at the boundary between heaven and earth. Boom! As the Dharma seals shifted, Jie Yin's cross-legged form suddenly rose, erupting with a colossal aura that left Zhuanti beside him pale with shock. Carrying the flood of faith that could destroy heaven and earth, he charged straight at the primordial witches, his attack like a rainbow, his Dharma power like the sea. In an instant, the 9 heavens trembled, the universe lost its color, and the faces of Zhu Jiuyin, Qiangliang Gonggong, and other primordial witches changed drastically as they summoned their full power to fight. The battle reached its peak. In an instant, the void shattered, and an aura of destruction enveloped the western lands, making even the stars tremble and their light dim. Taoist brother Jie Yin is truly extraordinary. It seems he has comprehended a unique Tao. An onlooker could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Jie Yin was unimaginably powerful, fighting 6 primordial witches alone, without falling behind, locked in a fierce stalemate. Although the western lands are barren, the unity of all beings has unleashed such terrifying power. Surely even the primordial witches did not anticipate Jie Yin possessing such means. On Jade Capital Mountain, Yuanshi observed this scene, with his divine ability, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Among the 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor, except for Zhuni, none were ordinary. There was a reason they were accepted as disciples. Seeing Jie Yin's strength surge so rapidly, Yuanshi felt more displeased than if his own cultivation had regressed. Proud as he was, he had to admit that Jie Yin had surpassed him. Jie Yin has opened a new path with faith power. Given time, he will surely establish his own school. Laozi said calmly, but such a cultivation method differs greatly from that of the East. Tong Tian looked slightly puzzled. When did you say that, senior brother? Inside the Pangu temple, Dijiang waved his sleeve and tore open the void. Zhu Jiuyin and the others are blocked. Who will go to their aid? His tone carried impatience. Xianming said coldly, I will go. Rushu and Tianwu will accompany you. We must raise Mount Sumeru to the ground. Dijiang ordered in a deep voice. After the 3 primordial witches left, Hutu said softly, big brother, isn't this act too aggressive? Dijiang turned and asked what is wrong with it. Heaven and earth were born from Father God. Our Wu clan is a Father God's bloodline, so our actions are justified. But the primordial era still has saints. Hutu's brow showed a trace of worry. Heaven and earth divide into yin and yang. When things reach their extreme, they reverse. She sensed that the Wu clan's actions were approaching the edge of reversal. As a member of the Wu clan, she should not have such thoughts, but at this moment, she could no longer remain silent. Precisely because of this, we must rule over the primordial era. Only then can we give birth to a saint of the Wu clan. The fate of the Wu clan can only be decided by us. Dijiang's tone was firm with no intention of retreat. They despised being like the three pure ones who knelt before the Tao ancestor and willingly became disciples, completely disregarding the dignity of Father God Pangu. The Wu clan will carve out their own heaven and earth with iron and blood. Huda said no more, knowing she could not shake Dijiang's resolve. Although she was doted on by her elder brothers, none would heed her advice on such a major matter. She could only silently pray in her heart that her ominous premonition was just a delusion. On Mount Sumeru the battle was fierce. Xihe and Changxi joined forces and actually suppressed 6 primordial witches, gaining the upper hand. Dong Wanggong lingered at the edge of the battlefield. With only half his body left, bound by a mysterious force and greatly weakened in strength, he dared not join the battle recklessly. The fierce battle lasted for several days. At a certain moment, Xihe and Changxi suddenly changed color, sensing 3 powerful auras descending upon Mount Sumeru, a bloodthirsty aura sweeping across heaven and earth. The primordial witches, Xuanming, Rushu, and Tianwu, came to reinforce. 6 fighting too, and you still call for backup. How shameless. Changxi shouted loudly, trying to suppress the primordial witches with moral righteousness. But the primordial witches paid no heed. Those who obstruct the Wu clan shall only face annihilation. Xianming struck first, her sky-obscuring giant palm aimed directly at Mount Sumeru. Her strength was unmatched on the battlefield. The moment she made her move, Xihe and Changxi sensed trouble. Xuanming's entry instantly turned the tide. Boom. Under the combined assault of the primordial witches, Xihe and Changxi's dharma body shattered, and they were sent flying billions of miles. Xuanming's giant palm crushed the sky, grabbed the root of the Bodhi tree on Mount Sumeru, and tore it out. Then she closed her fingers, grinding the Bodhi tree into powder. Witnessing this, Xihe and Changxi's eyes turned bloodshot, their fury blazing to the heavens. The already barren west was now worsened. Oh, my Bodhi tree. Changxi roared in grief and fury. Xianming crushed the Bodhi tree, and Changxi's rage caused his hair to stand on end, his madness like a demon. Killing was one thing, but why destroy his precious treasure? The Bodhi tree was the West's greatest treasure, now destroyed by a primordial witch. A waste of heaven's gifts. A beastly act. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Changxi screamed and charged at Xuanming, vowing to avenge the Bodhi tree. Senior brother, hold back. Do not act rashly. Xihe suddenly grabbed Changxi. The enemy is strong, and we are weak. We must avoid their edge for now. Preserve our lives and settle this debt another day. Let them have Mount Sumeru. The world is vast. When our Tao arts are perfected, we can reclaim our foundation. Xihe suppressed his fury, his reason still intact. If they turned back to fight now, they would surely be defeated by the primordial witches. His borrowed power from the wish power of all beings could not last long. Once his dharma power was exhausted, escape might be impossible. Enough. Today's humiliation I will repay 100-fold in the future. Changxi shouted harshly, preserving a shred of dignity. Though furious, he was unwilling to throw away his life in vain. Why wait for another day? This mountain will be your burial ground. Zhu Jiuyin's cold laugh had not yet faded when several primordial witches' figures burst forth, determined to eliminate the threat once and for all. How can this be? Changxi's pupils contracted. In the past, he could leave unscathed after uttering such threats, but today he was met with, If we wish to leave, who can stop us? Changxi arrogantly roared as if victory was certain. Silence. Xihe bellowed, the radiance around him rapidly dimming. The cultivation empowered by faith power was ultimately fleeting, like a flower blooming for a moment. Boom. The void exploded as Xihe and Changxi fought, while retreating, everything in their path annihilated, leaving only an aura of destruction lingering. Although they were no match for the primordial witches, their escape techniques were among the best in the primordial era. As expected, Xihe and Changxi's defeat was sealed from the start. Having been routed by only half the primordial witches, their defeat was still a kind of honor. The great powers watching sighed, inwardly unsurprised by this outcome. The Wu clan had yet to reveal their true strength. If the Pangu true body appeared, it would truly turn heaven and earth upside down. All 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor had fallen to the primordial witches. In the heaven and earth of the primordial era, aside from the Tao ancestor, who else could restrain the Wu clan? Even the 3-legged golden crow on the sun star might not be able to withstand their might. Unless they took the enemy by surprise and first killed one primordial, which, breaking their formation, there would be a glimmer of victory. The various powers had solemn expressions. The Wu clan's ferocious might had already made them feel as if needles were pricking their backs. But the great powers of the primordial era each harbored their own schemes, making it difficult to unite against the enemy. Who could trust someone like Mingyi Laozu? With one misstep, they might be ambushed. Over the years, some powerful beings had set foot on Ziwei Palace, but the palace doors were always locked, and they never had the chance to see the Dao ancestors' true face. The path to appeal was thus cut off. Xihe and Changxi fled into the chaos, claiming they would ask the Dao ancestor to uphold justice. The primordial witches hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then turned back to Mount Sumeru without pursuing further. Big Brother ordered us to raise Mount Sumeru. Let me push over this broken mountain. Tianwu coldly shouted, making as if to strike. Wait, that is not what Big Brother meant, and besides, Mount Sumeru is a transformation of Father God. How can it be destroyed casually? Zhu Juyin quickly stopped him, fearing that the mountain might crumble if he was a moment too slow. Oh, I see. Tianwu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Haha, taking Mount Sumeru means the entire western primordial lands are now ours. Though we encountered a slight setback, in the end we are still superior. To be honest, this place is truly barren. If not for collecting Father God's legacy, I wouldn't take it even if it were given for free. A primordial witch looked around with disdain. Keep moving forward, and do not slack off. Zhu Juyin ordered sternly. The battle for Mount Sumeru was not perfect. Subsequent conquests must display greater might. As you command. The primordial witches answered in unison, leading their tribal warriors on the long journey. They split into two forces, moving like thunder, swallowing even the southern territories. On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao awoke from his meditation and immediately sensed the Wu clan's movements. Truly arrogant. Hongjun is about to merge with the Dao. Oh, what will he think when he sees the primordial era under his governance in such a state? He calculated, secretly knowing that Hongjun's merging with the Dao was imminent unless some unexpected event occurred. Lin Xiao did not dare to relax. Although he had reached the perfection of the Honghuang Golden Immortal, he was still only one step away from the Honghuang Primordial Golden Immortal. But that step, if understood, could be achieved in an instant. If not, it could be eternally distant. Perhaps Hongjun had already seen through everything. After merging with the Dao, Hongjun would be the will of heaven. His thoughts and actions would be unfathomable, and that was the most unsettling part. Only by achieving the Honghuang Primordial Golden Immortal could he protect himself. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun are visiting. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered, and he murmured to himself. After a moment, the Ziwei boy entered to report. Invite them in. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Soon a fat and a thin Daoist arrived side by side. The moment they stepped through the palace gate, both felt a pressure bearing down on them, expressions of surprise on their faces. Hongyun, unconcerned, said with a simple smile, Daoist brother Ling Xiao, we apologize for the intrusion. Two Daoist brothers suddenly visit the Sun Star. Is there something you wish to discuss? Ling Xiao smiled slightly, looking at Xinyuanzi and Hongyun before him. Hongyun sighed and said the Wu clan is advancing westward, bringing the flames of war near the Wuzhuang temple. We would like to borrow the Nine Heavens spiritual soil to move the ginseng fruit tree to safety. Xinyuanzi did not speak much. He turned his palm over and 3 ginseng fruits appeared. He handed them to Ling Xiao as a token of gratitude. These are humble gifts, but they represent my sincerity. I hope you will not refuse. Ling Xiao took them and asked, after moving the tree, do you have a place to go? Xinyuanzi hesitated. No fixed abode, yet we can only carry it temporarily and find a suitable location later. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and suggested, why not move it to Sanxian Island? Hongyun's eyes lit up and he immediately smiled. Excellent. Sanxian Island is a blessed cave paradise. It will surely nourish the spiritual root. Xinyuanzi seemed to want to say something, but finally nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao said no more. A ball of mystical yellow soil appeared in his palm, and he tossed it to Xinyuanzi. The island is governed by the 3 fairies who inform them when you arrive. Xinyuanzi took it solemnly and said gravely, your great kindness I will surely repay in the future. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. It was a trivial matter. Go quickly. Hongyun enthusiastically pulled Xinyuanzi to take their leave. After their figures disappeared, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and entered meditation, paying no further attention to external affairs. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun rushed back to Wuzhuang Temple with the 9 Heavens spiritual soil, quickly uprooted the ginseng fruit tree, protected its roots with the spiritual soil, and headed straight for Sanxian Island. As they flew over the primordial lands, some living beings saw a giant tree flying through the sky, with the shouts of pursuing Wu clan warriors faintly heard behind. When the spiritual root vanished into the barrier of Sanxian Island, the pursuers abruptly stopped, daring not approach any further. The 3 immortal islands had long become taboo among the Wu clan, with many ancestral witches reluctant to mention their name. Emperor Jiang had even decreed that no one should attack the 3 immortal islands without permission. Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud arrived at the center of Penglai Immortal Island, where they encountered the 3 cloud fairies and stated their purpose. Upon learning their names, the two were deeply shaken, and despite the seemingly frail appearance of the 3 fairies, they dared not show the slightest disrespect. They chose a spiritually rich land surrounded by mountains and rivers and replanted the ginseng fruit tree. At that moment, above the clouds, Nuwa was gazing down at the scene below, dressed in palace attire. She had traveled the primordial world for a long time, always pondering the opportunity for enlightenment, yet never grasping the key. When she witnessed Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud transporting the ginseng fruit, tree wrapped in 9 heavens divine soil, an unusual stir arose in her heart. Gazing at the life-infused 9 heavens divine soil, Nuwa felt an inexplicable tremor. This sacred soil derived from the primordial gourd vine was shared equally between her and Lin Xiao. 9 heavens divine soil. She murmured softly, and the primordial chaos purple chi within her trembled in response. Could the opportunity for enlightenment lie here? Nuwa frowned slightly, though convinced that the 9 heavens divine soil was related to the chance of becoming a saint. She still knew not how to proceed. Carrying this confusion, she followed the faint heavenly guidance and drifted away. As time passed, the Wu clan expanded aggressively across the primordial world, their armies pointing directly at the southwest regions. This race, which grew stronger through war, enhanced their power by devouring flesh and blood. The fiercer the battle, the faster their cultivation advanced. During their conquests, they continuously encountered remnants of the lurking demon clan, sparking continuous battles. Even without the ancestral witches, top great witches like Xing Tian Shiyuda Yi and Jiu Feng could already stand on their own. As long as they did not encounter a quasi-saint, the Wu clan warriors were nearly invincible. One day the Wu clan army encountered a quasi-saint level demon god from the demon clan. The enraged enemy struck out, slaughtering thousands of miles, eventually provoking the ancestral witches to intervene and encircle him. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the Wu clan had taken control of the core regions of the southwest. Though the vast primordial world could not be fully traversed, the major mountains and rivers were now under Wu clan dominion. Throughout the long ages, the ancestral witches had seized control over the key territories of this world. They even clashed with the dragon clan, and the mighty old dragon, unable to withstand the might of the 12 ancestral witches, chose to submit to the Wu clan, thereafter retreating to the eastern sea and never reappearing. Subsequently, the ancestral witches descended upon the Blood Sea and forced the river Styx to bow his head. Under their pressure, he eventually compromised. Though unwilling, he no longer wished to contend with the ancestral witches daily. In his eyes, dignity was far less important than practical benefits. As the ancestral witches conquered one perilous place after another, their power surged. Even Dong Wanggong was shaken, unable to help wondering if the method of achieving sainthood for the Wu clan, which he had casually fabricated, might actually be true. Meanwhile, the Wu clan never forgot to purge the remnants of the demon clan while expanding their territory. Bai Zhe and Ji Ming, after breaking out of an encirclement, hid in a deep, dark cave. Fortunately, the Wu clan did not cultivate divine sense, allowing them to catch their breath. Bai Zhe, we have no hope left, Ji Ming said dejectedly, as the Wu clan had nearly conquered the entire primordial world. Though they have never given up the fight, all their efforts have been in vain. No, there is still a turn, Bai Zhe said, his gaze unwavering. The only ones who can break the Wu clan's momentum now are the 3 on the sun. But they never meddle in worldly affairs. How can we enlist their help? Ji Ming frowned deeply. In times of life and death, we cannot afford to hesitate, Bai Zhe replied calmly. Even if it offends them and incurs karma, it is worth it. Seeing Ji Ming still hesitant, Bai Zhe's eyes suddenly brightened, and he said firmly, I am willing to offer my life as an invitation. Though his clothes were tattered, his demeanor was extraordinary, and the brilliant light in his eyes could not be dimmed by the blood-stained robes. Ji Ming was greatly alarmed and urgently dissuaded him. Bai Zhe, this is extremely dangerous. Even if you sacrifice your life to beg them, the 3 sons may not agree, and even if they do, they might not be able to turn the tide. Bai Zhe's unusual behavior unsettled Ji Ming. In all these years, he had never seen Bai Zhe like this. I must try. This is the last chance, Bai Zhe said. Bai Zhe smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet tinged with helplessness. To invoke the 3 sons, no matter what, will bring great karma. Only by dying can I settle it. Why must it be this way? There is no need to go that far, Ji Ming advised. Wait a little longer. Perhaps the Heavenly Empress will become a saint soon, or the Tao ancestor will appear. Bai Zhe, there is no need to rush. He tried his best to persuade Bai Zhe to abandon the idea. My life is worthless, Bai Zhe said. Ji Ming's eyes widened in anger, but in the end he could only let out a long sigh and speak slowly. Bai Zhe, in my heart you are the true demon emperor. With that, silence fell over the chamber. Bitterness filled Ji Ming's heart. The demon clan had long since fallen apart. Nuwa, Kuanping Fushi, and other great beings had vanished without a trace. Demon gods like Jiuying and Guiche had also gone into hiding. Only Bai Zhe and he were left to hold on with great difficulty. He felt a deep sorrow, but there was nothing he could do. I'm leaving, Bai Zhe said without responding, rising and walking out, his back lonely and desolate. Ji Ming was silent for a moment, as if about to speak, but ultimately found no strength to dissuade him. He knew Bai Zhe had made up his mind, and no one could change it. I'll go with you, Ji Ming said, stepping forward to follow. Buzhou Mountain, the sacred land of the Wu clan. In the Pangu Temple, tens of thousands of years of warfare had greatly increased the Wu clan's strength, and their population had multiplied several times over. The cultivation of the ancestral witches was unparalleled in the primordial world. Di Jiang Zhu Jiuyin Xianming and other ancestral witches had reached the peak of quasi-saint, while the rest had all entered the late quasi-saint stage. While other great beings in the primordial world were still struggling to sever the third corpse, the Wu clan had already taken a commanding lead. Today the temple echoed with laughter as the 12 ancestral witches gathered to discuss their next grand strategy. Now almost all the precious lands of the primordial world have fallen into our hands. The unification of the primordial world is within reach, Zhu Rong declared loudly. 10,000 years ago, he had been reborn from the blood pool, breaking through and becoming stronger than ever. Though he had not contributed much, he had not missed out on any benefits. His boastful words immediately drew ridicule from Gong Gong. You're nowhere to be seen in battle, but first in line to claim credit. Some brothers lie in the blood pool and reap the rewards without effort, more impressive than the eldest brother. Truly admirable. Zhu Rong's face changed drastically, oscillating between gloom and anger, finally turning bright red. Gong Gong, what do you mean by that? Haven't I contributed? Don't forget last time you were on the verge of death, I personally carried you into the blood pool. He roared back, exposing old grudges, fury blazing in his eyes. I didn't need your meddling. Gong Gong retorted coldly, refusing to back down. Fire and water were incompatible. The two quarreled fiercely, their faces red, on the verge of coming to blows. Enough. This is disgraceful. The world is not yet unified, and you are already fighting among yourselves. Dijun's deep voice thundered with authority. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the temple. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong felt a chill in their hearts. Though unwilling, they dared not continue arguing, merely glaring at each other, growing more irritated by the sight. They even wondered if these were truly their brothers. The four corners of the primordial world have all submitted to the Wu clan. The Eastern Sea and the Blood Sea have also bowed their heads. The benefits are clear to all. Most of Father Panga's legacy has already fallen into our hands. If we can claim it all, perhaps one of us might truly become a saint. Dijun surveyed the ancestral witches, his voice booming with barely contained excitement. His words resonated with the others. Tens of thousands of years had seen their strength skyrocket, an undeniable fact. Even lying still, they could sense their power constantly increasing. If this trend continued, fully mastering Panga's legacy might indeed produce a saint. This was no empty boast, but a genuine possibility. What are we waiting for? We have trodden almost every inch of the primordial earth. Only the heavens remain untouched. One ancestral, which said meaningfully, and the others understood implicitly. The moon and the sun are formed from Father's eyes. They are crucial, and should have been taken long ago, Zhu Juyin said coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Times had changed. His cultivation had greatly advanced, nearing the peak of quasi-saint. What he had once dared not even imagine might now be achievable. With the 12 ancestral witches united, even without forming a formation, they were nearly invincible below the saint realm. The ancestral witches nodded one after another. There were no more foes on earth. Only the heavens remained to conquer. Let's move. Seizing the moon and sun is imperative, Hongmeng echoed coldly. After years of war, only the three on the sun had ever made them suffer. Regardless of motive, the Sun Star was an unavoidable target. Right? And the 3 immortal islands. We'll take them too. Gong Gong shouted. The 3 immortal islands can wait. They are fragments of chaos, not closely related to Father. We'll discuss them after taking the Sun Star. Sound reasoning. The ancestral witches murmured among themselves, turning their gazes to Dijun, awaiting his decision. Dijun pondered for a moment, and said calmly, we can attack the moon and sun, but there is no need to rush. First we will sacrifice to Father. When your cultivation is perfected, we will strike. He was thorough, striving for stability. Just then a great witch hurried in to report. My lords, we have detected traces of Baizhe heading toward the Sun Star. The great witch's deep voice echoed through the Panga temple, informing them of Baizhe's movements. Hearing this, the ancestral witches exchanged puzzled looks. Dijun's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Is Baizhe seeking refuge on the Sun Star? Tens of thousands of years ago, Baizhe and Hongmeng had slaughtered millions of miles of Wu clan territory. The Wu clan had been searching for the two demons ever since. Now Baizhe had appeared, heading straight for the Sun Star. It was hard not to suspect that Baizhe, overwhelmed by pressure, intended to use the Sun Star as a temporary shelter. That would make sense given the Wu clan's overwhelming power now. How curious. In the past, Baizhe first went to the Sun Star, then to Buzhou Mountain. Now he wants to repeat the same trick. Unfortunately, the primordial world is now ruled by the Wu clan. No matter where he flees, he can't save his life. Zhu Juyin sneered, coldly convinced that Baizhe's journey was to seek help. Brother, what are we waiting for? Let's act now. The sacrifice to Father can wait. I will make Baizhe taste utter despair. Even if he flees to the highest heavens, he won't survive. Rusho said furiously. Tens of thousands of years ago, Baizhe and Hongmeng had massacred the Wu clan under his command, so his killing intent was the strongest, far surpassing that of the other ancestral witches. What about the 3 immortal islands? At a time like this, you're still thinking about your immortal island. No matter where, I will give my full support. The ancestral witches argued endlessly, all stirred by the matter, their words boiling down to one thing: war. As for where to attack, that could be debated later, but they had to fight. The matter of sacrificing to Father was quickly forgotten. Father could be honored any time, but the opportunity for battle would not wait. Dijun listened to the heated debate, lost in thought. As the leader, every decision he made concerned the future of the Wu clan and could not be taken lightly. Earlier he had decided to delay the attack on the Sun Star, not out of fear, but to wait for everyone's strength to improve for a guaranteed victory. After all, attacking the moon and sun would have far-reaching consequences and might invite unforeseen changes, so he wanted his siblings to advance further. However, seeing the ancestral witches' fervor for battle, Dijun knew it was inevitable. The Wu clan's morale was high, and he did not wish to dampen their spirit. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and coldly uttered a single word: fight. As the word fell, most ancestral witches were overjoyed, while only 2 remained calm. For this battle we will deploy all our forces, Dijun said solemnly, his gaze heavy. He rarely acted with such gravity. The last time was during the decisive battle against the demon clan. Brother, why must you personally lead? Stay behind and wait for the good news, Hongmeng said with a light laugh, looking relaxed. In his view, attacking the moon and sun did not require all 12 ancestral witches to go. I must go myself. We must not underestimate the enemy lest unforeseen incidents arise, Dijun said sternly. The ancestral witches no longer argued, stepping out of the Panga temple one after another, gazing up at the blazing sun in the sky, their battle intent soaring. At the same time, on the Sun Star, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Laws flowed, stars and rivers flickered, and in an instant 10,000 ages passed. The opportunity to attain the Tao of the primordial golden immortal has finally revealed itself. After eons of futile wandering, I can finally step out of the chessboard. He murmured to himself, a rare flicker of fervor passing through his eyes. A sudden surge of intuition had allowed him to glimpse the opportunity for the primordial golden immortal amidst the boundless Tao. At this level of cultivation, one could foresee fortune and misfortune. Tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation had all been leading to this moment. Once he broke through, he could transcend all shackles and roam freely unbound. Over these tens of thousands of years, he had unconsciously comprehended nearly 100 laws, some of which had reached the realm of the primordial golden immortal, and several had attained perfection: the law of fire, the law of yang, the law of space, the law of time, the law of force, and so on. Additionally, the newly acquired chaotic law and the 5 elements law were both of the highest caliber. He had originally thought the law of fire would break through first achieving the primordial golden immortal. Unexpectedly, after tens of thousands of years, it had stagnated, only to be overtaken by other laws. Now even Lin Xiao could not say with certainty which law would be the first to break through. Opportunities are subtle and difficult to fathom. Fortunately, the moment had arrived. He sensed faintly the auras of Dijun and Taiyi, both obscure, indicating they were at a critical juncture. The two had once said they would not emerge from seclusion until they reached the perfection of the primordial golden immortal. This time they might indeed fulfill their wish. It seems the day of breakthrough is not far off, Lin Xiao murmured softly. On the other side, Baize journeyed alone, heading toward the Sun Star, his expression cold and stern, a heavy unspoken burden hidden in his eyes. He had ultimately abandoned Jimeng and chosen to act alone. In his eyes, Jimeng's existence was insignificant, potentially only adding unnecessary sacrifice. After a long while, the Sun Star was close at hand. Baize halted before him, an endless sea of golden flames, its scorching aura rolling and churning, as if capable of incinerating all chill in the world. Gazing upon this familiar radiance, memories surged forth. The scene of his first visit to this place, when he had invited Lin Xiao to leave the mountain, vivid as if it were yesterday. In his heart, Lin Xiao had always been the supreme demon emperor, worthy of commanding all clans. But alas, the will of heaven was unfathomable. Baize collected his thoughts, his expression solemn, and bowed with the utmost gravity, as if treading on level ground. This bow was not for himself, but for the billions of demonic beings. Taoist Lin Xiao, today Baize comes for the sake of the demon race. With my life as a token, I implore Taoist Lin Xiao to reclaim the demon race. With my life as a token, I implore the 3 sons to emerge, to break the tyranny of the witch clan and to purify the world. The clear voice echoed across the heavens. Baize's body radiated brilliant white light, gradually becoming ethereal as vast waves of auspicious energy surged toward the Sun Star. I have no other assets, only to sacrifice everything, bestowing upon the 3 Taoists auspiciousness, blessing them with immortality and a lifespan equal to heaven and earth. He murmured, inwardly resolved to end his life through sacrifice. Yet at this very moment, space and time twisted abruptly, and baleful energy swept across the world. How, Baize, you think death will come so easily? How can I allow that? Today, no matter how many heavens you beg, no one can change your fate. Maniacal laughter shook the universe as the 12 ancestral witches descended with overwhelming power. The 12 ancestral witches arrived suddenly, their oppressive might immense, and utterly without warning. Dijun tore open an independent void, crossing over with the other ancestral witches, followed by countless great witches and their kin, an imposing host. Though not numerous, they were enough to awe all directions, shouting encouragement for the ancestral witches. Additionally, there was the broken, barely alive figure of Dongwangong, standing feebly behind them. When the 12 ancestral witches gathered, strange phenomena erupted across heaven and earth. Black lightning, intertwined blood rain, poured down, and baleful energy surged like an abyss. Baize's face turned grim. The 12 ancestral witches stood like pillars of heaven, their oppressive might suffocating, evoking a sense of utter despair. So they have come at last. Baize took a deep breath, his expression calm. Life and death are not for you to decide. The blood debts of my witch clan's warriors must be repaid with my own hands. Rushu sneered, his eyes icy with murderous intent. A clever fellow indeed. After causing a catastrophic disaster with nowhere to hide, you come to the Sun Star seeking shelter, even offering your life as a sacrifice to summon the Golden Crow. But your wretched life? Is it worthy, eh? Zhurong burned with blazing flames like a second sun suspended in the sky, looking down contemptuously at Baize. Worthy or not aside, do you think the Golden Crow dares to appear? Zhurong's voice thundered across the 9 heavens, seeing no movement from the Sun Star. Those who oppose the Witch Clan shall die, even if they summon all the immortals and Buddhas. This roar swept across the 8 extremities and 6 directions. The overwhelming aura of the 12 ancestral witches besieging the Sun Star caused space-time itself to tremble. From the eastern sea immortal island came a surprised voice. Is the Witch Clan going to attack the Sun Star? Everyone understood that a mere demon god like Baize was not worth the joint appearance of the 12 ancestral witches. Baize has ruined his plan. A wandering cultivator from Kunlun Ruins sighed. He had wanted to sacrifice himself to bring out the Golden Crow to fight the Witch Clan, but he didn't know the Witch Clan had long wanted to eliminate the 3 sons. The enmity between these 2 clans is second only to the karmic ties with the 3 pure ones. The Witch Clan's momentum is now overwhelming, unless the Tao ancestor reappears who can restrain them. The great powers who had been suppressed by the Witch Clan shook their heads inwardly. The 3 sons, however strong, could not defeat the 12 ancestral witches before achieving sainthood. On Yujing Mountain, the 3 pure ones sensed this commotion. Yuanshi Tianzuan clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent. Best if they destroy each other. Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes flashed with cold light. The Witch Clan has expanded too fast in recent years. If not for the Tao ancestors' dojo. Laozi shook his head. Second brother, you are mistaken. How can the 3 sons be a match for the ancestral witches? Even without using formations, the 3 sons are no match for the 12 ancestral witches. Laozi stroked his long white beard, his tone flat. Indeed, this is but a delusion. Let them be. When I attain the saint position, the 12 ancestral witches, no matter how strong, will not be able to stir up any trouble. Yuanshi calmed his mind, a sharp edge showing in his eyes, reflecting his innate pride. He suddenly realized that hoping for the enemy to destroy each other for victory was not right. The 3 pure ones were the orthodox heirs of Pangu, transcendent and aloof, and should rely on absolute power to dominate all. At this moment, Yuanshi's Tao heart returned to clarity. He would attain the Tao and become a saint, holding sway over the universe. In a hidden place, Jin and Zhuanti were secretly delighted. They shared the same thought as the 3 pure ones. Whether the 12 ancestral witches or the 3 sons, both were mortal enemies. This great battle, no matter which side suffered losses, would be a pleasant surprise for them. Ridiculous as it sounds, I actually hope the 3 sons win, preferably killing all the ancestral witches. Zhuanti confessed to his elder brother. The ancestral witches forcibly occupied Mount Sumeru, destroyed my Bodhi tree. This hatred is even greater than that against the 3 sons. Such thoughts are understandable. Younger brother, be careful with your words. The 12 ancestral witches possess the Pangu formation. There is no way they can lose. Jane shook his head with a wry smile. Though they shared the same hatred for the ancestral witches, they did not entertain such delusions. All the great powers of the primordial world were watching. The Sun Star direction had not yet begun battle, but the overwhelming pressure already made all living beings tremble. Even separated by 10,000 layers of void, one still felt a palpitation of fear. Since the war between the demon and witch clans, when had the 12 ancestral witches ever come out in full force like this? On the Sun Star, Lin Xiao stood quietly observing the options before him. Detected by Zhe using his life as a token. Host must choose. Option 1. Immediately fight the ancestral witches, obtain the primordial 5-colored divine light. Option 2. Stay in seclusion, obtain the Hongmeng purple chi. 5-colored divine light. Lin Xiao pondered. Baize entrusting his life was indeed unexpected. This spirit of sacrificing oneself for righteousness earned his respect. His divine eyes pierced through the void, seeing the 12 ancestral witches standing like pillars of Buzhou Mountain outside the star, their aura soaring to the heavens. Seeing this, the system options became irrelevant. Since the enemy had already come to his doorstep, what difference did it make to avoid the battle? Ling Xiao's gaze was calm. Facing the ancestral witch's invasion, the outcome of the battle was already determined. He made a decision and swiftly issued a command to the system: choose option 1. The 5-color divine light was indeed an excellent choice, while the second option's Hongmeng purple chi instead aroused his suspicion. Could this be the opportunity for the primordial realm he had sensed earlier? After all, legend said the Hongmeng purple chi was the foundation for attaining sainthood. But I, Lin Xiao, will attain the Tao through my own immense power, breaking the shackles and reaching the supreme. In an instant he was enlightened. The cultivation of laws in this era was inherently a path against heaven. Only by breaking free from the constraints of heaven and earth could one achieve true transcendence. This final step required not only accumulated cultivation, but also the forging of an invincible Tao heart through the tempering of life and death trials. So that's it. Lin Xiao's eyes swirled with divine light, a knowing smile spreading across his lips. Trapped on the Sun Star for billions of years without progress, what he lacked was exactly a cataclysmic battle that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. Now the arrival of the 12 ancestral witches was the perfect whetstone. He rose to his full height without disturbing Dijun and Taiyi, who were still in seclusion attempting their breakthroughs, and strode alone toward the outer starry void. Outside the Sun Star, 12 towering figures surrounded by Xihe. Dijun looked down and interrogated, "Last chance. Tell us where the remaining demon scum are hiding." Ha ha ha. Xihe's soul trembled under the ancestral witch's pressure, but he raised his head and laughed boldly. "Dijun, have you forgotten? I came here seeking death." Xihe's body was like a tiny speck of dust before the ancestral witch's, utterly insignificant. Dijun's face darkened, killing intent radiating from him. "Xihe, you would rather die than reveal the whereabouts of your companions. Now that you are trapped in this desperate situation, no one comes to save you." Zhuin sneered, his words dripping with sarcasm. "I came here to die, why would I need saving?" Xihe's expression was calm, his gaze sweeping over the ancestral witches. To have the 12 ancestral witches go to such great lengths, it's worth it. By now Xihe was completely restrained, his life and death entirely in the ancestral witch's hands. In the eastern part of the primordial world, Jiming's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, as if bearing a colossal burden. "I can't take it anymore. Brother Xihe, I, Jiming, will live and die with you." Jiming roared furiously to the heavens, his body radiating dazzling light, his aura shaking heaven and earth. "Ha, another one coming to die." The ancestral witches exchanged glances, delighted by this unexpected gain. "So it was you two beasts who slaughtered our tribe," Rushu said grimly. Dijun raised his hand, instantly spanning billions of miles, and Jiming appeared abruptly before the ancestral witches. "Why must you do this?" Xihe shook his head with a sigh. "If you can come, why can't I?" Jiming looked the 12 ancestral witches straight in the eye. "Since there's no retreat, I might as well give my life and die a glorious death." Many great demons watching from the shadows had complex expressions, but ultimately did not dare to show themselves. Jiuying and Guiche looked grim, their hearts filled with even more rage. "That fool Xihe pretends to be noble, making us look like cowards." Guiche gritted his teeth. "Utter hypocrisy." Jiuying spat out the words coldly. Seeing no one else appear, Dijun lost patience. "Since you insist on seeking death, then we shall grant it." Rushu, proceed. Rushu eagerly reached out with a golden giant hand, brilliant laws coalescing upon it, striking down toward Xihe's head. A deafening roar suddenly resounded across heaven and earth. The void exploded. The spot where Xihe and Jiming stood was instantly annihilated, yet their figures vanished into thin air. The ancestral witches' expressions changed drastically, all eyes turning toward the Sun Star. Within the vast sea of flames, a dazzling golden light emerged. A tall, upright figure stood against the wind, black hair wildly dancing, a handsome face bearing an innate aloofness. His robe embroidered with sun, moon, and stars fluttered in the wind. Lin Xiao. The 12 ancestral witches' gazes turned icy, their killing intent boiling. "Do you dare to act recklessly outside my Sun Star as if I don't exist?" Lin Xiao waved his sleeve, and Xihe and Jiming reappeared in the world. Such an unparalleled mastery of the law of space made Dijun's pupils contract. The gold ancestral witch Rushu was furious. His enemy, whom he was determined to kill, had been rescued right before his eyes. "You seek death." Rushu howled, his golden dharma form shattering the void as he charged directly. Lin Xiao stepped forward to meet the attack, his fist imprint radiating the power of a world of grains of sand, his vast blood resonance resonating with the heavens. Boom. The starry sea quaked, the void disintegrated. Rushu's golden body exploded in midair, golden blood rain turning into radiant light across the sky. Heaven and earth trembled. The supposedly indestructible true form of the ancestral, which was covered in cracks, golden light spouting from the gaps. This devastating punch stunned the observing great powers, leaving them dazed and lost. Rushu. The 11 ancestral witches arrived in an instant. Gomong urged Vitality to heal, while Dijun stared fixedly at Lin Xiao. "It's been years, and you've improved quite a bit." "Not quite improved, but beating you all is more than enough." Ling Xiao's nonchalant reply made Dijun sneer repeatedly. It seems you intend to take over the demon clan. As these words were spoken, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of Baze and Jimeng. Dijun's expression darkened, a chill flashing in his eyes. His golden pupils constricted slightly, and a fierce aura emanated from his entire body. He slowly raised his hand, condensing a cluster of brilliant radiance in his palm, as if containing boundless might. The surrounding air seemed awed by this power, emitting a faint hum. Ling Xiao remained calm, his robes fluttering, without wind, his gaze deep as an abyss. He lightly flicked his sleeve, and the earth beneath his feet suddenly trembled. An invisible force spread out, dispelling all the oppressive feeling. Dijun, why such haste? Ling Xiao's voice was calm as water, yet carried an unyielding authority. Dijun snorted coldly. The light in his hand burst forth, transforming into myriad sharp edges, all aimed at Ling Xiao. In an instant the void twisted, and the heavens and earth seemed to be sliced into countless fragments. The terrifying might shook all directions. Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade. He merely raised a finger and gently pointed forward. Suddenly an invisible barrier unfolded, and all the incoming sharp edges halted before it, then shattered inch by inch, dissipating into starlight between heaven and earth. It seems you are determined to fight me today. Ling Xiao's tone remained indifferent, but a hint of sharpness rose in his eyes. Dijun's gaze was cold and stern, his aura suddenly soaring, as if an ancient demon god had awakened. The vast power caused the wind and clouds to change color. He slightly raised his head, his voice low and majestic. Since you refuse to yield, then fight. As his words fell, his figure vanished abruptly, and the next moment appeared before Ling Xiao, his fist brimming with a destructive force that could shatter the heavens and earth crashing down. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. As his palm turned, infinite universes suddenly annihilated and billions of stars extinguished simultaneously. Dijun's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the shattered void instantly recombine, law chains interweaving into a net, and the entire heaven and earth became even more stable than before. You call yourself the spatial ancestral witch? Ling Xiao spread his 5 fingers, and a vast world pressed down with a roar, the power of law condensed as solid as matter. Dijun let out a furious roar that shook the sky, his body bursting with Dao patterns. He forcibly withstood this devastating blow, his arm muscles bulging, and actually lifted the collapsing heavens and earth back up. Boom. 2 figures collided abruptly, causing the river of stars to churn. Ling Xiao's Dharma body appeared with a primordial chaos lotus above his head, and the river of time beneath his feet, every inch of his body flowing with the aura of annihilating all laws. Before the watching masses could recover, they suddenly saw a torrent of blood rain pouring from the sky. Dijun's right arm was reduced to white bone, and he staggered back 1,000 li. Why haven't you struck yet? Dijun's roar resounded across the Honghuang, and the other ancestral witches were jolted awake. In the shattered void, 12 auras of world-destroying might erupted simultaneously. Big brother, we are here. Zhurong was the first to respond, like a blazing sun crashing into the battle. Presumptuous. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. A golden divine bird phantom soared into the sky, a blazing true sun sweeping across the heavens, directly charging at Zhurong. Boom. The heavens trembled, and the starry river boiled. Ling Xiao's body ignited with sacred golden flames, his eyes bursting with endless light and fire, as if a great sun had descended upon the mortal world. Up. Zhurong let out a painful roar. Even his true form of ancestral, which was enveloped by eternal golden flames, and no matter how he struggled, he could not extinguish them. The dignified fire ancestral, which actually wounded by flames. Water. Gonggong, strike quickly, cried an ancestral, which in alarm. Though reluctant, Gonggong understood the gravity of the situation. Mighty waves rose in response, but just as they were about to douse the flames, Ling Xiao lightly flicked his finger. The vast divine water actually reversed direction and rushed straight into the depths of the starry sky. You. Zhurong's eyes were wide with fury. Gonggong's face turned ashen, the law of water. His proud water-controlling art was actually easily broken by Ling Xiao. Surround and kill. Dijun's roar shook the heavens. The 12 ancestral witches no longer held back, unleashing their killing moves. Even the severely wounded Rushu gritted his teeth and joined the battle, skirting the edge of the battlefield. Xiangliang, however, anomalously hid in the distance, only striking from afar with thunder. You? Rushu cast a puzzled glance. This is a newly comprehended battle technique. Xiangliang hastily explained, while summoning a black dragon-like lightning bolt to strike the battlefield. Xiangliang, are you blind? Came the angry shout of an ancestral witch from within the smoke. The lightning actually struck one of their own. Something's wrong. Rushu frowned inwardly. Dijun's roar resounded through the clouds. Kill. Rushu and Xiangliang shuddered, not daring to slack off, and unleashed their strongest divine abilities with all their might. The 12 ancestral witches attacked together, their killing intent sweeping across heaven and earth, shaking the 4 corners of the universe. Ling Xiao's black hair wildly danced, his eyes like lightning exuding a chilling presence. An overwhelming assault that blotted out the sky came sweeping in, cutting off all retreat, leaving no escape. Lin Xiao gave a cold snort, his entire body blazing with undying divine light. He launched a fierce counterattack, every pore spewing the power of law, brilliant radiance illuminating all directions. From afar he resembled a blazing sun radiating terrifying might. In an instant he responded to thousands of attacks, every move a killing strike. He did not use any treasures, intending to temper himself through this. The 12 ancestral witches as sparring partners. Such an opportunity was truly rare. Rumble. The heavens trembled, all directions shook, and the entire battlefield was annihilated. Countless living beings in the Honghuang looked up to the sky, sensing the world-destroying aura accompanied by deafening rumbles, as if the heavenly Tao itself was enraged. Under this terrifying pressure the souls of all beings trembled, and their bodies involuntarily shook. Sizzle. A crimson drizzle fell from the sky, shrouding the endless Honghuang land. This blood energy contained fierce malice, its source self-evident. The watching Dongwangong was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. Even with half his body already gone, he still felt a bone-chilling cold. He was extremely fearful and restless. If the ancestral witches were defeated by Lin Xiao, where would he go? For tens of thousands of years, he had done evil deeds relying on the ancestral witches' power. Once the ancestral witches fell, he would surely become a target for all to be settled by the mighty beings of the cosmos. Impossible. How could the 12 ancestral witches be defeated? They still have their formation, not yet used. Dongwangong was dazed, forcing himself to calm down and comfort himself, staring intently at the battlefield, wishing he could rush forward and finish Lin Xiao. Just surrender. Please. He screamed madly in his heart, almost blurting it out. Deep within the blood, Mingyi stared intently at the battle, feeling his scalp tingle. He understood the terror of the ancestral witches better than anyone. That was precisely why he had chosen to submit. Now Lin Xiao was fighting all 12 ancestral witches alone. This scene was simply beyond belief. His strength almost surpassed the quasi-saint realm. After a moment of silence, Mingyi's figure slowly emerged from the blood sea. Lin Xiao transformed into a dazzling sun, his light burning through the void. Billions of golden rays burst from his body, and the power of law shook millions of miles, unstoppable. The ancestral witches bled across the sky, their enormous true forms covered in wounds. The once invincible true forms had now become a burden. Facing the overwhelming assault, they had no way to evade, and could only burn their law power to withstand it. Lin Xiao's shoulder was pierced by a bone-chilling ice spear. Before the blood could drip, it froze into crimson ice crystals. The ancestral witch Hongmeng had been plotting this attack for a long time. She had long cultivated the law of rain and the law of ice to perfection, and her current strength even surpassed Dijun's. That fatal blow was hidden among the countless ice blades about to pierce Lin Xiao's brow, but he turned his head aside and avoided it, so it only pierced his shoulder. I was careless. Lin Xiao's body blazed with fierce golden flames, and the wound on his shoulder healed in an instant. His gaze like lightning swept towards Hongmeng in the distance. Lin Xiao stared coldly at Hongmeng. As he breathed and adjusted his breath, the entire sky trembled. The next moment his figure vanished from the spot. Boom. The void exploded. A giant foot carrying the momentum of collapsing the heavens stamped towards Hongmeng. This arrogant manner clearly intended to crush her Tao heart. Watch out. The ancestral witches roared and charged forward, shattering countless star rivers as they ran, billions of stars splashing like gravel. Hongmeng let out a clear cry, and 2 strands of law power transformed into ferocious dragons to meet the attack. She, who had never tasted defeat in eons of battle, was now ignited with towering rage due to Lin Xiao's contempt. Do not be so arrogant. The moment the laws collided, the order of time and space collapsed. The terrifying shockwave tore open the chaos, with the clear and turbid qi churning endlessly, as if the world were just created. Crack. Xuanming's true form of a human-faced bird body trembled violently, her wings snapped off at the roots, and blood rain stained the 9 layers of the sky. That irresistible force kicked her deep into the star river. She looked at Lin Xiao's figure, and cracks appeared in her Tao heart. Hongmeng. Kill him. The other ancestral witches were completely enraged, weaving various primordial laws into a torrent of destruction. This pinnacle battle below the saint realm unleashed such might that all beings felt in a daze that even a battle between saints would be no more than this. Eternal times send you to the afterlife. The Tao voice of Zijin pierced through eons of time and space. His body flowed with the radiance of the river of time, as if transcending this realm of heaven and earth. As the law of time was activated, the entire battlefield began to twist and misalign. A phantom gate of reincarnation appeared faintly in the void. Have you forgotten? Lin Xiao's robes fluttered in the turbulent flow of time. Time is ineffective against me. The figures of the two flickered in the river of time, and in an instant they spanned 1,000,000 years of time. In his daze, Zijin saw Lin Xiao from 1,000,000 years later, striding across the ages, step by step approaching him. The boundaries of time had become blurred. He could not tell whether this was the past, the future, or the present. Lin Xiao's palm wind was like a blade, like a primordial divine sword cleaving through time and space. Blazing light swept across the heavens and earth, instantly filling the 8 wildernesses. His true body still stood in place, fighting fiercely with the ancestral witches, never pursuing, but the law of time had already churned the river of time. The power of time was so terrifying that when it reached its peak, it could manifest unimaginable might. That palm strike became increasingly grand, like a heavenly blade hanging overhead. Zijin shrieked and shuttled through time, but could not avoid this world-destroying strike. This is outrageous. How can he be this strong? Zijin roared. No matter how many ages he traced back, Lin Xiao's figure always stood at the end of time, like an eternal, indestructible brand. The heavenly blade descended, cleaving through the past and future. Zijin madly activated the law of space-time, distorting ripples appearing around him. Swoosh! The blade light flashed, and the ancestral witch true form suddenly split apart, its remnants falling from the river of time, plunging into the vast star sea. Elder brother. The ancestral witches were both shocked and enraged. They did not understand the mysteries of time, nor did they know what deadly calamities Zijin had encountered. Lin Xiao calmly dealt with the siege, effortlessly wielding various laws when vitality surged. Towering ancient trees swept at Hongmeng. Where thunder raged, countless thunderbolts struck Xiangliang, making his soul tremble. Hota mobilized the power of the earth, but saw a phantom of the divine land pressing down, shaking the ancestral witch true forms until they nearly collapsed. How many laws does he know? The ancestral witches were horrified to discover that Lin Xiao not only mastered all the ancestral witches' divine abilities, but his attainments in many aspects even surpassed the original controllers. This was clearly the ultimate fusion of the 12 ancestral witches' Dao techniques. The primordial chaos great Luo just a step away. Lin Xiao's eyes blazed with divine light, his body wrapped in celestial radiance. He clearly sensed that his magical power had reached perfection, and the bottleneck that had stood for eons finally showed a crack. Dong Wenggong, pale-faced, retreated backward, splattered blood staining his face. His heart had fallen into despair, his entire being like falling into an icy cave. What are these brutes doing? Why do they always refuse to form the formation? It was one thing not to form the formation at the beginning, but now when life and death hung in the balance, they still did not form it. Had they been beaten stupid? Dong Wenggong roared in his heart, his body feeling as if thousands of ants were biting him, extremely uncomfortable. Truly a pack of worthless fools, incapable even of battle. If the primordial witches were to fall entirely, the first to suffer would be none other than him, and he would not even have a chance to flee. At the other end of the battlefield, Baze and Jimeng were already stunned into silence. In their eyes, besides shock, there flickered an inexplicable hope. If Lin Xiao would be willing to become the emperor of the demon clan, why would they have been so cruelly oppressed by the witch clan? Under the rule of the demon emperor, the demon clan should have long been victorious on all fronts. At this moment, it would be the witch clan kneeling and begging for mercy, all lined up in a row. Baze, I take back what I said earlier. In my view, Taoist Lin Xiao is the best candidate for demon emperor. He is simply too powerful. Jimeng gazed into the shattered void battlefield, his heartfelt praise brimming with reverence. This was not fickleness on his part, but the strength Lin Xiao had displayed was enough to overturn the entire situation. Baze cast a helpless glance at his companion. Your words are not wrong. But whether Taoist Lin Xiao is willing to join the demon clan remains unknown. Then you must persuade him with all your heart. Jimeng looked at Baze with fervent eyes, suddenly recalling the old debate over whether Kunping or the Golden Crow was more fit to lead the demon clan. Who was it that once asserted he could not defeat 10 opponents alone? Atop Mount Yujing, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian had all risen, staring in shock toward the battlefield, their expressions shifting as if in a dream. How could the Golden Crow be so terrifyingly powerful? The silence was broken by Yuanshi, who spoke in a dazed voice, his spirit already shattered. At this moment, he felt nothing but disorientation and unease. He had thought that after years of arduous cultivation, even if he could not match Lin Xiao, the gap would be limited. Now it seemed he had been far too naive, his imagination far too impoverished. Such strength had long surpassed the bounds of comprehension. Remember, they were the true descendants of